All right. Broncos schedule release. I guess I'm different than most on this. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Sean Payton seems to love it. So this all gets released yesterday. And again, just to recap this, I'm done with the videos. They used to be kind of cutesy, and now it's just, all right, enough. Who had the best one? Who cares? Did you see the Chargers did Minecraft? First of all, I don't know what that means. Nelly, I don't know if this sounds offensive or not. You look like a Minecraft guy. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what Minecraft is. I've played it, I think, once, maybe twice in my life back in high school when it first blew up, but I have not played it since then. I also have not seen the movie, even though it stars me, Minecraft Steve. He's the main guy in Minecraft. That's my boy.
How about that? I'm kind of over the videos. I just think it's too much, and now it's become, when something was funny and then everybody got like too popular, and then the people that you can't stand got really excited about the thing that you used to like? That's what it feels like to me. And I'm trying to think of a good example of what that would be.
Well, I think the problem is the Chargers nailed it. I mean, their schedule videos have been elite for years, and a lot of people have tried to copy that and have failed because they've kind of missed the point.
Right.
And so the Chargers still stand alone. I mean, their videos are incredible. The amount of detail that they put into them. The Minecraft one they did this year was a Mona Lisa, as always. The problem is when people try to recreate that but don't get it.
Well, I saw the Bears did something where they were handing, like, the players were handing over a folder that said confidential on it, and then they opened it. This is before the schedule release. They opened it and tried to make faces, and I'm like, what's the point of this? What are we doing here? Anyway, the schedule's out, and I see this text come through. Because I said Sean Payton seems, reportedly, from DNVR guys, Sean Payton seems to love this schedule. I don't. I think this looks incredibly difficult. And the first text that I met with after I say that is, seriously? There's easily 10 to 12 wins on that schedule. Easily is what this texter says. If you think there's easily 10 to 12, well, that means you're going to win a couple of toss-up games. You feel like this is a 14-win team? Here's what I would caution people over, okay? You had a good year last year. Surprising year. Pretty shocking, actually. I was shocked by it. Couldn't believe you made the postseason. People just think that once you do that, the next year is just going to be better. Because why wouldn't it be? We've made all these acquisitions in the offseason. Our young guys have another year of experience. And I'll tell you, that's not how football always works. And there's a bunch of teams that sort of vacillate between a better year to a worse year to a better year and a worse year. And the teams that typically can get away with that, like a really good example to me, is Houston. Houston was not nearly as good last year as they were the previous season, but it didn't matter because they play in the AFC South. You don't play in the South. But also by winning, your schedule gets tougher in crossover games. And I'm just going to go through some of my concerns here, okay? So here's one. The nice thing is out of the gates, you got a nice little on-ramp to the season, it feels like. Tennessee and Indianapolis are two pretty easy games to get just your sort of your feet under you. Tennessee especially. That's a rookie quarterback going against what could be the best defense in the NFL this year. He's going to have a hell of a time trying to do anything in his first sort of introduction into the NFL. Then you get Indianapolis. Indianapolis, I don't feel like it's a good team. I feel like they get wins because they play in a crap division and their team's not very good, and they don't even like their own quarterback that they're forced to play in Anthony Richardson. So that one I feel all right about. But then you have a 3-week stretch where it's at Los Angeles, Cincinnati, and at Philadelphia. That could easily be 3 losses in a row. Everybody just kind of brushes the Chargers off to the side. You didn't beat the Chargers last year. Cincinnati's incredibly difficult. Their record was bad last year, but they're tough to beat. And then you're at Philadelphia, a team that just won the Super Bowl. None of that's easy. And then you go back-to-back games against New York, which both of those games shouldn't be all that difficult. Then Dallas, then at Houston, then a whole bunch of stuff. But crossover games and the division that you got where you got to go at Washington later in the year. I think one of two things is going to happen here. And I'm very curious. I don't even know which way I'm more leaning towards. Rookie quarterbacks heading into year 2 can either make a jump or they can hit the second-year wall. That certainly happened to C.J. Stroud last season. This is going to be much more difficult for Bo Nix to have, I think, this same sort of level of success is a tough way to put it because he struggled early in the year. I think it's really going to be difficult for him to have consistency. And so 2 things can happen. He can make that jump, and if he does, God, will you feel good about the position the Broncos are in. Or 2, he's going to hit that wall, and it's going to be very much reliant on the defense and health. There's 2 things that I have concerns about. One of those is that wall for the second-year QB, where there's tape out on him. Teams know better how to game plan for him, and they make it easier that way. The second is health. A sustained run of not a lot of injuries for a team is incredibly hard, and it doesn't last. You, for 2 straight years, have been pretty damn healthy, especially in the positions that really matter. Your O-line and D-line barely missed any games last year. You lost a linebacker and Alex Singleton for the season. You lost a corner for a few weeks. You lose this for a minute or 2. You lose that. But the Broncos' offensive line have been as healthy as I think any line maybe ever over the last 2 years. If you don't get that, you could be in some trouble. By the way, if people are looking for keywords, we have no keywords this morning. None today.
Evidently, there was a text they got that said that there would be some this morning. Maybe that was a copy-paste error.
Perhaps.
But no, we gave away tickets Tuesday. We gave away tickets Wednesday. Today, you either got them or you don't.
I am keywordless. No words.
I'm a gazebo. I got no doors. I got no keywords.
But going back to this, Bo Nix can prove he's a superstar if this team plays well. If they do, if the rosier approach that some Broncos fans are taking, if that happens, then Bo Nix is going to put himself in a pretty high stratosphere for quarterbacks in this league. And the texter says this: the Broncos have a 3rd place schedule, just like last season. They will go 13-4. I am nowhere near that. I mean, I guess what is nowhere near? I think they could get 10 again, maybe 11, maybe win the West. I think that stuff's all on the table. I think it's on the table. But I think we're being very dismissive of a whole bunch of teams. I'll just tell you right now, the games that I think are really tough, just right off the bat, just first glance at it. At LA is going to be hard in week 3. Cincinnati at home in week 4 is going to be incredibly difficult. At Philly in week 5, incredibly difficult. I think at Houston is going to be a very tough game. Both your Kansas City games are going to be tough. Green Bay is going to be tough. I mean, the other game against LA is going to be tough. That's 8 that I've just mentioned, just staring at the schedule like this and not really diving deep. That's 8. Did I say Washington? Did I say at Washington? Well, whether I did or I didn't, that's 8 or 9 games that I think are going to be incredibly difficult. To say you see 13 is crazy. And maybe they do get there, but I can't assume that. And I'm not being negative at all. I think the Broncos should have another good season. Everything is sort of lining up. I think the way that they spent their offseason, the way that they fortified that secondary and that linebacker room with Greenlaw and Hufanga was really smart, and the drafting of Jahdae Barron. I think helping out your cornerback depth, incredibly smart. Keeping your defensive line together, incredibly smart. Adding R.J. Harvey, incredibly smart. Adding Evan Ingram, incredibly smart. Like, I think they did all the right things that they had to do. I think they'll have a really good team.
Tyler Polumbus actually went on Twitter yesterday, and he laid out his win-loss predictions, and he has them coming in at 10 wins and a wild card berth.
I think that's totally fair.
And he went through game by game, and so you can give me some of these toss-up matchups. I'll tell you if Tyler agrees.
You trust me, Nelly. I think you've done this once before now. This day's about Moser.
That's true.
I respect Tiger. I respect Tyler. But we all kind of know the number one thing that you got to worry about and that you need to be focused on is Mark Moser's predictions every year when these come out.
And that's the problem. You know how I didn't have a worst prediction category in the Mojis this year, and that's because last year Moser actually did a decent job.
Yeah, what was his final number?
I wrote it down somewhere. I think he correctly predicted a 12 of the 17 games.
That's
win,
pretty good.
The win-loss, sometimes maybe the margin of victory wasn't quite accurate.
Yeah.
Some of the worst predictions from that schedule thing where I think Moser had the Broncos beating the Raiders twice, and Vic was going, hey, they haven't beat the Raiders since they moved to Vegas.
Yeah.
You have them winning twice in a season, Moj? Check your prostate, or whatever. He was pretty mad at Moser. And Moser was right. They beat the Raiders twice.
Well, I'll tell you right now, for me, if my prediction was wrong, like I thought the Broncos could have been one of the worst teams in the league last year. I thought they were picking like top 5. Before everything started, that's what I thought. Like, this is when I still thought that Jarrett Stidham was going to be the starter in week 1.
And by the way, I actually made a spreadsheet logging Moser's predictions. So he had them going 7-10. They actually went 9-7. And he predicted 12 of the matchups correctly.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that later. I can't look at that schedule and be like, yeah, guess what, guys? 14 wins, you're going to win the West, probably make the Super Bowl. I don't think I can do that. You know, if there was more of a sort of proven track record, then I could maybe think about it. But I'm just not going to assume, because every team does this. I ask you right now, out of the 32 teams in the league, how many different fan bases, if they were polled, think their team is going to win more games this year than they did last year? I would say probably 28. By the way, here's a sneaky game that's not going to be as easy as you think. You play the Jets in London on the 12th. You have no bye week afterwards. You come back and then you play the Giants the week after that. That feels like a game that should be an easy win because it's the Giants, and I think you still probably will win that, but I don't think it's going to be easy. That's a pretty tough thing just to return back from. And these are the little details that I'm like, we just assume these are going to be wins, and then you realize, okay, they could be a little bit harder than you thought. By the way, one last thing. The Chiefs. So Kansas City, after all of this was announced, they have 5 primetime games in the first 8 weeks of the season. They play week 1 in Brazil. They play week 3 Sunday Night Football against the Giants. Week 5 Monday Night Football against the Jags. Week 6 Sunday Night Football against the Lions. And week 8 Monday Night Football against the Commanders. I don't know if people consider the Chiefs must-watch television. I know that they've been really good ever since Mahomes has taken over. They weren't fun to watch last year. Those games weren't fun. Their offense wasn't fun. And maybe it'll be different. Maybe they'll find their stride this year and whatever. I'm just saying, that feels like overkill. It really does. Like, we get it. You like Kansas City. Do they have to be on every single week? So anyway, it's just the initial thoughts that I had on the Broncos schedule. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Game 6 tonight at Ball Arena. A chance to extend to a Game 7. So how do you get there? What is a must? What is a need? We'll get to it next. All right, so game 6 tonight. Here's the good news. That game's at 6:30. 6 o'clock pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So we are going to have all shows after us starting at 10 o'clock. Morning Sprint, PhD, Kreckman and Lindahl, Berto, all of them are going to be at Ball Arena getting ready for a do or die game 6 to extend to a game 7. So I'm looking at our schedule right now. And Nelly puts together for me. So tonight, Nuggets Thunder, round 2, game 6, 6:30. He has Sunday at 1:30, Nuggets Thunder, round 2, game 7, because Emperor Vic has guaranteed it. After coming off this Broncos thing and having people yell at me that I'm negative, and I'm not, if I think that the Broncos are still making the playoffs, I don't think that's negative. I just don't think they're going to jump from 9 wins all the way up to 14 or whatever. I don't think that's how this is going to work. But when it comes to game 6 tonight, if I had to put money down, I think I'd put it down on the Nuggets. I think there is something to Jokic's back being against the wall that he comes out and is a rainmaker. Like, he will do whatever is necessary of him and then some to put you in the best possible position to win. But he also did that in game 5, and you still lost. And to me, this comes down to really one massive detail. Because here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to ask people that I think are incapable of doing this, or at least it would be out of character, to carry you tonight. Would it help? Obviously. Yeah, you give me a Christian Brown knocks down 4 threes, that would be great. MPJ goes 5 of 6 from three-point range with the injury he's dealing with. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Here's the deal. I'm focused on one guy. It's Jamal. Jamal's the one. Everybody else, it would be nice. It would be nice if AG had a good game. It'd be nice if Porter had a good game. It would be nice if Christian had a good game. It'd be nice if Westbrook had a good game. All those are just, it would be nice, guys. Jokic is a must, which he will, but Jamal's the one. Jamal is and has been for 5 years now the guy who makes everything go. The Nuggets had 2 years in which they really felt like they were really achieving what they should, is how I'd put it. That was 2020 during the bubble. That was 2023 when they won the championship. And in both of those seasons, Jamal Murray was masterful in the postseason. He missed 2 years after the bubble and before the championship due to injury. And the Nuggets stunk in the postseason, which was expected because he wasn't in the game. Last year, they lost short and came short of expectation, especially in that Game 7 against Minnesota, because for most of that playoff run, Jamal was terrible. Now, I don't think Jamal has been terrible during this playoffs, but he hasn't been what they need to reach the peak, especially without the help that they have on this roster. Like, here's the thing. This is unfair sometimes, but this is reality. This applies to your sports team. This applies to your work. This applies to everything else. If you own a small business and your company is rolling a couple years ago, God, are they good? You're just taking off. You're winning all these small business awards. You're doing great. And then a big piece of your small business leaves and takes another job somewhere else. This dude just goes, you know what? I love this, but I want to start my own business, so I'm out. Like, I know a lot of brewery owners around here. A lot of times, Nelly, what happens is Got this really good beers, and then the head brewer goes, you know what? As much as I love brewing, I'm just going to do it on my own. I'm going to start my own brewery. So you got to find that. And maybe when those guys leave, it makes it more difficult for you. And now the onus for success is now levied upon others. Like there's no Bruce Brown anymore. He's not walking through that door. Your team is what it is. It's a team of 5.5 people. That's what you got. The onus now on the top-end guys becomes more. Fair or unfair. But Nikola Jokic is always going to give you whatever is in his tank. Jamal has to. Everybody's focused on these different things about how you lost Game 5. Well, you know why you lost Game 5? Because your bench wasn't as good as the other bench. You know why you lost Game 5? Because your 5th and 6th best, highest paid players aren't on the floor. You want to know why you lost Game 5? Because Michael Porter Jr. couldn't hit a shot. You want to know why you lost Game 5? Because Russell Westbrook was bad. The reason why you lost Game 5 was because Jamal Murray was 10 of 27. That's how I look at it. That he had 4 buckets outside 4.5 minutes of the third quarter. That's how I look at it. The pressure needs to be on the players you consider your best. Jokic has to deal with it every night. When Jokic was struggling in games 2 through 4, what was I saying on the show, Nelly? Whether it was his fault or not, they were selling out to stop him. And I go, you know what? I understand how difficult this is, but if this is the Jokic you're going to get, it's going to be impossible to win this series. If Jokic is shooting 39% from the floor, there's just no way. Like, there's too much importance that's put on that guy, fair or unfair, that if he shoots 39% from the floor, you're just not winning. And it needs to be better. And then in Game 5, what happened? Jokic explodes. Despite the same level of intense defense played on him, he found a way. This needs to be Jamal's find-a-way game. And to be honest,
finds a way.
He needs 2 of them. He needs tonight and he needs Sunday. But
Brett,
if I had to simplify it to one thing, I don't think it's particularly close. I think this comes down to Jamal Murray needs to be, I know he hates this term, sorry, playoff Jamal. That's what you need.
playoff Jamal, bubble Jamal, whatever. Absolutely. And this is related to the Nuggets. A little bit of a tangent, though. I have a pop quiz for you. Off the top of your head, do you remember the date of the first playoff game the Nuggets played? Game 1 against the Clippers. Give or take a few days.
Oh, this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, 7-game series followed by a 6-game series. Let's go with April 19th?
April 19th is correct. Yes.
Yeah, because that was both the Avs and the Nuggets played that day, right?
Yes, and I can't believe it's been just under a month that the Nuggets have been in the playoffs. Doesn't it feel like they've been in the playoffs for 4 months? Just the ups and downs and of every game and the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. I feel like we've been dragged through a bush backwards, and it hasn't even been a month.
Well, it's what happens when the Nuggets got away with the last couple of years. The first round series felt like it was over the second it started. Remember? 2 years ago, they played Minnesota in the first round. And they were up 3-0. Looked like they were on the verge of a sweep, and then they won Game 4, and then whatever happened after that. The next year, the first round, they played the Lakers. They won the first 3 games of the series. Lakers won Game 4, and then they won Game 5. So those ones like quick, out of the way, waiting for your next opponent sort of thing. You're having to grind to get every win that you got this year. But again, go back to it. You had an 8-point lead. You end up losing the game by what, 7 points? I think Jamal, if he shoots 50% from the floor, that's an easy win. But instead it was under 40. Like, I really, just if you wanted to make it super simple, I think it's that. By the way, a couple of I was going to say footnotes. One of those is ironic. Adam Foote has been named the new coach of Vancouver, so congratulations to our buddy Adam Foote. Secondly, the Rockies officially have the worst start in MLB history after their loss last night. They have the almost impossible record of 7-37, which means, Nelly, if they wanted to get above 500, they would need to win 30 consecutive games to get there.
Rocktober, baby, or excuse me, June rock. It's coming. It's the opposite of a June swoon.
Yeah, if they had that magical run that they had back in 2007 right now, they would still be sub 500 with that winning streak.
Did you hear the
by
bet?
A wide margin?
Did you hear the bet, by the way, that DMac made? So he made a bet that since he said that firing Bud Black would not, I'm trying to think about how to word this, it would pull the Rockies from the brink of having the worst record in MLB history. He says that the firing of Bud Black will tinker it enough so that they will not have a record as
Wait, who
bad,
said this?
DMac, as bad as the White Sox last year. So they won what? 41 games?
Wait, he thinks that firing Bud Black will make them better? Or
it's just enough of a change that it'll make them good enough so they won't be the worst team
I don't
in
know if
MLB
that matters
history.
at all.
But
they've won one game since then.
But the point is, when that happened, he said that they would not be as bad as the White Sox last year, that they would finish with more wins than the White Sox, so they have to clear the bar of 41. He said that if they do not hit that mark, he will walk from our studio right here in Lone Tree to Coors Field.
Oh, boy.
So, DMac, get a new pair of walking boots, buddy.
Yeah, but you know what? DMac likes to do that. That's not even a punishment for him. He rides his bike everywhere. He likes to walk. They have to make him do the opposite. Now it has to be like DMac has to eat a lot of food, I think. I think that's the new thing for him.
DMac has to eat Moser's truck pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
Overnight.
Like that. Can watch us live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. A lot to get to. Broncos schedule release, Game 6, pivotal Game 6 at Ball Arena tonight. Stick around. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Nah. Nah.
Oh, we're starting this morning with Vic with the Ben Franklin glasses. Uh-oh. That means it's a serious day. It's time to get down to business. It's Game 6. Here's the good news. Game 6 tonight is at 6:30 as opposed to 8:30 that we've been used to. So it's a reasonable time to start this game. It'll be at Ball Arena. It is do or die. And here's my first thought on the game tonight. And we'll get to the Broncos schedule release, a whole bunch of other stuff later. This feels very much like a game in which a whole bunch of people are playing for jobs, right? This is Adelman coaching for a job. These are guys that are still left in the front office trying to prove that their plan is working. These are guys that are on the roster right now proving that they should be long-term pieces of the team. Because if they lose tonight, we kind of know what this offseason is going to be. It's going to be an offseason of kind of who knows. It's going to be up to this new GM who walks in here and decides what this roster truly is.
Everybody, Moser, I don't know what you're doing right now.
Yeah, why are you looking at me like...
You're just an odd fella. Very odd.
Why
you're just an
you have a habit of distracting when we're trying to start the show. Yeah, there's a Broncos logo on your chest.
Nobody cares about your
what
Broncos
about it?
shirt.
I'm wearing an Avs shirt. So what?
Are you 4?
It's a special. It was a special day.
Well,
and you've ruined it. Now you both ruined it.
I was trying to do something to start the show, and then you turn it. See, this is what happens. I try and start the show, and then you want to turn it into the Moser show.
Negative. I'm just reminding you that we're going to do that today, and it was special. It doesn't matter now.
Here's what I am excited. I am excited.
Do what?
No,
wear
Vic,
a shirt?
He's right about this. I am very excited today. You know what today is? Today is the day that Moser goes through all 17 games of the schedule and gives us his prediction. It's a very big day on this show. We do it every year.
Yeah.
So he is right about that. You didn't need to sit there like you were having back spasms while I was trying to talk.
I just wanted you to see it, and it doesn't even matter now. The whole thing's ruined. You just ruined Christmas.
All right, Vic, go ahead.
You just ruined the first segment.
All right, so let me it's
savable.
Everybody shut up for a second. I'm going to reset this for 15 seconds. Everybody's playing for their jobs tonight except for 15. The only guy that's secure in his place after this game tonight, whether they win or lose, is number 15 on this team.
Why is Aaron Gordon playing for his job?
Okay, you're right. 15 and 32 and probably CB, like Christian Brown.
You know what? What I was thinking of, everybody's assuming, you can just shuffle the cards and find a new roster next year, right? Like everybody's playing for jobs and make some changes here and trade some guys there. And do you know how hard it is to pull off deals in the NBA? Do you know how hard it is sometimes to unload players that maybe other teams don't want them? It's not easy to change up a roster if that's where they go. It's not easy. In fact, I would speculate that whatever's in your brain about everybody's going to look so different, I don't know how different it's going to look.
Well, I don't either. I'm just saying that I don't think that anybody is nobody outside of Joker and maybe 2 other people on this roster are safe after tonight. Not that they're all going to be gone. Now, here's what's funny. Can I ask a question that's going to sound silly, but I think it's true? Because if the Nuggets lose tonight, we're going to be super disappointed. I was pissed after losing Game 5. I felt like Game 5 was going to kind of tell me who's going to win the series. And maybe I'm still wrong on that. Who knows? Because the Nuggets, when they're pushed to the brink like this, they respond. Does it feel like, considering where you were, the playoffs started April 19th. Since April 19th, would you say in your mind the Nuggets have already overachieved?
Yes.
That's weird.
Okay.
Because I think so too.
Stop.
But I'm going to be very angry if they lose tonight.
It's amazing how things change, though. As where they are right now, before the season began, I'd say, no, they haven't overachieved.
Correct.
But from the day they fired everybody,
yes.
Everybody looked at, you look at the landscape of the team and you look at the outlook, yes, they have.
If you ask me on Halloween, they have absolutely underachieved if they lose tonight.
Correct.
You ask me on April 19th, I feel like they've overachieved from where I thought they were.
Because we came to realize exactly who's who and who's what and what they can and cannot do as a team. And so if they can get to the Western Conference Final, then that would be an overachievement as far as I'm concerned. But, hey, man, you got to do something that you haven't done, and neither team has done at all in this series. Or, you got to win 2 in a row. You got to win 2 in a row.
Yeah. I don't want to make this too simple, but I've been kind of swatting these away like flies this morning about what the Nuggets need to win. What do they need? What do they need? They need the bench to show up. Get out of here. They need Michael Porter Jr. to shoot better. Get out of here. They need Westbrook to play well. Get out. They need Jamal. That's what they need. The more I think about Game 5, the simpler I can make this. And I'm telling you guys right now, this is at least my perspective. I don't know how these two feel about this. The people coming in here this morning saying MPJ needs to do this and that, stop relying on MPJ to do anything. Just stop, okay? There is no reason why you should be relying on Michael Porter Jr. to do anything for you tonight. My expectation for Porter is he's going to have 3 points and probably play 24 minutes because that's most of what this postseason has been. I'm not expecting a thing. If you get something out of Porter, fantastic. Not expecting it. I go back to Game 5. The more I think about it, as much as the Thunder bench outdid the Nuggets bench and Russell didn't play well and Michael wasn't hitting shots, Jamal was 10 of 27. I think that's the biggest detail. Joker did his job. Back was against the wall, and he went out there and gave you an all-time performance, right? The second best player on this team needs to be the one that does it with him. Every time the Nuggets have been legitimate contenders, legitimately made you happy in the postseason, Jamal Murray has played and elevated his level. He's been okay in these playoffs, but he hasn't been I know he hates the name, Vic. Mm-hmm. He has not been playoff Jamal.
They need third quarter Jamal. And I think what happened the other night is we focused so much on Nikola Jokic running out of steam. I think Jamal ran out of steam.
Yep.
Because in the third quarter, you saw what he did. He looked great. That two-man game was working superbly. But he didn't take a break either. We sometimes forget that. He didn't go to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed in the game. And I think it affected him.
Yeah.
He didn't make a shot until that little layup with a minute to play.
17 seconds to play. Game was over. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was it.
Like, to me, I do think it's that simple. And if you got that, then you win Game 5. If you got that, you win Game 4. Remember, he was 5 of 15 in Game 4.
Yeah.
Like, so as much as and Vic, we're right about this stuff. The bench isn't good enough, and Porter's not shooting well, and Russell Westbrook has been playing well, and, hey, your 5th and 6th highest paid players aren't on the floor. All of that stuff is true. But all of that would be moot if Jamal was playing at the playoff level that he's played at for most of his career. Right? The games that they lost late, Jamal didn't do anything in the fourth in both of those last 2 games. Am I wrong, Moj?
You're not wrong. I have a wish list. And put it this way. I have a wish list that I realize they all can't come true. So I've got to cross things off my wish list. Like bench.
Yeah.
Like MPJ. Like you're talking about, Brett. If everything goes right, what does it look like? Well, it's not. It's just not the way it works in the real world.
But out of all those things, though, Moser, the easiest thing
is Jamal.
The most correctable thing
is Jamal. That's
asking Jamal to play at a high level is easier than saying Russ needs to shoot better from 3.
And the best part
about
about
it, than Porter needs to shoot better with one arm. Yes.
The best part about that is he likes that. Okay? He likes the challenge. He likes the angst and the, can he do it type of thing. He likes the proving of the people wrong scenario.
Yeah.
So tonight is a wonderful opportunity. Again, back to my wish list. Scratch them all out and just put 27 having a night along with 15 and we're good to go. Which sounds funny and it sounds simplistic, Vic, but that's how this team operates. And I've seen it a billion times and so have you. So Brett is correct.
I sat down to write the tease for our pregame show tonight because we're still doing the pre- and postgame on Altitude. And as I'm sitting there, tell me if you guys feel the same way. I'm like, okay, let me do something on the entire playoff. Oh, my God. These playoffs, it felt like they've gone on for months.
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel like we've been here a long time already?
Yep.
Does it feel long and cumbersome already?
It has been a month.
And if they win, if they can get to Sunday and win,
They'll get through May.
They're only halfway there.
I might have to have a Vic day. I might need to turn this off. Turn off the messages coming in on my computer screen.
Oh, boy.
Oh, are you getting some? What kind of? Just give me the tone of the text. Because I don't, I've been banned for the text line for this reason.
It's just one subject
because
that's bothering me.
The texts affected my mood, which affected my performance.
I don't understand what's going through people's heads.
Give me one.
And I feel like I'm the crazy.
Give me a taste.
So I said all that stuff about Jamal, right?
Yeah.
That I think the simplest thing that you can ask for is Jamal Murray plays well.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the simplest of all the asks that we've had.
You're just breaking it down to one simple move, yeah.
Texter says, yeah, but what has MPJ done? Always blaming Murray, but MPJ scoring 2 or 3 points.
He
has
already said.
One arm. If you want the one-armed guy to score 30 points, you're going to be sorely upset at the end of the game if that's what you want. It's not happening.
It's not just the one arm. He's been inconsistent throughout his career.
Right.
So he already has that. The inconsistency's already there. Then on top of that, the injury, you just can't rely on it. So, but I will add this: if he's not contributing, I am very eager to see who they close with tonight.
I think Watson or Westbrook.
Yeah,
one of the
I would
two.
think that one of those guys is up for it. And will we see more minutes out of Julian Strother should they need more shooting?
By the way, I don't know how to talk this morning. I have a deep void in the back of my mouth. They extracted my tooth. Remember I said I had to go do a root canal?
Yeah.
They said it could not be saved, so they took it out. So it's my big molar in the back, the big old one.
You're relearning how to talk?
Dude, I got a hole in my mouth. I don't know what to do with my tongue keeps going back there.
Add it to all your other holes.
My jaw won't operate properly. It's like everything's off balance. Have you ever had a tooth extracted, a molar? I'm an old man without a prostate.
Why didn't they just rip out the root and cap it?
No, hang on. Whatever. I'm sorry about your tooth. I'm still getting texts that are making me angry, so let me read more of these.
Please.
Then why is MPJ playing? Stop making excuses for him. He puts on a jersey and plays. Stop it. Here's why he's playing. Because your team, it sucks after like the 5th guy on it. That's why. He shouldn't be. In an ideal world, MPJ's in street clothes right now.
Where Brett Kane is not going to lose it. Let me try to help you out. What's the last 4 digits of that number? So I specifically can talk to that person.
It's already gone.
Okay. Here's the reason. Because even with one arm, even being Rick Allen, and no offense to Rick Allen, you know who that is, Brett?
No.
He's the drummer for Def Leppard.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Even pulling a Rick Allen right now, if he's on shooting, he's your best option. So you have to at least try it, even though you don't want to, because he really can't do it.
Here's what's happening, okay? This is how I feel. We're in a 3-man tournament, and the tournament is it's a dunk contest, okay? That's what it is. And it's Aaron Gordon, it's DJ, and it's Vic. And people are like, well, Vic needs to dunk. And I'm telling you, he can't do it. Stop asking him. It's got to be up to the other guys. You're asking for something that's not going to happen. It's a waste of breath. So I'm focused on what can actually be reliable in a do-or-die game. And the reliable thing is your second best player who is healthy needs to play at a higher level. I don't think it's that hard. But I've been seeing this for like 5 straight days, Moser. I'm like, what do you guys expect?
You rarely get at your wit's end. I feel like I do and Vic does probably on a weekly basis. You rarely get at your wit's end, but you're there right now. Maybe this will cheer you up.
Anyway, we got to get to a break. What you got?
I don't know how to talk. I got a hole in my mouth.
The Loop guy on Twitch says, hey, Vic, what that mouth do, Vic?
It doesn't talk it doesn't talk well.
All right, so we'll get back to this in a bit. I do want to get to the Broncos schedule release. So DNVR reported that Sean Payton saw the schedule, and he loved it. I didn't. I think it looks pretty difficult. So we'll get to that along with Moser's 17-game prediction next. Again, Game 6 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 6:30 tip, 6 o'clock pregame, and right after us, 10 o'clock all the way until tip-off, and really through tip-off, all the way, actually, till like 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight?
Until we stop talking. Our friend Footer, Adam Foote, has been named the new head coach of the Vancouver Canucks.
So funny.
What I was going to say, just real quick, what I was going to say was 10 o'clock all the way through, I believe, in the paint, we will be live from Ball Arena. So
awesome. The entire day.
Raj and Coach all the way through the end of the day.
So we're the only people that aren't there.
Correct.
Is that because you're too lazy to get down there?
I was not told to go.
Probably because they felt you were too lazy to get down there.
What's the point?
I drove to a studio this morning.
I'm here in an empty arena at 6 a.m. I mean, there's no point in being there.
That is actually true. It'd be me and a couple janitors.
When I do the show on the road, at least there's morning skate going on, right?
Yeah, but how about Adam Foote getting the job? I told
Good
you,
for
Raj,
him.
That felt quick, and you said, well, I mean, Pocket, mutually part. No, I'm saying, like, Foote's been a coach for like 2 years.
Two and a half, yeah.
Moser, that's weird because Tocchet was his boss, and then he sort of just says, I'm outie, and then Foote remains behind to take the job.
I think Tocchet wanted to work his way back to Philly, and he did, obviously. He got the Flyers head coaching job. This is how it goes down. Footer is doing the games with Riker and I, right, on occasion?
Mm-hmm.
In the booth the next day, he's like, yeah, boys, I got to go.
I remember that.
Right,
I remember that. It was like, you guys were great, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I'm outie.
Yeah, he's our part. What do you mean you got to go? Yeah, go to Vancouver and coach. All right. So that's when Boudreaux got fired and Tocchet took go. Okay, fine. So he goes and
Boudreaux.
He's done
Rick took it.
He's done a tremendous job with that blue line, especially Quinn Hughes.
Well, obviously good enough for them to be like, here's the keys.
Right. So, I mean, he's been very good for them. The blue line there loves him. And so I think that probably had an influence on it. And they're like, hey, Rick's gone, but don't Footer, hang on a sec. Let's talk. So he's going to give it his best shot. So good for him. I mean, good luck.
I mean, Vic, you thought it was weird that Tocchet leaves and then they just give it to the assistant coach underneath him. Could be saying that with the Nuggets for all we know. I mean, right? They're like, go him alone, and then it's like maybe Adelman's going to get the job. Who knows? But schedule release yesterday. Can I say one thing on the front end of the NFL schedule release stuff? I'm done with your videos, okay? Everybody's like, oh, my God, did you see the Commanders do the who cares? I'm not into the videos anymore. It was cute for a minute, and I'm done with them, okay?
They are getting a little, yeah, I'm not. There was a couple, though. The Tennessee Titans one I thought was tremendous.
The Tennessee, everybody loves. Did you see the Chargers do Minecraft? Yeah,
I'm not doing cartoons. All of you keep doing cartoons, you've lost me. But schedule Rizzy, a takeoff on Big Pharma commercials by Tennessee, outstanding.
The Titans always seem to do a pretty darn good one.
Outstanding.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going through 32 of your little videos anymore.
Well, I did.
Okay,
I did.
You
exactly
went through
that
all of
last
them.
night. I went through every single one of them.
Listen, when you got a hole in your head, you got nothing else to do.
I guess you're right. But the Broncos schedule comes out, and again, the DMVR guys, I think it was Zach Stevens, said that reportedly Sean Payton really likes this schedule. I looked through it. I think some parts of this are really tough, to be honest with you. Here's what's nice. The first couple of games feel like an on-ramp.
Correct.
Like, you get Tennessee with a quarterback playing his first game against what should be a very good defense. That should work out in your favor.
You should get up to speed pretty quickly. You ever get behind somebody who's on the on-ramp doing like 45?
Oh, I hate that.
And you got to merge to like a 75. You're like, hey.
It's like, pick it up.
Let's go, lady.
Then they get Indy in week 2. Okay, fine. Indy is not a difficult team at all. I think that nobody has more disbelief in Anthony Richardson as a quarterback than the Colts organization does, and they're forced to play him, which I think is funny. So I think those are – but after that, at L.A., Cincinnati at home, and at Philly is 3 really tough weeks in a row.
I would rather play Cincinnati early in the season.
True.
When they suck, and then they get hot late in the season.
And you're home. You don't have to go to Cincy.
And then you get, you keep looking down the schedule. I don't think at Houston's an easy game. Obviously, 2 games against Kansas City, 2 against. I even think the Raiders going to be a little bit better this year. You're at Washington this season. That one's not going to be easy. Playing against Green Bay is going to be tough. Like, there's just a few of these, including ones that, like, if you look deeper into them, 2 games that feel like they're really easy are you got back-to-back weeks against the New York teams. Well, one of those games is in London, which always weird things happen at 7:30 in the morning on a Sunday.
Right, it's right.
But seriously,
Right,
like it's hard
right,
to predict London games.
Right.
We discussed this yesterday. To me, the biggest surprise of the schedule is that you're playing in London week 6, turning around, and then playing at home the next week.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. And you're playing against the Giants, which you look at on the schedule like, oh, dub. But after coming back from London, that game could get screwy too. Who knows? I'm just saying, I think it's a little bit more difficult than people think on the surface. I had a whole bunch of people in the appetizer telling me 11 easy wins on the schedule is what they said. I was like, 11 easy wins? That feels steep. Really steep.
I thought it was a requirement after a game in London, the following week's a bye. I thought that was sort of part of the deal. And yet they're required to fly back to Denver and then play the following week. I don't get that.
Well, yeah, I don't. How long are they going to be there? Like, when do they arrive in London?
Well, here's the deal. They're playing at Philly week 5. I guarantee here's what the Broncos are going to do.
Yeah,
they're going to play at Philly week 5. They're going to stay on the East Coast.
Yep.
Stay there or go to London early.
Just go straight over.
Exactly.
Yeah. So bring all your stuff. Bring it up for a week and a half, basically, is what it is.
By the way, I'm going to make an audible here. Moj, you're going to do your predictions at 8:20. I'm going to save those.
Sounds good.
So at 8:20.
I can't talk. My tongue keeps going back to the hole in my mouth.
I don't need to know what your tongue's doing.
It's the weirdest thing ever.
I have
So
zero.
you feel like a child who lost their tooth and they can't stop going like this?
Yeah. I have zero
Like that
interest in
thing?
what your tongue can or cannot do.
No, but it's not a hole. This is a deep abyss. This may go all the way down to my feet.
Okay. Well, as you deal with the hole in your face, I have a question regarding this. A lot of people are, again, from what I saw at least in the appetizer, really optimistic about what the Broncos season is going to be after seeing this schedule. A lot of people predicting, 11, 12, 13 wins. And I would caution just in this. Everybody is under the assumption, like if I were to poll the fan bases of all 32 teams in the NFL, and I asked them this question, do you think you have more wins this year than you had last year? I would bet about 28 would say yeah, right? Most fan bases are like, dude, did you see the offseason we had? We crushed it. And I think the Broncos did. I think they had a great offseason. Solidified their secondary with Barron and Hufanga, improved their linebacking room with Greenlaw, kept your D-line together. You got a tight end. You drafted a running back that you feel like you believe in. But I am kind of concerned what second-year Bo Nix looks like. Because one of two things is going to happen here.
I heard you use a word on the way in that concerned me.
Well, there's going to be either a second-year wall that he hits, much like C.J. Stroud did last year. Here's the difference in Houston, though. When you play in the AFC South, it doesn't matter.
Because the whole
they're
division
terrible.
is so easy. Correct.
So his wall that he hit had no effect on them winning the division because their division was terrible.
That's correct.
So you don't have that ability if you do hit a wall. That's one.
You used a word, though, on the way in that concerned me.
Okay, what is it?
You said that he has a chance to be a superstar this year.
Well, that's the other thing. If you don't hit the wall and all the things that people are saying, like 11, 12, 13 win season, that only happens, Moshe, if he plays really well. There's no wall that he hits and you win 12 games.
I don't throw around the word superstar very often. I don't like to do that. And I think, boy, that's really lofty stuff. I mean, you're talking like Joe Burrow superstar. You're talking like Lamar Jackson superstar. What's your definition of superstar? And when does it stop? When does it end to just pretty damn good?
I would say probably if you're top 7-ish quarterback in the league.
Okay.
7, 8?
I don't think the kid's a superstar.
I didn't say that I think he is. I said if you get through this season and you win like 12 games and you potentially win the division, then he's absolutely going to be in those talks.
Was Brock Purdy superstarish?
No.
Okay. I mean, but he's done that. I guess our definitions are different. I just thought that's a lot of expectation for the kid. I think he's good.
But I don't
he's better than I thought.
But then you misheard me. I'm not expecting him to do that.
Sam Darnold was a top 5 quarterback. Is he a superstar?
Who's a top 5? When was he top 5?
He threw for the 5th most yards in the league.
And his team told him to beat it for a guy that's never played before.
35 touchdowns and 12 picks on the year.
And his team told him to beat it for a guy who's never played before.
Because they expended all the draft capital on the kid.
Well, San Francisco did that with Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy won the job.
He got paid in Seattle, did he not? He got a lot of bread.
I'm not using that word.
Okay.
I'm not using that word with him. I'm saying if you get to that level, though, if you win 12 games, then he's going to be in those discussions. I had one bigger concern, and I don't know what you think. I'm just going to let Vic feel the hole in his face. One thing that the Broncos have had for 2 straight years, and it's rare, God, have they been healthy.
Correct.
Like, incredibly healthy. And they've been healthy where it matters. You know where they've had, like, no injuries for 2 straight years?
Offensive line.
Both?
Yeah, both lines.
Their D-line and O-line.
Well, you better, hey, right now, hit the wood. You can't say that into an open mic without.
I thought you were the non-superstitious guy.
I am, but right now, this hole in my head changes everything.
All right, let me follow up on that. You're right. You're right. They've been remarkably healthy, and that's a big thing. I mean, I don't think people should underestimate how important that truly is. Jeff Legwold always says, and he's completely right, I'm very curious to see how the league prepares for Jaden Daniels this year, how the league prepares for Bo Nix this year. It's that second year when they have opposing defenses. You know what they have on you? Film. And they got everything on you. They've already broken down, and it's just sitting there waiting to be used. They've already broken down everything you like to do and everything that you hate to do. Everything that really makes you mad as a quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now, the good quarterbacks start to overcome the things they hate to do, or they start to excel at the things that they like to do the least, and they're still incredibly effective. We'll see how he adapts. We'll see how Jaden adapts. Again, Stroud struggled in year number 2 a little bit, but his division stunk, and now he's going. His toolbox is opening up, and we think he's going to be really, really good again.
Right.
So that's just the way it works, man. And they're going to throw a lot of stuff at the kid this year, a lot. Can he handle it? I think that he probably can, and I think he'll do it with aplomb, but they're going to throw a lot at him. So this is going to be a very testing type of year.
Still think, you know, what's really interesting last year is I think the Broncos were undefeated in games they were favored. I think they won every game that they were favored in last year.
I believe that is correct, yeah.
The issue became when you played against teams that you weren't favored against. And I'm going to throw out the first couple of weeks because that was Bo Nix's first starts, so I'm not counting Seattle or Pittsburgh. But week 6 against LA, remember, that was a 23-16 game that was like 23-0 with 5 minutes left or whatever. That one you got kicked in pretty good. The Baltimore game was the next loss where you lost by 31. That one pretty good, right? Then it was Kansas City where you should have had it, had the game-winning field goal blocked. And then the next 2 were LA again in Cincinnati, along with Buffalo in the postseason, obviously. But that's the next step, right? Can you now win games in which you weren't expected to win? Because they did the initial thing. Go ahead, Vic.
And will Bo Nix take another step up the ladder, or will you have the sophomore slide?
Yeah.
You know, that's always a worry. Sophomore slide happened in Houston. Although they got to the playoffs, statistically, he took a little bit of a slide.
Yeah, but they didn't have Kansas City to deal with, so it didn't matter.
Exactly. You know what? It's funny. I'm watching NBA playoffs last night, and I'm thinking to myself, it's where you live most of the time, your success rate. Like the Houston Texans' success rate, the Patriots when they were going to Super Bowls. My God, isn't it so much easier when you have no one around you, no one in your neighborhood that's a threat? Everybody else sucks. Imagine the Texans division versus the Broncos. I mean, it's night and day. It's not even close. Last night, I'm watching Minnesota advance to the Western Conference Finals. Guess who they're going to play there? A team from the same division. The Northwest Division in the NBA has been the most competitive, most talent-rich division in basketball 3 years running.
How about the Central in the NHL?
Exactly.
Exactly. The Central got
it's
5.
Where you live.
The Central got 5 teams in this year.
Well, I
5.
To go ESPN about it, LeBron made 8 consecutive NBA Finals. Does he do that if he plays in the Western Conference? Probably not.
Probably not.
It really is where you
like
live.
it nailed by the king.
No, I don't. And we don't anymore. Thank goodness.
Colts delete Minecraft schedule from social media. What? Why? What happened with the
Did they
Colts
do a
Minecraft
I think it was
schedule?
Allegedly, it was because they had Tyreek Hill as a Dolphin getting arrested by the Coast Guard, and then maybe they thought that was in poor taste.
What?
Soft.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, in the video, Tyreek Hill was a Dolphin since, as you know, he plays for the Miami
Remember
Dolphins.
Tyreek Hill got arrested
And
before
then
he
he's
Oh, they
been-
had him as a real dolphin?
Yes, and the Coast Guard arrested
The
him
dolphin.
as
Like
the
a,
Dolphin.
like a
yes.
bottlenose dolphin.
So they thought maybe making a Tyreek Hill arrest joke was over the line for a schedule announcement video.
Yeah, it
What
kinda
is
sounds
the
like it
line
is,
when
yeah.
it comes to schedule announcements? Because we've seen some lines being towed, I should say.
Yeah.
We've seen some over the years. What is did you see in the Broncos? They had the Giants when, the Broncos schedule is a bunch of mutton busting, kids riding sheep.
Yeah.
And when they talked about the Giants, they said, "Ooh, they're going to regret that." And I think that's in reference to the Giants signing Russell Wilson.
I saw the same thing, and I thought the same thing. Like that was a shot at them signing Russ. Now,
Who cares? I mean, come on, man. Who gives a rat's rip? Really?
I would love, by the way, to be in the locker room. Like if, let's say, the Dolphins and Colts, I don't know when they play. Let's say it's week 8. That you're in the Dolphins locker room, and Mike McDaniel goes, "I got some bulletin board material. Look at what the Colts did to us
Pulls
in
up the
their
cartoon.
preseason schedule release video." It's like, who cares?
I know. So,
Tyreek, can you believe they did that
but
to you?
why would a real dolphin get arrested anyway?
Oh, God, Moshe. It's a cartoon. Oh, you know what? Why does the Roadrunner always get away with it?
No,
Why
man,
can't
it's-
Wile E. Coyote ever
it's just-
catch him?
it
Why
doesn't
does
make any
Lassie
sense.
always save the day?
Pull over Seabass. You're under arrest for what?
Why is-
Mistreatment of kelp.
Why is Scooby-Doo part of them?
What?
Why is Scooby-Doo... He can't... Dogs can't talk!
All right.
I think Scooby and Thelma had something going on.
Oh, for God's
Scooby?
sake. All right, let's go to break.
Did you say Thelma?
Isn't that her name?
Her name's Delma, but it doesn't.
No, it's
Velma.
It's Velma.
Velma!
with a V, right? Velma. That's what I meant.
I don't watch cartoons.
And who was it? Freddie and Daphne? Those are the ones that were like, everybody's fighting crime. Freddie and Daphne are in a closet somewhere. Like, hey, guys, you want to help us solve the mystery or not? What's going on?
We're good.
God. All right. And there's your cartoon update for the day. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hey, guys, are you dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction whatsoever? Is it a problem for you? Are you on the pills? Maybe they're working okay. Could be better. Well, then go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get yourself taken care of because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Now, this is your business. I'm not getting in your business. I'm just telling you, you can get yourself fixed if you got an issue. It's 2025. Why wouldn't you do that? No reason to be embarrassed or anything of that nature. Just get yourself fixed and be a happier, better person with a better relationship. They got success rates well over 90%, and they've treated the Front Range here successfully, tens of thousands of men for nearly a decade. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so do yourself a favor. Schedule that consult today. You get the T, the PSA test, Colorado licensed medical provider will go over everything, and medically advised to test those in the office. If it doesn't work, the appointment's free, but it's going to work. And you're going to be better. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, Vic, you got a feeling. You got a feeling yesterday.
Kenny Smith has the same feeling. Last night on the postgame show, Kenny Smith said, let me tell you something right now. OKC does not want to see Game 7 back home. He said it. They do not want to see a Game 7 with Jokic back home in their place. As much as everybody, and I agree, when you're facing elimination, the pressure's on you. But I'm telling you right now, OKC better go all out tonight. Because if they lose tonight, who's the pressure on Sunday?
It's going to be on them as the number 1 seed, even though they're going to be at home. I mean, Game 7s are squirrely. Anything can happen. So, yeah, I'm sure they realize that. So maybe they'll go all out tonight. I think the Nuggets are winning tonight. I think this is going 7. They're going to have 2 days off. And then Sunday at what time Sunday? Sunday day?
1:30.
Then Sunday day, let it all hang out.
Well, the winner in all this is Minnesota, who, if this does go 7 for the Nuggets and the Thunder, Minnesota's going to have a week off, an entire week of rest before that series starts again. They're going to be chilling.
God, man, it's amazing the gifts that some of these teams are dealt in the postseason. That, you face Golden State and they lose Steph. By the way, what happened to playoff Jimmy?
He gone.
Jimmy Butler was awful. Like, terrible.
As soon as Steph Curry was out, that series was over.
Well, I understand, but isn't this what Jimmy has been known for, that in the playoffs he carries Miami to finals appearances and stuff like that? What the hell happened? But secondly, it's like he gets injured. You have injuries that's really all over the playoffs. I mean, Tatum tears his Achilles. I know that series felt like it was pretty much over by the time that happened anyway, but still, guys dropping like flies. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, the Nuggets are contending with a team that's like, we'll go like 12 deep if we have to. It's fine. Yeah, we'll be okay. And the Nuggets have one guy who can't use his shoulder, and they're like, I'm going to need you to give me 38 minutes tonight. How's that sound?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
I'm with you guys. I mean, I don't think I'm as forceful about the optimism as Vic seems to be. I think the Nuggets win. I still am a little concerned with the late game stuff.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that they won't have the legs that OKC will late, so if you don't have a huge cushion, that you could be in some trouble.
Well, you should be concerned because it's a trend. I mean, listen, if the Nuggets do not win tonight, I will be disappointed. It feels like we're playing with house money based on what we all felt at the end of the regular season, where a lot of people didn't even know if they'd get past the first round. They did. A lot of people didn't expect them to be competitive against OKC. Hell, this series should be over. I mean, they should have beaten them by now, so they did. But tonight, if you look at the history of the Nuggets and who they are and what they are, when they're doubted, they're at their best. Tonight's a game they should win. And you should feel upset if they don't win tonight. I can't say the same thing about the series. If they don't win the series, I get it. But tonight they should win.
I know everything packs in the postseason for all teams. It does. Just packs in, gets tighter. But have you had any recon opportunity here in the last couple of days? As you made it home, discussions with people, talks, feelings, thoughts, moods, anything of that nature? Or is it just going in, hey, man, whatever happens, happens?
Recon about what?
Thoughts, moods, feelings.
Well, I'm going to tell you what the thoughts were.
Positivity, confidence around this team.
Let me tell you what the thoughts were in the locker room
there.
after the game. So everybody always assumes, in fact, my brother said, oh, man, it just seems like the fans care more than the players. And I'm going to tell you, when the players, I'm sitting next to the locker room as the players are walking in, right, for postgame the other night. I don't recall, and it's been a long time, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw so many angry Nuggets players. And I'm not going to tell you who said it, but there's a lot of cursing. There was a lot of that's the second time we let that happen. It's defiant. They were not head down thinking about Cancun, put it that way. They were angry. And in the locker room afterwards, every soundbite we got was almost a foregone conclusion that the series is going back to Oklahoma City.
Okay, then show it. If there's anger and angst and we let it get over, then go show it. If you want to make up for it, you go show it tonight in Game 6 and you get it done.
Now, I love that attitude. Go show it.
Get off the mat and go.
You could put your head down and play hard. At the end of the day, you got to make shots. At the end of the day, basketball is such a simple game. It's so simple. Everybody, play hard. Play defense. Get back. Rebound. Second chance. Make shots. Make shots, and none of that matters.
The Bull Durham manager. I mean, let's think about it. That famous line in the shower scene, the Bull Durham manager. Baseball is a simple game. You throw the ball. You catch the ball. You hit the ball.
And on the surface,
you shoot the ball and make shot because you can. It's not like we're asking guys who hey, listen, DJ, I'm going to need you to take at least 10 threes tonight and make 7 of them. I mean, that can't happen. That would never happen. You know what I mean? But you're asking guys who they routinely do it and they can do it very well. Let's do it.
Yeah, it comes down to I think just a couple of guys. We can talk about Jamal. We can talk about the others on this team that, hey, if Westbrook's is this, I think more than anything else, what we've seen over the course of this series, for the most part, especially in Game 5, when the game's tight, late, Jokic did his job in Game 5 and nobody else did. And it really felt like if just one other guy could do something, that's all it would take.
I don't see MPJ, Russ, and Christian Brown. Everything can happen, but I think they'll shoot better tonight. Problem is, every time we say trends are going to reverse, maybe Joker doesn't shoot as well tonight.
Right.
We can't assume that. I mean, Joker broke out in that game, but maybe they treat him differently tonight.
He said
maybe this is one of those games where Joker, sort of returns to that Joker we saw the last 3, and everybody else has to carry him.
He's had 3 bad shooting games in this series and 2 good ones. Game 1 and Game 5 were his good ones. Now, I would imagine that Jokic with a real incentive, which is I'm going home if I don't win this game, I can't see him having an off night tonight, no matter what OKC does to try and stop him. I think he'll just find a way. Adelman actually said that. It's something we didn't mention, at least on this show, that Adelman said heading into Game 5 that Jokic watched a lot of tape, and he said something, I don't know if you remember this, Vic. I'll paraphrase it, that Jokic found something. And then in Game 5, he goes off for 44 points.
Find it again.
Well,
or if you have it, show it again.
He faced up and hit jumpers early. And when you face up and you hit those little leaners early, it forces them to come out to you, and then you can act a little more. Plus, he's making threes. When he makes threes, it's over. I think we can all agree. If Joker makes early threes, game's over.
You know how Jokic can easily get a one-on-one, by the way? Because you said it face up. When he's got his back to the basket, it's hard to see where the help is coming from. But when Jokic does this number, I always think this is the funniest shot Jokic has in his bag. Because it looks the laziest and somehow the easiest. He's faced up, guy in front, he does this. Step.
Yeah.
And then he just leans back and shoots over the guy. And you're like, well, how was it that easy just to get that shot off? But they're terrified. So he's going to make a move on him.
So let me ask you guys this. Tonight, given the circumstances, it's a must-win. Do you dabble with the lineup change? Do you do anything differently? Is it the same starting 5?
I think it probably
same
I think it is.
Same 5, yeah.
Right, so we established that. Now, what do you do differently during the course of the game?
If Mike can't shoot, then get him out. His sole purpose in life, well, I guess it's going to be P-Watt.
It could. You know what? I didn't mind. Strother I thought was fine in his minutes. Like maybe
you want to go small, put Julian in. That's fine too.
It's not even about going small. It's just what is the mindset you want. Yeah. You could put Peyton Watson in, and maybe Peyton can hit a couple corner threes, but he's more defensive. Or if you still want the spacing part, Strother would bring that. So
can I offer something else? Why? There's many reasons why the Nuggets beat the Clippers, but what is one of the behind the scenes? Why do we know the Nuggets were able to beat the Clippers? Because Russell Westbrook was so good off the bench, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
so good. So over the last 2 games, and this is something that I think gets lost because everybody's blaming MPJ. Everybody's on MPJ. Over the last 2 games, Russell Westbrook is 3 for 19.
Yep.
Not good, Vic.
So I think it's more than just one player. It's always more. He's your bench. He is your bench.
He's most of your bench.
He's your bench. The reason why the Nuggets beat the Clippers is because he, representing your bench, outplayed them in many games. Those numbers over the last 2 games, big reason why you couldn't beat them.
Watching the East preview real quick, Brett, I can't help but think, man, would Derek White look good.
Hey,
the Nuggets,
Boston's going to have to blow up that team, bro.
I know. Listen, if Derek White is on this Nuggets team,
come on.
You know what? The Celtics are an example right now. They're feeling what the Nuggets are going through. This new CBA and all the aprons that people are wearing.
Yep.
What it's doing to these teams, it's not about having stars, throwing a bunch of stars out there. You have to construct your roster properly or you are screwed.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. Back after this.
Gonna find out right now. Yeah, it's the same as me.
Yeah, just like a quick aside, Moser's season predictions, by the way, for the Broncos, it's one of our joys that we have every May, where he goes through not knowing anything that's going to happen 5 months from now, goes through every single game on the Broncos schedule and gives his prediction. So that's going to happen at 8:20. I was just telling Moser, now you guys know this about me. I can't stand Rory. I really can't. I got the PGA Championship on my computer right now.
You don't like smaller people.
Well, you know what? If you're a small guy with a Napoleon complex, you're probably right about that.
He's not really little, dude.
He is.
He's my size.
He's very tiny.
He's exactly my size.
I saw him at the BMW. He's like this tall.
I've stood right next to him. He's not tiny.
He's exactly my size. Exactly.
It's because Moser's shrinking. He doesn't notice when people are getting.
Okay, now you know what? That's a real jerk.
I went back to back
thing to say.
He's 100% my size.
Yeah.
He's much bulkier and stronger down low. He's got big, thick legs.
Did you see his answer? Nelly, can you find this for me? Somebody asked him the other day before this tournament started, hey, man, it was just a fun question. Like, hey, if you're forced to trade one aspect of your game for somebody else's, that's the question. And the fact that he wouldn't even play along, I can't stand this guy. I can't. Everybody was asking me after he won the Masters, and I was like pulling hard for Bryson. And they're like, well, what do you hate about Rory? I'm like, kind of everything, to be honest. Like he's got a beautiful golf game. He's amazing, but the guy, I can't stand the guy.
Why am I like that though? I'm very. I don't even know the word. I have guys that I like, and I have guys I don't like. You know what I mean? And I'm very territorial when it comes to my golfers. Why?
I don't know.
Everybody's
like that. I mean, that's not a surprise. I personally like Rory. Would I like him to show a little more, personality? Sure. But I like him. And I think he's great for golf. When he wins, golf wins.
Maybe he's just a drip, Vic. Maybe he doesn't have a personality.
You know what? Like he's just a very. What made it hard for me to initially get into golf was the stuffiness that I felt like surrounded it. But that just depended on who you were playing with and stuff like that. But he's the stuffy guy. He's the golf we have our traditions.
Brett, a lot of that is age too. The older you get, the more stuffy you get. That's just part of maturity.
Not me.
Oh, you will.
I'm offended if nobody's playing music on the course.
Brett, take yourself back 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Would you see yourself this attached to golf and everything?
No, but I like the sport. I don't like the stuffiness of it still. Like that hasn't changed.
Nobody likes to be stuffy, but you follow the alignment of the sport.
Okay, so do you have this ready, Nelly? Oh, 1 second. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So we'll have this in just a second. But it's just an example, like just another one that and look, I'm the sucker where I'm like, hey, the YouTube golf thing, I'm kind of into it. I think some of those guys anyway are funny.
Bryson DeChambeau rejuvenated his career thanks to YouTube.
Well, he rehabbed his personality.
Yeah, my son loves him. He's my son's favorite golfer. During the Masters, when he was going toe-to-toe with Rory, he was going for Bryson. I said, why Bryson? He goes, he's so big on YouTube. Everybody watches his stuff.
I just watched his video yesterday. He put one out where he's going to public courses and trying to break the course record. And it's like, it's a fun watch. It's fun. And I wonder if, I know he's really strict on diet and stuff. Bryson doesn't curse on his channel. And I think that's intentional. But anyway.
John Daly did.
Oh, yes, he did.
See, now, John Daly has jumped the shark. He bothers me.
It's a lot.
Barefoot, smoking, a drink in hand. Hey, check me out. I'm a golfer. I mean, that to me, it's stupid.
That's a lot the opposite way. I agree.
Stupid. It's not. It's just stupid.
But let's just listen to this, Vic, and you tell me what you think. Go ahead.
When you're looking at the four parts of the game, driving, approach, putting, around the green, if you were forced to trade one of those elements of your game for anybody currently playing, which would you choose? Which part of the game, and who would you replace it with?
I wouldn't trade.
If you're forced to.
But I'm not.
If I asked you what part of a game you admired in somebody else, what other player, like who's somebody you admire putting, for instance?
I'm focused on my game.
All right.
Hey, how about you just answer the fun question? How about you just answer it?
Yeah, that's dill-baggish.
How about you just say,
That
I
is
like
complete dill-bag.
I like Shoffley around the greens. Well, how hard is that to say?
Yeah. I don't disagree. That sounded very calm down, dude. But at the same, maybe he didn't want to offend somebody. Maybe he didn't want to.
It would be a compliment to someone.
No, but maybe there's other. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning.
Does he have any friends on the tour?
Yeah, his best friend
Lowry,
is
right?
Lowry, Shane Lowry. They hang out.
You know what?
all the
I wish I had Shane Lowry's beard. Make it funny.
Yeah.
Make it.
Yeah.
Make it.
Like, that is the perfect example of why I can't stand
Well, let me tell you. He feels like he's been burned by the media with his personal life. He feels like the media has burned him, so he's going to do everything he can not to give them anything. I'm going to give you his perspective.
How does the guy, when every single media member outside of like me was praising him to the gods for winning the Masters, feel like he's jilted by the media? It's like a real LeBron complex going on.
You have a legitimate complaint there. There's no reason not to have fun with that question. By the way, that question was pretty deep and compounded. I'm like, okay.
It was a lot, but it was also just be like...
but all those sycophants.
Stupid ass questions.
Who doesn't like the good old media laugh?
That really was like a 6-part question. It was like, okay.
Well, he simplified it afterwards. He's like, all right, then just tell me something you admire about somebody's game that's in the field right now.
I'm focused on my game.
What's the question?
All right.
I think it was badass that he went an entire round. Playing alongside at the Masters, and he didn't say a word, not a word to Byron.
Bryson. Isn't that kind of normal? Do those guys talk to each other when they're in an intense battle in the final round?
There's some chit chat. There's some like, hey, pick that up. You're good, or I got. There's some. He didn't say a word.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I bet you if he was playing with Tiger that final round, he might have said a word to him. Ugh. Anyway,
I'm with you.
We can move on.
I'm with you.
Wait, are you turning into Rory hater?
I'm there.
You're turning.
I was already leaning.
All right.
I was already leaning.
I have an ally.
Now
who's your favorite golfer?
I like Xander a lot. I think Xander's got a fun personality. And part of it's I've seen him on some of those YouTube shows with some of the other guys, and he seems pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Xander, I would say. I like Bryson, too. I like Bryson a lot.
I like Bryson. Doesn't bother me that he's on the LIV Tour. He's approachable, accommodating. It does bother me the way he putts with everything straight like that. That bothers the hell out of me.
Oh, and Patrick Reed is also one of my favorites. That was just for Moser. Anyway, let's move on.
I've recused myself because now I'm just mad.
Okay, so the Nuggets will play at 6:30 tonight. Pre-game's going to be at 6. Every show after us starting at 10 o'clock is going to be broadcasting from Ball Arena, leading all the way up to the game, through the game, and then even after the game. So all of that is coming your way on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 today. You know what we haven't done a lot in this series, and I think it's appropriate that we've just been kind of really focused on the Nuggets and what the Nuggets can do. We don't talk about the opponent very much. Like, it's a lot about, if you guys remember in the LA series, how do you stop James Harden? How do you stop Kawhi from the mid-range stuff? We don't really talk about OKC.
We haven't talked a lot about Shea.
Yeah.
Specific, not nearly the way we did about Kawhi and Harden.
But I'll say this. I think the Nuggets, for as bad as they were defensively during the regular season, have done a pretty damn good job against OKC with the amount of weapons they have that can throw.
Well, the Nuggets proved that they can play defense,
yeah.
Right? What they did in the regular season was just simply they weren't into it, and now they're into it. They're playing defense. I do want to ask you guys this regarding Shea, because he's going to win the MVP award, and hell, it could happen. If the Nuggets win tonight, he could get awarded that thing over the next 2 days, and they could present it Sunday, or they could wait till the next round. I am told that maybe the NBA does not want to do it during the series in which 2 MVP candidates are facing off. They don't want to distract. So they could wait until after the series. That's what I'm told. So keep that in the back of your mind.
What if the Nuggets win?
Well, Nuggets win, then they award it to Shea after the series, and he doesn't get to do it at home.
Good. That'd be great.
That'd be great. All right. Now, I want to get your impressions. With no disrespect to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, he's a great player. He's going to win the MVP. Guys, I'm like, Okay.
You know what?
He doesn't blow me away.
It's so funny you mention that. Like, Shea puts up numbers, right? He gets 31 points or whatever like he got in Game 5, and he's putting up stats and box score stuff. You watch him play, though, the impact of the game does not feel like MVP special. Now, he's going to win MVP. Yeah. But I know exactly what you're talking about, Vic.
It's weird.
Exactly.
It's like he doesn't take your breath away. Like, Nikola takes your breath away with some of the stuff he does. He's sort of, he's a high-volume scorer. High volume.
He's a good player.
Yeah, but I don't mean to be disrespectful by saying that. It's my honest take.
You said something the other day, though, that was, I thought, incredibly accurate. You know what OKC is, and I know they have different guys and whatnot, but, Vic, you said they've got a lot of clones. It feels like they do. Now, I'm not talking about the two bigs, and Shea obviously is wonderful, but they got a lot of guys, including two guys with the same name, even though there's big Jalen and there's smaller Jalen. They're both.
But Caruso is Dort. And
they got a bunch of guys who do the same stuff all the time, right?
Yeah.
And you bring the Wiggins and the who am I forgetting? The other guy,
Mason Wallace,
Isaiah
Joe.
Wallace. Yeah, Joe. All these guys are kind of clones. You can plug and play. And so if one guy's in foul trouble, who cares? You put his clone in, and that guy does a good job too. I mean, it's pretty interesting, Vic. That was a very accurate point. And the more I think about it, maybe that's why we don't talk about specific guys like that as much, because a lot of guys do the same thing.
If there's one thing we've learned watching this series, and I wish the MVP award was, I wish that all the people voting for the MVP got a chance to watch this series before they gave their vote, because what it does prove is SGA has such a deeper support system.
Yeah.
He has such a support system on his back to help him. If he's having a bad night, man, he's got options everywhere. Options. If Joker has a bad night, like, we are shocked that the Nuggets won Game 7 of the first round the way they did with Joker having a bad night.
Yeah.
That's just the difference between the two is the support systems.
It's like the Thunder can win if Shea isn't really good. The Nuggets, it's almost impossible.
Well,
I mean, they did do it. But
when the Nuggets, when Joker scores a ton of points, the Nuggets don't fare well. The key tonight, and I know we're going to get the keys later.
It is the assists. It's the assists.
Yeah, it's the assists.
We keep talking about it. It's the assists.
We talked about it
everything
yesterday.
else is fine.
Yeah.
The boards are fine. The offensive glass has been okay. I mean, listen, Oklahoma City's going to get theirs because they're a damn good team.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to get a piece of the pie. But it's the assists. It's the Joker who's still dishing the ball. He's still finding guys, Vic, they're just not making.
Let me make it very easy on you. Nuggets win tonight guaranteed if Joker has double-digit assists. And in this series, he's averaged, what, 5.5?
Closer to 5 even.
Okay. If you can double that and you give me double-digit assists, that means teammates are making shots. They will win the game.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He's yet to have one of those. Even in that game where he puts up 44, it's still 5 assists at the end of the night.
Dude, this is such a big stage for the Nuggets. Their only show, right? There's no other NBA game tonight.
Yeah.
This is it. One game, the entire country, do or die, elimination game. Win tonight, you get 2 days off before Sunday.
That building is going to be great tonight.
Yep.
That building is going to be great.
So,
and by the way, we don't need more tickets for you. Sorry. We've been giving them out like Halloween candy for weeks.
The only reason why there's no more words in the dictionary we could use for you.
Pretty much. That's
done.
pretty much it. Hey, once you hit platypus, man. Yeah,
sandwich.
You've come to the end.
So we'll get back to this with Keys to the Game at 8:45. In the meantime, it's time for our annual tradition. Moser goes through every game of the Broncos schedule and makes his season prediction on May 15th.
Hey, look at my shirt. Damani gave this to me, Vic. I'm going to pet it, and I'm going to predict.
Let's get to it next. That game tonight, you can check it out on the Circa Sportsbook as Game 6 has the Nuggets at 4.5-point dogs tonight. But here's what's fun. Along with all the game props and all the other stuff that you could imagine, the live game odds, all of that Circa Sports has to offer, they also have the series prizes. And especially if you think the Nuggets are in for an upset, well, guess what? That number right now is plus 700. $100 gets you 700 for them to win the series if you go right now to the Circa Sportsbook. And I suggest you do because they have the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. We have been, with bated breath, awaiting the Broncos' schedule release just to hear what Moser has to say about this upcoming season. By the way, Nelly, you did the research. Last year, Moser's prediction for the Broncos was what?
It was 7-10, and actually I compiled it into a spreadsheet. Would you like to see?
Oh, there you go.
All right, let me actually, no, I'm not going to make a full screen, so it'll be a little bit easier to view.
So you correctly predicted 12 games of last year, but your overall win-loss record was 3 games off. And I'll be honest with you, Moj, if I were to do that prediction, I would have been way worse because I thought the Broncos would be one of the worst teams in the league before the season started. That's how I felt. So, pretty good. He even has this into crushing defeat, crushing wins, and dubs. That's how much in this spreadsheet that Nelly has got to.
Or my favorite was for the Jets game. Moser said, and I quote, "Is Aaron alive? Loss."
So, Moj, when we go through the schedule, did you think this through, or is this just top of mind?
A little bit of both. Yeah, it's a little bit of both, Vic.
Right.
I definitely thought it through, but I also go with tingles and vibrations. You know what I mean?
Without further ado, Moser's 17-game prediction for the Broncos' upcoming season.
By the way, this spreadsheet is pretty impressive, Nelly. Great job.
Very nice. We start with the opening week, September 7th. Tennessee Titans come to Denver at 2:05 in the afternoon, Moj.
I feel bad for the new kid. I feel really bad because the Broncos defense is going to pick him apart big time, beat him down. And Bo Nix, I think, is going to be good. Doesn't have to be, but everybody going to get a piece in this one. That is a dub on the on-ramp to the season right there. Boom.
Week 2. Oh, go ahead, Vic.
No, I mean, a lot of handoffs in that game. You don't need to pass the ball to beat
Correct.
Tennessee.
That is exactly right.
Yeah, can we get R.J. Harvey a 100-yard rusher in week 1? Can we do that? That would be pretty cool. Week 2, they go on the road to Indianapolis. Another 2 o'clock start, Moj.
The Colts last year were 8-9, and they actually were battling for a playoff spot kind of late. You know what I mean?
With the Broncos.
Yeah, with the Broncos. Who cares? Broncos go there and get it done. As you said, the poor Colts, nobody hates their quarterback more than they do, and yet they're like, that's our guy.
Do you guys remember, by the way, the game last year against Indianapolis and how that game went? Do you recall it? The Broncos were down 13-10 heading into the fourth quarter. And then Nick Bonito picked off the double pass.
That's right. The
Yeah,
double
but
pass.
it was called a fumble recovery
Right.
because it was a backward pass. You're right.
And ever since then, the Broncos scored 21 in the fourth, and it looks like a blowout for a game that was actually close and almost a huge disappointment. So
Yeah,
keep that
it
in
was.
mind.
It
But
wa-
Moj, the prediction was what?
That's a win.
That's
And
dub.
That's a dub. And by the way,
Is there-
that Broncos win last year came later in the season.
Yes. No,
This is
they were fighting for that
Yeah.
wild card spot together, yeah.
Is there anything more milquetoast than the Indianapolis Colts?
No, they're just kind of there, right? Week 3, the first real tough one. You go on the road at L.A. to play the Chargers. Another 2 o'clock start.
Nah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah,
I know.
it's gonna be tough. You said that's going to be tough.
That's a loss.
Say it louder.
That's a loss. It's a loss.
Didn't beat the Chargers last year.
I know. The worm has to turn sometime. I'm not saying that the Chargers are better than the Broncos. I'm just saying the law of averages will tell you. Eventually, the Broncos beat the Chiefs, did they not?
Yes, they did.
The worm has to turn sometime. This is probably at week 3.
So,
So
2-1. 2-1
Okay, no
start
problem.
through 3 weeks. That takes us to week 4.
Monday night
football.
Da, 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 da.
At Mile High.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
Monday Night Football.
Can you ask for a
Week
better
4.
week 4 than Joe Burrow and those guys coming to town and Vic?
Broncos, Cincy. What you got?
I love what you said, Vic.
In Denver.
Yeah, the early season Bengals are
Much
different
different.
than late.
Yeah.
It's almost like a little Bengal cub.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's cute, da da da.
Yeah.
And
the
then,
Bengals will start 2-6 like they always do and then rally back.
yeah, then like week 14, Bengals is like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Broncos are going to get a dub on Monday Night Football. It's going to be a close game, but that's going to be a win, close win. But it's going to be on national TV. It's going to be beautiful at Mile High. You're 3-1.
If you remember last year, another matchup that they had late in the season, the Broncos lost that game in overtime 30-24 to Cincinnati.
Yep.
So you think this is the dub?
Yes.
That's a 3-1 start as they go and take on the defending Super Bowl champions in Week 5 at Philly.
They got no shot.
No shot in that game.
No. Not only are you going east where, again, teams in the West, when they go east for the 11 o'clock start, our time, right? The early game east, and you're playing the defending Super Bowl champions, you don't got a shot.
Remember last year's Eastern road trip? They had no shot against Tampa. They won. Then they went to the Briar Patch or whatever the hell that was. Spent a week there.
Yep.
And then they won the following week after that.
Yeah, it's because they played the Jets. The Jets are
So
crap.
through 5 weeks, that's a 3-2 start for the Broncos. As you go to Week 6, where they go across the pond to London, a 7:30 a.m. start against the Jets.
That's all I'm saying. Hey, did you see the video the other day of, what's the actor's name who played Jamie Tart in Ted Lasso?
Phil Dunster.
Phil Dunster. Right. He's got him in Bronco uniform, right? Bronco jerseys. I'm not sure what a Bronco is, but I can't wait to see your Broncos.
Yeah, we'll give it away, Jamie Tart. Was it the horse? The horse head? Maybe the horse that runs on the field?
Hey, dude, a Bronco is a Western thing, bro. Okay. It's a Wild West thing.
Whatever. What about the game? Jets.
That's a big-time win.
Oh, a big-time win.
Yeah, tea and crumpets and stuffing up your crumpet hole. Broncos are going to smoke the Jets. They're going to be a 4-2 football team.
Well, as they leave London, they will come back home the following week. No bye afterwards. The following week, they go back home, and what is assumed to be the return of Russell Wilson as a starting quarterback for the New York Giants.
Mark my words when I say this. There is no way on God's green earth that Russell Wilson and the Giants come to Denver and win. Not a chance in hell.
I don't see Russell Wilson playing in that game.
Probably won't. He'll probably be done by then. 5-2 football team.
Well, yeah, as Jackson Dart is a first-round pick for him. I mean...
And they have Jameis Winston.
But you're no way on God's green earth they lose that game is what
Not
you're
a
saying,
chance.
Moser. All right. So that takes us to what? They're 5-2 now?
5-2.
As they go to Week 8, another home game, this time against the Dallas Cowboys.
When was the last time the Dallas Cowboys were in Denver? How long has it been since the Dallas Cowboys graced us with their presence? It's been a long time. They don't even know what to do when they get off the bus here. That being said, this is going to be a tight one.
What's worse, Texans on the ski mountain or Texans at Mile High?
What?
Well, I don't go skiing, so I'm always told that Texans always invade.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
And when people from Texas ski in jeans, which is just, you've already lost.
The last time they played in Denver was 2017.
Okay. The Denver Broncos are going to win a tight one here. They're going to be a 6-2 football team through 8 weeks.
6-2. That takes us to Week 9. They travel on the road at Houston for an 11 a.m. start.
Loss.
Oh, really? Loss to Houston.
I think it's going to be a funky game, too.
Okay.
Mark that down, Nelly. Funky game.
That's weird that you would. Okay. You must know something we don't.
All right, 6-3 heading into Week 10, short week Thursday night against Vegas in Denver.
This is unfair. You got to play at Houston on Sunday, but you got to play Vegas on Thursday. It's their first home loss of the year.
Wow, they're losing at home to the Raiders.
Yeah.
So that's 8-4 now, heading into Week 11, where
I
they
just
play.
think the schedule makers did them a disservice.
They play them at home, or they play at home again. This time, the first one against Kansas City.
You've got a week and a half to prepare for this game. You got 10 days to prepare for this football game. Hey, Pat, you there? Pat. Oh, no, you ain't there. Good. That's a dub.
So that's 9-4.
Hey, boys, we've got 10 days rest. We can stick it to our division rivals, the pretty boys out of KC, and we have a bye week coming up. Let's go out strong. Let's
hang on
baby.
a second.
Let's go.
Just to recap something, through 11 weeks of this season, you have the Broncos
7-4.
at 7-4. With a tiebreaker over KC, you could be potentially leading the AFC West at that point.
You could be.
So then they head into a bye. coming off the bye. Long break.
Perfect time, man. You got a Thanksgiving bye.
Hang on.
Which is great.
Bye week. The following week off the bye, they have to travel to Washington to play against the Commanders.
That's a loss.
So an L on Sunday Night Football against the Commanders.
And I just think Jaden Daniels, the guy's so special. It's a good football team now. That's a loss. You're 7-5.
So 7-5 heading into week 14 where you play against Vegas again, this time on the road in Vegas.
That is a dub. Can you say dub? I think, no, you can say the dub. Yeah, you're going to go in there and say, hey, look, man, they screwed us on the schedule. We let these guys get one in our joint. Let's get revenge. That's a dub.
8-5 heading into week 15 where they take on Green Bay and Denver.
That is also a dub. Now, I know Jordan Love's going to come. He's going to want to sling that pig all over, but I think weather could be a factor for both teams in that game. Could be.
Oh, like Green Bay's not familiar with weather.
I understand that. I understand. I'm just saying that's a dub.
So that's 9-5.
Yep.
Heading into week 16 in which you play Jacksonville at home.
You will. You're going to kill them. Absolutely slaughter Jacksonville before Christmas. 100%.
Well, that is a 10-5 record. Thursday Night Football at Kansas City.
This is, again, you're playing 4 days later. It's unfair.
That's the second time in the season that they have. Is that possible?
Yeah. Well, it's happening.
Are you allowed to do that? Have 2 weeks in which you only have 4 days prep?
Man, freezing cold Christmas game. Nobody wants to be there. Stinks. You're playing Kansas City. They're going to want revenge for you getting them in your joint. That's a loss.
10-6 heading into the final week in which you play the Los Angeles Chargers at home. Potentially, by the way, to win the division if they're 10-6 at that point.
I've never seen that before where a team has 2 Thursday nighters with only 4 days prep each time, twice in one season.
This is what I was trying to say earlier, guys. This schedule is actually tougher than it looks.
Like, yeah, but I mean, usually they make concessions so that doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah.
To happen twice?
Yeah, not only that, but again, you're talking about you got to play the week after you come home from London. That stinks.
So, again, 10-6.
This is a flex
heading
game
into
now.
the final game.
There could be so much on the line for this game, Brett.
Hold on. 10-6 heading into the final game of the regular season. You're playing against the Chargers at home. And again, if you are 10-6 heading into the final week, you will potentially have an opportunity to win the division. Potentially.
Win.
So that finishes the Broncos.
You mother trucking B. That is a dub. They're going to be an 11-6 football team heading to the postseason. I don't know if they'll win the division, but they're going to be a hell of a wild card.
So that's 11-6 with a 3-3 split within the division.
Correct.
You win one, lose one with each team is what you got.
Yeah, because the Raiders got better, obviously, and they play the Broncos tough, although last year's difference. The Chargers are going to find a way to win one. The Kansas City game on Christmas, 4 days after the Jags game, bothers me.
So it feels like the turning point games, the one that you've called wins that could be close, are Cincinnati and Green Bay at home.
Correct.
Like those could be your turning points into whether you are a 9-win or 11-win football team.
And I'll admit it, for some reason, and I don't know why, boy, the Dallas Cowboys game on the 26th at home also bothers me a little bit.
Well, Dallas is weird because they've played without Dak Prescott for a while, and so
Correct.
It's like you don't have a true feel and read on what that team is.
I need some research. How many teams in the history of the NFL schedule had 2 Thursday nighters in which they only had 3 days to prepare in the same season?
I don't remember it happening. I'm sure it's happened, Vic, but I don't recall it because it wasn't my team.
I think Kansas City faced that last year.
Well, Kansas City's got the same thing this year.
I guess
they got a Sunday, Thursday where they play Indy and then Dallas, and then a Sunday, Thursday in where they play Tennessee and then Denver on Christmas.
Look at it as maybe a positive that the Broncos are that popular that they get these prime video games, right? That people want to see them, that they are a national draw. You're going to London. You've got Monday Night Football. You've got a couple of Thursday prime games. The Christmas one you have to because It's Christmas.
So that's at least 5, right? If we're including the London game, would you consider that national TV or not?
Absolutely I would.
Okay, so that's 5 games in which they're playing in national TV primetime.
Well, it's NFL. It's NFL Network. It's on at 7:30 in the morning. But yeah,
with potentially, I guess, 6 depending on what happens the last week. And I know that they can flex things late in the season, but still. Vic, Moser says 11-6. Your response?
I could see that. I can also see 9-8. I can also. I mean, a lot of it will depend on health. Yep. They were healthy last year.
Mm-hmm.
They were healthy, and they won some close games. I can see that, though. It's not out of the question. Moser's prediction, not one bit.
They're playing some of these games. Like if you're playing at Dallas, that would bother me more.
Dallas plays on Thursday 4 times this year.
Are you serious?
Now they have theirs is not set up that way. Their first game is a Thursday because they're playing the opener.
So that really doesn't count.
So that doesn't really count. They play Kansas City and Detroit on Thursdays. One of those is going to be Thanksgiving against Kansas City. So, but they play back-to-back weeks, so that doesn't really count either.
Okay.
But don't you remember last year the Broncos played on Thursday twice just last season?
They did?
Yeah, remember they had that game where the Broncos chose to play on Thursday night late in the season against the Chargers. So on Sunday, October 13th,
that's right.
They played the Chargers. Then on Thursday they flew to New Orleans to play the Saints.
Yes.
Then in December they played the Colts at home and then flew to LA on Thursday to play the Chargers.
Wait, you know what else is pretty crazy? Because you were talking about the other day playing games on Christmas and Thanksgiving.
It should snap back to me, but it's not.
The Cowboys, Chiefs, and Lions, all 3 of those teams play on Christmas and Thanksgiving this year. All 3 of them. And maybe there's more, but that's 3 just off the top of my head that I know.
Did you hear what the Rams are doing for their mini camp?
Yeah, where are they going again?
Hawaii. They're flying families out. Their entire families. They're taking a jet, say, bring your whole family. We're going to have mini camp in Hawaii.
Wait, whoa.
Where's my retreat for some sort of radio show for a week in Hawaii?
I've noticed how the Rams are treated differently than we are.
Yeah, they totally are.
All right, let's talk.
They get to buy a big giant house on the beach for their draft stuff. They get to go to Hawaii for training camp.
Zero excuse for us not to do our show a month straight from Costa Rica.
Me and Vic did a show we did a show at Safeway last week.
Yeah, you send the Rams to Hawaii and take us to Safeway in North Denver.
All right, Kevin, if you're listening to me, we're part of the family. I mean, we're all one big giant family. We know that.
I think our television ratings between Rams games and our show is about the same too.
Absolutely.
I feel like there's some favoritism within this company that I'm not liking right now. I'm not liking this at all.
In fact, I think we should do the first week of the NHL and NBA seasons. We should do our show live from Europe somewhere.
Would make the most sense. Yeah. Amalfi Coast?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing screams hockey like the Amalfi Coast.
Exactly right.
They're begging for it there.
It's what the fans want.
I get letters all the time from the Amalfi Coast saying, Moserino, we need to go to the hockey.
We were on television in Rome. Buenos dias.
Isn't that? I wonder if we're still on TV in Rome.
I bet you we are. What's up, Rome?
What's up, Rome?
I'll be there soon, baby.
Konnichiwa.
All right, go to break.
All right.
You know that first hot day, I mean hot, that rolls around, you go turn on your AC, and you hear it, but nothing's coming out. There's no cold air. It's the worst day, right? You want to make sure you avoid that, and you can avoid it pretty easily by calling AAA Service today. AAA service plumbing, heating, and electric. They do it all, but they have a deal going, $49 to fix ACs, tune them up before it gets too late. Get it done before the AC season hits you. Schedule an appointment through AAA by going to AAAtoday.com. Pretty simple. Hit the internet at AAAtoday.com.
I'll tell you what, man. If you didn't already have a hole in your face, this will put one in it.
And need another hole, Vic?
Moser, I can tolerate a lot of different musics, right? In the musics field. I'll do country with you. I'll do some folk music, some blues, some R&B, disco. I'll do some
bluegrass?
Bluegrass if you need it. I'll do whatever the hell you want. One thing I will not do is that.
Well, this is a full Nelly special. I didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it.
I'm actually kind of with Vic. I never could, and I know Metallica's like huge. I know how famous and how much they're beloved and all that stuff, and I can understand why. It's just not me. That's not me.
I just don't. I don't get it, and that's fine. I don't get it.
I've never been in that mood though. The mood
that mood that you want to just kill everybody.
Yeah, I've never been there. Never been there before.
Hey, tomorrow I'll tell you what, tomorrow I will be if things don't go away. I expect them to go tonight.
If the Nuggets lose?
Dude, I'm not. So here's the thing, Vic. Look at my face. Let me look at your face. I'm going to look at you when I say this. I am not ready for this to end. Me personally. I don't know who is, if anybody, but I am not. So they got to get it done tonight. They have to get it done.
Do you want me to mention to them that Moser does not want this to end?
Well, they don't want it to end either, but they've got to win, man. We got to get it done.
Doesn't it just, again, where you play is so important. And the Nuggets are in this division where two other teams are vying for an NBA championship. Think about that. The only division in the NBA where three teams are still alive. Three teams. One team's already advanced. Minnesota's waiting, and they're going to wait a while. Oklahoma City had the best record in the NBA, 68 wins. The Nuggets won a championship 2 seasons ago. Three teams, same division. They're the only three left in the same division. God, it's hard.
It's crazy. Yeah, it is hard. Very, very hard. And that's the time, too. I mean, listen, it's also about timing, Bretsky.
Yeah.
People ask me, hey, man, if you win the draft lottery in the NHL or whatever. Yeah, okay, you win the draft lottery in the NBA. It's not just that you win. It's when you win, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that you have a team that has an open window. It's when your team has the open window as well, because other teams have an open window, and they're thinking just like you. Now, the difference is you have the best player on the planet, so that gives you a leg up.
Right.
But the difference is now is that other teams are deeper than you, and they can rotate more dudes in, no problem. As Vic said, Attack of the Clones from OKC. So, it's difficult, very, very difficult.
What makes the Nuggets different than any other team still left? Most teams, they get to this precipice, right? They're this close. And the Nuggets are so close right now. Every game is so important. I mean, and yet, if the Nuggets do not advance, you start to go back to, what do we do with this roster?
Yeah.
Do you completely unload, which is easier said than done? Or do you run it back with just a couple fixes? And I don't want to get to that point because there's still games to be played, including tonight. We will get there eventually. Hopefully much later than now. We will get there eventually. But tonight, this is a team that has faced elimination before. And I'll give you two numbers again. In elimination games, Nikola Jokic's averages just under 27 points a game. Jamal Murray, in elimination games, he's played 14 of them, averages 28. Now, how you get there will matter. You have to get there efficiently. But if I gave you 28 and 27 from Nikola and Jamal tonight, would you feel good?
Yeah.
I'd feel very good.
Yep. I think it should be enough.
Just find a way to get it to Game 7. Find a way
we'll reset
to
this,
get it to Game 7.
Reset this in a few minutes. But
Life finds a way.
I don't want to oversimplify this game because OKC is very, very tough. They're a very good team. And they throw a lot at you, and they do a lot of different things well. But I truly feel like if Jamal plays well tonight, you're going to push a Game 7. And I think it could come down to something that simple. Because what you got in Game 5 was, yes, Jokic had to be like all-world in that game. It just took one other guy. It really, like all the stuff that we talked about,
one other guy.
About bench unit stuff and, Christian Brown wasn't playing well and Porter was missing a whole bunch of shots. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, Jamal was 10 of 27. If he was 14 of 27, completely different ballgame that we're talking about. Like, I do think it can be that simple sometimes. Because the Nuggets, honestly, I mean, Vic, you mentioned it. If you get 28 from Jamal and 27 from Joker, is that enough? And we all just kind of said yes. What's the crux of that argument then? That if your top two guys play well, the Nuggets are really, really difficult to beat. Mm-hmm. I mean, and a lot of teams can't say that. They can have their top two guys play well, but for whatever reason, it doesn't translate the same. With the Nuggets, it does, and it has for about 5 years. Jokic, Murray, they play well, you win. Because you're going to get enough from the other guys on this roster if that happens.
But that's also because, Brett, when these guys play well, they're really, really, really good.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like these guys at the top of their game are better than a ton of other guys at the top of their game.
Yep.
And so you talk about the two best players, because these guys are both, obviously one of them is the best player on the planet, and the other one, when we call him, and he doesn't like it, but Playoff Murray, is also, he can play like one of the best players on the planet. I mean, he gets that level. So, yeah, that's the way this team is constructed. That's the way this team behaves. Yes.
So Jamal Murray, when he scores 30 points this season, the Nuggets are 10-1. I was trying to look for just playoff numbers, which I'll get to in just a second. While I look that up, Vic, give us keys to the game, please.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
6:30 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, from 10 o'clock with Raj and Coach all the way through the end of the Nuggets broadcast, we will be live at Ball Arena. So, morning sprint, PhD, Kreckman, Lindahl, Birdo, everybody going to be at Ball Arena for Game 6 tonight. What are the keys, Vic?
I'm not going to bore you with rotations or defensive alignments or substitution patterns or any of that business. Tonight, in a game you must win, it's fundamental. It comes down to the basics. You have to make shots. How many times do you hear us say it? Make shots. You cannot have an 8-point opening quarter again. That's just not acceptable, and it cannot happen. You have to come out making shots, and you have to continue to make shots. Not just in the first quarter. We saw that they stopped making them in the fourth quarter. And the only way to make shots is to make them off Nikola Jokic passes, because those shots are usually open shots. They double Nikola, he kicks it out, and somebody's open. We mentioned it yesterday, and I'll say it again. In the regular season, off Nikola Jokic passes, Jamal Murray made 37% of his threes. Michael Porter made 49% of his threes. In the postseason, those numbers respectively have dropped to 22% and 18%.
Yeah, well, for MPJ, there's a reason.
I get that.
But if you're
tonight,
if you're open and you're on the floor, you got to make
If you're playing, you're playing.
Yep.
I'm not going to sit there and there's no excuses tonight. If you're playing, you're playing. Make shots.
Nobody's ever talked about how difficult it is as well to actually eliminate a former champion. It's not an easy thing to do.
It's really hard.
Well, the Nuggets tonight, again, the key is to have the T-Wolves mentality last year. The T-Wolves were facing the same thing. They were down 3-2 at home. Down 3-2. All the momentum in Denver. And they came back and won that series. It's happened before. It happened to the Nuggets a year ago. There's no reason they can't do the same damn thing.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. So, by the way, the Nuggets record in Jamal's career when he scores 30 or more points in a postseason game is 14-5.
Ooh. That sounds pretty good. Sounds like a place to get.
They have only lost 2 games since 2020 in which he scored 30 or more. Pretty easy recipe to me. You play that way, and let's see the grand total here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they're 9-2 in their last 11 in which he scores 30. Ironically, one of those was Game 7 last year against Minnesota in which he scored at least 30.
Yeah, that was one of the tough ones.
Yep. But seems to be the case. He plays well, Nuggets win, and you can push this to a Game 7, and then all the pressure shifts back to OKC. So we'll get back to this in just a second.
Vic, I can see you playing with it, by the way. I know you. I see you going with the, you're going to your hole. I can see it.
Stop playing with your hole, Vic.
Are you in pain or are you okay?
It's just fascinating when things develop in your mouth that you're not used to. You just go there. They told me not to eat, but I was too hungry, so I ate this bar, and now I have a full hole full of this doughy stuff.
Well, that's just there forever now. That's just your friend.
Okay.
Anywho, we'll get back to this in just a minute. Stick around.
Vic, I can see you playing with it, by the way. I know you. I see you going with you're going to your hole. I can see it.
Stop playing with your hole, Vic.
Are you in pain or are you okay?
It's just fascinating when things develop in your mouth that you're not used to. We should all be fired, first and foremost.
Hey, phrasing!
What do you mean? I just sat here. That's all I did.
Have you ever had a molar removed?
Let's for clarification, let's explain.
I went to go get a root canal yesterday, my back right molar.
And you thought it was just going to be a root canal. And
I thought it was going to be
what?
a simple root canal, which I've had a couple times, just get it done. And they told me that the crack extended too deep. It was, basically cracked down to my feet. So they had to remove the tooth, and then I had to go set another appointment. By the way, why do I have to keep going to different doctors for this? Someone pull that sucker out. Why do I need to go to a different clinic, set a different appointment, go to a different schedule? Took me all day, went to a different doctor. They knocked that sucker out of there. Big old void in my mouth.
You know what they should have done while you're there? They should have pulled one out from the bottom front.
Vic, what if you escaped that? Did they just numb it?
Yeah, localized it.
What if they just knocked you out and then you woke up and you had those Austin Powers teeth in your mouth?
I asked the doc, I said, anybody ever do this without getting the localized anesthesia? And he goes, yeah, we've had a couple cowboys through here that refuse it. And I go, well, how much pain is that? Think about the pain.
It's probably a heck of a lot of pain. Probably plenty.
Well,
and now I have a full hole full of this doughy stuff.
Hey, I just want to play a little bit of this because I know you called into PhD yesterday because you were angry because your tooth hurt. This is before it was extracted.
Oh, yeah, and the conclusion is I feel so much better now. I feel so good. I'm not irritated, annoyed. You don't have that lingering annoyance.
Well, you were yesterday when you called into PhD and you wanted to yell at DMac.
Tyler, I had to call in because I'm so tired. I haven't slept. You know how it is, Scott Hastings. But DMac has this rare ability to force people to rise out of death and call into radio shows because it's some of the
You just got a tooth pulled, didn't you?
Yeah, but I could, I could be in my grave, and if I heard DMac's stance on this, I would have to call. It doesn't matter. I have to call. I cannot believe you're falling victim to this. I read it in the Denver Post today, and I laughed. And then I heard you say it, and I laughed. It's the dumbest notion ever. It's so dumb to take out the best player in the world for a couple minutes and to think that that's a good thing when he's the only player playing. It's so dumb.
And he wanted to play, by the way. He wanted to play.
Let me tell you, DMac, let me tell you why. All right?
Sure.
This will end the argument, and then you can go.
Oh, really?
And just give. Yeah.
I bet it doesn't.
End the argument.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Bet it doesn't.
It does.
Okay.
Okay. In Game 4, where was Joker in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter?
He's on the court.
He's on the bench.
No, he wasn't. He was on the bench. And what happened in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter of Game 4?
Outscored 9-0. 9-2.
And when he returned to the game, they were trailing. They were up by 8. When he got back into the game, they were trailing. So you say you got to sit him because that's really – they sat him in Game 4. How'd that work out for you?
I'll say this right now. If Jokic plays 48 tonight, then he plays 48. If Jamal plays 48, then he plays 48. If this is if you decide there is no rest, fine. Don't care. Whatever must be done has to be done.
There are no tomorrows. That's it. There are.
Yeah.
If you don't, there's no tomorrow. So you have to do whatever it takes. Are they puking? Maybe. Are they just collapsing?
Yeah.
Maybe.
No excuses about being fatigued because this is the style you play. This is all you have. This is what the roster has dealt. The roster has dealt you this. We know this. That no one's going to come to the rescue tonight. No one.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. And if you don't get to the finish line, then you know exactly what to do to fix this team.
There is. I don't want to ask the question.
Yeah, you do. Well, ask the question.
Okay. We all feel like this team has faults, right? Faults.
Sure.
Every team has faults.
But this one has one that you feel like needs to be there. If you can, there needs to be changes in the offseason, right?
Depth is the fault.
if the Nuggets continue to win, and then you could make an argument for why change a lot of anything. Like, I don't know if you've gotten the same feeling. Now, personality-wise, different, but the way that Adelman operates it feels like Malone, right?
Yeah.
The way he handles rotations feels very much like Malone. That stuff hasn't changed. The Nuggets continue to win. There's more and more of an argument to be like, well, why are we changing anything if they continue? If they make the Western Conference Finals, they come back, they win these next 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, is that something that you think about or what?
No.
Okay.
No, a competent crew will change something even if they succeed because I think they know that they could even be better.
Okay.
I mean, they if they fix what's broken on this roster, they don't have to go 7 games to beat the Clippers.
How about this?
How to fix it, though, is incredibly difficult.
How about this?
Exactly.
Winning is hard. Winning in the postseason is very hard. This winning right now the Nuggets are doing, they are making it incredibly hard on themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying if you have a revamped roster, a deeper roster, whatever you want to call it, it's never going to be easy. It's always going to be hard. But right now this team they are doing it the hard way.
Yep.
It is, I think, as hard as you can possibly do it in the NBA's postseason. That's how hard it is right now for the Denver Nuggets.
Feels like that.
You know, I brought up some numbers in the previous segment, but if I gave you these numbers tonight, I'll relay these numbers again, and you tell me, if I gave you 44 points from Nikola Jokic and 28 from Jamal Murray, would you assure a win?
Yeah.
Feels
Really?
that way.
Because that's
think
exactly
so.
what they did in Game 5.
I know. There was just...
I mean,
Again,
think about what I just told you. Think about it. See how quick Moser was to say yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there is the how, okay?
It's exactly right.
The how Jokic got 44 points was he put up 19 in the first half and 25 in the second.
The how
Jamal got 28.
Dude, he took 27 shots, man. 27 shots. I don't want that. I mean, if he takes 27 shots, I'll take 13 or 14 of 27.
The focus of our little debate with DMac there was about Joker not resting in the fourth. The focus should have been on Jamal because it looks like Jamal's the one who lost it.
Yeah. And there's been, you know what there's not been questions about with Jokic is conditioning. You know where there has been conditioning questions is with Jamal. Jamal's had those. They admitted as much. Was it during the trade deadline or was it during the press conference after Booth and Malone got let go, where they were talking about some guys aren't conditioned, and it was hinted pretty good at Jamal.
It was the interview with Josh Kroenke I did. He essentially said that.
Right. So those questions have been there with Jamal. So maybe that one was the mistake. Joker's fine. Okay? He's not, but he's a machine, so he will be fine.
At the same time, though, Jamal plays more minutes than anybody. Take a look at who's leading the NBA in playoff minutes right now.
Mm-hmm.
Plays a lot.
He punches the clock, man.
Yeah, he does. Certainly does.
It still feels to me that this is going to be very much a Jamal's got to do it for me tonight. You know what I mean? Like, Jamal's got to be the one that takes a giant step forward. And it's not so much point total. Like, I don't get too caught up in that. Jokic scored 44 points and he was great. Mm-hmm. But the bigger thing with him is that he was making shots consistently. And he was doing it efficiently like he typically does. It just looked like his game again.
If the Nuggets have a lead like they did for most of Game 5, they led most of that game until the fourth. Will you ever feel comfortable?
No.
Probably not, no. Mm-mm. Because that's not who this team is anymore, Vic. Or at least not right now. You know, if the Denver Nuggets tonight play hard as they can, and again, play with I don't want to be done type of mentality and lose, I guess I can live with it.
But you can play with that mentality, Moshe. Like, I will never dismiss the Nuggets for not wanting it. I hate it when people say, oh, they didn't want it. They want it all the time.
Sure they
Trust
do.
me. You can want it, and you can play with intensity, and you can play with focus, and you can play with so much hustle. But if you're not making shots, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
Agreed. What frustrates me is when you act like you don't want it. And I don't think that they've really acted like that at all.
I've never felt that. Never felt that at all.
No.
This entire postseason. Well, except for Game 2.
watching the Boston Celtics, especially without Tatum, they look like they at least the first couple of games, they look like they didn't want it.
Not last night. They played well last night.
Yeah, they played well last night. No, I know, but that would drive me crazy, though, in those first couple of games.
Again, tip-off's going to be at 6:30, and pregame's going to be at 6 o'clock. Just to kind of go back to where we started today, the thing for me is tonight feels like a who wants to be part of this roster moving forward sort of game. Like, and I think that applies to so many different people. Like, obviously, the players that are on the floor. You know, I want to save this for sort of the offseason stuff whenever that comes, hopefully not for a while. But how you fix the problems that ails this team is a very complicated way to go about it, because you can say, well, trade Porter and trade Jamal, and that'll free up a whole bunch of money. And it's like, well, you need a dance partner for that to happen. And that's not just an easy thing to figure out, number one. So I want to save those for a little bit later. But the players, obviously, on this roster are playing for who's going to be here longer than just this season. The coach is coaching for his job. The people in the front office, by the way, that are left are still kind of fighting for that too. There's a whole bunch of people.
Brett, I'm going to step aside here and I'm going to make an observation from a different level. And I want to say this to the city of Denver, to the people who listen to the show, to our management, to all of you. I was thinking about this yesterday. If you take yourself back to when you arrived in Denver, Brett, hell, I'll take myself back years.
Yeah.
I'm so proud that we have arrived at a point where we're sitting here in the middle of May, and I know because the team is playing, that gives us a reason, and we're breaking down the local NBA team, players, trades, rotation, like we would a Broncos game in mid-September. Like it's, this is the story. This is what you're talking about. Moj, you can tell me, because he won't know. There were years, vacant years here, 20, 30 years, where these conversations we're having on talk radio, they never took place. Then, you know what people would be talking about right now? Broncos minicamp.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Broncos draft picks. And that's it.
In all honesty, Vic, sometimes Avalanche hockey. We're talking about it right now. Avalanche hockey.
But we're at a place now, a sophisticated place, I think, because the team is so much better, obviously. I'm just proud that everybody, we're doing it. This is it. We're talking about basketball in mid-May. Yeah. And we're talking about it emphatically, and we're talking about it down to the detail. And I think it's a wonderful thing. Look at us. Look at this city.
There's
I agree, Vic, but I want to save the macro, hey, aren't we fortunate just to be able to talk about postseason? I want to save that conversation for after they're done.
Oh, I'm not forfeiting anything by saying that. I'm just saying that it's great to partake in that. It's great. And I wish we could do the same with baseball. When's the last time we've done that with baseball? When's the last time we actually had a conversation on our radio show about the mechanics of baseball?
It's been quite a while.
The Rockies have officially had the worst start in MLB history, by the way. That's what happened yesterday with their loss to Texas. But
you'd like that, wouldn't you?
This is what's funny.
No, not really.
Is that as mad as I was yesterday after that loss in Game 5, when I came on the show and I was just angry, and as mad as we were after the Avs season ended, Moj, to have the ability to have that kind of anger because you expect more is a really nice thing. As much as it sucks to be in the thick of it, in the middle of it, when it's really, really bad and you're pissed and all that different stuff, having the wherewithal to even feel the pain of a loss like that means that you think the team is better than what they should have been, which is always, it's a lot better than being like, hey, we're 7-36 to start the season. Nobody cares. You know what I mean? It's better than that. And hopefully the Nuggets, we don't feel that emotion tomorrow. I'm with you, Moj. I am not ready for no games to watch for the next, 4 months?
I'm dead serious, Vic. I just barely started to get back to watch some hockey.
Yeah, I fell asleep last night, 0-0 after regulation. How'd that end?
I was tired. I said, Edmonton won in overtime.
Yeah, but how? What happened?
Kind of a goal mouth side of the net scramble. It got poked in through Aiden Hill. Although he was laying down on his side.
Yeah.
Why was he laying down on his side?
I don't know. That was weird.
He's trying to kick it. I don't know what he was trying to do. Anyway,
did Kane run over him again?
No, but dude, Vegas is out. Vegas is done. And Edmonton's on their way again to the conference final. It's amazing.
So, a lot more to break down with this game in just a couple of minutes. Talk a little bit more about the Broncos schedule release yesterday and some oddities of the schedule, some quirks that I think make for some tricky situations. We'll get to it next. All right, want to get back to the Nuggets in a second, but just quickly going back to the Broncos schedule stuff. One thing that I think is really interesting.
Hey, you never answered what Vic thought that my prediction might be okay. What about you? Where are you at with the Broncos?
I can totally see, 11 wins I think is totally reasonable.
Okay.
I do. I think it's I think that's about as good as it could be. I think maybe 12 is the ceiling for them.
You know my favorite thing about the Broncos now that you've overcome that Kansas City thing, finally beat them.
And the non-playoff thing?
Yeah, they look beatable now. You don't go into that game going, oh my God. It's like, we can play with these guys.
Yeah, there's really not a game on the schedule where I'm just like, you're going to get pasted.
Exactly.
We had that last year with Baltimore, and then when they went into that playoff game with Buffalo, I don't have, the closest
the Philly
thing is
game scares me.
Philly. At Washington's another one.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's going to be pretty tough. But I'm still not like, no chance. You know what I mean? But I think your 11 wins, I think that's totally reasonable.
They're a better football team than they were last year, right? So can you up the win total by one? Sure. Also, the division is better. Look, this division is so I can't believe it because the Raiders are going to be better. Say what you will about the ageless wonder Pete Carroll and his ability to still coach. They got a better quarterback. They're going to be better. Obviously, they drafted well. Their running back is going to be terrifying, probably. They already have one of the best young tight ends in the National Football League. Pete Carroll is going to find a way to exploit you with the weapons that he has. So they're going to be better. You know, the Chargers are going to figure some things out. They were a playoff team.
Here's the underrated parts, though. 'Cause the opponents aren't the surprise. We knew who they were playing against. It's just kind of how things stack up. And I think here's just a couple of maybe some tripwires that are in the middle of the season that maybe you can't see right now that could come into view a little bit later. First of all, playing a game in London and then the following week not having a bye, I think is tough. Now, thankfully, they're playing against
the New York Giants.
It's the Giants, and I'm always careful on team was bad last year, so they'll be good this year, or bad this year stuff. Because if you had the Commanders on your schedule last year heading into the season, you probably thought that was going to be easy, and then they kicked the crap out of a whole bunch of people.
Dude, the Giants were 3-14.
Understood. But
they were junk.
They did get a new quarterback in Jackson Dart that, who knows, maybe he'll be really good. I have no idea. The point is, it's a little tripwire that you're coming back from London with no break afterwards and playing a game the following weekend. You have two different games in which you're playing on short weeks this year. You have a Sunday game heading into a Thursday where it's Houston going into a game against Vegas, and then you have a Sunday game against Jacksonville that goes into Thursday, Christmas Day in Kansas City. Both of those are going to be pretty difficult. That's all I'm saying. There's just a little snags that could get you throughout the way. Because here's what happens when people do their predictions for the season. They go through games, and they're like, if it's even close to a 50-50, those are wins. The teams I think that are better than me are now the 50-50 games.
Right.
And what the Broncos didn't do last year, they didn't lose a single game they were favored in. That is rare. Even for good teams just have games where they just play like crap.
I think it's fair, though, to say that if you look at Philly and Washington, if both of those games were here in Denver, I think at best you probably split. And maybe you lose both, but at best you probably split.
Yeah.
Hey, the Broncos were a good road team last year.
They were. But the ones where the Broncos caught a break, in my opinion, are the Dallas game and the Bengals game. If you're playing at Cincinnati, I don't think it's a dub. If you're playing at Dallas, that's way more 50-50. I think.
No, go ahead.
No, I just think the schedule helps you out by where the game is a little bit.
Let me ask this a different way. Who are the Broncos' peers? If you were to tear out the NFL into here's the class of it, it's Philly, defending champions, it's Buffalo, it's Kansas City, it's all these teams.
Cincinnati's a peer.
Okay.
Cincinnati, the Chargers are a peer.
Yep.
Okay.
I would say that the Steelers are. I want to say the Steelers are a peer, but I don't think they're a peer anymore. Maybe they are. I don't know. We'll see.
They don't have a quarterback. I mean, it's still
right.
Maybe it's Rodgers, maybe it's not, but they don't have one.
I'll tell you what I'm afraid of.
I could say Green Bay.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm afraid of.
I think that's fair.
I think the Miami Dolphins with a healthy Tua, I think they're a peer.
Yeah, it's all in different ways. It's funny that you say Cincinnati because I do think just as far as how good a team are you, they are. But God, it's in separate ways, isn't it? Cincinnati can't play a lick of defense, and they're like, I'm just going to put up 35 points and hope that's enough. The Broncos should have a elite level defense.
Hey, man, with what the Broncos did, what they added to their defense, I want to see them take on Burrow. Now that they've got 3 really good corners, now that they added a safety that can move around, they added to their pass rush, they added a linebacker who can move around. Let's see what their tight end can do against the Broncos this time around.
I'm actually, honestly, I know everybody's excited for offensive stuff, and look, I'm pumped to see R.J. Harvey in this offense. I'm pumped to see what a legitimate tight end option like Evan Ingram can bring to Bo Nix. But I'm kind of with Vic. I want to see this defense running around against Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes and Jaden Daniels and all these different quarterbacks that you're going to face that are pretty damn good. Like, how do you stack up against them?
By the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to let you know, I've been thinking about this for a while. Bigger quads. Saquon Barkley or R.J. Harvey?
Oh, it's Saquon still. I mean,
is it?
Saquon.
I think he's the quad king.
Yeah. Nelly, Saquon Barkley quads on the screen
Can we
behind
get
me,
some
please?
measurements, please?
And then R.J. Harvey quads, and let's just put them side by side.
While you're up there, you throw Von Miller's quads up there.
Yeah, everybody's kind of obsessed with this thing. I saw Julius Thomas was on with Kay Adams saying that the Broncos should sign Von Miller. I'm just, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no reason to.
They do fine. If not, I mean,
And
it's
then
just,
through,
it's, if you're talking about if half the reason why you want to sign somebody is it's a cute story, then what are we doing?
Throw Chet's quads up there too, please.
Chet Holmgren?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know that a picture of his quads exist.
Well, let me just.
Hey,
I'll tell you what, Vic.
I thought he played a great game.
I'll tell you,
Game 5.
I'll tell you what, Vic.
Chet was great.
I'll take my shorts off. I'll go grab a toothpick from the break room over here. Just put that in between the short leg, and then there you go. But anyway, let's get this comparison going. Okay. So
That's R.J.
those
Harvey
are R.J. Harvey quads right there.
That's a good-looking quad.
It's a good quad.
You know what that looks like? That looks like a really awesome ham hock. That's a good-looking quad.
And now we put that side by side with the Saquon Barkley quad in just a moment. I'm telling you, good quads on the kid.
Super good quads on the kid.
Those are you need. Hey, you get in that pile, Moj, and it's 3rd and 1. You need to push forward for like another half yard.
And by the way,
those quads can.
How
do
about
that
a new
for
competitor?
You.
How about some A.J. Dillon quads?
A.J. Dillon's got good quads too. Those are really good quads. I mean, look, he's got the.
See that definition coming out. Yeah, that piece right there.
Yeah.
What's the best way to build up the quad? Is it those things where you sit down and you just pull the weights up?
I think if you get
you sit and you push.
Couple heavy dumbbells, Vic, with a good lunge. Good lunge will do it for you.
Lunges hurt the butt, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think I need to build up my butt a little bit.
You do.
I need some butt building.
Look at Saquon, though. That's not even that's not real life, dude. Those are tree trunks. That's not fair.
That's Saquon and A.J. Dillon together. I guess now that they're both on the Eagles, they have maybe the biggest quad running back room in the entire league.
I'll tell you what else. Saquon's quads followed by, look at the calves, too. I mean, the calves are just like, they explode.
Moj, give me a clean look at your pink quads.
I don't know how to do. How would I do that?
Just get up on that set and show me those quads of yours.
There's no way to do it.
No. It's not happening.
What do you mean there's no way to do it?
I mean, there is a way to do it.
Right there, Brett.
Yeah, and
you want to look at me?
Looks like an old
look
man.
At me.
Looks like an old man.
Hey.
Looks like the quad of a human being. No, stop. Just stop. Anyway. All right, listen. I know you gave the keys earlier to tonight, Vic. Reminder to you guys that the game can be heard, obviously, right here at 92.5, but and there's the Von Miller quads.
Jeez, those look preposterous.
6:30, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, pregame at 6 o'clock. But from 10 o'clock all the way through the end of the game, we will be live at Ball Arena, including Morning Sprint with Raj and Coach, PhD, and Kreckman and Lindahl, all going to be broadcasting from Ball Arena leading to pregame.
I have an amendment to my keys, actually an add-on, all right, because this is what I fear a little bit. So in Game 5, we had Joker and Jamal score. Joker had 44, Jamal had 28. Not the most efficient 28, but he got 28, right? Nuggets lost. Do you remember Game 7 last year against Minnesota?
Yeah, both of them had huge point totals.
They're both in the 30s, and no one else came along. What the Nuggets need tonight is that third leg. They need somebody else to come along. They need somebody else to come along, whether it's Russ off the bench, whether it's MPJ in a couple threes, whether it's AG going crazy again. Somebody else has to come along for the ride.
Here's the thing, though. I think they would get enough. I know last year they didn't in Game 7, but I think that's an outlier. Like, Vic, it didn't feel like anybody else really stepped up to the plate in game. Okay, enough with the legs behind me. There's so many of them.
It is leg day.
Look at the definition on Holmgren's calf, though.
What? The point is, even in Game 5, they got enough from the other players if somebody was just able, like Jamal, and I know he scored 28, but to do it more efficiently than that, than 10 of 27. Again, you mentioned this, Vic. The big detail with Jokic and what feels like the main sort of thrust to a good Nuggets game is Jokic getting assists. The numbers on Jokic passing the ball to Jamal Murray in Game 5. Jamal was 2 of 11 off Jokic passes. 2 of 11. You said the other guys. I think Christian Brown was 1 of 4. Porter was 0 of 4. Who else? Westbrook was 0 of 4. If they aren't scoring off that stuff, then that's not Nuggets basketball. That's not what their offense is.
Dude, I believe that we have talked. We know this series. We know who everybody is. We know what has to happen for the Nuggets to win. We've talked this series till we're blue in the face. They've just got to go on out and make shots. I don't want to try to complicate it any more than we have. Joker's going to be that guy. He's going to be looking for his teammates. They've got to make. That's it.
All right, so before we drive our final points home in the final segment, can I steer this to the left? Another quick topic.
Sure.
Did you guys see the announcement yesterday? And I'm not trying to be a hater. This is just a legit question. You see the announcement that Deion Sanders has a new series that's going to be released on Netflix next year. And my immediate response was,
"What? What is it?"
My immediate response, and tell me if this is cast me as a hater. What else do we need to know?
What's the show, though? What is it?
You don't believe.
It's going to go behind the scenes about his personal life, how he came up, what he had to overcome.
I thought that's
reading some of it.
What that Coach Prime show on Amazon was about. Or is it Hulu? Whatever service that's on. So wait, he's got the Prime show. He's got that talk show that he does.
On Tubi, yeah.
On Tubi.
He's got the daily videos that...
Do you believe?
I mean that. I'm not trying to... how much is too much? Like, where else can you go with this?
I truly don't know, Vic. Where else can you go? I don't know.
I'm one of those good weather men.
I think even if you are the most ardent Prime supporter that exists, that you will consume anything that he puts out, you'd even say, I don't have the time for all of this stuff. I don't have it.
I tell you, it's so funny, though, because I don't know what they got.
What else do you need to know?
But it's Vic, I don't know. It's so funny, though. You're going to appreciate this. I was pressure washing my deck yesterday, and it needed it pretty good. Then I did some windows and some cobwebs on the back patio, all that kind of crap. Nothing like a good pressure wash, man, because it gets the job done. You need to get one, Brett.
I do need to
but
get
as
one.
I'm just doing my patterns, right, just getting this stuff off the deck, I'm thinking about Coach Prime, and I'm thinking about the Buffaloes, and I'm thinking about...
You are?
Yeah, I know it sounds probably
your mind
weird.
would go there.
I was thinking about, what does he really think now with Travis Hunter being gone and with Shedeur being gone? What can they be, and what's his quarterback room really going to look like? And is everybody being honest with everybody up there about what they've truly got or what they don't got? It's just things that go through my brain. I'm just curious about it, just thinking about it.
So, according to the It's a docu-series to be released on Netflix in 2026. And
2026?
Yeah.
So it's a
means
whole
so
other
much
year?
to finally be able to tell my unfiltered story, my truth.
Hang on. Repeat that? Repeat that again.
It means so much to finally be able to tell my unfiltered story, my truth. It'll feature 3 60-minute episodes. Production is currently underway. It will delve into some personal aspects of Sanders' life, including his relationship with his biological father, as well as surviving and, it gets pretty deep. I guess he survived an attempted suicide.
Oh, geez.
Near-death health scares. We know about his health scares.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, he's lived a very interesting and unique life.
How many people have lived that life or continue to do so?
I'm kind of with you, though, Vic. I'm like, I can only consume so much of this. Now, Netflix does good work, especially on documentaries like this, so I'm sure it's going to be great. 2026.
Do you believe in overexposure? As long as we're being fair, do you think
totally.
Hey, all right, let me ask you. Do you think Peyton Manning is overexposed?
No, he's only overexposed during football season. I don't think in the offseason he's super overexposed, is he?
Commercially.
I think Shaq is. Every time I see an insurance or
I don't think anymore.
Deodorant or whatever.
Manning might have had a moment like shortly after his retirement where that was happening. I'll tell you, here's overexposure. The Kelsey brothers, completely overexposed. Completely. Way too much. Remember, because it was Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, and then it was Jason Kelce and his like wrestling promo style of doing things, and then he was on ESPN, and then they had their podcast, and then the wife got a podcast that then became something that they were promoting all the time. That's overexposure. That's overexposed. I don't think Peyton Manning is, though. Now, Dion is, I think we're more sensitive to it because we're aware of all of this stuff. I don't think if you're living in Knoxville that you're like consuming a whole bunch of Dion stuff right now, right? Am I wrong?
No, I think you might. I think you're right. I think you might consume it, but it's not part of your everyday activity like for us here in the great state of Colorado. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe. Now,
I would love to watch a Netflix documentary of Dion and Belichick talking about their personal lives.
Yeah.
No, you know what? Belichick's overexposed to me right now. Enough.
Yeah, enough.
303-504-0925.
When we work on football, we work on football.
I like that one better. That Belichick better than this one. So, last couple thoughts here. Game 6, 6:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That and a fact checker next.
Everything has been said, man. Everything has been said. What morsel, what atom of information can we contribute from this point on to this game tonight?
This is great, Moj. This is a great question. Will you see anything new tonight? Will anything that hasn't happened in this series happen tonight?
If Julian Strother plays 35 minutes and gets off for 29, that'll be new.
Well, do you think that's possible?
No, not a chance.
Okay. How about you, Vic? Will we see anything that we have not previously seen in this series?
I don't think so. I think the difference will be if you can finish the game, if you can make shots when the game is on the line, and those who can win, those who can not lose. So it's like mowing your lawn without trimming. If you don't trim, it doesn't do you any good. You got to go back and trim. Got to pull out the trimmer. You can mow that lawn. It can look beautiful for 3 quarters, but if you don't trim, you ain't going to win.
I actually have a good question. You call it a trimmer. Some people call it a weed whacker. I call it a weed eater.
That's what. So do I.
It's a weed eater.
Weed eater.
Poll question?
Okay.
Poll question.
Do
you call it a trimmer, Vic?
I think the
Straw
manufacturers.
poll. Oh, yeah.
I think the manufacturers call it a string trimmer.
That's just insane. Nobody's saying that.
You call it a weed eater. That's what it is.
My neighbor's not happy with me because he claims I'm costing them money because the more people in our cul-de-sac get the lawn done by the lawn caretaker, the cheaper it is for everybody. I refuse to participate.
You know what, you bums? Clean up your own yard. Have some pride, crying out loud.
Ain't nobody touching my grass.
I suppose if I could afford to pay some dudes.
No, it's your yard.
I know.
I can afford it.
No,
hang
on.
I'm not doing it.
Hang on a second.
Ain't nobody touching my grass.
If I was living on 5 acres, then I'd consider it, okay? I'm not going to be on that ride mower all day.
No, I'd get one of the Bednar, Forrest Gump it, man, and
yeah,
I'd
but
just drive around.
I don't think I would want to do that every single week.
Oh, I would. If I could drive something?
It's a reflection of one's character. What's the first thing I told you, Brett, when I walked up to your house the first time ever? What's the first thing that came out of my mouth?
Vic had to pick something up for me at my old house. And the first thing he says, I open the door, he doesn't even say hi. He goes, "That's a good cut." And I was like, oh, it's the highest compliment you can pay me. Yes.
It's really the best compliment. And the worst cuts, if you're familiar with mowing your own lawn, the worst cuts are the ones that are done in haste where you're not trimming afterwards. So you could tell that it was freshly mowed, but it's sloppy.
You don't do one if you can't do both.
Exactly.
Not only that,
Dude, I even give the lawn a little drink afterwards.
Yeah.
I get like a little 2 seconds on each one of those sprinklers, or 2 minutes. Like, just, hey, get a little drink, buddy.
Yeah,
I know it cuts you pretty tight today.
Hey, treat yourself around a sausage.
Treat
Lon.
yourself
You
around a sausage. You deserve it.
I got some neighbors who, their lawn might look okay, but they let it grow over the sidewalk. And I'm like, you gotta see, because I have one of those with the blades, like the first one of the year, and you just make it nice. Then if you do that, from that point on, you can use the weed eater. You can just turn it sideways and you can trim it with ease.
Guys,
Super
everybody's
easy.
saying, it's only $100 a month. It's the best $25 per cut. It's not about the money, peeps. Listen to me. It's not about how much it costs.
I ain't spending $100 on no guys to do my lawn when I can do it.
I don't like this at all. So, I just put it out there. There's 15 votes in to this poll question at Brett Kane Radio, and not a single vote of these have called it a weed eater yet, and I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, Brett, it's a weed whacker. That was my vote.
It's weed eater.
Weed eater.
Moj knows.
100%.
Moj knows.
It's not even up for debate. I didn't even know why you posted it. It's stupid.
Who's the weed eater of the Nuggets tonight? Who's going to be the guy that whacks back?
That's what they need. That's such a great – this is the metaphor. This is it. The mowers, the hardcore mowers are going to be Joker and Jamal.
Yep.
You need somebody to trim. You need who's going to be the trimmer tonight?
Who's the trimmer? Who's the weed whacker? Who's the weed eater?
Have we seen Christian Brown have those games?
He had a good first quarter.
Yeah, the answer is we've seen him have those games. The answer is yes. But what happened to him? Where is he?
He for him to have those games, first of all, if you want to see the Christian Brown we saw in the regular season, they're going to have to be able to run. It's much harder to run in the postseason. It's just not there, right? It's not there. Fast breaks aren't there. So now you're in the half court. Those open looks, don't hesitate, man. Take them. Take them. It's okay if you miss. Take them. Don't hesitate. Don't be indecisive. Take them. I think everybody, is that a fair tact? Just take them.
If they're open, like that's the thing. I have had, you know what's funny? The Nuggets have struggled offensively at multiple times. God, we had to sit through that 2 of 22 start in Game 4. They were 0 of 8. If you remember to start in Game 5, they were 0 of 8, and then they went to the rack and got some buckets. I have had, Vic, agree or disagree, zero issue with shot selection. I think they've been great.
Why would you?
Just missed.
I mean, even the 2 air balls that Russ shot, those were good shots.
Well, he should take them.
They were open shots. They weren't good shots. They
Well,
were
a good
open.
shot in the NBA is an open shot.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I mean, a good shot would be a make. That's my definition anyway. Yeah, listen, I don't disagree. I mean, I would think that on most nights, if you get those looks, then you're going to win. You're going to be okay.
So I asked Coach Adelman after the game, I said, was the lack of offense in the fourth quarter a product of fatigue? He made an interesting point. He said, could be, and if that is the case, it's my fault. But he also said a lot of it's pressure. The pressure that's put on by the OKC defense and the pressure of the playoffs.
Man, you've made a billion of these in your lives, guys. These guys combined.
I don't like that
How
answer.
many shots do you think combined the Nuggets rotation has made in their lives?
A lot.
I mean, hundreds of thousands?
Hang on. I don't like that answer, by the way. I think I would almost rather it be fatigue than pressure. I don't want guys who are like shrinking in the moment. I'd rather them just be tired. Like if I had to choose one or the other of reasons why you're missing shots, I would rather have fatigue because that's at least kind of fixable than guy who is scared is essentially the translation there.
Well,
Right?
scared may not be the word. I just think,
Russ is scared.
You can have a golf swing where you're just overthinking it, and
You're
that
pressing?
could be the case. Yeah, pressing. That's all. You're not scared. These guys are, if they were scared, they wouldn't be shooting it. Hell, they were down 3, and Michael Porter Jr. attempted a wide open 3 from the top of the key. Good shot, good mechanics. It was way short. It's almost an air ball, right?
Yeah.
He was thinking.
Yep.
Overthinking.
That's another thing, by the way. Here's if there's one like Coach Adelman thing that I'm looking for. Porter gets 20 minutes tonight. And after 20 minutes, if there are not shots being made, Porter does not play the rest of the game. That's what I would do. I think you just go back and forth. Russ, Peyton Watson, if you want to mix in Strother. But it's very clear. Like Mose, you can tell immediately. If Porter's making the shots in the first quarter, then you leave him in and he can be all right. If he is not, then you don't wait for Porter to heat up because there doesn't seem to be heating. It's either he's hot or he's not, and that's the way it stays.
Completely agree. This is a pull out all the stops, Vic. Whatever it takes. Whatever.
I'm telling you, if Jokic needs to play 48 minutes tonight, then he plays 48 minutes. I'm not thinking about Game 7 because there might not be a Game 7. 48, if that's what it takes, then you do it.
So you're not of the DMac school where he has to rest or else?
No.
Besides, you get 2 days. You get 2 days. If you do, you'll get 2 days.
I'm telling you, I thought about this immediately after the loss the other night, and it's a loss that you hate because you had the win, but had they lost that game, I'd feel the same way. If you get this to a Game 7, guys, if you get it back to OKC, you will have the longest break that the Nuggets have enjoyed in 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since they've had more than a day off between games. It's 3 weeks.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Get it to
It's
Game 7.
a lot of golf, man.
Get
A lot
that
of golf.
extra day of rest, and look out.
It's a lot of hoops.
Look out.
I can't.
OKC will be so nervous for that Game 7.
What do you think OKC's feeling now?
I'm telling you what they're feeling now. End it tonight. They don't want to go back home for this.
Do you think they're feeling pressure tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Not as much pressure as the Nuggets. It's
Sure.
win or die for the Nuggets. But, yeah, there's pressure because of what I just explained. You don't think they know that?
Oh, they know. They've been the 2 games that they've lost in this series. They've been playing it off as the who cares? If you remember after Game 1,
Sure.
that's when who the hell was it? Jalen Williams was making memes in the post-game press conference after they lost. After Game 3.
Sure. But you know what?
After
Give him
game
credit, though. In the last 2 games, they looked pressure right in the mouth and just slapped it silly.
Well, this what I'm getting at, though, Vic. After Game 3, Nuggets win, and what was the lasting image after the game was done? It was Shea, like, with a big smile on his face walking off the floor, right? I think they're cosplaying as
confident.
Yeah, a little bit. Not to say that they aren't, but in those moments, I think they're kind of trying there's the old photos of Steph Curry when he's sitting on the bench during the finals. They're down like 10 with 5 seconds left, and he's got the towel over his head, and he's just got a smile on his face.
You know what?
Like, I got you where I want you, sort of thing.
I'm going to make a prediction. This is the last prediction I'll make.
Ever in your life?
I think this series is going to go 7. I've told you this. But no matter who wins this series, no matter who emerges on Sunday, the next series, it's going to go 7 as well.
Okay.
Straight 7s, baby. Has any NBA team gone to the finals once 3 straight 7-game series? I'm curious.
I'll look it up. Moser, talk amongst yourselves.
I mean, back in the bubble, the Nuggets emerged from the first 2 rounds by going 7, but then they lost to the Lakers in, what was that, 5 or 6? 5?
You ask all these questions that
I don't know the answer to it.
I know. You ask 2 questions. Either one, you have no way of finding the answer, or 2, you already know the answer. You just want us to say what you're thinking. That's how you operate as a dude. There's nothing left to say. There's nothing more that we can break down with this game. We all know exactly what has to happen. We all know.
This will be the 13th
and I think they're going to
playoff
win.
Game. The Nuggets' 13th playoff game. If it feels like this postseason has gone on forever, postseason, it has.
The Lakers in 88 played 3 Game 7s. The Knicks played in 1994 3 Game 7s. But as I'm looking that up, I stumbled across this just quickly before we get out of here. So this series was a 7-game series for the Nuggets heading into an opponent that swept the first round, right?
Correct.
Swept their previous opponent. How about this? Teams that won a 7-game series are 3-17 in their next series when they play an opponent that swept their opponent in the previous round.
Mm-hmm.
So it just doesn't happen that often.
So the Nuggets are trying to be the 4th team to do this, to come back and win.
Just from a fatigue factor, the Nuggets have so much going against them. First of all, a short rotation followed by 7-game series.
Yeah.
And little rest. They've had less rest between games than any team in the playoffs.
Nelly, how about a 30-second fact check?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Moser, earlier in the show today, you asked what is a reason that a dolphin, the animal, could be arrested. Turns out that is a tough subject to research, but the closest thing that I found is evidently Hamas and the Palestinian army has claimed that Israel has used dolphins to both spy on them and has trained dolphins to attack Palestinian divers off the Gaza Strip. And Hamas has taken some of these Israeli spy dolphins and attack dolphins into custody. So that is the closest thing I could find to a dolphin arrest.
Yeah, I heard that Russia was training like dolphins and beluga whales and stuff.
It's like Dr. Evil, sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
I guess. I reckon. Freaking lasers.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Go Nugs, man. The rest of the day on Altitude Sports Radio, they will be at Ball Arena until that game is wrapped up.
I got nothing else, man. I'm just going to sit and wait for this game with my teeth in my mouth, and I think they're going to win.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
The Nuggets get blown out by Minnesota in game number 6. A beatdown. Final tonight, 115-70.
We started this in a basement. Basement. Now go out there and show me how you do things. Show me how you live. Show me how you fight.
Let me show you how I fight?
Yeah. Show me who you are.
It's win or stay home. 6:30 tip, 6 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets have their backs against the wall. The number 1 seeded Oklahoma City Thunder looking to close things out much like Minnesota does. They go to their second straight Western Conference final after taking the series against Golden State in 5 games. Live from Section 136 here at Ball Arena, the center of the sports world tonight, the only NBA game. Sure, there's a couple of hockey games, but at this point, who gives a damn, Coach Sanford? The morning sprint, Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, KJ Granderson back at our NBA tonight studios in Lone Tree. Coach, this is as big a game as you can possibly get for a team that when you are in the middle of best player on planet Earth, in the middle of his prime, you can't go home in front of a home crowd. You cannot lose it in front of a home crowd.
Raj, you're right on so many different fronts. And the other piece of that, instead of you can't go home, I look at it more as you aren't going to go home. And that's my feeling, that's my vibe about tonight's game, is that there's so much invested in this ball game tonight. Think about this. David Adelman might be coaching for his NBA head coaching life tonight. And he's going to make the decisions that are required for this team to have their best possible performance. I've been there before, Raj, where you're in that interim space and you've got to win a game. Unfortunately for me, it didn't go that well, but I didn't have Nikola Jokic on my squad. Tonight's going to be all about what the surrounding cast does around Nikola Jokic, and namely for me, the return of the best two-man game on planet Earth in the fourth quarter when the game really does matter, because it's just evaporated the last 2 times out. And we're talking about the two-man game of Jamal Murray as the accomplice to Nikola Jokic. And it's just been disappearing in the fourth quarter. Jamal
is the guy that makes or breaks Game 6. He has to be the one dude that shows up in this game. And you mentioned, and Berto did, we talked about this all at the end of last week when Berto brought up the point of, well, it feels like he's guaranteed to win 1 game per series. And I keep looking at his post-game, or rather his postseason playoff log. And yes, he's had a few of those games. He has the 43-point game against LA this year. That is your 1 game that you've won in this postseason run. You could argue that his 35-point loss against Minnesota in Game 7 was the one that he should have won, but you end up collapsing in the fourth quarter.
If that one felt a little bit like Game 5 of the game we just watched, OKC versus the Nuggets, in the sense that he had a sizzling hot second and really third quarter, but just like that performance against Minnesota last year, he disappeared in the fourth quarter when you really needed him to perform at a high level.
So, is the question really that he's guaranteed to win you a series, or does it more feel like over the past few years that you get one amazing game or one amazing shot from Jamal, and it feels like all is forgiven?
Last year did feel as more that Lakers series was not a good Jamal Murray series,
he
had critical moments.
It was the one critical moment over Anthony Davis, and you went, well, there is playoff Jamal. You've had one instance in this series so far. It's the 40-point game against LA. I also asked the question, did you already see the game that he's won against Oklahoma City? Is that 27-point effort when he goes 9 of 19 from the field, you go up 2-1 in the series when you win 113-104,
No.
and he's big time in fourth quarter and big time in overtime? I wonder if that is the one game that he's already won in the series.
No, and I think it's not necessarily just going to be Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. I think we've made a lot that Jamal Murray's going to win you a game. Okay, I think it's going to be, when have you seen both of them together having a game that is worthy of finishing out a very significant moment? I'd say Game 7 against the Clippers was that type of game. Where was it perfect? Was it massive scoring outputs? No, but you had the best that you needed when you needed it, and that's what I expect to see tonight. I look at the feeling of this Game 6 very similar to how I felt about the closeout Game 7 last series against against the LA Clippers. And where this is important, Raj, is that you are going to play this game tonight with your back against the wall, which we know is where this season's version, this postseason version of the Nuggets is where they perform the best. But you also put a lot of pressure, a ton of pressure on Oklahoma City if you do indeed win tonight. Because 2 days of rest, you get back to Oklahoma City, and now they become the team that's got the pressure. And you almost flip the pendulum from last year's series of Nuggets versus Timberwolves, where you are forcing this game to get back to a building, which is what the T-Wolves did to you. I think that's going to be what tonight's all about is enjoy the moment, be the dog that you need to be. I need a big moment tonight from Aaron Gordon. Okay. I need Aaron Gordon to be not the leading scorer, but the leading everything else, the jack-of-all-trade player.
Yeah, 1 for 5 for 3 from AG isn't going to do it tonight. If you get a 3 out of 6, if you get a 3 out of 7, I could see some more shots from him going
dunker
out
spot,
from the perimeter.
Raj. I want him in the dunker spot.
See, but the dunker spot's difficult for him, man. AG doesn't have the length to deal with both Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren at the same time. Chet Holmgren is one of the best blockers or block shot players in the entire league right now. With those two big bodies, AG is not as effective at the dunker spot as he is as a perimeter shooter.
What do you think? What do you think the adjustment is from OKC for a 44-point Nikola Jokic performance? You're going to borrow Chet Holmgren off as the double team, which is what they did more in games 2 through 4. In games 5, you were getting a lot of help from Smalls. You were getting help from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You're getting help from Alex Caruso. If you indeed get the rim protecting help from Chet Holmgren to protect against Nikola Jokic going nuclear tonight, then guess what that opens up? It opens up Aaron Gordon in the dunker spot, and that's what he needs to do.
I don't know if I buy that, man. I think they live and die on the perimeter today. They live and die on the perimeter.
Then they're going to lose. Because what are you talking about the Nuggets?
Yeah.
They're going to lose the game. Because
what's changing between Oklahoma City? You've got a 3-2 lead. They've had vast amounts of success in this series by just sitting back and just going, I dare any of you to beat us on the perimeter. That has been wildly successful in the first 5 games of this series.
That's how game 1 started for the Denver Nuggets, which was a 12-2 hole. They played perimeter basketball. And what changed it for the Denver Nuggets? They had players that were driving into the paint, attacking the rim, creating more opportunities.
They had that they also had that going in the first quarter as well as Game 5. And then the well ended up drying up, and then you had to go to the perimeter, especially in the third quarter.
Did you have to, or did you choose to?
No, you had to. You had to, because they pack the middle of the paint, man. Why would Oklahoma City change that? In what world do you go, okay, no, we're going to get really nervous about defending a team that does not shoot enough threes and typically does not hit enough threes in clutch situations this year? Why would they change that?
All I have to point to is what opened up the scoring for the Denver Nuggets in Game 5, the game that we just watched, where you started as poorly as you can possibly start through the first 3-4 minutes of that contest. It changed by way of players attacking the rim and second chance opportunities in the paint. Second chance, that's how Nikola Jokic got started. It was the second chance opportunities. 6 of his buckets came off of tip-ins on offensive rebounds.
Right, it's going to be him. It's not going to be anyone else.
But
it's going to be him.
But
it's not going to be
no
AG.
Different, Raj.
It's not going to be MPJ. It's not going to be magically DeAndre Jordan coming off the bench or Zeke Naji having. It's going to be Joker. If you're getting second chance opportunities that are coming within 5 to 7 feet of the bucket, it will be number 15. It will not be MPJ slashing through. It will not be AG in the dunker spot because OKC is too good at defending it. And they've had too much success at just going, we dare anybody else to hit from beyond the arc
third
today.
Quarter from Jamal Murray.
He had 3 threes.
But the penetration and his ability to take the ball to the cup is what I felt opened his game up from just being stagnant. This team can't be stagnant. If you're stagnant and you play perimeter basketball and don't even attempt to attack the rim and attack the paint, yeah, you're going to lose the game tonight. I look at the path forward as you got to play tremendous defense. create some opportunities in transition basketball. You're really good. Guess who that unlocks? It unlocks Christian Brown's game. That's where he thrives. He doesn't thrive, at least in this postseason whatsoever, in half-court basketball. He doesn't look comfortable. He doesn't look confident. But he sure as heck looks confident when he can get out and run. And he can do it. Peyton Watson can do that off the bench. Russell Westbrook, if he can make a dang layup, he can do it as well, if he can hit his bunnies. But I just think that it's going to be a focus on the defensive effort, and then when you do get into half-court basketball, if it's just stand around and wait for the kickback out to you, this team doesn't play well right now in this postseason when their perimeter players are playing stationary basketball.
Unless you utilize a guy like Julian Strawther to come in off the bench a little bit more.
Jalen Pickett.
Because I don't think Pickett's
either
the
one.
guy.
I think either one.
I think asking for Pickett is a little bit too much because they haven't utilized him, and you saw rather enough success from Strawther in his 10 minutes in Game 5 to go, that could be the guy that unlocks it. That's the one dude that you look at. When you see these games against OKC, you see the deeper bench. You see the guys coming off and hitting 2 out of 3 threes, 3 out of 5 threes. If you can get 2 threes or 3 threes from Julian Strawther in this game, I think you find a way to win, but you have to trust the young guy, especially if you see early on that Michael Porter Jr. doesn't have it.
He's got. I have a prediction for tonight, bold prediction on Michael Porter Jr. Everybody's ready to move on from him having any minutes after the first couple minutes. He's going to hit some shots early on in this game. He's going to hit some shots. He's going to hit a shot or two, and he's going to have a contribution. You know what we haven't really seen in this series? We haven't seen the entirety of the Nuggets offense unlocked in one day, which doesn't happen often in a playoff game. There's a reason why it doesn't happen. OKC's the best defensive team in the NBA through the regular season. But we haven't seen a comfortable Nuggets victory, a really comfortable Nuggets victory.
Are you going to get one?
I believe you can, because I think you were knocking on the door twice in Game 5
and
for
Game 4
for a comfortable Nuggets victory.
And Game 4. I'll give you
Game 4 up until the fourth quarter. You didn't really feel like there's a chance for it to open up. There were multiple chances in Game 5 on the road in a ruckus environment. So that shows the matchup can be favorable for the Nuggets. They just have to sniff that blood in the water and go out and just finish it.
That's Coach Mike Sanford, 6:30 tip on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live from Section 136. We'll be here all afternoon, and then Nate and Andy will be there up in press row, waiting for you guys for Game 6. Again, make sure you guys get inside the building, nuggets.com/playoffs. If you guys need tickets today, we'll continue breaking this thing down. Hopefully check in with Chris Dempsey coming up at 10:45, as well as we finally have it. The NFL schedule is out. We will get into our full game-by-game breakdowns of the Broncos and whether or not they'll be better or worse than last season. It's Altitude 92.5. The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line today. Coming to you guys live from section 136 here in Ball Arena. 6:30 p.m. tip with Kaz, a 6 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Did just get a good stat.
Positive stat?
I had felt a little
negative Nelly Raj over here? What's going on here,
Nelly
man?
because I'm
do you have a migraine?
I'm in a battle this morning.
Do you have a migraine right now? Because you sure as hell are acting like you got one.
I sure do. It doesn't feel great.
You know what, though, man? Hey, our listeners and our sprinters out there, they appreciate Raj fighting through adversity
I'm just battling today. You know what? I feel like Michael Porter Jr. I don't know if I'm going to be great, but there's times where I could be great. Hopefully, I'm not having a three-point performance today, and I'm putting in 5 threes, which is what you need this evening. Did you know that Jamal Murray, when he scores 30 or more points in a playoff game,
15 wins?
14-5.
Okay, 14 wins. Well, 15 including tonight.
14
there it is.
and 5 when he scores 30 or more. If he puts up 30, that is the game that Jamal Murray will win you a game in the series, and then all bets are off after 2 days with rest between games 6 and game 7. Now, what we have seen in the playoffs, though, is a team that has gone through a game 7 and come back and won that series. Historically, they're like 3-17 in the next series. It's not great in recent history that when you go through that long stretch and you win game 7. Now, this is me looking ahead because Minnesota wins in 5 games over Golden State. So I go, that's a great opportunity for you to erase what happened last year. With this short of a bench, can they actually get through both OKC and Minnesota? Or am I just having to worry about tonight?
Raj,
forget about moving forward.
As the old adage goes, man, you got to go where your feet are planted.
All right.
And you know where my feet are planted right now? Right behind Section 136 at Ball Arena, where a memorable Game 6 is going to happen tonight. And you know what's right behind 136 that we find ourselves broadcasting from? It's the Coors Golden Banquet Beer Bar. Right here, where one beers will be consumed by several people, several thousand people. The ultimate pregame spot. And all I can think about right now, Raj, is Game 6. So don't tell me that every single game that you are going to be playing in the next series is going to be a day off, a game on, a day off, a game on. Because everybody wants to be extremely negative. There is a reality. And you know what? Tonight, for the Nuggets, it's going to be the Nuggets' 8th playoff game played in the last 15 days. 8th playoff game played in 15 days. That's a lot of basketball.
That's so much basketball for a team that refuses to play more than 7 players.
You know what else happens during the playoffs a lot? You don't get any long homestands. You travel a lot in addition to playing those contests with really only one day off.
If they get this thing done, if you find a way to come back and beat Golden State, to force Game 7, and then in 2 days you find a way.
Golden State or
did I say Golden State?
Yeah, it's all right.
I told you, we're battling through it today. If they find a way to come back and beat Oklahoma City in 7 games, it will be one of the most impressive series wins I have ever seen.
The most unlikely, certainly by all the odds makers. Even tonight, you're underdogs again.
At 2-2 going into Game 5, they were plus 450. Plus 450 underdogs to win the series.
Have they been an underdog in every game?
I would assume they've been an underdog in every game.
Pretty close.
I don't know what they've been game in and game out in terms of like betting on them Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, but they have been a heavy underdog in the series even when they had a 2-1 series lead, right? We do also have to remember this is the only time that Denver has trailed in the series. They have had the upper hand, and you can make the argument that Denver could look back on this series and go, it should already be done. Now, I think Oklahoma City can do that too, with the fact that you kind of threw away Games 1 and Game 3. If you're the Thunder, you could look back at that and go, this should have been a 5-game series, but Denver's got the same exact thing. Like choking away leads in Game 4 or Game 5, both of these teams have now done it. Getting this thing to Game 7, I don't think you can then rely upon if this thing gets close at the end of 7, we're going to get it done. Because Oklahoma City, for me, has already gone.
They've answered.
We're on the same footing.
They've answered the question.
They have answered the question that they can float when you bring them into
reality, though, is that the Denver Nuggets have answered the question twice in the series as well, right? So it's a wash. It's not that you get into the deep waters and you know for a fact that Oklahoma City is now going to beat you if the game's close in the fourth quarter. because the Nuggets have won 2 miraculous games, frankly, in those deep waters themselves. So right now it's a series. It's a 3-2 series, and 2 games for each team. Of the 2 that the Oklahoma City have won, and then the 2 that the Nuggets have won, were decided in the waning moments of the game.
Should they have sat Nikola Jokic early on in the 4th last game?
No, and I don't want Vic or DMac to call me and start yelling at me and tell me that I think I heard a YDKB yesterday. You don't know ball. Vic dropped a YDKB. And that's the worst thing that you could ever be told. You don't know ball. Vic dropped a YDKB on, which I was like, ooh, them's are fighting words. I always love when I get YDKB'd on social media. I love to just drop it like, oh, I just got the ultimate. You don't know ball. I don't think that you should have rested Nikola Jokic in the 4th. And the bottom line is you needed another player or 2 or 3 to step up and deliver.
Honestly, it was 1. You needed one guy.
Yeah, one. You get one, you win the series. You win the game, and you probably win the series.
One dude that goes 2 of 5 from the floor in that 4th quarter that isn't, the Jamal 1 layup make with 17 seconds to go. If you get someone who hits 1 3 and 1 shot from 17 feet and then gets to the line once or twice, you probably end up winning Game 5.
The only thing I don't love about the conversation that we keep having about just need somebody to hit a 3. The Nuggets attempted over 40 3-point shots in Game 5. I still think that the path to victory for the Nuggets is wall-to-wall defense, line-to-line defense, baseline to baseline. You are playing frenetic defense and getting out in transition. And in the half-court game, you have got to give the threat that you are going to take the basketball to the cup. And, yes, you need to hit some three-pointers. You don't need to be solely a penetrating offensive basketball team. But if the Nuggets team that I hate watching right now is the one that I watched in the 4th quarter. It's where there's a lot of pass to Nikola Jokic, stand around. He kicks it back out to you. Then you kick it straight back into him. Stand around more. That is a bad formula for this team. You need movement. You need inertia. And, frankly, if guys are fatigued, which I don't think is the reason that you had the failure in Games 4 and Games 5 down the stretch. I think it was fear because nobody wants to have the basketball in their hands and potentially take away the shot from Nikola Jokic down the stretch. And even if they are forced to take the shot, they don't want to take the shot, and they double clutch the shot. I don't want to see that type of basketball. I want to see active basketball, that you are taking matters into your own hands, and then when you get that help side, whoever the player might be, help side assistance from OKC, you look to dish. And then that's how you get things going, you get things popping off.
To keep pushing on this will be the most impressive result I could possibly find if Denver finds a way to get this series done. If you find a way to come back and beat OKC and face off against Minnesota in the West. Did you know there has never been a 4 seed in the Western Conference to win an NBA title? There have been 3 times where a 4 seed going into the playoffs has won the West but then lost in the finals. Dallas did it.
That was last year, wasn't it?
No, Dallas was a 5 seed last year. Dallas was a 5 seed last year. Dallas did it in the mid-2000s. There was the 4 seed runs of Phoenix and Seattle in 75-76 and 77-78. Both of those teams did not find a way to get it done. Only 3 times have you seen a seed at 4 get through the Western Conference final. They have everything stacked against them, and that's why I feel like, again, I think they're going to find a way to get tonight done. And I'm trying not to sound like Negative Nelly, but I know that's where I'm going. I was just trying to find anything.
Stay right there. Stay where
history.
You are. I like where you're at right now.
Anything from history to tell me that they have things going for them. The other thing that I have, there's only been 1 6 seed in the history of the Western Conference to win an NBA championship. And that was the 1994-1995 Houston Rockets, when where Michael Jordan, right, wasn't playing, if I'm correct. Wasn't he still retired at that point? He came back the next season, and obviously the Bulls go off. Houston's the only team to win it at the 6th seed. We know already that Minnesota has gotten to the Western Conference Final again as the 6th seed. You get through this thing, you find a way to beat them in the next 2 games and go up against Minnie, the odds are in your favor. they can find a way to get this thing done. They just have a mountain to get past in the next 4 days.
They're more than capable of getting past this mountain because the matchup is still a good matchup for the Denver Nuggets. And Raj, when you say these things about the 4 seed in the Western Conference has never won an NBA final, I come back at you with this, that nevers aren't meant to be forever. And that's what sports is all about, defying something that historically has not happened, the never, if you will. This team is capable of doing so much more than they've done in the final moments of these last 2 contests. And I think there's enough pride in that room. There's enough fight in that room. There's enough grit in that room to know that they will give you what they're capable of giving you tonight and in a Game 7. And let's not even talk about that until you get there. But they are capable of playing this type of gritty basketball. I love the comments that were made after the game. Aaron Gordon, just talking about that we're comfortable in the gritty space. We're comfortable back against the wall. You're grabbing your heart. I just want to make sure you're not going to go down on me. I mean, migraines turning into heart attacks. Like, I'm not ready for this. Not for my younger co-host that looks like he could still be in college. I'm not looking for these types of moments. But I think this. Raj, I have another question for you.
What's up?
And I want to hear this from KJ, too, back in the studio. As we're at the top of Section 136 at Ball Arena, just a mere 100 yards away from history being made tonight. David Adelman. If you win this series, is he the head coach of the Denver Nuggets?
I think if he wins the game, he's the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. I said it yesterday. I think he's already done enough to make me think like he's the guy. He's the right dude. And I feel like he has pushed the right buttons. It's not his fault. Like, there's a reason why Calvin Booth got fired, right? There's a reason why both of those guys, Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, got fired because, well, they couldn't see eye to eye, and it created a negative energy, a toxic environment here in the building. But it's also not David Adelman's fault that he got saddled with a 6-man rotation, essentially. I think he's pushing the right buttons. If you told me that if you told me that they're going into Game 6 against Oklahoma City 3 games before the end of the regular season when they fire Michael Malone, I'd take that any day of the week. He's a dude who's supposed to have, and we've been told this by not only Michael Malone, but ownership and other coaches around the league that they go, how does David Adelman not have a head coaching job yet? We've heard it for 2 or 3 straight years. I think he's already done enough.
There was a strong sentiment yesterday on PhD, right off the top, noon to 3, but certainly at the noon hour, where I was listening to a very strong argument from Darren McKee that this loss in Game 5 was rested solely on David Adelman.
What are you talking about?
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you what he said. Ugh. I could not disagree more. I listened to Scotty Hastings scream at DMac as well.
Scotty had the best rebuttal, right? He goes, "What happened in Game 4 when you took
rested Nikola Jokic out the gates in the fourth quarter,
and you got outscored 9-2, and by the time he came back in,
the momentum's all gone.
The momentum was gone, as was the lead.
Lead was evaporated. I think that this game is won tonight with a continued combination of David Adelman acquitting the roster the best that he possibly can. I would like to see a little bit more bench moments. I'd like to see a player like Julian Strawther or Jalen Pickett to be slightly more enabled, certainly in the case of Julian Strawther, maybe a little bit Jalen Pickett, to go out and try to make some shots and just say, hey, kid, I believe in you. I believe in you. We need somebody to step up, and it might be that if Michael Porter Jr. is so damaged right now and it's just diminishing returns, it might be that Julian Strawther has to end up filling that role for 20-plus minutes. That might be the case.
Early, right? You have to find it early. You can't wait until MPJ's got 28 minutes in him and it's halfway through the third and he's got 3 points and his plus-minus is -3 and he's got 4 rebounds. You have to know whether or not the MPJ has it halfway through the second quarter. And you have to make that decision early. This is not a beginning of the fourth quarter decision. You can't wait until then. It might be too late by then. And what does that tell you, right? We've been talking about 2 players over the course of 2 days that you want to see a little bit more. For you, it's Pickett. For me, it's Strawther.
Strawther for me as well.
Okay.
I believe as a coach that if you never empower a bench player, a reserve, a guy who hasn't proven himself in the moment, guess what they'll never do? They'll never prove themselves in the moment because they've never been given the opportunity to do so. So why not give one of those, if not both of those players, an opportunity to knock down a couple of early three balls? Because they're both more than capable of being three-point shooters. My problem right now, Christian Brown is being depended upon to do that. He is a high-level defensive player in the postseason and high-level runner that gets in transition and plays basketball. Don't play him in that spot. He's not – if you look at his stats, KJ pointed it out yesterday, every single one of his shooting statistics, his field goal percentage, three-point percentage, and free throw percentage are all double digits down from where he stood in the regular season. He's just not rising to the moment. We kind of know that. We're 12 games into this postseason, are we not? We know a lot about who Christian Brown is. We don't know much about who Julian Strawther is in the postseason. We don't know who Jalen Pickett really is in the postseason. Why not find out if one of those two guys can be that knockdown three-point shooter? And I asked earlier for KJ to be involved, and I have one question for KJ back in the studio before we hit a break. KJ, if David Adelman, and just say the Nuggets tonight, David Adelman is coaching his last game of this playoffs, and the Nuggets lose by 15 to 20 points, is he the head basketball coach of the Nuggets next year?
Yes, because we've all conceded that this team is just not deep enough. They need more players. They need more weapons. And at the end of the day, David Adelman did the best he could with what he has. That's all you can ever ask from a coach. He took them to a Game 6 against the best team in the Western Conference. And so I think you give him a chance to come back and try it again with better players, and I bet you he gets you over the hump.
My answer is yes. KJ's answer is yes. We'll ask Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV on the other side the same question as we preview Game 6 between the Nuggets and the Thunder tonight. 6 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and a 6:30 tip live from Section 136 at Ball Arena. You're listening to The Morning Sprint.
Those summer temps are on the horizon, and as the weather continues to heat up, the sports action heats up at Circus Sports Colorado. From baseball to basketball to hockey, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way you want it to be, the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So looking for playoff bets, futures on NBA Finals, NHL playoffs, or just props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports, well, it's got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And just as a reminder, you must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
High above section 136 here at Ball Arena ahead of Game 6, Thunder and Nuggets. Let's jump right into it on the Ramos Law Hotline as we welcome in Christopher A. Dempsey of Altitude TV with his NBA Baseline Report. Demps, what is up, brother?
Oh, just very excited to see what happens tonight. I think these playoffs have been really good. The series has been awesome, and so we'll see if the Nuggets can extend it out and force a Game 7.
The series has been awesome, but I don't know whether or not my negativity has been sinking in. Like, I feel like I've been negative Nelly for the last 40 minutes, and I just don't like being that guy. You are one of the most positive people I know. Get me out of my funk. Why should I not be negative going into tonight's matchup?
Wow, well, because I think the Nuggets have shown in this series that they do have enough to be able to win games against this team in this series. And, if you're going back to the last game and the fourth quarter in particular, the last two fourth quarters in particular, but we'll deal with Game 5 here. I thought that they offensively, especially in that third quarter, had pinpointed. They just played so brilliantly. They got to every single matchup that they wanted to exploit. They got to every action they wanted to get to. They didn't settle for three-pointers. They got to the rim. Everything kind of was falling into place. And so that we need that version back. And I just think that what happened in the fourth quarter was, and what's happening in each of the last two fourth quarters is Oklahoma City has a really good plan for the two-man game when they get to it. And so I just think for the Nuggets, you might want to slow roll it before you get to that two-man game and continue on with a lot of the actions that got your offense into the great space that it was prior to that.
You bring up the two-man game. What is Oklahoma City's plan for what has been such a historically good finishing piece of the puzzle for the Denver Nuggets over the course of the last several years?
Yeah, so, what you're talking about there, Coach, is, at the end of the day, what Joker and Jamal are running is just high screen roll, right? And they're kind of rescreening, and they can invert it, and they can do all these kinds of things. And they read it very well, and obviously Nikola can spray the ball out to anybody else if they feel a little bit crowded out as well. Oklahoma City has seen this for years now. It has been years. And I think for them, it becomes, as weird as it sounds, it becomes a little bit easier when you go from a situation where your offense that you were running had Jamal off the ball, and he's everywhere else, and so is Nikola Jokic, and they're just moving targets in a way that they're very hard to corral. And then you put them in one spot, and now they're easier to corral because you know where they're going to be every single time down court. And for a defensive team as good as the Oklahoma City Thunder, now the question is just how are you playing the pick and roll? And are you switching? And are you playing it 2v2? Are you there's just any number of ways to be able to do that. And then you play it physically, and you have top flight defensive players. So I think in some, A, institutional knowledge, they've seen it for years. B, you're talking about an action that is the most common action in basketball, period. And so these teams have really good plans against pick and roll coverage, pick and roll offense, and you put all that together. And I think OKC has done a really good job. And so I think for the Nuggets, it's maybe sprinkling that in those fourth quarters while you're doing some of the other stuff that kept you successful over the bulk of the game.
Demps, the pieces around Nikola Jokic have come under great fire following Game 5's fourth quarter performance, but a player that's been perplexing to me throughout the entirety of this postseason, as KJ pointed out to me off air yesterday, is Christian Braun, where his numbers have deteriorated from the regular season, where he was the most consistent Nugget. Field goal percentage, 58% regular season, down to 43%. 3-point percentage down by 11%, and even free throw percentage down by nearly 17%. What is it about Christian Braun where you're just seeing diminishing returns for what was such a consistent player during the regular season?
Yeah, so, Christian Braun's game, his offensive game is the foundation of it is transition and, creating basically offense from defense. and what happens in the playoffs is the first thing these teams do is they get back, right? So, I mean, the Nuggets as a fast-breaking team overall haven't been quite as effective in transition, as they consistently were in the regular season. Well, I mean, that usually almost always happens in the playoffs. In the regular season, these teams sometimes get back, sometimes they don't. And if you are very persistent about fast breaking, you can get that personality onto the court most nights. Whereas the stakes are so high in the postseason that the first thing these teams do is say, all right, transition defense, make them play against us 5-on-5. All right, so now they've done that. And then for Christian Brown, that's going to cut off a certain number of his points, period, because he makes so many points in transition. So then you get to the three-point line, and that's been a little bit more that's been a little bit tougher because some of these teams have quite honestly left him open to be able to hit some of those shots, and he's just not hitting them at the same clip, and then sometimes that gets in your head. It's a weird kind of psychological thing in basketball is if somebody just doesn't guard you at the three-point line, you on one hand you're like, okay, you start to feel a little weird about how you're approaching some of these shots. And then if you miss some, then it's in your head, and then they're leaving you open, and then this is a weird spiral that keeps on going. And so, like, these teams that have left Christian Brown or Peyton Watson or Russell Westbrook, it's a weird psychological thing sometimes that can cause you to miss some shots and then have that feed on itself. But for Christian, I just think he just needs to see a couple of those bad boys go in. He doesn't have to make 6 3-pointers in a game, but if he makes 2 to 3 and then keeps that defense honest, I think that's going to be a good space for him to be.
Demps, has David Adelman done enough to already get the job at this point?
Look, my personal opinion is yeah. I don't know, Josh Kroenke ultimately is going to make this decision, but I've loved a few things. I love that he doesn't feel like he's married to any one thing. So one of the things that we've seen schematically from the Nuggets over the course of these last 2 weeks, these first 2 series, is pretty much everything. Whatever works, he will do. And I think that is just the best way to go. We've seen so many possessions. I haven't seen this much zone defense played in the NBA in a long time, maybe ever. But to me, that just says he's willing to do what it takes to disrupt and win a game. And if it means that he has to play man-to-man the entire game, great. If he means he has to play zone the entire game, great. If he wants to play offensively, a high pick and roll, great. Or we're going to just stagger screen and get some into some Miami, Chicago action off of that stuff, great. It doesn't really matter to him. He is a very smart basketball person, and you can hear it and you can see it in how his team plays. Part 2, I think he's really, done a good job of communicating and empowering, obviously the players to take control of their own team. But then he can still be the adult in the room when it's time to say, when all the eyes kind of go back to him, looking for some sort of advice or direction as to what they're doing. And so I just, and it feels like everything is much more calm. Josh talked about there just being, just a lot of, negative stuff happening as storm clouds in the organization. That seems to have cleared its way out. And I've always thought that he would be a really good head coach. I think the fact that you take a team 3 games to the end of a regular season, you have to win those 3 games to get a top 4 seed. You do that, and then you beat Ty Lue, one of the most well-respected head coaches in the league, who came in with one of the hottest teams in the basketball in the NBA into the playoffs. And now you're in Game 6 against the number 1 overall seed in the entirety of the playoffs. Now, to me, that says all it needs to say. Like, you are getting the job done. But we will see how Josh feels about that after the season is over.
Christopher A. Dempsey, you have been my guy, my source of rational yet optimistic takes on Nuggets basketball. So I'm going to ask you this because I'm not ready for this to be over. What is your prediction for tonight's Game 6 matchup?
I'll say it this way. The Nuggets they need a couple of things. The home court's going to help a whole lot, so that's going to be a big deal for them here today because they feed off that energy so much. They need 2 more players to score 15 or more points that are not named Jokic and Murray, and Aaron Gordon had 13, but they're going to have to find some more scoring from somewhere, and it's been very difficult. And OKC has been the number 1 defensive team, and they're starting to really put the clamps on Denver just a little bit, especially their role players. I'm going to say that they have enough here tonight to be able to get it done, that the score won't be super high, that the Nuggets defensively won't allow 50% shooting and 41 from 3. I think they'll get back to a better defensive posture there, and that's going to help them see their way to Game 7. But this is certainly a huge, huge challenge. And credit to Oklahoma City, guys, because we're looking at a young team that is being challenged by the veteran team to show just exactly how good are you, really. And what they are doing is they're growing up before our very eyes. And sometimes that's hard to stop that train once it gets pretty far down the track. But I'll take the Nuggets in this one tonight in a close one, and then we'll see what happens in Game 7.
Love to hear it, Dems. Thank you so much for your time. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. Watch him on Altitude TV. Brother, we hope we talk to you next week, and it's in the middle of the Western Conference Final against Minnesota. Here's hoping a big, big performance for the Nuggets tonight. And then again, as you say, who knows what happens on Sunday in Game 7. Appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Chris Dempsey. You guys listen to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from Ball Arena ahead of Game 6 between the Thunder and your Denver Nuggets. We're above Section 136. Game 6 tonight coming up between the Thunder and the Nuggets. It is win or stay home, or you can find a way to force another Game 7 here. Mentioned the stat. Teams that have gone the distance in one round that have seen a team that swept in that same round the next very series. 3-17 all time. We've mentioned a few stats that the Nuggets have had to come up against and will have to come up against to kind of create history in this round if they want to get through and face against Minnesota in the next round. You're going to learn whether or not being battle-tested and having a championship medal in history to you actually means that much. And it starts tonight, man. Dempsey talking to me in that last interview makes me a little bit more positive going into today's game.
I thought he was really pessimistic
just a
for
little
Dempsey.
bit. But we've also seen, I just saw this.
I asked Dempsey for a prediction, and he basically just gave me, in order for the Nuggets to win.
He said this. So he did
the breathe through his teeth thing a lot.
He goes, no Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray being the big-time scorers in this game. You need at least two players to have 15 or more points in tonight's matchup. Nikola Jokic, his highest-scoring playoff games in history, 43 points. They lost by 17 in 2019 to the Spurs. 43 points in 2023 against Minnesota. They lost by 6 to the Timberwolves. Oklahoma City in Game 5. He had 44 points. They lost by 7 to the Thunder. And in 2023 against Phoenix, he had 53 points. They lost by 5 to the Phoenix Suns.
Wait,
you've been trying to tell me for the whole series going, I'm kicking 40-point performances out of the bed. I've been calling you crazy. You know what? It hasn't worked so far. So I'm coming over to your side. I don't want to see 40-point performances anymore.
It sounds so stupid to have the argument that I have. It sounds the dumbest. Like, have your best player on your team, best player in the history of your franchise, and arguably one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient offensive player in the history of basketball at any level. And you're saying, I don't really want you to score anything north of 37. Standard. That's my number. Stay south of 37. It's almost when Nikola Jokic has these types of games, twofold things. There's a twofold example of why I think this is bad for the team.
It means without a doubt nobody else is showing up.
Or Nikola Jokic is on such a heater that everybody is so afraid, has such a fear of doing anything that potentially could jeopardize him getting the basketball on each and every possession. Therefore, you become a one-headed monster, and that is not good in the case of the Denver Nuggets. Frankly, that's not good for the efficiency of who Nikola Jokic is as a basketball player. His efficiency is because he is like Nathan McKinnon. He creates assists for others to score, and when it's right and other people are stepping up, this team is really, really good.
We talked about that with the Avs yesterday. Is that the problem of not being able to find the proper pieces around Nathan McKinnon? That, like, if you put someone like Marty Necas on his wing, who is very good, and we saw him click early on, but then start to fall off going into the postseason, is like you kind of have to find an alpha to play alongside,
or just
McKinnon.
A moose, right? Like I'm saying, an immovable object, an immovable mindset type of player.
I don't know who that player is going to be.
Like, I would say Nichushkin. Nichushkin's that type of player where you don't know if he's necessarily fully an alpha.
And
but
he's not passing up opportunities because Nate's on the ice.
Yeah, he's cool. He's a really good player from
Abbotsford,
Canada.
You know who I felt
Where's he from? Abbotsford?
Who?
McKinnon?
No, he is from Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia.
That was really close.
Abbotsford's where the Flames have their AHL team.
Okay.
Abbotsford.
I don't know why.
The Abbotsford
I have
Heat,
no idea why I went to Abbotsford there.
I don't know who that player is going to be for the Avs. I kind of felt like Cale was passing up opportunities on the power play, like just trying to force feed McKinnon, and that's where they started to pass like way too much. And you're kind of seeing that, or at least you saw it in Game 5 with the Nuggets.
Saw it in Game 4 too a little bit, tail end.
Joker's going off on a heater, but no one else feels like they are ready to take control of the game. And it's kind of are you going to do it? Is that guy going to do it? Who's the player that's going to step up and say it's my moment? That's who you're looking for tonight.
I actually love what Chris Dempsey said, and it's a feeling that I've had and why I believe that the game was turned around in Game 5. Game 5, when we were watching that first quarter, did it not feel like you were ready to turn rage turn off the TV when you're down 12-2 and the Nuggets can do nothing offensively. I love what Dempsey said, is that you have to become a rim attacking offensive basketball team to be able to do some of the things that you want to do with Nikola Jokic in the two-man game. If there's no threat for any of the 5 players on the court to attack the rim and at least look for the corresponding player that's going to be open because there's help, then I don't like the chances of the Nuggets in this game.
When they go ice cold, and I think more than any other team in the postseason, when the Nuggets go ice cold, it feels like they're never going to hit another bucket ever again in the game. And I felt the same way about the Avs in the power play. When they go cold, we talked about that power play where you got a call for you against the Stars, and you went, oh no. Oh, God, because if you continue to be ice cold and you overpuck or overpass pucks and you continue to miss the net, then the momentum starts to swing in your other way. And we've now seen it in Games 4 and Game 5 when Denver has a lead going into the fourth and you feel pretty good about it, but then there's those stretches of bricked threes, air balls from Russes, where not only are you not making your shots, but you can feel the momentum building on the other side. It's the same exact thing that we watched the Avs do when it came to the power play.
Raj, you remember the segment where you took me to the board to explain why the Avs power play was so good in the regular season after the departure of Mikko Rantanen? You used the term cycling.
Yeah,
that there was constant cycling. There was constant inertia. I feel the same way when the Nuggets are in half-court basketball. When they're stationary and they're sitting around and just pass hot potato, oh, please, Nikola, take the shot. Oh, wait, he's double-teamed, kicks it back out. We're standing, and then, oh, I don't really want to shoot, but, oh, here goes a three-point shot. You don't make it. That's how I feel the Nuggets are. That same inability to score for the Avs in the postseason was just pass. And people were burning up the ice that was underneath their skates. I feel like the same thing's holding true, is that you are creating dents in the wood floor at Ball Arena because you are so stationary. Get movement. Get active. I want to see an active half-court game, and I think the best way to do that is play really good defense on the other side.
Now is the simple question for both of those teams, because, again, I think it's very parallel, what we've been watching between Denver and OKC and Colorado and Dallas. You say matchups are everything. And Denver is the most difficult matchup that OKC has in the Western Conference.
Maybe on their path to a championship.
Maybe on the path to a championship.
Calling it is. I actually think OKC is, if they get through the series,
it's their title to lose.
They are going to obliterate Minnesota.
So you do say, and I agree with you, it's their toughest matchup, Denver for OKC. But in terms of the length at the 4 and the 5 with Holmgren and Hartenstein, that's Denver's most difficult matchup to have to go through. I felt the same way about the Avalanche as well. You talk about how Denver is a better team when you start to penetrate the middle. OKC has done an amazing job at taking away the middle of the court, taking away the paint, making it impossible to try and get second point or second chance opportunities and make it count at the basket. The Stars did the same thing against the Avs. Pack the middle of the ice, get inside the dots, and force you to go through us. Prove that you can do it. Prove that you can go through us and score gritty, grimy goals. The Avs couldn't prove it. So far, I would say the Nuggets haven't either. That they can prove that you can go through the two Twin Towers.
They've proven
Minnesota was successful at it last year.
Yeah.
OKC has been successful at it throughout the first 5 games of this series as well. Until you can prove it, I feel as though, while it's still a good matchup, it's still the worst matchup for OKC, it's still a very, very difficult one.
Well, it's a hard matchup for the Denver Nuggets because they're a really good basketball team. OKC
so is Dallas,
really good.
Right? That's
I
what
still stand by that the worst matchup for the Denver Nuggets is Minnesota because of their athleticism and the fact that they will run you into the ground. They have so many athletes. They're led by an incredibly athletic guy, the guy that gets out and creates transition basketball in Ant Edwards. Now, where I still think that the Denver Nuggets, if they're playing the right style of basketball and they can create some space on the floor, which I know you're saying that you can't create space unless you're hitting your perimeter shots.
Right.
Now, I think that if you get enough movement to pull, say, Chet away from clogging the lane as the help side defender, then you do have opportunities to get to the rim. I don't think Isaiah Hartenstein.
the AJ3 in overtime. Or the AG3, rather, in overtime.
I don't necessarily think that Hartenstein is a major problem as I've watched this series continue. Hartenstein's not the problem that Zubats was physically for Nikola Jokic. the problem is when Chet Holmgren is freed up to be the help side defender, then you do have a bit of a problem. And that's where the Nuggets have found themselves. If it's the chicken before the egg argument, is we've got to be able to hit our 3-point shots outside. And that's got to be AG or Michael Porter Jr. because they're gonna command the matchup of Chet Holmgren depending on who's on the floor because of the length, because he can sag off and play as a bit of a clogger in the lane. That if you're trying to set up the 3-point makes before you penetrate, then I think you might never penetrate. And that's why I thought that Adelman did a nice job and the players on the floor did a nice job in the first quarter of Game 5 in saying, you know what, hey, this plan's not working because we're not making shots. So guess what we need to do? We need to be hard-headed and take the ball to the cup. And that's what I think tonight's got to be about. And the best way to get that started is on the defensive end, and that's where I think guys like Russell Westbrook, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and you know who needs to have a stellar performance tonight is Aaron Gordon on the defensive side. Now you can open up the opportunity to have a little bit of transition basketball.
Minnesota gets through Golden State 121-110. They will await the winner of OKC and Denver in the Western Conference
But
Final.
we were told that Jimmy Butler was going to be the solution in the absence of Steph Curry.
No, not solution. Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry, I think the Warriors find a way to – I think that's a 6 or 7 game series if Steph doesn't get hurt.
You're probably right.
There's no shot you can win that without Steph Curry. He's not the answer without him. That series was over as soon as Steph went
down. The narrative
in
Golden State was they loved Jimmy Butler's acquisition. They thought
it was really good for them.
He in and of himself was going to be like he was for Miami, a team that might have a bunch of holes, yet we're going to use Jimmy Butler as the guy that's going to score 35 to 40 points
He was
a night.
He was a great.
It was a Band-Aid.
A Band-Aid?
Yeah.
It was not a Band-Aid. You know who else was awesome for the Nuggets a couple of years ago until Jamal Murray went down with an ACL injury? It was Aaron Gordon. Mm-hmm. Everyone thought they were unbeatable or they were going to make a very deep run that year, and Jamal gets injured and it blows everything up. That's what happened to Golden State.
Will we see Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler on the floor for the entirety of the 25-26 campaign next year?
I don't know.
I doubt
Steph's
it.
like 37.
I feel like that this is the end of the Warriors' current dynastic.
If they're healthy,
I know it's not dynastic right now, but they have a lot of the same faces. I think they're completely washed. They're cooked in terms of a threat to be a contender in the NBA Finals in the remaining years.
No, they're a threat. They are a threat to anyone in rounds 2 or rounds 1 and round 2. I don't think they're a threat to win a title. But they are a threat to anyone in round 1 and round 2 when healthy.
Will they hit the reset button, blow it up, and start from scratch?
No, I think they'll look at Steph and go, if you're healthy and we've got Jimmy Butler next to you, we're going to take it again. The Celtics find
just so we can get to the second round and give somebody a scare. That sounds like a whole heck of a lot of fun.
I mean, that's a 6 or 7 game series with Minnesota. I think you're looking at the injury to Steph Curry and not giving it nearly enough weight. That's insane to me that you're going, oh yeah, that Jimmy Butler was going to be the answer without Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. Again, that's looking at the Denver situation, having Jamal go down and going, yep, you guys can get through the Warriors 3 years ago.
Just looks like it's been three years in a row now that this team has fizzled out in the postseason. That's why I'm saying and I'm talking about not getting to Western Conference Finals. This team is cooked. They're washed.
All right. They've got one of the greatest shooters of all time, so I'm not willing to bet against Steph Curry yet, just like I'm not willing to bet against, like Patrick Mahomes at this time. Actually, speaking of Patrick Mahomes and speaking of football, we do know the Broncos' schedule. We'll get into that on the other side. NFL Notes is next, and we will give you our game-by-game predictions. They will be guaranteed. This is what's going to happen. Both Coach and I are going to let you know how the Broncos do on the other side.
Hey, Colorado, Mike Sanford here, and I am so excited to tell you about my favorite real estate agent and family in Colorado. It's Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry's a proud Colorado native. He grew up in Arvada and attended Fairview High School, where he's a superstar linebacker, and played inside backer for Coach Bill McCartney at the University of Colorado, where he still holds the all-time tackle record, over 490 tackles. So if you're looking for somebody to tackle your real estate needs, look no further than Barry Remington. Barry's daughter, Cassie, has worked alongside him for 7 years, bringing smart insights, high-level communication, and a fresh female perspective. She is simply a joy to work with as well. Swing by Barry's new listing at 2055 South Columbine in Denver this Saturday from 12 to noon. Meet him in person. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com and for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL, and last evening was a big one. The NFL schedule release comes out, and the Broncos went mutton busting.
Mark Johnson, the voice of the Buffs, was the rodeo announcer.
Sending kids out on sheep and seeing how long they could hold on to. I loved it. Also, didn't the Colts had to remove their schedule?
Yeah, a little insensitive. Tyreek Hill was mocked as a Minecraft version of a dolphin and was pulled over by the U.S. Coast Guard. A little bit insensitive, and apparently the Indianapolis Colts, they took the video down and also cited the fact that they are not in compliance with the agreement with Microsoft and were insensitive to Tyreek Hill. So other than that, the Colts are doing just fine.
It's what happens when you give the schedule release to a 24-year-old. Just say, hey, go crazy. Have fun. But we do know the Broncos' schedule, and it looks like this. You'll start the season at home against Tennessee, and then you'll head to Indianapolis, at LAC, home against Cincy are your first 4 weeks of the season. So, Coach, let's do it. We're going to go through every single game for the Broncos. Let us know how they're going to do. Will they be better than the 10-6 last year that got them into the play? Or was it 10-7? Do you play 7? You play 17 games. 10-7 now. I always get confused at that with the extra game. 10-7 that got you
Yesterday
into the
was an
playoffs.
18-game season, I believe.
I know.
Should have known the migraine was on its way. It was knocking on the door yesterday. It's like, hey, Raj, remember you played hockey for a lot of years? Remember you got your noggin busted in?
Remember all those concussions?
Remember those conks?
They're coming back.
I'm here to remind you. It was a lot of fun playing hockey, wasn't it?
Thanks to everyone who's dealing with me this morning. All right, so let's start off week 1 against the number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward out of the U. Sunday, September 7th at 2:05 p.m. Bo Nix and the Broncos open up against the Tennessee Titans, and how do they fare?
They fare very well, and Cam Ward's going to throw 3 interceptions to the Denver Broncos, and the Broncos are going to win by a minimum of 23 points.
They're going to be big-time favorites in this one. I wouldn't be shocked if they're 9-point favorites, 7.5-point favorites in this thing. I think they come off looking stellar against Tennessee, and then you roll into week number 2, your first road game, Sunday at 2:05, September 14th at the Indianapolis Colts. Who knows who's going to be their quarterback in that game? I think it fares really well for them. Denver starts off 2-0, and I think they win both of these games easily.
They should, but this is a game that I say buyer beware. Proceed with caution, and here's why. For some strange reason, I think that Daniel Jones himself, will end up being a revelation for the Indianapolis Colts, will be the starting quarterback. Anthony Richardson will be used probably solely as a wildcat type quarterback, and I think this is going to be a lot closer, but the Denver Broncos defense wins this game. Broncos are 2-0.
All right, 2-0 after 2 weeks. You head on out to the road again. September 21st, another afternoon game. This time is your first divisional matchup as you take on Harbaugh, Herbert, and the LA Chargers. They're an issue, and they got better. I think every team in the AFC West outside of Kansas City got better, and while the Chiefs didn't really need to get better considering they have Patrick Mahomes, on the road against LAC, I do think is your first loss on the season. I've got them at 2-1 after 3.
This is going to be the matchup of what could have been. Omarion Hampton is going to be featured heavily in Greg Roman, offensive coordinator for Jim Harbaugh's power scheme heavy run game, and the Broncos lose their first game and begin, unfortunately, what I believe is going to be a 3-game skid.
3-game skid in a row. All right, so this is I had the biggest trouble with when I looked over it last night. I hemmed and hawed over this game more than anything, and that is Week 4, Monday night, 6:15 p.m. Again, all these times in Mountain Time at home against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. You got them at the end of the season last year, which is typically when Burrow and Cincinnati start to make their big move. I mentioned yesterday, the turmoil between them and Trey Hendrickson, I think, is a massive story in the offseason.
It'll get settled during training camp.
Are you certain that's going to get settled?
It will be settled during training camp.
I'm not convinced that thing's getting settled. Hendrickson wants his money. Cincinnati is notorious at not paying their players, even though they've done it to 2 wide receivers and their quarterback.
Do they go with the Dumb and Dumber briefcase of IOUs to players?
Maybe. I don't know, man. I think that's gonna hang over them. For the longest time, I had them losing this game. I think they find a way to win this.
I don't. I think that you don't want to play the Bengals healthy early on in a season. Joe Burrow, with his litany of weapons, is going to do what they do, and this has already proven to be a bad matchup for the Denver Broncos, and that was with a Bengals team that was playing for absolutely nothing at the end of last season. I see that the Denver Broncos lose this game.
Well, wasn't Cincinnati alive?
Very much on the outside looking.
They were on the They were alive.
They needed a lot to happen.
Playing for nothing, they were alive.
They were alive, but needed a lot to happen.
They needed wins at that point. Playing for nothing is not in the cards there. I think that is a gross oversimplification of what that game was. They were very much alive in the postseason run. They needed help, but they were alive. They were not dead in the water. This was not Kansas City sitting everyone in the final game. And you got better on defense. You got way better on defense. And that was an overtime game.
Joe Burrow, being one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the National Football League, is not going to allow back-to-back seasons without being in the postseason to happen under his watch.
All right, I have them at 3-1. You have them at 2-2 in their first home loss of the season. Week number 5, 11 a.m. on the East Coast at the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think there's any shot in hell that they're winning this thing.
I don't love it either.
There's no chance they win that football game.
And this is going to be at the point of the season where people are starting to question, is Bo Nix really the guy? And I think that he is going to answer the call, but it's going to be the following week when he gets to play the New York Jets.
Answering the call is a win against the Jets? How much stock are you putting in that thing?
Well, because they're going to rip off some consecutive victories. That's what's going to happen.
You have them at 2-3 through 5 weeks. I have them at 3-2 through 5. Week 6 in London, 7:30 a.m. Mountain at New York, technically a road game. This is another one I think they beat the wheels off their opponent.
They will absolutely obliterate the Jets, and they will be back to 500, and things are looking in a positive direction because you got the Giants looming.
From one week to another, both New York teams. However, you don't get a bye week, which is it's not guaranteed, but it is typical when you play overseas that you get the bye week after. They're not giving it to the Broncos. They have to go back home. I would anticipate, actually, that they stay on the East Coast Week 5 and Week 6.
No question. This is going to be this is where the season turns around at the Briarwood again, down in West Virginia. It's going to be the turning point, the rallying of the troops, if you will. Sean Payton's going to be looking for his Remember the Titans moment.
The return of Russell Wilson as a starter, Week 7 against the Giants. That's a win.
It's a big win, and by that point in time, I'm thinking that the Giants have already tried Russell Wilson. They don't like him. They've already tried Jameis Winston. They don't like him. And now Jackson Dart is going to get his opportunity to throw pick sixes, even though his fellow quarterback's going to pray those pick sixes away in Jameis Winston.
Interceptions and rookie quarterbacks, when it goes against elite defenses, if you get another rookie QB in Week 7 like you did in Week 1, if you get another guy who is turnover prone in Week 2 against Indy, with this defense, this secondary, man, I'm all about that. Win against New York. You move on Week 8 at home, 225, October 26th against the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott. This one I think is a little sketchy to me too, but I've got them eking a win out against the Cowboys at home.
Raj, you got the Broncos at 6-2. We're feeling good. We're right in spot. And I agree. Broncos are going to improve to 5-3 with a commanding performance at home against the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys will be out of playoff contention at that point in the season.
6-2 for me through 8 weeks, 5-3 for you. Moving into Week 9, a really difficult one at Houston, 11 a.m. November 3rd. I think this is a really difficult game for them to win. C.J. Stroud has had his sophomore slump. He came back. He wins a playoff game, although you and I have yelled at each other. It wasn't because of him that they won that playoff game. It's because Justin Herbert threw 4 interceptions. I do have them losing against Houston.
I actually have a victory against the Houston Texans. I think this is the kind of game where your number one defense in the National Football League creates a bunch of havoc. Defense travels, and I think that this is a game where C.J. Stroud struggles and turns the football over against an incredibly talented secondary. So I have the Broncos now at 6-3, just like you do.
All right, so I flip-flopped from last night. When I put out my tweet last night, I had them beating Houston. I feel a little bit different because I'm a negative Nelly this morning, and my migraine is messing with my head for some reason. Week 10, home against Vegas. I think this is the one team that you sweep in the AFC West. You kill Vegas.
I don't have the same optimism about this matchup because I think this is going to be just like the LA Chargers. The Raiders are going to be built on stopping the run, rushing the passer on third down, and running the rock, just like they did with Marshawn Lynch, beast mode when Pete Carroll was the head coach up in Seattle. I actually have the Broncos losing the debut matchup against Pete Carroll and the revamped Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, so that's a Thursday night game, November 6th, again, at home. It's an easier game for the Raiders coming up in Week 9. They get Jacksonville at home. Again, both teams on very short rest. You and Moj both thinking that they're going to lose at home against Vegas.
Yeah, I just have this feeling that everybody's chalking up the Raiders as a double victory type of scenario. I think this will end up being a split, and it'll be opposite home and away, which is a preview of what's to come.
Week 11, home against Kansas City, Sunday, 2:25 p.m. on November 16th. First time you see the Chiefs.
I like the Broncos in this game. I like the Broncos defense. I think at that point in time, we'll see if Travis Kelce's even available, Isaiah Pacheco. Have they addressed some of their aging pieces on the offensive side of the ball, facing such a good defense? The Broncos defense, even without Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw and Jahdae Barron, have been an issue for Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. I like the Broncos beating the Chiefs.
You and I flip-flop here. I've got them losing at home in Week 11 to Kansas City. I said that they're going to sweep the Raiders this year. I have a bad feeling that they're going to get swept by Kansas City. I think it's a close one. I don't think it's as devastating as last year's was, where you get Bo Nix, walking down the field and leading them essentially to a victory until a blocked field goal. I think it's a close one, but I think you just lose it. You go into the bye week, Week 12, looking just fine, and then you come out on the other side. Sunday Night Football at Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders is a doozy.
Raj, I don't love this matchup coming off a bye because you should be rested. You should get some of your players back. The Broncos on the East Coast against highly talented two-way quarterbacks. Think last year's Lamar Jackson performance against the Denver Broncos. Jaden Daniels is going to have himself a doozy of a performance, and they're going to beat the Broncos.
I agree. I think it's another loss. Coming off the bye week, though, gives you a chance. Like you got a lot of rest. You're hoping to be healthy then. Plenty of time to be able to game plan against him. Now, the question for me is, at that point in the season, is Jaden Daniels a guy you can trust? I'm not saying you can trust to not have a sophomore slump. Can you trust that quarterback to stay healthy?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I think he
had one season last year where he didn't take a whole bunch of hits. When he was at LSU, dude, that guy threw his body to the wind. And I don't love that he's a two-way quarterback. He's fine staying in the
football
pocket.
Player. I think that he continues to adapt his game to the
He
National
got hurt
Football
last
League.
year, man.
Yeah, it was
I think he got away with it.
It was a short-lived injury. It didn't necessarily perpetuate throughout the entire season.
Going into these schedule predictions, we have to assume that every single game everyone's going to be healthy, right? So I think him at complete health, they lose the game. If Jaden Daniels isn't healthy completely, he's nursing a rib, he's nursing a shoulder because he's gotten hit a little bit, he tries to scramble, he gets blown up by a linebacker. That's the one thing that I think can go your way.
Major kudos to anybody who can tell who the backup quarterback for the Washington Commanders is. Last year, I think it was Mariota.
I have no idea who it is.
I have no idea either.
Oh, so you're saying major kudos? You don't even know?
No, I'm looking to the text thread, man.
I've got them losing against Washington. Moving on to Week 14 at Las Vegas, December 7th at 2:05 p.m. I told you they're sweeping the Raiders. They win that one.
The Broncos win in Vegas. They conquered that demon. Last year was the first time in franchise history the Broncos had won in Las Vegas. I think at this point in time, and I know we're not allowed to predict injuries, but I have a little storyline for you. Geno Smith banged up, and the Raiders proved that they should have drafted Shedeur Sanders.
Vegas is already going to be out of it by Week 14. I think you're going to see a team that's looking for their next quarterback of the future in the draft next year, which means they want to start losing games between the weeks of 14 and 18. They sweep the Raiders. We move on to December 14th, Sunday afternoon at home against your guy, Jordan Love, and the Green Bay Packers.
As much as I hate to say this, I have the Broncos winning this game because I do love my guy, Jordan Love. The Broncos have owned the Packers in Adam Power Field in the Mile High. They've really struggled as a franchise coming to altitude for whatever reason. Even a really good team that advanced into the postseason deep in 2023 lost against Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos here at Power Field. I like the Broncos.
Did they get better enough on the offensive side, Green Bay, for Jordan Love?
Matthew Golden's pretty big first round acquisition because Jordan Love can he can throw the football over the wall. He can put it down the field.
I flip-flopped twice, right? I told you last night that I had Denver winning the Houston game on the road. I have them losing that now. I'm flip-flopping here. I had them losing at home against Green Bay. I agree with you. I think the defense shows up big time. Couple of big interceptions against Love in crunch time. They win that game, and then they move on to take on Jacksonville the next week on December 21st prior to 4 days of rest going on the road on Christmas evening against Kansas City. I think they beat Green Bay. I think they beat Jacksonville in Week 16.
Yeah, this is an absolute victory for the Broncos. A great finish to this season to have these home games down the stretch. If you look at this finish for the Broncos, it looks like 3 out of the final 4 games are going to be home. I love that for the Broncos.
Week 17, Thursday night football, 6:15 p.m., December 25th, Christmas night against Kansas City on the road, cold environment, difficult team, and I do think you're getting a different version of the Chiefs this year at the end of the season. I don't think the AFC West is done by the time Week 17 rolls around. I don't like the short rest, the short week. I don't think it's a winnable game, Week 17.
No, I think that the Chiefs are playing for something. They might be playing for the division. Patrick Mahomes is still Patrick Mahomes. I got a loss for the Denver Broncos.
Loss, then it all comes down to either January 3rd or 4th at home against the Chargers. I mentioned that the AFC West isn't done by Week 17. I don't think it's done by Week 18.
Are we at 10-6 both?
We're both at 10-6 right now. It comes down to here, whether or not you can get this thing done. Because 11-6 might win the division this year. You know what? They're going to beat the Chargers. At home, Week 18, big-time football, year 2. Justin Herbert shrinks in big-time games. We know that about him so far.
That could be a game where the Chargers are playing for postseason eligibility. It could happen. And if that's the case, I agree with you that I think the Denver Broncos finish up 11-6 with a victory over the Chargers, which will be Sean Payton's first victory in this matchup, in my opinion, in four matchups.
11-6 could win it. The chances of it being tied with Kansas City and you lose the tiebreaker, because I think they're going 0-2 against Kansas City.
I think they're going to split against Kansas City.
Who's got the better divisional record then? Because you have a straight split right now, if I'm correct. You're 3-3.
I have a split with all 3 teams in the AFC West, which I think is very much on the table.
11-6 could win a division. 11-6 certainly gets you in as a good wild card team. The team got better. The defense got better. The drafting was good. They should have a running back. They like their third-round wide receiver. That means you should be one more win better this year.
Going through this exercise, it does make you realize that I believe that the ceiling for this team could be 13 wins. A lot of people have said 11 or 12 or – I think
13's a lot of wins, man.
I think it's a ceiling. It's a ceiling, though, because here's why I have the faith that they could do that is if this defense is what you think it is, they can win some of these games for you down the stretch.
NFL Notes is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We will wrap it up on the other side, hand things off to PhD, get you guys predictions for Game 6 of the Thunder and the Nuggets on the other side. Above section 136, alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, Scotty Hastings to my right, Kevin Shockey hanging around with us for the entire day as well, our PD. PhD will have the same broadcast from right here at 1:36, and then Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl bringing you up until pregame show with Mark Bertinoli at 6 p.m. I'm feeling a little bit more positive than I did in our first hour, Coach, as we get closer and closer to game time today. But Scotty brings up something that you talked about yesterday, and that it really does come down to one thing. Does it come down to Jamal scoring 25 or more? Does it come down to Aaron Gordon hitting 3 out of 6 possible threes tonight? Is it Russell Westbrook hanging on to the basketball? Is it MPJ scoring more than 3 points? No, it's whether or not the Denver Nuggets play with or without fear.
Yeah, especially if you get into the fourth quarter and you have to almost erase some of your preconceived beliefs about who needs to be scoring in the fourth quarter. I'll tell you who needs to be scoring in the fourth quarter. Anybody that has a good look. And that's got to be the mindset. I have a good look. Man, that ball's in my hand. I can't wait to square up and let that basketball fly towards the net. And a guy that I want to see tonight have a huge game and is so more than capable of rising up in these moments. He has some of the best mental headspace and mental fortitude of any player in this roster in the NBA, and that's Aaron Gordon. I think tonight's going to be an Aaron Gordon game. If you're going to win with grit, you're going to win against all odds, that is the face that is going to contribute. I'm not saying 30 points. I'm saying Aaron Gordon is going to do the things that are going to help this team win a basketball game down the stretch. And that was probably the player that I was most I wouldn't say disappointed in, surprised by the fact that he did shrink in the fourth quarter. It's just something that I haven't seen much from him, and I think he has a performance tonight that makes you forget what he did in Game 5.
AG's your guy. Christian's my dude tonight. Christian Brown is my guy that if you can get him on transition, get him out on the run onto the wing, and get him a couple of open looks on transition, not spot-up threes, but you have a little 3-on-2. He's the guy that pulls out rather than slashing through the paint. I think he's your dude that if you can get him on a wing 3 and he hits a couple early on in the game, he makes the big difference. Is he going to go off for 20 tonight? No, I don't anticipate that. But if you can get anywhere between 12 and 17 from Brown, you're looking good.
Just because I want to take ourselves back to Game 4, was it? When everybody's ready to kick Michael Porter Jr. to the curb. Was that Game 3? Where he went off for he shot 5 3-pointers, and everybody's ready to move on from him after. I think it was Game 3.
It was in the win, Game 3.
Game 3. Let's have the conversation again, because last time we kicked him to the curb, he showed up and he responded in a big way.
Hold on, no. Kicking him to the curb is not what I did. I want to be very clear about that.
I'm talking about the market and the fan base. Was ready to say, hey, let's give him 3 minutes and see if he's ready to go. And if he's not ready to go, then let's move on from him. David Adelman did not do that. Now, he did hit an early 3 in that contest. And that's, as we hear Scotty Hastings talking about right now, that's a key for him, is to see it leave his hand and go into the basket early.
I wasn't kicking him to the curb. What my point was, because that was the game that you went, I need to see this team have 6 or more players put up 15 or more points. And I went, I think that's a lot to ask for a team that has 6.5 players that they use regularly in rotation, especially one that has 20% of his left shoulder. So it wasn't me kicking him to the ground. I just went, you can't trust him to do that.
Are we back there again? Are we
back? Of
back?
course I am. He has 5 combined points.
I'm not talking about
games.
you, Raj. I'm talking about us as watching this team, the frustration level of Michael Porter Jr.
I can't trust
playing
him.
north of 30 minutes with 3 points.
I can't trust it.
And that's a reality. And David Adelman knows that. He knows it. A coach knows that. You have to be able to realize that at this point, if you're getting 0 production from a player who is there specifically to be a spot-up 3-point shooter, you've got to be able to give somebody else those opportunities, somebody else those at-bats. And so I think you have to see it early on. Is it 5 minutes? Is that the line of demarcation where you say MPJ has it or he doesn't have it?
You have to know whether or not he's got it within the first quarter of the game. Absolute must. Absolute must. And I don't want this to be a slap in the face. He feels like Jonathan Drouin did to the Avalanche in the postseason, where if I know he's got the speed and he's willing to go into the corners when he's playing alongside McKinnon, I know he can be effective. But as soon as he pulls the parachute and doesn't go in and try and win a 50-50 battle, I know he's going to be worthless for the entire game. I actually think it's the reason why Drew N will not be back as an average.
Surprisingly for me with Michael Porter Jr., I watched him closely in Game 5, and I was looking to see what his shoulder mobility was, and I actually watched him go up and battle for some rebounds at or near the rim, and I thought maybe it's not quite as bad as I thought it was, but it is certainly affecting his ability to make shots, and that might be psychological.
But you don't think it's affecting him on the inside?
Not as much as I thought it was.
Rebounding and defense?
Not as much as I thought it was. I think it is a mental toughness to be a competent offensive basketball player, and if he doesn't have it tonight, you shouldn't have him out there down the stretch.
And I think you hit it in the head. Again, I don't want to go into hockey too much here, but I look at Drew N the same way. If I can find early on that Drew N didn't have the mental fortitude to do the hard things necessary to win games and play alongside Nathan McKinnon, I thought they were going to lose a hockey game, and I feel the same way about MPJ. He has to find a way to get into the middle, be effective as a rebounder tonight, and that's difficult with 1.2 arms that you have. But is he the X factor this evening? No. There's other players you have to look at to be the X factor tonight.
Is there going to be a bench player that we haven't counted on that emerges tonight?
It should have been Julian Strother in Game 5. 10 minutes.
Scotty, can it be Jalen Pickett? Can he get minutes early to knock down a three-point shot?
It may be too late. Maybe too late for Jalen Pickett.
Yeah, he's been pretty. He's been.
He shot the 3 this year.
That's what I thought. I saw it in disciplined basketball player, tough guy, accountable player. Jalen Pickett is going to be the guy for me tonight.
It feels like you're digging so deep into that bag, man, to find him.
I think it's because as a coach, I look for the guys that I think are tough, that are going to do what you ask them to do consistently. And I think that his story of the 2024-25 season is not completely written yet.
All right, brother. My guy Strother, 15 minutes off the bench for Strother. I need 4 shot attempts from beyond 3.
The reason that Jalen Pickett's my guy. The reason Jalen Pickett's my guy is because I'm looking for some dogs. Give me the dogs tonight.
That's going to do it for us. For Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson back at our studios in Lone Tree. Thanks for dealing with me today. I'm Alex Ryan, MB. PhD is coming up next. Game 6, Thunder and Nuggets, 6 p.m. pregame show, 6:30 tip right here at Ball Arena. Don't go anywhere. Scotty, DMac, and Tyler Polumbus are coming up next.
Oklahoma City has finished their shoot-around. I don't even know what they really did today, but the court is empty. We are here in a quiet ball arena by the Coors banquet area, and we'll pop out onto the court there. We can see it at any time, and here we are, man, for Game 6. Biggest game since when, Scott? Biggest game since when?
Game 7 a week ago.
Right. Don't have to go back too far, I guess.
Yeah, game 7, however many days ago that was. Don't you think?
It feels bigger than that.
Why? Well, but you're in elimination now. But you're in elimination for that one, too. How does a Game 6 at home seem bigger than a Game 7?
It feels more like we're on the precipice of a championship or a complete rebuild. And it feels like tonight is going to determine that. And I'm not so sure about Game 7 against the Clippers, in all honesty. I think Game 7 against the Clippers, I think the hope for winning a championship, in the first round is kind of mid. You fired the coach, you fired the GM. You're kind of being told that, hey, listen, man, it ain't the year, and we're going to do the best we can, and that's that. Now, to me, when you see everything else that has gone on, it just is like it's there for the taking if you can get it, I think.
I guess I see what you're saying there in terms of you get through round one. Nobody really thought you had a chance of beating Oklahoma City. So, we were cracking jokes about could the Nuggets make it through 5 games or not. Does this feel like a championship team? I don't know. I mean, even if you win this one, even if you win the next one, this feels like a team that's going to be grinding the rest of the playoffs, no matter who you're facing off against.
Didn't we say that before the playoffs started? And said I can see this team to get to finals is going to have to win 7 games.
Yeah.
I mean, does it not feel like that even more so?
I see the conversation of how it opens up in theory. In reality, this doesn't feel like a team that's opening up against anybody.
Let me ask you this, and it just hit me when you're saying this, because I think they're closer than we give them credit for, and yet I'm not sure they're close. Is that fair?
I think tonight's a big determination in that direction.
What would the series be right now if Denver would have been able to retain KCP?
Wow, fun one. So we got Kate. Who don't we have? Russ?
Russ, maybe. I don't know.
We got KCP.
Maybe Russ.
All right, I'll just play your game because it's fun. We got KCP. Christian's still coming off the bench?
Probably.
Okay, so our bench is DJ, Christian, and Peyton Watson.
Probably.
With no Russell Westbrook. Strother's still on the team. We're better. We're winning. We already won Oklahoma City. We already beat Oklahoma City.
Really?
Yeah, because you know why? KCP not only was he an amazing defender,
made big shots.
How many big shots, especially threes, did he make?
Well, look what he did in Orlando this year.
I don't even know. You tell me.
Well, non-playoff team to the playoffs with the same people.
Okay.
All they added really was KCP.
KCP, because you couldn't make a shot in the last game. KCP makes 2 threes in that last game, and you win that game. At the worst, you just won that game. You're at least up 3-2, and you're closing tonight.
And you might win Game 4.
You may win Game 4. But even if we were just to sort of say, okay, Oklahoma City's good, give them their kudos, with KCP, you're closing out Oklahoma City tonight. And you likely would.
I know it's not as simple as looking at a stat line, but if you just said, okay, we're adding another guy that's worth about 9 points per game off the bench, how's that feel? Because that's what he's about 8.7 on the season.
This year?
Yep.
This year?
Yep.
Yeah. But what was he last year for us? 12 or 13 as a starter,
last year
right?
for us, he was 10.1.
Yeah. Well, if you can add 10, and if you still get Christian Brown can go from what do you have a year ago 7 to 14 this year, which was a crazy jump. So maybe he jumps up to 10 or 11.
Why do you ask about KCP?
Because he was the most recent. See you later. And he really did. Talking with the people when we were down in Orlando and Orlando came here, he made a difference to that team. He made a difference in the locker room. He just made a difference with that team, and they love him. I mean, they absolutely love him in Orlando. And they couldn't really score, which is amazing to me. I mean, you got some players you think they could score, but defensively they were a beast.
Well, you're not having an article from Ramona Shelburne about the
Right.
problems with KCP in the locker room or whatever. Aaron Gordon's not coming out after a game saying.
And this isn't a diamond on Russ because, listen, he even said in his own words, but, you got to take the bad with the good with
Force
Russ.
of nature, baby.
And listen, he's been great at times. He's helped you win games. He's helped you win games in this series.
You look at it as a whole, you can't say that it's been anything but a positive experience.
Yeah.
I mean, zoom out. It's been a phenomenal Russell Westbrook experience.
Now, if you got Russ and KCP on this team, this series is over.
You got
yes?
Russ and KCP on this team? All right, I really got to think about that one. We don't have Bruce Brown, though, and Jeff Green's gone, right? Okay. So off your bench, well, Russell Westbrook becomes your 7th man, not your 6th man. That's an interesting dynamic.
Well, but him or Christian.
Yeah, but how do you think that's really going to go?
Well, now you can play Russ at pure point guard.
Okay.
And KCP and Christian Brown can sub, and then you can move one of them to 3 when you need it.
I'm going to guess if you had that situation, there would not be a lot of times Westbrook would be on the court at the same time as Jamal. I'm going to guess that would be separated.
Or as many, yeah.
Yeah, not nothing, but not as much. That has always been just not a bad, but an interesting dynamic this entire year. That'd be fun, man. I'd like to – listen, I love KC. Who didn't love KCP?
Right.
He was an unbelievable clutch player. He was a glue guy that bonded everybody together. The dude was always in a good mood. Everybody loved him.
Played his butt off.
Champion before he was a champion again.
Right.
I don't even –
Which, if we're just talking with one guy, you're going, man, they got to be pretty close then. And yet, just even hearing Tarzan said a while ago, but are they really?
We'll find out tonight.
We'll
find out tonight. Like, I think about a couple of Game 6s that stand out to me. One, the Clippers. Clippers gave everything they could. They exhausted themselves and the wall and the whole thing and whatever. And, to me, the Nuggets, it's not like they gave the game away, but they weren't
made them work for it.
They weren't as desperate. They weren't whatever. But the Clippers are just a little bit older. They killed themselves to win that game, and they were left with absolutely nothing. Hey, good on them. I think about the Phoenix. So that to me tells me the Nuggets at the end of the day were better than the Clippers, but not by a ton. But they definitely were better, and they proved it in Game 7. The series that stands out to me is that Phoenix series, the year the Nuggets won the championship. They just weren't as good as the Nuggets. They had some weird games early in the series where Booker went for 50 or whatever.
Game 3 and 4, Denver was on vacation, and they still lost like 3 and by 5.
Right.
I mean, they were still games.
And so when it came to Game 6 there with a chance to close it out, Phoenix had quit.
Yeah. Well, you beat their butt in Game 5, too, if you remember. You came home and clubbed them in Game 5. I think a big Bruce Brown game.
Yeah.
And then Game 6, a big KCP game in the first quarter, remember?
So to me, I think this game's going to go one way or another. I think the Nuggets are going to win relatively easy, or this thing needs to be blown up and started all over again, and they're going to lose by a bunch. I don't think.
So you're thinking it could be a 2009 scenario.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a close game either way, and I think it's going to go the Nuggets' way because I think the Nuggets. I don't think they're burned out. I think they have a high motor for this. I think they're mad at themselves for what happened in games 4 and 5, rightfully so. And I don't think they're done at all. I think they're going to crush it tonight. But if they don't, I don't see it going down to the wire in the final 2 minutes. If it's not like that, I think they lose by 20. And then we have to have some deeper conversations, which I think this organization has kind of openly said we do need to have bigger organizations based on the changes they made at the end of the season.
Well, those aren't little changes.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
no.
Right? I mean, when you get rid of a coach for even the Broncos, coach and a GM, they make little changes.
Nope. You get rid of a coach, you get rid of a GM, you got nobody protecting you, nobody's safe, right? I mean, that's the way that it goes. Now, NBA is a little bit different because these contracts protect a lot of guys, and it makes it very difficult to move on from guys even if you want to. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how that really applies to this basketball team, but generally speaking, everybody's nervous.
What do you think?
I think they win tonight. Listen, 2009 just sticks in my craw in a bad way. I was calling those games. And
Well, you should describe what happened in 2000.
Well, you go to L.A., you're playing Kobe and the Lakers. It was the year Kobe and them won it in 2009. And you go, the Lakers should have won Game 1, and you couldn't get the ball in bounds. You should have won Game 5, same type of scenario, couldn't get the ball in bounds. And then you come back for Game 6, and you're thinking, okay, you've had 2 near misses in L.A. You can get them if you can get it back to 7.
And this is in the Western Conference Finals.
And this is the Western Conference Finals. And, and again, I use Carmelo Anthony's words to the media afterwards. He said, we quit.
Why did they quit in that game that year when they were so close?
I have no idea.
Like, I don't recall bad vibes behind the scenes or
well, some teams
get
in their head on a Game 6 on the road or at home. Do we really want to go through all this again just to fly to 2 days to go somewhere else?
They're defeatists. They
become self-defeatist. And I think honestly, they said we had 2 shots at that apple and we missed it. Do we really want to go back there? Because again, Carmelo's own words, he was the star of the team. We quit on that series, and that was a home game.
Do you think this Nuggets team would welcome the chance to go back to Oklahoma City?
I am banking on they are. I think Aaron Gordon does. I feel Carmelo,
let's go, baby.
I'm not sure about Carmelo. I think Jamal does. I'd
love to know how your squirrel brain got to Carmelo.
Because I just mentioned him too many times. And I think Joker does.
I've gone back and forth on this one a few times. Last day, especially after the loss in Game 5, just felt like, oh, man, there's a lot of affirmations going the wrong direction right now. But then you look at these guys, and I do think, like Aaron Gordon after the game defending Russell Westbrook, he didn't have to do that. That was not a necessity. Nobody asked him about it. He did it because he still cares, And if this team's got enough care in them, you got Nikola Jokic, you got the best player in the world. I'm slowly trying to talk myself into victory tonight. We'll see how I feel by the time the show's over.
It's interesting. Which helped me to get there was I was listening to the morning guys, and Vic, who was on the trip, and said, listen, I was in the locker room, and I didn't see a bunch of guys hanging their head. I said, I saw guys that were PO'd.
Ticked off, yeah.
Well, I'd rather have a team ticked off with a game or 2 left to play than a team that was the defeatist attitude you talked about.
It doesn't strike me that well, hey, I said a few days ago, I'll stick to it. I always saw them winning this game. I thought Game 5 would be tough. It was a teaser because they had to lead the whole thing. But I think they win tonight. I'm excited for tonight. It's a beautiful day. It's a little windy outside.
Get windy.
But it's a gorgeous day. We've been so lucky throughout the years to have incredible games in this building at this time of the year. So to me, it brings back like the nice weather and the spring coming back and all this. This to me is like, man, these are some of my best memories of the Nuggets.
You know what's weird? It says something a little bit about the past eras of this franchise, that you've got a group that feels that's really been kind of rock and roll in the last 5 or 6 years.
Yes.
The Joker's already the leader in playoff games played in franchise history.
Crazy.
Going all the way back to the ABA days. He's the leader in games played in franchise history in the postseason. I just think that's just an amazing stat.
We're, of course, old enough to remember, though, how many years did the Nuggets and Avs, both of them together, miss the playoffs entirely?
Yeah.
I mean, what was it, 4 or 5 years in a row that both teams were missing the playoffs at the same time? That nothing was going on?
When the Avs were having their role, right, in the Red Wings era and all that stuff, the Nuggets were nothing. Right, it was just Avs, and then Melo came, and it was a 10-year period. I think Melo had 10 years, even 10 straight years or 9 straight years.
He went to the playoffs every single year he was here.
Yeah, and even the year they traded him, they made the playoffs that year also.
Right.
So you had a nice little stretch, and then they had a couple down years, and then George came in, took over. Actually,
George was here for all of
George
Melo.
had that. But when George left, then you had a year or 2 kind of down years, and then Malone came.
Well, you had Brian Shaw, right? That was a disaster.
Yep.
And that was really
Malone's
bad.
first year, you won a few more games, but you still didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Second year,
right.
I'm not even sure you made the playoffs your second year, but you were a 500 team.
Yeah.
And then the next 8 years they've been in the postseason?
You know, Malone would say, and I agree with him on this, because you tend to, when you have years of success, you do take it for granted a little bit, and we should not. We shouldn't.
Right.
And games like this, and I hope the players don't either, games like this, it's not a burden. It's not depressing or anything like that. It is a hell of an opportunity. It's a great opportunity.
Well, 76 was their first. You're going to do math. You're the CU grad.
Okay.
76 was their first NBA season. So how many years is that in the NBA? 76 to now, 24,
50.
49, right at 50 seasons, 50 seasons, something like that. Might have been
49.
And you've only been to playoffs, so you missed the playoffs 17 of those 50 years, 17 times. And you've only, and how about this, of those 33 times you made the postseason, only 8 times you've gone to the second round.
Mm. And that was George's
half.
You know, George was in the playoffs every year, but he only got past the first round once.
And they went to the Western Conference Final that year.
And then they quit? That sucks.
Come on. Now.
Yeah. Come on. All right, let's break it X's and O's down a little bit. Let's talk about Porter and Jamal Murray and what's going to go into a victory tonight, hopefully, for the Nuggets. We broadcast live from Ball Arena, PhD on 92.5.
All right, check it out, guys and gals. If you are struggling with hair loss right now, I want you to know that you're not alone. I've been there. It's a bad feeling. And you can get your hair back if you simply commit to calling my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Make that commitment today, and you're going to walk away with a full set of hair. You're going to love Advanced Hair Restoration. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You're going to love the entire staff over there. They're the best of the best at what they do. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one, so call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Guys, Advanced Hair Restoration believes in what they do so much that they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself, knowing that a company believes in their product so much that they're going to give you a lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
If it is fatigue, that's on me. I'm deciding who's going to run it, who's going to be out there. So, if guys are tired or had tired legs, that's the decisions I'm making. So I like the group that we had. We had a good rhythm there going to the fourth. And I thought we sustained it early. And I had the 4 timeouts to stop the game a couple times in the first 6 minutes. We didn't have enough at the end. And the shot creation that when we did make it felt like every time we had a chance to go back up 12 or get back up 14, we wouldn't make the shot and they'd run out and make a basket or score in transition. So it compounded itself. We had great performance from Nicola. Have to have a few other guys have a game.
It's David Adelman. How's he doing so far? Scott, what do you think?
I think he's doing fine. You don't think he's doing any good?
I think he made some bad moves in the last game. I think he had an opportunity in the last game, and he could have done better there. But I think overall he's done fine.
Dude, we fired a coach and a GM with 3 games left. We won the first series, and we're in the running with Oklahoma City. He's doing fantastic. I don't know how we could look at it any other way. You got a dude taking over for a dead basketball team. This team was left for the dead. And I know we might have disagreements on what it implied when we fired the head coach and the GM, but, I mean, to me, that's a team that's left for dead. And he's brought him this far. I'd say he's doing pretty damn good.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I just think there were some mistakes in the last game. But that doesn't mean he hasn't done a good job overall. What are David Adelman's shots?
Let me ask you this, because you said that a little bit yesterday, not to get in our full-blown argument from yesterday. But what decisions did he really make that you'd say, oh, he's stupid?
I just think he overextended the guys when he didn't have to. I think he should have played DeAndre Jordan to start the fourth quarter, and you should have leaned into that a little bit.
But why?
Because
should he play DeAndre Jordan?
Because it would have given everybody a little bit of a break to leave you with more gas down the stretch.
How does playing DeAndre for Nicola give everybody else?
Well, I think you would make some other – I think you would do other things too. I think you should have been playing Jalen Pickett a little bit in Game 5. I do think that. I think you had a game where Westbrook and MPJ were terrible. You needed to recognize that and make some changes and adjustments. And maybe you give a little bit more life to the entire team if you do that. Listen, this is just my opinion on it. And, what David Adelman knows about basketball, I couldn't fit in a thimble. So, he's the expert, not me. But I just see that, playing Joker, these 40.5 assist games from Joker just are not a balanced way to approach things. It's not that it can't happen, but how many games do you win when Joker scores 40-plus and has 5 assists?
Well, you're 1-1.
Okay, well, okay.
And again, you saw the stat that he had 20 other ones that he kicked out that were supposed to be assists and guys missed shots.
Yeah, see, the stats when Jokic goes over 40, I know it's not great. I know that people point that out all the time. It's like, okay, cool. But why? Why is Nikola Jokic doing that? Well, number one, it looks radically different with, say, half those assists they score on, 10. He gets 10 of those things. All of a sudden, that looks radically different. And Jokic doesn't do these things unless he feels the need to, unless he feels like he has to because he's got teammates that aren't picking up the slack. So I don't know how you coach around that. I don't know how you coach around making guys show up and play ball when Nikola Jokic is picking up the slack when he has to, and that's why the team is struggling because everybody else is struggling.
Well, we showed Dan showed it yesterday on our big screen that kick out 3 to the corner, I think, to Russ, and you called it the worst air ball ever, right?
No, that really might have been the worst 3-point attempt in the history of the NBA.
I mean, Russ makes it now. He's got 6 assists. There's that kick out to Jamal in that, was it the third quarter or fourth quarter, wide open top of the key, miss. He hits that. Now we're up to 7 assists. Now we're close to maybe winning the game if that happens. First quarter, he had a kick out to Porter, his first 3 attempt, wide open, no one on him. First 2 might have been passed from Joker. Now we're at 9 assists. So to sit there, I get kind of where you're going because I played with a dude that was selfish. I played with a guy in Dominic Wilkins that was getting his. Okay. He was going to get his. To the point where we ended up having a team meeting in Utah and said, Deke, you got to start passing the rock, man. Because we literally had 4 dudes standing and watching him go one-on-one at times. And it changed our team after that conversation because he did get a little bit more fluid in the offense. And one of the greatest Game 7s ever happened against Boston, and Bird and Neek went crazy, but it was a great series. But that's not Joker. I mean, I've seen him. You've seen it before. I think Joker would be fine scoring 22 and have 14 assists.
I think he'd prefer it that way.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Hey, listen, they're accountable. Dude, they were 0 for 8 in that 7-minute stretch. How many buckets do they hit in those 8 shots and they win the game? 2?
Two, 3.
Here's what I think it really comes down to between DMac's opinion and my opinion. I don't know if this is where you stand or not. Was Game 5 do or die? I say hell yes. It was do or die. I think DMac says, you got two games on the backside. No big deal. Get these guys some rest. And so the whole thing's a moot conversation because I don't think anybody's going to be arguing whether you got to play Nikola Jokic in the fourth quarter tonight. This is literal do or die. Okay, this is a literal do or die. You win and you get to play. You lose and you go home. So if you got a close game in the fourth quarter, you ain't even think about sitting them. It's not even crossing your mind. So in my opinion, that's what Game 5 was, because the winner of Game 5 was going to win this series. So if Game 5 was a literal must-win, then there's no conversation to be had. Jokic, you good? I'm good, Coach. All right, let's roll.
And here's the interesting thing, and it kind of goes to the conversation with David. He is learning on the job. I mean, first of all, it's his first time ever head coaching this level. And now you're in the playoffs in the semifinals of the Western Conference. I mean, you're not dancing with, Betty Boo. You're up here with Tina Fey or something.
Is that where we're going?
I don't know. Give me somebody else. I don't know. Ginger Rogers.
Holy cow, we're going further back.
You brought Ginger Rogers out to the stage, right? And he tried in Game 4. He said, I'm going to get Nikola rest. 8-point lead. You lose the 8-point lead. You end up losing the game. Close late.
Yeah.
You go with Joker with an 8-point lead in Game 4. You lose the 8-point game lead. He just learned 2 things. So now, if he's really involving a coach, you know what he says? You get up 8 points third quarter tonight at the 3. See if he doesn't do something different.
Do you think he will?
Yeah, because I think here's what I know about David, having talked with him for the last few years, been around him.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, great dude, a real dude. Like will sit down and BS with the media on the road and just hang out with guys. He'll talk with. I mean, he's more of a dude, if you will. But you said a while ago, I think he's super smart too.
I do too.
And I guarantee you, he's gone back over that film 8 or 9 times and going. Knowing him, he might even listen to this show. But if he's watching the film and go, dude, we went up 9. They took a panic timeout when us up 9 at 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But I could have got Nicole out then.
Mm-hmm.
Or if Nicole is fine, could have got Jamal out then.
Mm-hmm.
Get Jamal out for 3 or 4 minutes, and let's see what happens. And I think that would have helped. I think more so than Joker in that game. And there's been games Joker's been fatigued late. But that game in particular, I felt like Murray was fatigued late. That might have been a good time to get him out.
How many coaching decisions are bold and broad and everybody can see them, and how many are nuanced and they're kind of tough to tell?
I think substitutions in middle of runs, middle of moments are kind of nuanced and sometimes a gamble.
Because what you're talking about to me feels a little nuanced.
Yeah.
Like we're going to wait for a couple minutes. We're going to see where it is at the 9-minute mark. Maybe I will leave Joker in, but Jamal's out for a little bit. Then you have your offense-defensive switching, that goes back and forth sometimes. They've done with Westbrook and Michael Porter Jr. To me, that's, maybe there's some real fundamental things that anybody could figure out. It's not that big of a deal. But maybe there are a lot of nuanced things about matchups and what to do against certain guys. And I'm curious from both you guys' perspective, how do you think Adelman will handle things now that you've had 5 games against Oklahoma City? What, if anything, changes?
I don't think anything changes tonight. What you saw in Game 5 is what you're going to see in Game 6. Because I think they approached it as a must-win game. And if that's a must-win game, then that's the game plan. We're rolling our guys. Now, the only thing that might, in theory, look different, did we finally just have it come to Jesus about Michael Porter Jr.? Did we finally just be like, okay, we've tried, we've left him out there. We're going to try it again tonight because, by the way, we need him. And if we can get him going, that'd be fantastic. So I don't expect them to not play Michael Porter Jr.
Well, difference between Game 4 and Game 6. Game 4 here, obviously. Michael has 2 wide open threes in the first quarter, knocks them both down. Was fantastic in that first quarter. I think he had 11 points in that first quarter.
He took 2 in game 5 pretty early, back-to-back in the same
possession.
possession.
He had 2 wide open threes in game 5, and they barely got to the rim.
Yeah, that was the same possession, right?
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he is a guy when it goes I just think, listen, we said this yesterday. I think he's a young guy. I think he's a young, in-the-head kind of guy. And I think he really feels that he's let this team down. And when something good goes in, like a big 3 to start the game, I think it raises his spirits. And I think it feels like when he misses those first 2, he's going, oh, crap. He becomes Eeyore, right? You want him to be Tigger. And when he makes a couple, he's Tigger. But when he misses a couple early, he becomes Eeyore. And he's got to get out of that Eeyore
All right,
mindset.
So if Michael Porter Jr. then misses his first couple, is it a notice for DA to say, okay, ain't his night?
Yeah. Well,
and
what else is he doing? What else is he doing too, though?
Well, naturally, or what he's done in the past when he hasn't hit those shots is he goes to the boards. He's more aggressive to the glass.
But of late, what I felt like, I'm just going to.
And this might be the shoulder.
I'm just going to disappear to the corner, and I'm just going to sit. I'm just going to find a little soft spot on the court, and I'm going to kind of hide. That's what I felt like.
Well, the Nuggets in Game 5.
Is that what you were getting at, or no?
He hides. But I also say, and DMac's right. There's been games when he's not shooting well. All of a sudden he comes up with 12, 13, 14 rebounds.
Yeah.
But more. How about this for a hot take? I think more than shooting, I think his rebounding is affected by the shoulder more than his shooting.
Well, Adelman even said that. He said that he doesn't have the same ability to go grab the ball, and maybe that's mentally just making him a half second slow. You know, in football sometimes it's not that you don't have the physical ability. I've heard players talk about it, Tyler. You can speak to it. Can you react like that when you need to? Or is it like a little bit of a hesitation? And sometimes in that moment of hesitation, the play is lost.
Yeah, I'm sitting here in the middle of this segment. I got a bad shoulder. I need a surgery on. And what am I doing in the middle of this segment? I'm raising both arms as high as I can because I'm trying to stretch it out, and I can't get my freaking left arm up, right? And I can't do it.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, and that's what he's going through. So it's real easy to sit here and be like, oh, these guys are turning Michael Porter Jr. into a villain. I'm not trying to. I believe you. I believe you if you're hurt. If you're telling me you're hurt, I believe you. But now we got to be honest. It's time to be real honest here. Are you going to be able to contribute or not?
What do you think then?
I think you stick with Mike. I believe in him. I think he's going to make 2 or 3 shots tonight, and I think it's going to be an easier game for you to win, an easier chance for you to win if he's making shots. I think he likes playing here. I think he loves this crowd. The crowd loves him.
The crowd loves him.
Loves him. I think he'll make some shots early, and if he does, Nuggets are on their way.
It's so funny you say that because I don't know if there's a more talked about dude on this team in terms of vitriol, people going back and forth on. But when he walks out onto that court in front of this crowd, this dude is loved. There's no, who am I thinking of that was like kind of back and forth with the crowd? Oh my gosh. Help me, skinny guy.
Play for the Nuggets?
Nuggets, set the 3-point mark.
Will
Barton.
Will the Thrill?
Will the Thrill. Now, let me tell you, there was definitely a mixed response from the crowd to Will Barton, okay?
Because when he was on.
Yeah, there was a time. But, Will was not a complete crowd favorite either. There was always a little buzz around Will Barton. None of that exists with Michael Porter Jr. He is loved by this crowd, period. So you might be right about that. This is a warm embrace when he comes to this joint. And he's made so many big shots here. By the way, that's
a fair point. I've really never seen this crowd turn on him.
Oh,
I mean, they get him fired up. As soon as he hits 1 3-pointer, they got his back. Yeah,
the crowd here, if you haven't been lucky enough to be at a game during this time of year, I mean, it's kind of bonkers, what has gone on here and how supportive they are. It is a huge advantage. So to think of the Nuggets tapping out or quitting, it's kind of unfathomable that would actually happen. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous. Now, have they been blown out in games here? Sure. I mean, it just wasn't their night. The shots weren't falling. I mean, we've seen it happen here. But in a situation like this, I'd be shocked. I still think, though, that the bigger player that this game leans on has not changed. And I think that is Jamal Murray. I think for whatever criticism, we just did a long diatribe on MPJ, he's another guy over there. The guy to talk about is our guy Jamal, and let's do that coming up next. All right, we are live at Ball Arena, and the Oklahoma City's done with whatever they were doing.
The curtains have been opened.
I opened some curtains. Is that bad?
That was you?
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I know that's, it's all such a big secret about.
It feels better with them
and
open.
You know what Oklahoma? Yeah, I got a little breezy. Yeah. Because I stuck my head when I was walking up here and looked down at one. It was like the others, like the others. It's like the others of the others.
Yeah.
That ain't no chance of seeing the floor tonight. There was a couple of them out working out and shooting. That was it.
Yeah, that's it. I do, in a strange way, like the arena when it's quiet like this, and it's
cathedral-esque.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and it's actually remarkable in this arena when there's nobody here like there is right now.
Right.
You could literally have a conversation with somebody in the upper deck or across the floor or whatever. Just it's easy because it echoes and you can hear everything, and it's wild. So just be, hey, how you doing, or all these type of weird little conversations. But then what happens during the game? It's I do wonder sometimes. I've been at games. I wonder how the guys go to sleep. Period. The end.
Tough.
The adrenaline is
That's
just.
why we get hooked on Ambien.
Yeah.
Hey, you want an
bet.
Ambien before the game? That sounds great. You know what? I don't sleep very well after the game. Here, have one after the game as well. Oh, it's Monday? Have an Ambien then as well.
Well, let me ask you that. How draining do you think it is when you play so many big games, when every game is just like that?
But that's what's so special about the NBA and probably the NHL playoffs, maybe even Major League Baseball, is that every game kind of becomes important. Right, and you say, it's just the first game of the series. It's just until you're down 0-3, and you go, I guess those first couple of games were kind of important, right? It's like the Alfred story always says when he went to Cincinnati. He said, hey, we're going to win 2 of the 4. They start 0-4, and he goes, what happened? He goes, you didn't tell us which 2 to win.
That's a great story.
Remember that?
Of course.
It's a mental grind that you just have to get through, and it does take time to understand.
I bet it does.
It takes time to understand.
At what point as a pro
does in a 7-game series? I got to think an elimination game feels different than the other games.
Well, I'll give you my one great 7-game experience. I actually got to play in the Scottie Pippen migraine game.
Okay.
Which was a big Game 7 on my birthday, by the way.
Wait, the one where you refused to go in?
No, that was way before that. This is when we were beating his ass so bad. He all of a sudden said, I got a headache, and he sat out, and then we tore him a new one. Last year, Detroit tore Chicago a new one, but that was 89-90 season. We ended up going on and winning it. But I remember, listen, I'm another. I'm almost another, right? We only had 12 guys on the team. And I've never been, I don't know how you've been, Tyler, with the long arms, whatever. I've never been great at doing pull-ups.
No.
Right? Man, I jumped for that game, and this building is hopping. We're at the Palace, Game 7 at home, and this place is going nuts, and light shows going on. Bam, bam, bam. I jump up and grab the rim and do a pull-up. I do 10 pull-ups. And honestly, God, it's to this day the most I've ever done in my life. And I'm like, how did I do that?
If there was a woman trapped under a car, she would have been saved by you.
Yeah. The moral of the story, don't do drugs.
So there is a difference between a sold-out TV crowd, the whole thing, in the regular season and now, right?
Yeah. Now, listen, it's always special when you're in January and the Celtics come in for their one appearance, and the Knicks come in for their one appearance, and you got all the misplaced or displaced, Celtics fans, which here in Boston, there's tons of them here. Yeah. Lakers fans, those are big games. But man, once you got a team that's a legit team, you got to get through the regular season. You got to get through the regular season. Now with the play-in stuff, you got to set yourself up for home court. And survive it as healthy as you can, kind of what the Nuggets had to do, and now go take it. And to be honest with you, in this ifs and buts, candy nuts, if you had the team you had when you won it, you might win it again this year with that exact team.
All right,
that exact team, I think, wins the championship again this year.
Let's get to Jamal, because as much as we want to hem and haw about Michael Porter Jr., we all know that the bigger guy in all of this is Jamal, not an MPJ.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Well, first of all, let me start there. Am I right about that?
Well, we're doing a thing on the pregame show today, and everybody goes, "Who's your X factor?" And MPJ, Christian Brown, I just wrote Jamal.
Okay, why?
Because he's your second best player in your team, and it's not about the points, but when he's efficient, he gets his points.
Yeah.
And I told you yesterday, he had a Carmelo Anthony 28 points. Took him 27 shots to get 28 points. That's not an efficient night from a guy that has a ball in his hands that many times. If we have an efficient, get after, fired up, ready to play, because the crowd, hey, that's another guy the crowd loves.
Loves Jamal.
That's a guy that can get the crowd revved up.
No doubt.
But I think his mood is tied to his making shots. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's got to – listen, he comes out here and goes 15 for 21, something like that.
That sounds good. How many threes we getting in there?
Well, and you get three of 6 from 3.
3 of 6 from 3, so we're going 9.
33, and then however many free throws you make, maybe you make 5 or 6 free throws.
That's a 38-point night.
Yeah. They win this game walking.
No doubt about it.
Let me give you another one that's probably not a key to a game, but it's just like a frustration thing that, look, SJ, free throw merchant, right? Okay, so he's going to get his fouls. He's going to get to the line. So it's almost like, you know what? Don't even try to not foul him. Just freaking make it count. If you get in his grill, if you get within his radius, they're going to call it anyways. So don't worry about whether you're going to get a foul called or not. I think that Westbrook is very good at that. When he's going to foul, he's going to foul. And he's going to probably knock your ass on the ground as well. And he did that to SGA. Gosh, was that in Game 5? I think it was. SGA banged up his knee a little bit earlier, and then Westbrook
He went through that steal and knocked him on the rim.
Exactly. Just knocked him on the ground. You know what? Forget it.
Yes.
They're going to call you. So foul him. Really, foul him. Don't worry about it. Make it freaking count. And let's go old school on this dude.
Well,
I'm not saying we got to be dirty, but you know what? There is a way to make a foul be felt.
And I think Denver gave up 4 little touchy fouls to score. Jamal had 2 turnovers early, and he went down and just touched a guy and gave an and 1.
Right.
Well, you do that 4 times, that's 4 points. You lost by 7. Now you're 3. Now just one guy would have hit a shot. I mean, that happened in the first half. 3 of them happened in the first half, Scott. Yeah.
I'm almost like
okay.
Every time you try to avoid a foul on SGA, it's a wasted opportunity to make him feel you because the foul's going to get called no matter what.
Well, oh gosh, can I brag about this?
Yep.
Okay. We split with the year that I was on Pistons. We won it. We split with Portland at home. We had home court. And back then they were going 2-3-2.
Right.
2-3-2.
Right.
And they nearly beat us in Game 1, and Isaiah saved us, and we win Game 1. They beat us Game 2, and famous line, Terry Porter going in the locker room, "We ain't coming back here. We ain't coming back here." And they had three in Portland. Game 3, they're kind of up, beating us a little bit. I don't know if it's foul trouble or what. They were getting on the offensive glass. Chuck Daly, I hadn't played in games 1 and 2, doing something different.
I'm all for it. But go ahead.
Doing something different.
I'm for it.
Scott, get in there.
To do what?
To be physical, because we were kind of backing down and not doing anything.
Did he have to tell you that, or did you know it? Please.
Come on. Come on now. So, first play, I get in defensively. We get in there. They run a pick and roll. Kevin Duckworth, late great Kevin Duckworth, sets a pick for Clyde Drexler. Clyde comes out, and I maybe get out a little bit too far, but he's going to try to split me. Mm-hmm. He ain't splitting me. Yeah, I got 6 fouls, about 2 minutes to play, whatever it is.
That's going to be tough to get all 6 in.
He ain't getting between me. I come over there. I put a knee on the side of his thigh and knock him down, foul. Boop, ball on the side. But he ain't driving to the basket. All of a sudden sets a tone. Play a little bit further. Beam, beam, boom. They're now shooting a free throw. I got Buck Williams, probably the quintessential power forward. Mm-hmm. Not real thick, but strong. And we haven't been boxing out. Free throw up. He tries to do a little tricky thing, and I'm on the baseline, on the bottom side. Tries to go. I step out. He tries to go below me. Boom. I hit him, catch him. I'm blocking him out. I take him out of bounds. I take him to the back stanchion. Last thing I remember is he's dumped into the back stanchion, laying all out of bounds. You should have seen our bench. Bench went nuts, went crazy. Came back in. I don't even know if I did anything else. Whatever. Came in, getting high five from the guy. Isaiah Thomas. We did an interview with him. He said it was the most impactful few minutes that we needed.
Set the tone for everybody else.
And it woke everybody else to set the tone. And now that you're saying this, that's what David needs. Maybe he needs to
Who's
find
that guy?
I don't know. He's got to find a guy that can come in and set a tone.
Who would that guy be?
Maybe it's a Strother come in and hit a three and talk some trash. Maybe it's somebody going to the basket and Peyton Watson, instead of just trying to, boom, lays him on his backside.
Yep.
I thought Aaron Gordon set a tone in that Clippers game. The first game, he's got Kawhi Leonard jumping, and he puts his shoulder on Kawhi and knocks the poo-poo out of him.
How many minutes did you play in the game to set that tone?
I'll look, but no more than 5. Maybe like 3 or 4.
Right? Listen, if it has to be somebody.
Did I just give you an argument?
You kind of helped my argument a lot. You didn't help my argument a little. You helped my argument a lot, because it wasn't about Isaiah Thomas not being a great player. It wasn't about, I don't know who your big scorers were there, Mahorn or
I was in Mahorn's play. Joe Dumars, Vinny
Joe
Johnson.
Dumars, Vinny
Bill
Johnson.
Laimbeer.
It wasn't about them being less than. It's not about Jokic being less than. They're not. They're great. But it's about just changing sort of the approach to everything. Listen, naturally you would think this is a DeAndre Jordan sort of thing, right? Like, this is where it would seem to fit. But I don't think it necessarily has to be him. I agree with Tyler.
I don't
there
know.
were some going to the bucket, like, hammer the dude.
Yeah, see, I don't know if DJ is quick enough to handle it, because the guy I'm talking about specifically is SGA, and I don't know what DJ does for that.
Well, I don't know what he does necessarily to SGA, but he's going to do something to Hartenstein. You know, he's going to do well. But sometimes it's listen. Who knows? I think what you're talking about, the guys on the court could do the same thing. I don't think you have to bring somebody off the bench. And I see what this building's like when Peyton Watson gets a great block. Blocks are incredible. Blocks light up the building like, nobody's business. But you would get the same emotion from this crowd and from the bench if you were to foul a guy hard at the bucket too. These little touch and ones are, I hate them. I absolutely, 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
You only played 3 minutes in that game.
3 minutes.
It doesn't take a lot to change things sometimes, guys. Thanks for helping my argument. That was fantastic. I wish I had that example yesterday. It would have been better. All right, well,
I was angry with you yesterday, though.
No, I know. Are you still angry? Or?
No, I wasn't angry like that. But who's more angry, me coming back at you or Andy coming back at me? Come on now. Did Andy go off for just a second?
When doesn't Andy go off? But he's the best. All right, we're here at Ball Arena. We're early, obviously. We'll see what they're setting up in the stands. And I know everybody's thinking about the game tonight, and we're just here, period, right? We're here for our show, Nate and Andy. Then we go Birdo, then Kaz, then we go post-game, then in the paint with Dan Tanner. Like, this is it. We're it. We're the only people that do this for the biggest game of the year, for Game 6. Tonight here at Ball Arena is PhD on 92.5.
I agree with all your takes.
We are inside the lower bowl at Ball Arena, where we're talking about being here early. We're here when they're just starting to set up the towels for the 18,000+ people that will be in here. And I'm going to guess there's more than one person that has to do that. Well, we got 2 here, but that's going to take a while.
1, 2,
it's just
3,
2.
4.
Oh, okay,
up
okay.
There, 5, 6.
Oh,
and
okay,
above
okay.
us 7. I've only seen 7.
How long do you think it takes to put 18,000 towels out on seats?
I tell you what, if you got 7,
Oh, you see what we're doing though?
that means you're putting out 2,000 each.
We're doing the OKC thing, alternating.
And what they've done for the games is it's 5280. It spells out 5280. So white is the border, and then they use burgundy and blue, different covered towels. So if you get here before the game starts, it's actually really cool looking because you can see 5280 in the stands. Once they get in the stands, you see it on TV, it all goes bye-bye. But that's the design likely that you will see. So that takes a little bit of thought in terms of how to do that.
There's probably somebody with a computer sitting there saying seats B5 through 26.
Right? So yeah, that's happening as we talk. Some of the TV stuff is being set up. You see the score with 11:27 to go in the first quarter.
How we doing?
Well, it was a hell of a game, 189 to 169.
Still a lot of time, though.
There's a lot of time. Well, that happened in 33 seconds. That was a hell of a that's a lot of action, Scott, for 33 seconds.
That's like a Doug Moe team right there.
So, and we're right next to Pause the Music, who I don't really know him.
Good kid.
Oh, he does such a great job. You know, he is such a and Kyle Speller, like the two of them together, how they and the overall presentation is fabulous. And I don't know all the people that do it, but Pause the Music obviously is a big part of it, as is Kyle, and it's just part of everything that goes on here. So as we count down to tip, and it's a 6:30 start. Maybe talk about that for a little bit, Scott. What about that? What about playing at 6:30 tonight rather than?
Well, we got to make sure and accommodate New York, and that's good.
And we're it tonight.
We're here.
This is it.
You know what? It's Game 6. It's such a big game. You find a way to get here. The thing for me is, you play 7 o'clock all year. Why don't you just make it a 7 o'clock game and 9 o'clock back east? But,
This is the one night that I want the late start. I got football practice at 6:30 tonight.
You have it at 6:30?
I got Ponderosa football practice 6:30.
Wow.
Starts at 6:30.
Well,
yeah.
There ain't no game before this one, so this one's going to start on time tonight. No doubt about it.
This is the one night I wish we had the late start.
Well, you can record it and watch it back or whatever.
I'll get the majority of the second half at least.
What are you saying, Scott?
I said you can just do like DMac, just record it and then just go. Oh, good basket. Of course, that's more hockey and baseball, right?
I can watch a hockey game in about 2.5 minutes. Middle of the ice, not the middle of the ice. Goal. All right, let's go back. Okay.
What happened?
All right, okay. Line out. Middle of the ice, not the middle of the ice. Oh, penalty. Really, seriously. If it's a 1-0 game, I'm done in about 42 seconds.
Sounds like a Friday night.
Well, how do you watch all the games? So, even when I'm here sometimes, I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Who knows? Basketball, to me, is a lot easier to figure out. It's simple. And football's the piece of cake. Hockey is like, I do not know why one team wins and one team loses. But, I'm sure there's plenty of hockey people out there that will tell me they know smarter and better, and they probably do. Basketball? Nah, it's easier. It's pretty simple. It really is, Scott.
Yeah, you make a basket or you don't make a basket.
Right. Kind of. I mean, it can kind of boil down to that. And tonight is huge. All right. What do we think? Let's recap what we think about just this game in general. And whatever happened has happened. It's all about tonight moving forward. However you got here. And this is it. Either your season goes on to a thrilling Game 7 Sunday, or this is the end of the year, and we start the coach search and the GM search. What do we think about tonight?
Well, the one thing you can't measure is heart, and that's the one thing that you try to guess. You try to guess where these guys at, what kind of heart are they going to have in this game? And I guess the closer I get to the game, the more optimistic I feel about it. I like the heart on this team. I like Russell Westbrook's heart. I like Aaron Gordon's heart. I like Nikola Jokic's heart. So I think these guys are going to be motivated, right? And that's one thing that I just didn't know, you know? I mean, sometimes you're looking for affirmation. Are we going to Cabo or not? And I do feel better the closer we get just about the motivation these guys are going to have.
The interesting thing, and now it's a great running joke, and everybody in the NBA talks about it. Those guys on TNT have used it all the time. But the 1-2-3 Cancun, that was started in Denver. That was
it really?
Yeah, that was like the Brian Shaw team, and somebody caught some guys at the end of the beat for eat or whatever, going, "Come on, guys, it's 1-2-3 Cancun." It was like the season.
That was a Denver thing.
Yeah, that started.
Oh my God!
And they got ripped, and the media picked up. But now it's like a running joke. They go, "Hey, man, you want to play 1-2-3 Cancun? Let's go." And I wouldn't even say going fishing probably started because of 1-2-3 Cancun.
I was just thinking
that started here in Denver on that Brian Shaw year, I believe. So I don't see this team as 1-2-3 Cancun.
Nope.
I just don't see Jamal. Now, that doesn't mean Jamal won't play bad, but I don't see Jamal mailing it in. I don't see Joker. He may shoot bad. I don't see him mailing it in. So Aaron Gordon may shoot. Christian Brown, they all may have a bad game, but I don't see him mailing it in for this. That would absolutely 100% shock me. If I don't believe this game is just like really 4 of the previous 5 were, I'll be shocked.
Are there any core guys who may be playing their last game at Ball Arena in a Nuggets uniform tonight?
In a loss? Or even if they win?
Loss or a Game 7 loss, either way.
Whoa.
If they lose the series, one way or the other, either they lose tonight or they lose Game 7, are there any core guys who tonight's it?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah.
And then who would they be and why?
I'll throw this at you. You have no draft picks. We put that up on the board yesterday.
No draft picks. That sucks.
One the next year.
Saw a fun little speculation about Kevin Durant joining the team next year. And I'm like, what would that take? Could you even do it?
Well, yeah, that'd be interesting. The only thing you can do if you want to pull up draft picks to start stockpiling draft picks, or, let's not even talk about bringing in a Kevin Durant, but let's just say even draft picks and some good quality players too. Your only value is the core guys. Now, you could trade a Jalen Pickett and get a second-round pick probably.
Okay.
You could trade a Peyton Watson and probably get 2 second-round picks.
I guess when I talk core guys, I'll be more specific.
The starting.
Joker, of course. Back, of course. Jamal, MPJ, AG, CB. We take Joker and we throw him off to the side because that's not a conversation. So we're talking AG.
You start a starting 5.
The conversation's open for sure, and it's going to be open for a long, long time. I think whether you win, whether you lose, that conversation's going to be open. Outside of winning a championship, which maybe changes things, but maybe even a championship doesn't change whether that conversation's open. But the real conversation comes down to what, how, right?
I don't know.
And that's where I just keep feeling stuck. I feel stuck. I don't think you can trade Michael Porter Jr. I don't think you can.
Here's another. Physically can't.
Right.
Yeah. Well, listen. Anybody can, and you know this. Football the same way. Anybody can pass a physical. Anybody can flunk a physical. Right. It depends on we saw that with L.A. when they got the Williams kid out of Carolina. And all of a sudden they're having buyer's remorse, and the guy ends up averaging 15 and 10 the last 25 games. Sure would have helped the Lakers to have that guy.
I guess I could go backwards on this. Is this starting 5 the starting 5 when things open next year?
I would say probably.
I was going to go even further back. This may be a conversation we should have either Monday. Let's hope it's next Monday.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks from Monday.
Okay.
Should Should have they done more to keep that championship team together for at least 1 year?
Boy, you hit me with the KCP thing. That surprised me. Like, I didn't think there was any way to keep KCP. Do you think there was a way to hold on to him?
Well, there's always a way. In fact, I asked somebody with the Nuggets, and they said, listen, there's always a way. I mean, Golden State kept their guys together for a million years before they finally had to let Clay go. There's always a way, but then you
That
run.
was before they changed the rules, though, with all the aprons and everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you're going to be paying some taxes. I mean, you're going to be paying some millions and millions of dollars to do that. It's caught up with Golden State finally, it seems like, right? Because Steph's not young anymore. It caught up before the change in the rule with that Celtics team. You know, Danny Ainge talked about it. They let that team get too old too quick. But you know what? They got them 3 championships.
It did.
To me, let me ask you this. If you can keep a team together and all of a sudden you're going to have about a 5-year period where you're going to suck tail, but you won 3 championships in like 6-7 years,
Absolutely.
it's worth it, isn't it? I mean, it didn't feel like it when you went through it.
We've had that conversation with the Broncos for years. Like,
but what Scott threw into the mix is multiple championships.
Yeah, fair point.
Well, but I mean, right? The Celtics won one, took 3 or 4 years, won one, lost one, won one, and you're like, I mean, and then they played out. Then they got old. Bird's foot, Bird's back, McHale's foot, McHale's back. They end up aging out a little bit. But you know what? During that 6-year, 7-year window when they were good, I think they won 3 and lost 1, right? I think they got to 4. Because then they lose the Lakers in one of those series, or might have lost 2 of them.
The truth is, if you can figure out from this point how to beat Oklahoma City, this might be another incredibly special year.
Yeah.
Or it could end tonight, and we're talking about a massive rebuild. There is so much on the line here tonight, it's kind of insane where this organization is going to go.
Or could go.
It's pretty fun. I mean, it's the essence of drama, no doubt about it, and it's maybe the best and most anxiety part of sports, and we've got a front row view for you tonight inside of Ball Arena. The Broncos have their schedule release. We had fun with this last year, Scott, because it was wins or losses with me or Tyler, but you had a different perspective on the games, from grunts to I don't care to I don't know.
Who cares?
You know, so I don't know if we want to do the same schedule sort of rollout with you again this year.
I listened to Raj and Coach. I guarantee you that was more entertaining than that one was. So, I mean, come on. Let's figure a way. Because everybody in the world does. Right now, across America, 50,000 sports talk radio shows are doing their schedule, right?
Yeah.
And people are eating it up, Scott.
We got to figure a way.
You know what we could do? We could yell at the workers who they think the Broncos are going to win or lose against a variety of people. We could say, Broncos, do we have anybody right near us? I mean,
I wish I knew the guy's name. I feel like I see. Hey, sir.
Who do you think do the Broncos beat the Titans week 1?
Okay, 0-1. 0-1.
They're 0-1. So let's keep it, write it down. Get your pen out.
All right. Well, we can keep going through that through the break.
Okay, so we'll do the passerby Bronco standings. So
sounds good.
Some random guy.
Sounds good.
Oh, hold on. Who's the week 2?
No,
Colts.
wait.
Colts.
Hey, sir. Do the Broncos beat Indianapolis in Indianapolis week 2?
Yes!
All right. So we're 1-1. We're 1-1.
All right, well, we can roll on this coming up.
Not bad.
Not bad. We got to figure it out. Well, more of that next. we are at Ball Arena, and we'll talk, of course, tons of the Nuggets, which we already have. But there's a little bit of a life in the lower bowl right now.
Yep. ESPN's about to go live.
Are they about to go live, really?
I believe so. I think that's what Tim's doing down there.
Oh, that's a nice, sweet. What time is it? Good 5-hour pregame on ESPN. We get a nice shot there. So what we're doing to predict the Broncos' schedule is just yelling at people that are doing things inside here to predict what the Broncos are going to be, because
why not?
Why not? I mean, really.
Are we going to do any serious ones? Are you and I giving serious ones?
I think as we do it, you can give your serious take.
Yeah, we'll have fun and you do serious.
Yeah, so
sounds good.
And you see how if you're a man of the people.
I mean, these people are going to beat my prediction no matter what. So I mean, that's going to be far more accurate.
All right, well, we could do that. We could do yelling at people versus Tyler. I think that would be kind of fun.
So the first guy we yelled at, we said, is the Broncos going to win their home game opener against Tennessee? And the guy goes, no.
Which is amazing that the Broncos are going to lose a game against the worst team in the league with a rookie quarterback, at home.
Yeah.
Tyler, you agree with that or not?
I do not.
You don't? I can't
do
believe
not.
it.
Yeah, I got the Broncos with a W there.
Yeah.
Okay. The second guy we screamed at said we were going to beat the Colts on the road. By the way, nice job, Colts. Way to entrust your schedule release to like a 23-year-old college kid with the Minecraft video. You're apologizing. Do you know this story?
No.
Oh, they did a Minecraft thing, which is a little bit lost on me, I got to be honest. And in it, they had the Coast Guard getting Tyreek Hill, who was dressed as a dolphin. They're saying Tyreek Hill's getting arrested. They have apologized for that because it doesn't, you're making fun of a guy.
Did they really need to apologize for it?
Well, they did, and they said they were ripping off like Microsoft's IP or something like that.
Well, it turns out you can't steal Minecraft. Yeah.
So you would think you would have that hashed out.
Are we all over these schedule release videos? I didn't even dive into. I watched the Broncos out of obligation, which was stupid. But no, I'm over these things.
Tyreek Hill says on a tweet, should have left it up. I thought it was funny.
There you go.
So Tyreek Hill
it just shows you some people have a sense of humor and some people don't. It's kind of cool and surprising he does.
Yeah. All right, well, our random guy down there has that as a win on week 2 for the Broncos. You agree with the random guy there, Tyler?
I got us a W over the Colts, although I am a little bit worried about Daniel Jones. I'm not even being facetious. I actually am a little bit worried about DJ.
I'm worried about the game in Indy only because I go history great in Indy.
All right, Scott, here's the next challenge for you to find somebody to yell at.
Okay.
It's at the Chargers, Sunday at the Chargers, week 3.
Let's say,
hey, ma'am, week 3, the Broncos are going to the Chargers to play. Do you like the Broncos to win or lose? Win!
All right!
Here we go. We got to win.
All right.
There's a win.
All right. She is about to hang up some towels right there.
She's a towel lady.
All right, Tyler?
I mean, I love Towel Lady's optimism. I do. Towel Lady's got this thing down, although I got this thing as an L. I probably got – yeah, not trying to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but I think AFC's got a couple splits in there.
Scott, you want to do another one here?
Well, we could. Who do you want me yelled at?
I got us at 2-1.
You got 2-1, as do yelling at people.
Right.
Is also 2-1.
Okay, so we're at the same place.
Well, no one's really close to us now.
Week 4, though, is an interesting one. It's Monday night at home against the Bengals.
Hey, ball guy. Week 4, Bengals at home. Loss.
Oh, bald guy says loss.
Bald guy says loss.
Loss. Tyler? You want to take that one?
I too have got an L there, which usually you get the Bengals early in the season. That's your chance to get them. Hopefully Trey Hendrickson is not playing football, and that might change my opinion.
Change it, yeah.
But I think that Cincinnati should be healthy this year, so probably an L.
He is really about to go live on ESPN right there.
I told you. Game 5. Who we got 5? I got a guy. If you
go ahead. Sorry. Game 5 is at Philadelphia.
Hey, Garrett, can the Broncos beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia? Week 5. Yeah, can they win? Yes or no?
No, that's a loss.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Who was that specifically? You seem to know that person.
That's like the NBA photographer that lives here in Denver. And
Okay.
He does all of our playoff games, but he'll go and travel and do a bunch of NBA
All right,
games.
Tyler, that seems like a tough one right there.
Well, it's a tough little stretch there. I got it as an L, so we started out 2-1, and all of a sudden we're at 2-3, and things ain't looking so rosy anymore.
All right. Well, I'll just go if you want to go. I got other things to talk about, but, if you want to yell at somebody.
Let's head across the pond. We got anybody over there in England you could yell at?
Hey, Mr. K, is he here? He's probably in town, though.
Well, this is tricky because you run out of people to yell at a little bit here.
I ask that guy. Maybe you do a yell now.
Me?
Yeah, get the guy over there to the right.
I'm a little shy. That guy over there?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Just say, hey, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Hanging up the towel. Hey, in England, Broncos or Jets? Who's going to win?
Broncos.
Broncos. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
That was actually hard to do, to communicate that.
You were a little nervous doing that.
I was a little nervous doing that.
For the guy that did the locker room on KBPI.
I know.
You were. Are you
a little uptight with that?
You've lost your edge.
You think?
Right.
I know. What happened?
You're probably like married and have grown kids.
I'm just scared of being fired again.
You're probably living in Lone Tree now.
Oh! I got our next one.
Wait.
I got our next one.
Who?
We got the guy repelling.
That's probably.
Do you think he can hear us?
He just dropped from the ceiling. That's
you know who
all
that
I
is?
know.
That's probably.
I know who that is, but relax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's
right. I mean, I'll just yell Rocky. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah. What is it? It's Giants, right? In New York.
It's the Giants here.
Hey,
no,
Rocky. Can the Broncos beat the Giants in New York? Hey, wait, Rocky.
He's out of uniform though, so he's not going to acknowledge.
He was shaking his head at me like, "Hey, I can't talk.
He can't.
You know I can't talk
You know what?
right now."
Our whole thing just got busted.
Yeah,
we probably just got in big trouble.
Yeah.
Hey, I would tell you this. Going to be very dramatic with Rocky tonight. How about that? A little preview.
Yeah.
A little preview of what's about to happen tonight. It's going to be kind of cool.
He was shaking his head at me like, "Come on, dude. You know I can't talk."
Should have just said "sir" in the white hard hat.
Yeah, that's what I should have said. Yeah. I put him on the spot. That was
All
my
right,
bad.
Tyler, you want to take a swing at the Jets in London?
Let's go with the W out there in London. Yeah.
All right. Well, we can organically do this.
So are they going to stay in London and practice and then go to the Giants, or are they going to head back to the Giants?
They'll be at the Eagles the week before, right?
Oh, so they'll probably stay in Philly for a day extra.
Yep. And then I'd imagine they go with the long week out there in London.
Well, the Greenbrier's always in play.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I'd be surprised.
You're at Philadelphia. I bet you anything they spend 3 days at the Greenbrier before going over to England.
Leave right after the game and fly to the Greenbrier.
Go right to the Greenbrier.
That just seems like extra logistics to me.
Oh, the logistics.
They did it last year.
Yes. Chip, they all said the logistics of last year were unbelievable. It's like the most complicated thing they've ever done. But that sets up perfectly for them to do that. Perfectly. Why go all the way home to go to London? I bet you anything, one way or the other.
To London.
You could do that too.
You're already on these.
You could absolutely do that too.
It's not a bad flight from New York, or from Philly, New York, whatever.
I'm going straight to London from Philly.
But if they were
probably stay one extra night.
If they were ever to do the Greenbrier, that
is it.
It would be that time of the year. By the way, the Broncos become the first team ever to play in London, in Europe, and then be in the mountain time zone, not having a bye week, playing
which
the
is
next
going to
week.
make, and that's who they got with the Giants. Giants
yeah,
at home?
that Giants game is
that's going to be a travel nightmare. That's
going to be bad.
In the NBA they would call that a scheduled loss.
But the Giants aren't a great team, I don't think.
Yeah, they may have done them a favor with that.
You want to take that as a win or a loss there, Tyler?
I'm taking a win. Yep. I mean, look, we got to beat the teams we're supposed to beat. So I don't care about the travel. You got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
You got to find somebody to
I
yell
got
at.
it. Week 8. I got it. Who is it?
It's the Cowboys, and we've not lost to the Cowboys.
Well, no, we haven't yelled at somebody about the Giants yet.
Oh, you want to?
Well, I mean, you haven't done it yet.
Hey, ma'am, doing the towels.
I think that might be a guy.
Person. Hey, sir.
Okay, I'm getting embarrassed. All right.
Why?
I don't know why I'm getting embarrassed by this.
Hey, guy with.
Oh wait, there's a guy in the suit jacket walking in the hallway.
Hey, sir, suit jacket guy.
Hey, guy with the goatee.
Sir. Hey, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. We got to ask you a question. Do you like the Broncos taking on the Giants in week
7 here.
Week 7 in Denver. You like the Broncos?
All right.
Good.
All right, we're about halfway through the season.
And then Cowboys in Dallas?
Cowboys at Denver.
Oh, we got back-to-back home games?
Back-to-back home games against the NFC East.
I got one more guy, you ready?
Okay.
Hey, guy with glasses on your head. Broncos hosting the Cowboys weekend.
And the great goatee.
Oh, Cowboys!
Wow! Not a team player.
Wow!
Tyler.
Hey, MH ain't here no more, man. We ain't got to go that way. MH is gone, brother.
What do you got there, Tyler, on that one?
Well, so here's the deal. The Cowboys have not beat the Broncos in about 30 years.
Yeah.
So history would favor the Denver Broncos on this one. They've got nothing but passing attack. They do have George Pickens now. They got CeeDee Lamb, but we are supposed to have one of the best secondaries. I'm gonna take a win, but that is a 3-game winning streak on a really tough road schedule.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be tough.
What really and if you want me to be serious about it for a second, what really concerns me is that you're going London, you get back to the Giants. At some point, it feels like there's going to be a letdown game in
jet
there.
lag somewhere in there, too.
I think that Giants game is going to be
I think you're
reach
gonna,
up and snipe you.
You know what? It's going to be like Game 6. You might have to grind it out.
Yeah, that's going to
grind
be a
it
tough
out.
one.
I will say this.
All right.
Dak Prescott basically hadn't played in 2 years. Is he healthy?
Oh, well, who knows?
Yeah, that's the question. Listen, I like Denver at home for almost every game except Cincinnati. I don't – that game scares me. And if you're going to go history and say, well, we like them because the Cowboys never beats them, well –
I'm not a history guy for the record. I don't think history has anything to do with this year.
I know, but I get that way. So I say, oh, that's a good point. But then again, you never win in Indianapolis.
By the way, yelling at people is more pessimistic than Tyler. They've got the yelling at people is 4-4. Tyler's got him at 5-3.
I don't think I'm being pessimistic at all.
No, I got you.
I've been about as optimistic as I could possibly be.
Yeah, but he's now questioning a 3-game win streak.
I have for sure. I mean, really think about that one for a second.
That's
Do
a
you
logistic
really think we can win
nightmare.
3 in a row with that tough stretch? It's not tough games. It's just tough logistics.
Yeah, I think Dallas can be better this year if Prescott stays healthy.
We got no dumb questions.
They could be a dangerous offense for sure.
We got no dumb questions coming up, but we do.
They don't have a running back.
We got 2 minutes. Do you guys want to keep yelling at people, or do you want to get a walk of shame update with the Rockies?
What? The Rockies lost?
Who's that?
I mean, we can wrap it up.
Who's after the Cowboys?
Seriously, what are we doing here?
The Cowboys.
Yeah, I know the Rockies lost.
The Cowboys are the Texans at Houston.
Oh, well, do we even need to yell?
Well, it's kind of fun. You never know. It's hard to find something. We don't have to. Do
everybody's
it right now.
on that side of the floor.
There'll be other people coming around.
Yeah, we'll get some more people here.
We'll get it when we get it.
We'll get
it. But we're about halfway through the season.
Coming to you live from the lower bowl. At Ball
Proving
Arena.
it.
Yeah,
proving that we're here.
That we're checking in with the people.
Okay, I do have just real quick on the walk of shame. Will the Rockies become the worst team ever? That's what they lost last night, 8-3. They got down early. They kind of battled a little bit. And they lost 8-3. I'll just leave it like that. They got
Is it
swept.
3 in a row or 4 in a row?
They have lost 3 in a row. They're 0-3 with the Budless Rockies are 0-3.
It's his fault.
Good thing they're getting that dead count bounce.
And
he's a good guy. Everybody
they're
likes him.
35 losses in 42 decisions. Tie them with the 32 Red Sox for the most since 1901.
Woo.
A loss tonight. Oh, maybe that. I'm sorry. I apologize. A loss tonight, which means last night, made the Rockies the first team in modern era to lose 36 of the first 43 games. Only the 1876 Red Stockings, 1884 KC Unions, and 1895 Louisville Colonels have lost that many in the first
2 teams
43.
that are no longer in existence.
And we're going back to the 1800s.
Wow.
So the Rockies are there. And to me, you could not start lower or with more expectations to be the worst team ever. So any win from here on, will they win 35 games for the rest of the year?
And that prevents you from your 15, 20-mile walk.
From the walk of shame.
From the station or from your house?
I'm saying we
Station.
win 12 games on the entire season.
Okay, well, they
Dude,
clearly would be the
no,
worst
The
team
question
ever.
now is can they have a better record than the Philadelphia 76ers 9-win season?
There you go.
We get into weird areas of other sports.
Crossover sports.
Well, they've already won 7. So I'm going to think there's 3 more W's in there. Well, I'm saying there's 35 more wins in there. So 3 more.
Do you still feel as good about that bet as you did a week ago?
I do, because I'm watching the games. There's been some good pitching. There's been some moments that they could have taken advantage of.
Oh, my God.
So I am.
Talk about an apologist.
Anybody want to answer a question? Please.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back with no dumb questions. We're up to week 9, the Texans.
Yeah.
So we'll see who we can yell at.
Yeah, we can mark that as an L.
Do you want to just go on an L? You want to yell at yourself?
That's just me.
We'll just mark that as an L then.
Hey, Scott, put it as an L.
Call fat guy. Denver or Houston.
Okay,
All right, we got that one.
That as an L. Tyler, you want to chime in on that one real quick?
We're not winning 4 straight, so I'm taking an L.
All right, we'll take a quick break. No Dumb Questions comes up next as we're live from Ball Arena.
All right. Hey, I know a lot of you guys go car shopping over the weekend, and weekend's almost here. So if you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to absolutely love them. Relationships matter to me in life. I've been a customer for life over at Phil Long Ford ever since I bought my first car my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because they always treat me right. I get the best price. I find the vehicle of my dreams. Guys, Phil Long Ford has an incredible inventory right now. Over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the best price because they lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. Phil Long Ford is a great car dealership. They got the best inventory. Don't waste your time driving all over Colorado. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, we are live here at Ball Arena, right near where Pause the Music does his thing in the Coors banquet area, and beautiful view of the court. And we're here. Actually, Nate and Andy are going to do their show where Cause is up
over here,
over there. Okay.
So,
yeah. I see it there.
See where that guy's standing in that big camera?
Yep.
They'll be cramped in there with that camera.
And while they're on the air, lots of stuff goes on. Teams warm up. The national anthem is practiced. The dancers get out here and do their thing. Like they're actually going to get quite a bit of action going on while they're on the air in terms of all the little stuff that happens before the game, before it's open to the general public, which is kind of cool to see all that stuff. Pause the Music is fun because if the other team is warming up and the Nuggets aren't here, it's a wide selection of like Michael Bolton and Celine Dion. It's like the anti-hype music if the other team is out here warming up.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you who gets out here the earliest, I think, to warm up on this court is Russell Westbrook. Like, he gets his warm-ups in, like, really, really early.
Right.
It's always interesting because, well, there you go.
Rocky learned his lesson. He wouldn't put the costume on, so I couldn't yell at him.
Rocky's entrance tonight, without spoiling completely, is going to be daredevil awesome. So you're going to see a really, really cool entrance from Rocky tonight. So he's working on that right now. So that's cool. By the way, we're in the middle. No Dumb Questions is going on right now, but we are in the middle of yelling at people for their Broncos predictions so we could get back to that or, at any point.
Yeah.
And I'll just let you know what game we're up to.
We're at Houston.
No, we did Houston. You yelled at.
Oh, that's right.
You yelled at yourself.
Tall fat guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we are up to, whenever you want to do it, a short week, a Thursday night game at home at least against the Raiders when we can get to it. I do have an update for you before we get into No Dumb Questions, and our friends from DNVR have posted that Jamal Murray illness is questionable tonight for Game 6.
No, he's not.
Well, what can I tell you?
I mean, no, he's not.
Scott, where do they post? They post that somewhere, don't they? Don't they do injury reports or something like that?
They don't have breaking news, let's put it that way.
Okay. What does that mean?
I mean, are you taking that serious? Like we've got for 1 second.
I'm just saying,
Jamal Murray not playing in the game.
At some point, they have to post things. The teams do. So the teams felt. Well, you tell me.
Well, you have to post everything.
No dumb question. Okay, so what makes you post something about illness? No dumb question. That's a good one.
He probably didn't come to shoot around, or whatever they had.
All right. No dumb question. Concerning? Yes or no?
Yep. Well, the ESPN one doesn't have anything.
Okay.
I'm saying no. I don't think there's any such thing as illness when you're a professional athlete. I'm being serious, man. The amount of things that we played through, mono, whatever. When it comes down to it, you get juiced up. They got IVs. You're gonna get. He's probably got one already today. He's gonna get IV before the game. He's gonna get an IV at halftime. Those things are going to be loaded up with nutrients and maybe a couple Red Bulls, and he's going to be good to go.
All right, I'm not trusting our good friends at DNVR, but I would love to.
No, I don't doubt the report.
Well,
I'm just saying I've got no concern about whether he's actually questionable to play.
The Nuggets on the NBA's official injury report as Deron Holmes out, Hunter Tyson out, ankle, and Jamal Murray questionable injury or illness. It says injury/illness.
What does that mean?
Well, he might have. It's really bad pollen season.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the warden seriously sounds like Betty Davis after a pack of cigarettes right now.
How sick? That's something right there. How sick do you have to be listed on the injury report with an illness?
It means you probably did called out of shoot around today, or the walkthrough,
and you have to account for that.
Yeah, yeah.
You're required to account for it
because you got 5,000 betting apps.
Okay.
You don't want anybody to say, "Hey, he wasn't there," and then they have something.
So likely Jamal missed something theoretically, and the reason for it has to be something.
Yeah, there's probably an illness, and so they said But remember, he had a sickness late in the season, came out and had like 30 and was dying, but he ended up having 30 at a great game.
Oh, we all know the magic to a great game is the flu game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember he had the long sleeve shirts he was wearing that game?
I remember it specifically. He looked like a ghost after the game, and it wasn't just him. I mean, there were several guys on the team that were actually sick. That was during the Clippers series.
But seriously, the what's it called? Allergy thing's going crazy right now with a lot of people. So it looks like sickness too. I mean, you can't breathe, you're sneezing, you're blowing your nose, and it's nasty.
Jamal looked fine a couple days ago after Game 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a fun little twist for you as we go into the game.
Hey, sir.
Oh, you got somebody.
Sir.
Raiders, Thursday night at home.
I can ask you a question. Raiders at Denver, Thursday night game in Denver. Who do you like? Broncos or Raiders?
Broncos.
All right, Broncos. Dude, we got people on a 5-game win streak.
Yeah, buddy.
You do not.
I know the people don't.
The yelling at people.
Well, they're like 500, aren't they?
They're 5. They're 5-5 right now. Tyler, you want to take that one on?
I am very reluctantly, I'm going to get ahead of myself here, but I very, very reluctantly have got the Denver Broncos sweeping the Raiders this year.
All right. Well, that would be a W then.
My brain tells me that Pete Carroll's going to have that team ready to play. Geno Smith is good. Ashton Jeanty is good. And it's going to be a tough team to sweep. But if you're going to get a sweep against the Raiders, it's going to be in year one against Pete. And I'll tell you this. You want to make the playoffs, you have to sweep either the Chargers or the Raiders.
Yeah,
one of the
which
two.
you did last year.
Yeah.
Right.
Our guy Matthew Blondo, no dumb questions here. It's more of a statement. He says, "Is this dumb? I want Strother over Porter."
Hey, sir, don't go anywhere. Hold on.
Okay.
We got who's next?
Oh, I'm sorry. We've got. Sorry about that. Home against Kansas City.
Hey, sir. The Broncos in Week 9 play Kansas City at home. Do you like the Broncos or Kansas City?
Broncos.
Wow.
All right, Tyler, you want to take a shot at that one?
Well, you can't ever trust a bald guy, so I'm
But he's got a great beard.
I'm going with an L.
An L for you. Okay. All right. I'm just accounting for everything here. There you go. Porter or Strother?
You got to start with Porter, but I think you got to give Strother maybe a look-see and see if he can do something.
Is Strother the next? Is that where you would go if it's not working out?
Only because of the shooting, and I think you need something that pulls him out of the paint. Yeah, so I think it'd probably be him.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I got no dumb question.
Go for it.
It's a two-parter.
We're up to a bye week, by the way, for the Broncos.
Two-parter.
Yeah.
It goes with the scheduling too.
Okay.
Bo Nix healthy all year. How many wins do they have?
11.
10.
Bo Nix goes down, and you played the majority of the season with.
Wow, really?
With Stidham.
With Stidham for the most of the season? How many weeks?
Okay, forget it. Stidham's your starting quarterback all season. How many wins they have?
The whole season?
Yeah, just it's a no dumb question.
Holy
Answer
cow.
the no dumb question.
7.
8.
You're out of the playoffs. You're not going to the playoffs without Bo Nix.
I think Stidham quarterbacks all year. Say something happened bad to Bo in training camp.
Okay.
You don't win 5 games.
Okay. Twist my arm. Fine.
Are we talking like week 1 here?
Well, something happened stupid. Listen.
Why are you putting this on Bo Nix? Why are you doing that?
Because the point,
see, everybody bookmark this. Come back to it when something bad happens.
The reason I'm asking, already in his second year, how valuable Bo Nix is to this franchise is where I was trying to get to.
Like he turns his blows out his Achilles on a pine cone up at Castle Pines?
Tom Brady goes out that one year and they win, and Castle gets them 11 wins.
He did. They didn't make the playoffs. It was a crazy year.
Yeah, which never happens with 11 wins in a
never
16-win season.
It was actually remarkable that happened.
The point I was just trying to make, already in season 2 of his career, Bo Nix, and we talked the other day about facing the program, right? The face of the team.
Yeah.
Already Bo Nix may be the most important guy on this roster, period.
Duh.
That's how quarterback goes.
I understand that, but Richardson, Indianapolis, he the most important guy. I mean,
well, theoretically,
well, it's going to be Daniel Jones, but yeah,
okay.
go on.
Theoretically, he was.
Even though there you go.
Yeah, but that's a weird question because what team isn't the quarterback the most important guy?
Exactly. On the team? Teams that aren't any good.
Okay,
that's what the point is.
Well, that's fair.
We think they're going to be pretty good.
Do you think the Raiders are going to be pretty good?
I think they're going to be a above average team.
I've been a part of Pete Carroll year one, and they're going to be competitive. They're going to be capable of beating anybody, but he's going to turn that roster over like nobody in the NFL, and you're going to see bodies coming in, coming out. So I do think this is the year that if you're going to sweep the Raiders, this is your only chance at it, and you have to do it if you want to make the playoffs.
Ooh, I like these towels they're handing out.
I think Pete Carroll is – I think the Raiders are the Vegas Northwest.
Oh,
they're Seattle, except they're in the desert now. I think that's what he's going to turn them into.
Well, of course.
And Seattle was really good.
Dude, we could do a couple. They're right here. I mean, we got people that are literally.
Well, who's next?
It's at Washington and then at the Raiders.
Okay.
Hey, ma'am, can I ask you a question?
You don't even have to yell here.
Broncos play Washington Commanders in Washington week 10.
13.
Week 13. Can the Broncos beat Washington in Washington? No.
No.
Wow. And that was a quick no.
Wow.
That was a quick no.
Damn.
That was hey. You know what?
She ain't just keeping it real.
Hey,
Tyler.
She ain't lying.
No, I'm with that. I'm with that very smart lady right there. I mean, we're going out. That's a damn good.
Okay, who's next? I got a guy right in front of me.
At Raiders, real quick. Real quick.
Hey, sir, guy with a great haircut. Oh, you got headphones. Can I ask you a question? Who is it?
Oh, at Raiders.
At the Raiders.
Week 14.
At the Raiders, week 14. Broncos win or Raiders win?
Broncos?
Right. Broncos. I already chose the sweep, so you got my pick.
I did. Okay.
No dumb question. If you notice, some of these people look at me like I'm stupid when I'm asking these random questions.
Do you understand how it's so random? It's actually making me uncomfortable now.
I cannot believe you.
I know.
Am I the only guy in Colorado that still remembers you?
Maybe.
Having cheerleaders, hey, come in and bring your pom-poms? I mean.
If you want to call strippers from Shotgun Willie's cheerleaders, fine by me. We come back. We'll do the rest of the schedule, but the big question of the day surrounds, of course, the Nuggets. And we do have a little bit of breaking news about an illness with Jamal Murray, his PhD on 92.5. We're in the Coors banquet area in the lower bowl, and there's a lot more light.
You are so uncomfortable right now.
You're in your Tyler. Do you see where Scott Hastings is the prince of Ball Arena? By the way,
I do.
Like this is his domain.
Hey, sir, I got to ask you a question. Week 15, Green Bay Packers come to play the Broncos. Who wins, Broncos or Green Bay?
Broncos, of course.
Thank
you. There you go.
Broncos, of course.
There you go.
Let's go.
There you go.
I mean, it was a dumb question. It was obvious.
Well, we just did the no dumb question segment.
Well,
you know what? This is the first. I I don't know.
All of a sudden, you're enjoying doing NFL picks.
I don't know. Well, yes, yes, but B, I got a bucket list. Have you ever seen DMac uncomfortable?
Oh, well.
I can't believe it.
we're
I mean,
kinda-
it's like, no, don't talk to
we're kinda
Rocky.
here.
Don't mess with Rocky right now. He's in.
Well, I don't want to mess with Rocky. Rocky's doing his thing down there. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with Rocky. I'm a little intimidated by Rocky.
You're intimidated by this whole process a little bit.
If you want to yell at Rocky, go for it.
Okay, what's our stand? Well, you got to ask
Tyler, you want to win or loss home against the Packers? There's only 3 games left.
I'm not going against that guy. I mean, he made that a hell
Of course, hell yeah. Yeah, there's only 3 games left. It's home against Jacksonville, at Kansas City on Christmas, and home against the Chargers. So that's all, and I'll give you the totals once we get there. So that's that. Let's talk about the Nuggets here. We can get to
let's pick Packers, and then we'll do Nuggets.
Okay, well, we just
Scott must have somebody who wants to.
No, I'm taking Packers.
You're taking. Oh, okay. You're being serious.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I
can't tell with you if you're trying to be serious or you're not trying to be serious.
That's my life.
Okay. Must be a joy to live with.
I'm on number 2.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I'll let you know.
Keep
when
trying.
I get
keep trying. Don't give up, Tyler. Never give up.
Yeah.
Don't give up. Never give up.
Never give up. Tonight, Jamal is on the injury report with an illness, questionable, but we have no doubts that he's going to play, correct?
Correct, yes.
Correct, Scott?
I'd be shocked if he doesn't.
Shocked, okay.
He got that West Nile if he's not playing.
What is tonight going to come down to?
Does Jamal play?
Really?
Maybe, yeah.
Not how he plays, if he plays?
We talked earlier. I think he's one of the biggest keys. It'd be great. If Porter's great, I think that goes a long way and pushes you over the edge.
If Jamal is sick and can't play in this game, is the game over?
It is. Well, I will say this. This season they have a winning record when they play without Jamal.
Wow.
But this is Oklahoma City in the second round of the postseason.
Jamal Murray needs 25 points. Aaron Gordon needs 15. And Michael Porter Jr. needs 12.
What if Jamal doesn't play?
What if Jamal doesn't play?
And Pickett and Julian Strawther almost like, whoa, the Nuggets' womb is opened up and they give birth to the new rising backcourt of the Denver
Dude, that
Nuggets.
would be insane.
Would that be cool?
I'll tell you this. When Jamal doesn't play, it is a wide open door for Michael Porter Jr. to become that second guy. I mean, it's not partially open, it's wide open. And that is a fascinating concept. Now, I think Jamal will play too, by the way. I find it interesting he's on the injury report with an illness. It means something happens. Something happens.
Like if you wanted me to have a bigger concern, I've got no concern about whether Jamal Murray is going to play in the game or not. But that's a small locker room. So if Jamal's got something, who else has got something, and how many people are just dealing with a little something?
Is illness always illness?
I think so.
Unless it's a broken leg.
I mean, yeah. I think he'd get in some pretty big trouble if it's not an illness.
I'm asking the question just to be sure.
Yeah, but I will say this:
circles.
is it a flu bug? And I say this: the warden's been going to this allergy thing for the last 2-3 days hard. You wake up at my house, I don't know if it's yours, and she's got a black car, and it's lime green all over the car. And she has been coughing and sneezing, nose snopped up, sounds terrible. So I don't feel sick, but I just don't feel good. I don't have a lot of energy. So it could be a sickness and he's got a real flu thing, or he might just have some serious allergies kicking in right now.
Wow. Well, what an interesting twist just a couple hours before the game here tonight. So we'll see where that goes. and we'll talk more about it as it comes. Other than that, and assuming he's playing, what are you expecting? What are we expecting tonight? That's really the big question.
Nuggets victory. Game 7 Sunday, 1:30 back here. And I think,
back in Oklahoma City.
Well, but I mean, we get to watch it at 1:30 here. It's 2:30
Gotcha,
there, 1:30 here.
gotcha.
So here we go. Game 7 on the road.
You're predicting
can you
Game
win
7.
at Game 7 on the road?
Talk me into it. You know what? Forget it. I mean, I don't want to predict a loss. Let's go. Let's win the game. I mean, why the hell not? Jamal, let's hope he's okay. I like the heart of these guys, and I'm buying into the heart. Fine, I'll switch my prediction.
So you're not swayed by, being here, seeing them set up towels, watching Rocky do his thing. This is completely analytical breaking
What the hell
down.
have I seen here to change my opinion?
Well, I think you get here, you get in the spirit of things, you get into the, come on, man. It's hard to predict them to lose when we're literally sitting here and they're hanging towels on everything, and you can sense what the excitement's going to be here,
Yeah,
for sure.
Sure.
It's we're in the environment. This is where it happens. So, to me, it's exciting. To me, all of this stuff gets me
it's all
jazzed.
exciting. There's no question. I'm really, really excited to watch the game. Like, really excited.
Okay.
I'm bummed out because I got football practice at 6:30, and I got to rush home in for the second half.
I feel like Scott here at this. If you got football practice, it's May 15th.
Yep.
Football practice.
Yep.
First game. Does this work? Is
September.
school still going on?
Yeah, one more week.
Football practice.
OTAs, baby. Let's go. Off-season practice.
Okay.
I can't believe Chassa lets football have as many practices they do, and then they limit basketball the way they do.
There's, really no rules on it. There's seriously not.
I know.
In theory, you could have a lot of practices. We're not. We're doing one a week. But you could have a lot if you really wanted to.
Are you doing one a week for the whole summer? Like this is the start of one. We'll see you.
This is day one.
Every Thursday.
Day one for the rest of the summer.
Day one for the rest. Oh, and does this have incoming freshmen too? Part of this?
Oh, that's all I'm doing. So
it's all incoming.
So these are like 8th graders.
Oh, wow. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck. No, what do you do? Helmets? No helmet? No pads?
No helmets. No.
We're
underwear.
No helmets.
Underwear.
OTAs.
We're just doing OTAs.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, are you the head coach?
Nope. Didn't want to do that. Just doing O-line, D-line, staying in my wheelhouse.
Freshman O-line, D-line.
That's right.
8th grade freshman.
That's right.
Well, good luck today out there.
I don't need to get out of my wheel. I don't need all that responsibility being the head coach.
All right.
I don't need to talk to all those parents.
Yeah.
All right, Scott. In terms of what's on the line tonight, is
We
this?
got a new guy.
What's
If
the
you
next
think so.
game? Hey, sir.
Oh,
Wait.
Sir.
you want to go here?
I got to ask you a question real fast.
Jacksonville home.
The Nuggets are taking on
Not the
Jacksonville.
Nuggets. Not the Nuggets.
Excuse me, the Broncos are taking on Jacksonville. Week
16.
16 in Denver. Who wins?
Broncos. We got Broncos again. All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Boy,
Thank
that's
you.
going to be an interesting game, though. That's with Travis Hunter.
That's going to be a fun game.
Don't you think?
But it's going to be Jacksonville and all them Floridians coming up to Colorado, and who knows, you might get a snow game that game.
That is December 14th.
And
I'm sorry, December 21st. My bad.
And
December
they
21st.
lose those games. It'll be chilly
That's
at
true.
least.
I mean, we always talk about having to go to Florida. They
Yeah.
got to do it the other way around.
Yeah. I'm taking Denver in that
You
game.
throwing a W in there, Tyler?
Got a W. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, we're getting to playoff time. Now we got to finish.
But I
strong.
think that's, you know what? I'm going to tell you this.
Okay.
That could be a wild card game.
Maybe. I'd be surprised if Jacksonville's a wild card team this year, but maybe.
You got a quarterback that everybody believes in. Now you got the best
They do.
player in the draft.
I don't know. I don't really believe in Trevor Lawrence, but
Well,
okay.
this has been
I haven't either really, but I'm just saying what they say.
this has been a nice little comeback
they
by
they
the
are DMacs.
Well,
the yelling
Buggles.
at people now have it at 10-6.
Oh, they haven't gone that high up, have they?
10-6 with
Oh,
2
wow.
games to go. Wait, no, I got that wrong, right?
9-6.
Oh my gosh, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10-5. Sorry, my bad. No, I'm getting something wrong. Oh my God, I think I
why
screwed
do
the
we
whole
trust
thing up.
this whole thing
What
to
am I
you?
doing?
You start putting our picks on their picks.
1, 2,
stupid.
3, 4, 5. Hold on. 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry. 9-6. They got it 9-6. Tyler's got it.
I got him at 9.
They're like 12 and something.
I got the exact same record.
You got him at 9-6.
Yep.
So
So
this
the sound of the people may know something.
So this comes down to, man, this is pretty exciting.
So it's at Kansas City.
You got 2 games left to win wild card spot.
Right, and you're at Kansas City on Christmas night, which you got to assume that game is going to mean something to Kansas City. They won't have things locked up.
It won't be last year.
It will not be last year.
Kansas City for me.
L City.
Okay, so you're both taking Kansas City. You want to yell at somebody here, Scott? We only have 2 games left.
And go Kansas City. What's the last one?
Well, it's the Chargers home.
Ooh.
Oh, you're bumping your head into stuff now
Well,
because
I
you're
know.
so damn
Stand
tall.
up.
Well, there's nobody right here. Let's wait. We can wait. We can wait. We got time.
Because we got
time. We got another 45 minutes on the show. We're good.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of
You know
drama.
what? We're getting awfully close to not making the playoffs.
We're down to the
Hey,
final
sir.
game of the season.
Sir, I got to ask you a question.
Denver Broncos Christmas Day playing in Kansas City. Who wins?
Oh,
loss.
Wow.
Wow, he hates the Broncos.
Loss.
All right, so Tyler and yelling at people is both at 9-7.
Yeah, pretty amazing. That's actually really amazing.
The Chargers come to a must-win.
Well, we'll find out with Let's Football Go, Dan Tanner, the final of yelling at people, Broncos season schedule announcement, live from Ball Arena next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Whether you're dealing with low testosterone or ED, whatever your issue is, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place to go. They've helped thousands of men over the past decade or so with locations up and down I-25, 5 locations specifically. And you can find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You just go in for a visit. And listen, if you use the treatment, if you're part of the program, they fold the cost of whatever that is right into what you're doing, okay? No big deal. So you've got nothing to lose here. So again, if it's ED, okay, fine. Let's get some love back in your life. If it's low T, bring back that energy, that excitement, just the vibrancy of your life. This is what they specialize in. This is what they're the best in. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take a 2-minute quiz, yes or no questions about the low T. In terms of ED, they're there for you as well. Again, start your journey just feeling better and getting your life back at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, MountainHighAppliance.com. They're the best. Thank you, MountainHighAppliance.com. We only have one game left on the Screaming at People prediction show here at
We
Ball
got to make
Arena.
sure we get a good one to finish it off.
It's.
Oh, we got the guy.
Oh, yeah, I like the hair. Yep.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh. Careful.
The Denver Broncos, the last game of the year, are hosting the
Chargers.
the Los Angeles Chargers, in what could be a must-win to get to the playoffs. Who do you like in that game, Week 18 in the NFL schedule? Hey, I'm actually talking on the.
You are. We can hear you very clearly.
Holler at you, and that's part
Yeah,
of the bit.
that's part of the shtick is the yelling.
Do you like the Broncos or the Chargers last game of the year?
Broncos all day. That gets that probably gets the Broncos in the playoffs.
Probably
right
gets you got the Broncos in the playoffs.
I don't know what to say. Me, the people, like we are on the same page here. I'd be curious how many games I had different than the people, but I know I've got the exact same results as the people.
Can I
One.
Count while you're counting in your dumb math?
Yeah.
I now have to have Tyler do. Can I get an apology?
For what?
Can we do one at least serious? Can we be at least serious? And you're tied with the people.
Hey, listen.
When I first started in India, are we going to do one serious?
This is going to be the most accurate crystal ball we've ever had. That's all I know.
We were screaming at people, and Tyler is a football expert. They both ended up at 10
Hell
and 7.
Yeah. Why do we need me?
And you had four different games.
And listen,
that's four. That's
so
quite
I did
a few.
have 4 different games though.
But you still ended up at 10 and 7. Yes.
What were the 4 games that were different?
The week one
See if I talk myself into like 12 wins with the people here.
Week 1 against Tennessee, you had different.
Okay. Yep.
Week 3 against
Chargers.
Week 3 against the Chargers, you had a loss. The people had a win.
Okay.
Week 8, which is
Cowboys.
against the Cowboys.
That was Dave Fleck.
You got to win.
No, that was glasses on head guy.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a loss. And then the last one, and then you agreed for quite a bit, and then Week 11 was the only one you had different.
Chiefs.
Which was the Chiefs. Good memory. You had a loss. The people had a win. And then the picks the rest of the way from Week 13, 18 were all the same.
It all adds up to the same result.
10 and 7, same as last year.
It seems like the people had the Broncos sweeping the Chargers and the Raiders.
Oh, now you're asking me to break it down, and I'm gone on that.
It seems like in my memory.
Tyler does have a 3-game losing streak, but also a 3-game winning, 2 3-game winning streaks actually. And you have him closing out, winning 4 of the last 5. So you got the Broncos on quite a roll.
Here's the stretch.
As do the people, by the way.
The stretch of the schedule that is going to make or break the season is going to be after that London game. Because it's all games that you should win. It's
Darren, D-Mac, can we at least do one for real? Can we be serious? You got the same record.
That's your Tyler impression.
I was
Trust.
to give you my real prediction.
All right, Dan. Was that your first story?
Well, I can add to that as my first story.
Go ahead.
So Jeff Legwald did write a piece on the Broncos schedule release, and we'll see if you guys agree with this. He writes, the key stretch of the season for the Broncos will be weeks 1 through 6, fellas. He says the Broncos will be tested out of the gate. They open the season at home against the Titans, but 4 of their first 6 games will be on the road, including their Week 6 game against the Jets in London. The Broncos also will not have a bye week after their London trip, so they must recover quickly for home games in Week 7 through 9. What do you guys think will be the most important, vital stretch of the season for the Broncos?
I can't disagree with that at all because that's where I've got my 1 3-game losing streak of the season. Weeks 3 through 5, I've got the Broncos losing at the Chargers, home versus the Bengals, and then on the road against the Eagles. If you could find a way to even win one of those 3 games, it's going to give you some wiggle room towards the end of the season.
The at Jets in London, at home against the Giants, and at home against
Cowboys.
Yeah. I think is tough. I think if you're playing the Jets in New York that game, I think you win. You beat them last year with Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can win that game. But that having traveled the NBA, and it's a different travel. But I mean, you're still flying from Denver to London. I mean, I know you're playing, on the road before that, but I mean, that's still a long time and a big time change. And then you're coming back with no bye, and then you got to get back acclimated to where you are. And that's a tough stretch. If you can come through that stretch undefeated, that's going to be a heck of a stretch for them.
I do wonder if Sean Payton and the Broncos, and I'll do some digging on it, I wonder if they requested before they went to London an East Coast game. I wonder if they sort of.
I don't think you get to do that.
Well, I remember Sean Payton was like, he wanted to go back.
We were requesting the Germany game. I know that. But you don't get to choose. You don't get any say in your.
It felt like
if you got to say, hey, can we play the Giants and then go to London, not Philly?
I could have sworn there was something that the Broncos were asking if they had to play these East Coast games like last year. They put them back to back so they could stay at the Greenbrier. I could have sworn there was something along those lines.
I've never heard of a team being able to have input, but I don't know.
And let's be honest, in his reputation with the league, you think the league's going to actually say, "Oh, sure, Sean, we're going to do what you want."
Well, it may come from Greg Penner, not from Sean Payton, but the Broncos organization. Listen, I think that's a cool thing that I doubt they come home. If they're playing in Philadelphia, then London, my guess is they either go to the Greenbrier or just simply go to London from Philadelphia.
They'll spend the night after the game.
I know they did it kind of weird last year, and they made it logistically tough, but that seems like insane logistics to go from Philly to the Greenbrier to London.
Last year they went Tampa to the Greenbrier to New York.
Right, correct.
Right. Okay.
Same thing. Same amount of hotels.
Not the same thing.
No? Why? What's the difference?
Because you're not going to London.
Yeah, Tampa to Greenbrier is like maybe an hour and 15 minutes.
You're staying
flight.
in the same time zones. It's like if you're switching, you got to go to London. Just go.
Yeah, but if you got down to the Greenbrier by Sunday night and we're there till Wednesday, and then you're over.
And then you're not practicing Thursday, and Wednesday's practice is going to be iffy. Friday,
that's fair.
I mean,
so what's the move then? Just go right to London.
If you want the reasons why you might consider the Greenbrier. Less distractions. You're not being a tourist. You're not going to see Big Ben, and you're at a resort. So all I know, guys didn't like going to the Greenbrier last year.
Okay, fine, but
so
actually that did turn the season though. That the whole season turned on
the
that.
Season.
When they beat the Jets 12-3 after that.
I thought it was 10-9, but they beat Tampa. They went to the Greenbrier. I get it. It was a miserable thing for the guys there. But they did beat the Jets after that. It turned the whole season.
Yeah.
The season is sunk if they're 0-4 after that. It was 2-2.
Is it sunk if you go lose to the Eagles, lose to the Jets, come home and lose to the Giants?
That's rough. It would depend because it's a little bit later in the season how the beginning of your season. It might not be. If you go 3-0 and then you bottom out 3-3 or whatever that would be. It's fine. You're 500. You got time.
Fans I don't think you did, but I think the fans, the Holler family,
the Yeller people, yes,
the Yeller people,
yes,
had them at 5-5.
Yes, they did. Yeah, Tyler actually had them at
either 6-4 or 5-5. Also,
yeah. Tyler had them right there too. So. Anyways, whatever.
But and I know I'm joking with you, but does it surprise you that they kind of hit your number?
Tyler had him at 5-5 as well. Actually, no. Tyler had him at 6-4. Tyler actually is a little bit more pessimistic than the people down the stretch, but not too bad. 10-7 is 10-7.
I mean, honestly, if anything, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't end up with a much more optimistic viewpoint.
Like 13, 13-4 or something like that.
Right.
Listen, would you be happy 10-7 and they're in the playoffs in the wild card?
Yeah.
They're more or less where they were last year.
Yeah, I'd be fine with
Probably
that.
with a better team.
Because what that means, the ball bounces the right way. You could be an 11-win team. You could maybe be a 12-win team. You don't not much margin for error, though.
Second-year quarterbacks. That's the question. We saw a hell of a rookie year in Houston and then a bit of a drop-off in the second year, and a guy we thought was a pretty good quarterback his rookie year. Does Bo step backwards or really because I'll ask Tyler this. Do quarterbacks in the second year, do they either stay the same or do you see a big jump or a big step back? Right? It doesn't seem like they stay the same. It's either a big jump or a step back.
It's a good question. I wonder if staying the same just feels like a step back.
Maybe so. What's the old adage? If you're not growing, or whatever, if you're not growing, then you have a sandwich on, and it's Tuesday.
Boy, that's a great
and
saying.
a hamburger.
I hope somebody wrote that in a book.
Yeah, if you're not, what is it? If you're standing still, you're moving backwards.
Thank you.
Wow, that's why he's got the PD on the door.
That's why he's in charge.
That's right.
All right.
That's why he's got a wood door, not glass.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Well, speaking of second-year quarterbacks, so Mike Kliss said that he asked NFL broadcast vice president Ani Bose if the Broncos' 4 primetime games, which is up from 2 this time last year, meant that the networks think Bo Nix is ready for primetime. Quote, Sean Payton definitely believes Bo Nix is ready for primetime. We've heard that a lot from our partners, how bullish he is on the roster. So, DMac, I know your answer, but for Scott and Tyler, do you guys think Bo Nix, coming into year 2, is ready for primetime?
Yeah, we just talked about it. And I think, listen, I think he's a different cat. I still have a question about some of his arm strength and some throws he can or can't make.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's more mature than a lot of young quarterbacks are. And I think that goes a long way. I think that's one of the biggest things for quarterbacks. How mature can you get? I think he knows his offense. I said it last year, and this was meant as a major kudos. I don't think there was a quarterback in last year's draft that would have fit Sean Payton any better. I think he was a perfect mix of what Sean Payton needs and wants. So, yeah, I think if he stays the same or takes a step back, they win 7 games. And I think they can win 11 or 12.
I'm a Bo Nix believer. I just don't slobber over him like DMac. So sometimes it feels like maybe I'm not a Bo Nix believer. I am. I like Bo Nix, and I've got no reason to think that he's going to take a step backwards. My favorite part of the Bo Nix experience is the confidence that he carries, and it's genuine. And you see it. You're in a huddle with that guy. That's a guy that you're going to believe in. So I am a believer in Bo Nix. I'm just not slobbering.
But don't you agree though? In confidence, maturity, whatever words we want to throw in there for that right there, that can overcome a lack of 60-yard darts or whatever. I listen. I've been surprised by his maturity, and I think that goes as far as anywhere else.
Dan, next story.
Lastly, fellas, this is just kind of coming out today. So Seth Wickersham is writing a book called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. Well, in that book, Caleb Williams and his family had serious enough concerns about joining the Chicago Bears in the 2024 NFL Draft that they consulted with lawyers about finding a way to avoid the franchise. In fact, Carl Williams, Caleb's father, told Seth Wickersham, Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die. Caleb Williams wondered aloud to confidants, do I want to go there? I don't think I can do it with former Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. Carl said, I don't want my son playing for the Bears, apparently, in this book. Also in the book, it details how Caleb met with Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, and they hit it off. And Caleb basically said, you've got to figure out a way to get me to the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on these new details that are coming out about Caleb Williams and the Bears. Obviously, it didn't end up happening because he's in Chicago.
Interesting. I can't blame them for having hesitations about joining the Chicago Bears as a quarterback. Has there ever been a great Chicago Bears quarterback? I mean,
honestly, Cutler is probably the best quarterback ever. I mean, obviously, you're going to say Jim.
Jim McMahon got it done, but I don't know if he was ever a great quarterback.
Jay Cutler is probably the best quarterback they've ever had.
Bobby Douglas.
You're going back a little bit, but yeah, okay. I mean, it really is where quarterbacks go to die. I mean, and they've taken a shot at many of them.
Bears or Browns?
I'd say Bears. It's a good question, and Browns have been awful too, but the Browns have had at least Vinny Testaverde, who was relatively successful, and they've had Bernie Kosar.
Hey, can I tell you how my mind works? First thing I think when I hear that, shut up, Dad. I mean, it's...
Oh, well, yeah, that goes without saying.
It scares me. I think we're now in the era where the helicopter parents...
It's ridiculous.
The helicopter parents' kids are now playing pro sports.
Yeah,
That
and
scares the
you
hell
know
out
what?
of me.
And Shedeur might be the first kid to be punished for it.
Yeah. It is helicopter pads in Boulder.
Right.
I think Prime's going to stay away from Cleveland, though. I think he'll give him plenty of room.
He's got to now.
I don't think that's going to be an issue. By the way, I'm hearing really good reports about Shiloh in Tampa is apparently doing really well. So, hey, I'm happy to see it all. I'm happy to see Prime with CU and Travis doing his thing, Shiloh hopefully doing his thing, Shedeur doing his thing, Jimmy Horn I hope does his thing at Carolina.
Jimmy's been doing great out there so far.
So let's have a CU renaissance, right, man, in the NFL and get some real positive vibes going towards the program. And so far, I would say so good.
Where did Will Shepard land again?
Oh,
I
don't
know
know.
he's a free agent.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, you know what? I think he went to Tampa also.
Is that right?
I want to say.
Who else should there oh, gosh. There should be another receiver, too, wasn't there? Was that it? Was it just Shepard, Horn, and Travis?
Wester.
Went to Carolina.
What's that, Dan?
Wester went to the Ravens, I think.
Wow.
Wester,
or
that's
the
right.
Panthers. Ravens or Panthers, I can't remember.
Will Shepard, this is fascinating. I did not know this. He failed his physical with Tampa Bay.
Oh, I did not know that either.
As an undrafted free agent,
Sorry
he
to hear
failed
that.
his physical.
Where's Wester at, Dan, for sure? Do you know?
I'm looking.
Look it up.
I think
All
it's the
right.
Panthers, but I'll check.
Jeez.
By the way,
For what reason? Does it say for what reason?
I don't know.
That's just a bummer for him. Guys, you realize today is a special day, aside from Game 6.
Well, hold on. What is today?
Do you think you have a note about this?
Well, my son's birthday's in 3 days.
Gosh, Will Shepard
Okay.
is not on a team?
By the way, Wester's with the Ravens.
Wester's with the Ravens. So you don't have a note in your phone about what today is?
No.
Why today's a special day?
No.
Tyler, do you know why today's a special day?
No.
Yeah. It's Dan Tanner's birthday today.
Oh. Happy birthday, Dan.
Listen, he's had
Who
one
cares?
in October. He had one in like November. I told you, and this is honest to God truth. Raber for COVID, he went from 28 to 31 in 6 months. So he was either lying about how old he was initially, or he just was getting some serious presents. I don't know what it was, but so I don't. Is it his birthday? Happy birthday. Okay, good. Happy birthday.
Wait a second. Are you seriously doubting?
Yes.
That it's Dan's birthday
I thought
today?
he had a birthday about 3 weeks ago.
Dude, I'm telling you, his
You think he's lying about his birthday?
His birthday's like Easter
Well, he lied
Island.
about running with Ralphie at 7
No, I
years old,
didn't.
so what the hell else
Yes.
is he lying about?
His birthday is like Easter Island. You don't know where it's going to pop up.
Well, theoretically, happy birthday to Dan
Yeah.
Tanner.
Yeah.
So they say.
If you buy it.
Mark this down, put a notification, and see if we aren't going on this subject again in September.
Okay. We will be
Hey,
joined.
hey, hold on.
What?
If this is your birthday today, Dan, when's your twin sister's birthday?
2 minutes older than her. It is also today.
Also today.
Well, I did have that notification.
Tell her hi, by the way.
You wished her happy birthday this morning?
Yeah, I already said
Okay.
You know
All
I'm coming
right.
down to ball after the show, Scott. Just FYI.
You're
I'm
coming
heading
down. And what are you going to do to
What, are
Scott?
you
What are you
threatening
going to
Scott
do
right now?
What is that? A
Is
threat?
that a threat?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Felt like a little bit.
I'm coming down. So
Scott,
what?
you know I'm going to be there.
Yeah. Well, that'll be an interesting 2 minutes. All right.
That's what Morton said.
Nate and Andy will be brought. This is going to be kind of fun, actually.
Oh,
because
we should cross-talk across the bowl.
that is about to happen next.
Oh, that's good.
Hang on. All right, this is pretty cool. Rocky just drilled in warm-ups his half-court. He's out here 4 hours before the game, and he's the only guy on the court. What?
Scott. Favorite guy.
Pointing out Rocky, yes.
Yeah, Rocky.
Yeah,
but he's handling the ball and dribbling.
He's handling the ball dribbling.
I'm blown away by his dribbling. I mean, full costume.
And I think it's pretty well documented. This is a new.
My bad.
A relatively new Rocky. And he's doing a great job. So that's what the vibe is here. It's Rocky's on the court by himself, like he's just hooping.
Like a baller.
Right. He's the professor.
He's a baller.
The professor.
He looked like the professor.
Yeah. So maybe it is a professor. Who knows?
Oh, that'd be funny.
That would be fun. The towels, the beat OKC, Mile High playoffs.
The 5280.
They're done.
Color things.
You
out
see the
there.
50? That looks pretty cool, right? The 5280 thing in the stands.
Cool. Uh-huh.
Rockies balling. The TV people are setting their stuff up, and Nate and Andy will.
And the ball guy's already over at the 260.
Is that right?
Look at him.
Okay. And the ball. He is over there. So we'll Nate and Andy here relatively soon. Yeah. So here we go. Jamal Murray has an illness and is questionable for tonight. Okay.
Uh-oh. Well, we know the first question for David Adelman at 4:45.
Should
right?
be.
Right?
I don't think that's a bit of a mystery. I don't know why that wouldn't be the first question.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott, you know how these things go. My bigger concern isn't about Jamal Murray. It's a small locker room. It's pretty intimate. If one guy gets sick, it usually runs around pretty quickly.
Yeah, and again, what is it? Is it a flu-like thing? Is it a spring cold? Is it allergies?
Right.
A lot of things could be whatever it is. So, and listen, last game he played, he was sick. Maybe he wore the long sleeve shirts and was sweating like crazy and had a crazy game. Man, had
he
a
was
really
great.
Good game,
He looked like death after that game.
Yeah.
That was legit.
That's fine because guess what? You have 2 days before Game 7, or 3 days, two off days anyway.
God, if he can't go, what happens?
Ah!
I can't imagine he couldn't go though. That's forget it. Don't even worry about it. There's no chance he won't go. It's really just much more about how will he play, dealing with whatever he has to deal with.
The Nuggets this season are 9-6 when Jamal Murray doesn't play.
Okay.
But guess what? None of those are in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I never know what to do with those stats anyways. Like, okay, Michael Jordan's out. The Bulls won.
But weren't they 8-0 without Russell Westbrook this year?
8 or 9.
Something like that, right?
Wasn't
it 8 and they won the playoff?
Including the playoff game, yeah.
Yeah, and they won that playoff game. But what's their record with him?
So you're saying maybe both of them won't play and you got a shot.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. Do you think Adelman...
Michael Porter Jr. sick by chance?
He's hurt.
Where's his locker in comparison to Jamal's?
What happens tonight?
I still feel they'll win. I think they'll win. Everybody said, well, they've lost these 2 close games they have, but they've also won 2 close games, so they're 2-2. Is a close game. I like a close game at home this time, so they can win it. And I think if you win it, I think it's a coin flip for Game 7. I really do.
I don't know if the Nuggets got back-to-back wins in them, but I feel like they got a win in them. So I am going to flip. Maybe it's just getting caught up in the moment of being here, like DMac said. I don't know. You look around. There's a lot of white towels out there. Looks like this place is about to be full of energy, and I'm feeling it, So let's go. They got one more win in them for sure. And then let's just see what the hell happens in Game 7.
I think they get a win, and I don't think it's even that close.
Oh.
I think the Game 6 sort of vibe.
So we can actually hold on to a lead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that is what's going to happen tonight. I think it's going to be an easy decision to not play Jokic in the beginning of the fourth quarter because they'll have somewhat of a lead. I think he'll get in. Even in that smoke show against the Clippers, Adelman, they were up 30, and they dropped down to like 22 or whatever, and he put Jokic back in. So he'll play in the fourth quarter. But I think tonight will feel like more of a good, solid ball arena Nuggets win that we've seen a million times during the season. Now,
just please don't go like don't go like the first 2.5, 3 minutes of the game with everybody standing and not being able to score.
That sucks.
I'm telling you, if the first time we go 3 minutes without scoring, I think every Nuggets fan is going to have PTSD, and they're going to feel like we're going to go the rest of the game without a bucket.
Well, the real question is the Nuggets' inability to close in the fourth quarter, not the first three as it's turned out in the past two games. Why will that be different tonight?
I don't know. You know, part of the PTSD that Tyler's talking about is always recent bias, right?
Yeah.
You got to overtime in game 3, and then you blew their doors open in overtime. Remember 11-2?
Yeah.
So they have that kind of ability. But can you do it in the last 3 minutes and not the last 5 minutes in overtime?
And that's a game where Jokic couldn't throw the ball in the ocean from the beach.
Had 20 points, 16 rebounds.
0 for 10 from 3.
Yeah.
Including missing the game-winning shot in regulation.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
I stand by what I said earlier in the show, man. SGA is going to get his fouls. So foul him. That's what I say. You know what? Like, don't even try to not foul the dude. He's coming in there. Let's go. Make him feel it. They're going to call it no matter what. He's the free throw merchant. He's going to get to the line. So let's make this dude feel it. Russell Westbrook always does a good job of that. When he's willing to foul, he's going to commit to that foul. And I know that you get early in the games and you're trying to manage it. But listen, it's obvious when he's driving, when it's going to get called, let's go old school. I'm not saying you got to be dirty, but be physical. You're in your own house. And you tell me this place wouldn't go crazy with a couple of hard fouls on SGA?
Are there any other X factors you guys can think of for tonight? Any other kind of maybe smaller moments? You know, like
I think
you think DeAndre Jordan will play for a small period of time? Something like that.
I don't.
I don't think he sees the court.
Okay.
I think there's a chance that Strawther plays a little more than he did. I think Peyton Watson may play a little more than he did. I think help me out here, Tyler, as far as conditioning of an athlete. I think Joker, they played him enough even in the regular season, the entire second half. He's done that before. In fact, he played the entire second half in overtime in a game before. But Murray hasn't until the other game. Gordon hasn't. And I think that's the guys you got to get rested for down the stretch, because they're not ever going to not put 2 or 3 bodies against Joker. And so it's are your legs fresh enough that when he does finally kick it out to you, that you can make that shot when it's needed. And it's a tougher thing to do with tired legs.
It's KKSC, FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. As Rocky continues to warm up, some of the Nuggets guys, equipment guys are getting ready. I would guess the first person you'd see out here for warm-ups at Ball Arena would be Russell Westbrook from the Nuggets. Pause the music's probably getting ready.
Cheerleaders are rolling in.
Cheerleaders rolling in. Andy's running the camera over across the way.
Do we have Andy and Nate set up?
You got me
set up. Hey, Nate, Andy's trying to work. Is that Andy working the camera?
He's no, he's investigating assorted different radio equipment here, and he appears puzzled.
Well, we can see you guys. Hey, how you guys doing?
Wait, where are you guys?
We're over here at 136.
Can you see me? Tell me that what are you
you
seeing? Can you see?
Yeah, Bach is giving us a bird. We can say, hey, we're going to bump you guys for 2 seconds. Can we put him on just 2 seconds? Tim McMahon. Tim McMahon from ESPN, the basketball guru.
Wow, we got bumped.
ESPN. So we got Nate and Andy way over there by that camera. Wave at them, guys. So they may throw a question. How do you see this game?
Well, I tell you what, Jamal Murray getting added to the injury report is not exactly a great development for the Denver Nuggets, because they need that guy to play at the same level he played at during the championship run to extend this series, I would think. So curious to see what they have to say about his status, which we'll obviously know more about 5 o'clock.
Well, it'd be interesting.
How's that for dancing?
9. Here's a stat for you: 9-6 when they played without him this year.
Wow. Well, how many of those were against the Thunder?
Exactly. Well, and how many were in the postseason?
Exactly.
That's a big difference. The big difference.
But I tell you, closing out Joker on this court, it's going to be tough.
Tougher place to play here, Oklahoma City.
Here, probably just because the altitude is a factor, but one way to mitigate that factor is to be able to go like 12 deep. I mean, they're playing 10 guys by the start of every second quarter. And obviously the depth, the fatigue, every other day
helps.
going back to last series for the Nuggets has been it's a tough deal. I mean, they're basically playing 7 guys, and Watson's kind of a night-to-night type of deal, and Russ has been, the Russ roller coaster has been an interesting ride for you guys.
Yeah. So let me ask this: is given what took place for the Nuggets at the end of the season, fire general manager, fire head coach, has this team surprised you though that they're playing in a Game 7 to possibly force or Game 6 possibly to force a Game 7?
No, because Joker's the best player on the planet, and because I know, like I found out real quick the kind of respect and admiration that they have for David Adelman. You know what, though? I'm not going to lie. I picked the Clippers to beat them in the first round because the Clippers were playing great basketball for like 2 months. I thought that was a hell of a series. It certainly ended up being. But it's not like you thought, okay, the Nuggets fired Michael Malone. They fired Calvin Booth. Like that thing's going kaput. I think clearly those decisions were made when they were made because the Cronkies ultimately decided it was necessary to give this team a chance to do this. And I think they've been proven right. I will be shocked if Adelman's not your full-time head coach moving forward.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's absolutely proven that he's capable. The players, the stars, again, they respect him. They like him. They like playing for him. I mean, nobody else is getting rid of interim coaches. He's the only one who's done anything in the postseason.
Okay.
That's Doug Christie gets smoked in the freaking play-in game, and then Thomas Isalo in Memphis, they get smoked in the first round. Adelman's at least, the guy's got, twice as many playoff wins as he does regular season wins. You'll never see that again.
I think about that.
But I think I think he's a good coach, man, and I don't see any reason why you wouldn't run it back with him next year.
And let me ask you a wild question that I don't really believe. Usually the MVP's been passed out by now. It's been passed out, okay? It's a little bit weird to me that they chose not to do that in the last game. Is there any chance Nikola Jokic is getting the MVP tonight?
No,
tonight. I know. We all wrote it. We all wrote it off.
He ain't going to get it tonight, tomorrow night.
He's not
but why would they risk? It just seems so weird to me that they would risk
tonight
it.
anyways, because they do it. It's part of like the TNT pregame show, and they do it between games. I think it's probably going to happen early next week. The conspiracy theory is that they didn't want to add any kind of ammo to this series by giving it to Shea.
There you go.
That's what I thought.
And play Joker.
I could buy that.
That's the conspiracy theory.
But we all remember Hakeem and David Robinson, right? They did that right before the series started.
That's a big reason for the conspiracy theory. And which, it's funny to me because is Joker not going to be motivated to come out here and have another 44, 15, and 5 or whatever?
No.
And I will say this, the Thunder, during his 3-game funk, you were not getting the Thunder to puff their chests out about it. They basically said, hey, we're executing defensively against him, and sometimes it might not matter. And you saw in Game 5 it didn't matter. That dude, when he hit the Sombor shuffle.
Yeah, for that third.
My God.
The tie the game.
It's funny because how tough of a shot is that? And as he's letting it go, you still expect it to go in.
We've seen it so many times.
Yeah.
We've seen it so many times.
Well, we thought he was 0 for 10 from 3, and he shot that one. Was it game 3?
Right, I thought that was going in.
From the corner, you still thought it was going in.
I thought that was going in, too.
Yeah.
But that's just watching Jokic over the years.
He's pretty damn good.
All right, Tim. We got to pass it off to our other guys here. We're like, our next broadcasters are over there, Nate and Andy.
Yeah.
See, they're waving.
Do you guys want to say anything to Tim before he leaves?
Tim, great work. Great job. I know.
Keep up the good work.
I know a radio hack in Denver telling you how great you're doing your job is going to make your day. So walk a little higher, and we're a little prouder, my
You're
friend.
doing wonderful,
Yeah.
and we love ESPN's coverage of the Denver Nuggets, so thank
Are
you.
you guys the ones who took the shot at my guy Bontemps?
Whoa, we all took it.
No.
We're all
that was really the show in front of us, but we all took that
good,
shot.
good. Hey, Tim Malone said, I don't know who that is. Oh, boy, that gave me another little knife just to jab him.
Well, now, what did they say?
That was Malone on our show, wasn't it?
It was Malone on our show.
Yeah,
we asked him that
was
question.
fantastic.
Yeah, that was
that
on our
happened
show.
on our show.
That's the the most insulting thing he could have said.
He knows who I am. He knows who I am.
Tim, you know Ramona Shelburne's I'm almost just as popular now as Tim was.
Ramona Shelburne's caused a little stir here, by the way.
And I'm going to tell you two things. Number one, how did the story that she wrote preseason age? I would say it gave you a roadmap to exactly what happened with this franchise this year. Number two, everything she wrote in the story about Russ this week was completely fair. That's all I got to say about that.
Do we want to stir the? I mean, it's.
Well, no, I don't know.
Go ahead, say what you said yesterday.
Well, I'm just saying I found the timing. It happened supposedly Game 2 in the Clippers series, and you bring it out for Game 4 in the
Game 5.
Oh, Game 5, Oklahoma
Well, part
City
of the story is Russ. You know, the guy whose number's going to be in the rafters in Oklahoma City playing against the Thunder. But look, it was an interesting story. It ruffled some feathers. Such is life. Trust me, I've written a lot of stories that have
It was
ruffled
interesting
feathers.
when Aaron Gordon came out to our own Vic Lombardi and said, I don't even want to talk about the game. I'm going to talk about this article that was written. He said that post-game.
I was sitting right there.
Well, it caught everybody's attention around here, no doubt about it.
Well, because and I get it. Like, look, Aaron Gordon didn't like the fact that his confrontation with Russ in the locker room became
public knowledge.
But it was true.
Nobody denied the veracity.
Denied that.
Nobody denied that.
No one denied
Hey, it ain't our job.
It was the one quote in there where it was the anonymous player that said that he's so selfish. I think that's the one that got it. Or is that what it was? Immature. Okay, excuse me.
He is.
Again. Show me the lie. I mean, listen, Russ has helped you win playoff games, and he's helped you lose a bunch of hair around here this year.
He admits it.
This guy didn't have a single gray hair before the season.
Before the season started.
Russ experiment.
Now
Look
it's
at him
white.
now.
Yep.
All right, so we'll let you. Thank you for stopping
Thank
by.
you for coming by.
We really
Seriously,
appreciate it.
I really appreciate it.
If you want to be on the our other radio show, they're just sitting right over there. You can walk over there and be on their show. Which,
hey, he can talk to Pash, who's calling us at 3:20. We can have all sorts of fun. How about that?
Dave Pash. Okay. All right. Fellas, we'll just hand it over to you guys. We'll let it roll here.
Hey, sorry to eat into your show a little bit there, fellas.
That's all right. Tim McMahon, always welcome on our airwaves. That's PhD, everybody. They are wrapped. And good work by those fellas there today. Thanks to Tim McMahon of ESPN for stopping by. Andy, we talked about this yesterday. I don't think there's a word of what Ramona reported in her story that was untrue. The point that I made yesterday was, wait a minute, there was a confrontation in an NBA locker room after they lost a playoff game? Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, emotions were high. It was stirred inside a locker room, and there was a disagreement between two strong-headed veterans with big egos that have been doing this for a really long time. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest bit. There was nothing surprising in that story, and for somebody to have called Russell Westbrook immature, to Tim McMahon's point, I don't disagree with him.
Yeah, I guess where it maybe got off the rails, a few people wondered, did it affect his game in Game 5? I don't know. The evidence of the season says no. Russ
Russell
is
Westbrook
great some games, and he's not great other games, and that's just been the story of his time with the Nuggets and maybe the time with a few other teams too.
Yeah, has he ever had games before where he's 1 of 7 from the field and he's airballing threes?
Yes.
Last time I checked, yeah, I think that's a thing that Russell Westbrook regularly does. So did it impact his game in Game 5? I don't know. Or did Russell Westbrook just impact his own game in Game 5? I'm going to lean that that's probably the more likely case. So, hey, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. We are here. We're live in the 260. We are in Kaz's broadcast position right now, high above the court. By the way, we're going 5280s tonight. So that's the look that the Nuggets will be going for. The dance team is warming up right now, getting set to entertain the people. Large 5280 in the seats here, Andy. It looks very good. It's designed with towels. I think it looks nice.
Yeah, and perfectly placed.
I love a towel as an in-stadium giveaway, by the way, because in case you spill, you got something there for a quick cleanup.
Are you planning on spilling?
You're never planning on spilling. Spillings are accidents.
How many times have you spilled at a game?
I don't have a lifetime count. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure it's happened,
Have you
though.
spilled in a game before?
Yes.
I've never had a spill at a game.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
Yeah. Hey, this guy values his $10 beverage.
Seems as though you do.
That Diet Coke for $10, I'm getting every damn drip out of that thing in my mouth.
Wow, look at you. That's quite the humble brag. Never spilled it a game. Look
Or
at this
a
guy,
lemonade,
everybody.
Or a Rockies lemonade. I think those are 12 now.
We got a lot going on, though, here today. Dave Pash of ESPN coming up in just a few minutes. Obviously, the story that we are closely watching right now, Andy, is that Jamal Murray is questionable with an illness for tonight. No, that's – or maybe I do. I don't know. Does Jamal Murray just go flu game tonight and drop 38?
That'd be awesome.
That'd be cool.
The reason why there is like a nasty head cold going around, you and I were talking about. There's a head cold, and I think just allergies are nuts too. Now, I don't know if he's got allergies, but everyone that's got the yellow dust all over your car knows the pollen's been blown all over the city.
Oh, it's brutal.
Like my daughter, for instance, she hasn't been able to breathe for 3 days. So my point is, I hope he's not dealing with something like that.
I love when the wind blows and you look up at a pine tree and just see a cloud come out of it.
Yeah, there's a haze of everything. You're like, cool.
Yeah, so
suck that right in.
The air is not great right now. Maybe that's what Jamal is dealing with, or I don't know. Maybe he had some bad clams. I have no idea. Either way, we're hoping Jamal's going to be okay. We're monitoring the situation. We'll keep you updated on it as the afternoon goes along.
Why do clams always take the fall? I've known a lot of people that like to blame the clams.
Blame the clams?
When you're not. And again, folks, we don't know what he's dealing with.
Yeah,
but,
we don't know.
But it could be a tummy problem. Do people eat enough clams on regularity that – is that just a 50-50 shot every time you go in for the clams? Is that it?
Shellfish allergies are quite common.
Okay.
I think that's why people go to
I know,
clams.
but I just think it's funny that in a landlocked state like we're in,
you believe
you're going to blame the
clams
clams.
Are
now, if we were in New Orleans,
unfairly impugned.
If we were in New Orleans, I'd blame the clams.
Maybe some bad Campbell's clam chowder. I don't know. I don't know if it's hard to say if Jamal has any Campbell's clam chowder on his training table. He's, I believe, quite obsessive about his diet, but you never know.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of New Orleans, neither here nor there, you realize the Broncos are closing out the preseason in New Orleans. Saw that today.
I was not aware of this.
The last game where you get a good 2 weeks before you set the roster.
Wow.
Happens to be in New Orleans.
That's high on your list of priorities, Mr. Preseason himself.
No, I just think
who needs Game 6? Andy's thinking about Week 3 of the preseason.
I just think it's funny that we've got both the Greenbrier and New Orleans in play for a certain person next year.
It's all going on. We got a lot going on.
And that's where the clams, by the way, could be bad.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Dave Pash of ESPN. He's going to join us here on the show. He's getting ready to call the game with Tim Legler, who once breathed on our airwaves. So we're excited about Dave Pash. Maybe he'll say words.
Do we have the recording of said failed interview?
Jamal, you gotta we gotta pull that up, man. And we gotta dive into that. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live with you here on a lovely Thursday afternoon, Section 260, Ball Arena, Game 6. It's Altitude Sports Radio. 6:30 is the start time tonight-ish. It's always ish when we're doing these things. We go out right now to the Ramos Law Hotline. We welcome into the program the man who will be on the call this evening on the national telecast, I suppose the only telecast tonight, on ESPN, calling the game with Tim Legler. Our next guest is ESPN play-by-play man Dave Pasch. Dave, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, guys. How we doing?
We're doing great. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes here this afternoon. Dave, huge game tonight, Game 6. Could be a closeout, could be pushing a Game 7. But what does Dave Pasch, big-time play-by-play man, when it's 3:15 in the afternoon on game day and you're tipping off in about 3.5 hours or so, what are the last-minute preparations that you're putting in right now? What are you looking up? What are you doing to get primed?
Well, most of it's done, but things just changed, obviously, with the latest injury report with Jamal Murray being listed as questionable, because now you got to start looking at, okay, what are some of the other options if for some reason he doesn't go? And but there's only so much really at this point that you can do to prepare. I mean, all the work's done. I've always found that, these playoff games in a series are actually easier sometimes to prepare for than just a simple December regular season game, because most people are really focused on every single possession. Game 5, there's context. What's going on the previous 4 games before Game 5, that helps. But for the most part, it's really what's in front of you and what possibly is next. For Denver, that would be elimination if they lose, and Oklahoma City moving on if they win, or a Game 7.
All right, do you have any idea what to expect out of this series? Because it is amazing how each game has felt different, and there's not been too much synergy from one to the next.
Yeah, I don't. I think Oklahoma City learned a lot from the experience last year in the conference semifinals against Dallas. I think we saw that the last 2 games, getting down 2-1 and bouncing back and owning the fourth quarter in Game 5. And Denver just didn't shoot well. And when they started missing early, you could just see it was a matter of time before Oklahoma City kind of saw blood in the water. And, I mean, they're so fast. They're so good at getting out and running and getting in transition. And then, they can just lock you up defensively. And that's been the difference in the games Denver's lost. They have not been very good. He's amazing. And what I love about him the most is he's all about winning. And I think it's great for the NBA to have one of your superstars, and I would say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's in that boat as well. And I think that's another reason why when Jason Tatum went down, obviously you're disappointed if you're an NBA fan when anybody that's a great player, well, anybody, but certainly a great player goes down with an injury that's that severe. But I think also because of what Jason Tatum stands for, all about winning, playing through injury, do whatever it takes. And Nikola Jokic is the same, and I know you guys here in Denver are blessed, and you're certainly enjoying it, and you should.
What do you make of his durability? His ability, he played all 24 minutes of the second half the other night. I mean, you look back on it, since 2019, he's played more games than anybody else in the NBA, second most minutes only to Tatum. It's these high-leverage playoff games where he's got to put this team on his back and carry them. For a guy that weighs, I don't know, anywhere between 275 and 290 pounds on a given day, Dave, how much do you just marvel at his ability to go out and just push to the finish every night?
Yeah, I remember calling the 4 overtime game against Portland in the playoffs, which was, 6 or 7, 8 years ago, and just being amazed watching him then. Because when you're right there and you're watching him run up and down the floor, it's one thing to see it on TV, but it's another to be there and kind of watch it. And I remember, for a long time, people questioned his conditioning, and he starts winning MVPs, and all of a sudden that narrative has been shut down for good reason, because clearly – in his own way, he's a tremendous athlete, and his footwork, his timing, his brain, he's just sensational. And that's why I think all the series have been great, but there's something special about this series, because you got a guy that, just doesn't come around very often. I'm not sure we'll ever see anybody like Nikola Jokic again. And look, the good news is he's 30. He's got a long way to go. It does feel like, if they lose this game, between figuring out what you're doing with your general manager, your head coach, and your roster, there could be a little bit of a crossroads. And, what does Denver do? Do they need to go out and get more help? Do they, they've let a couple people walk here the last couple of years. I'm sure you guys have talked about that. So, what's the next step to try to not waste Nikola Jokic's prime? The Warriors went out and got Jimmy Butler to try to make sure that they gave Steph Curry everything they could. Is Denver doing that? I think after tonight, if they were to lose this game, or if they win but lose Game 7, that's something you have to look really hard at. Now, if they go on to win the championship, maybe you don't. Maybe you just run it back. But I will be really curious to see how they attack the offseason once that comes, whether it's tonight or in, a month and a half.
I am curious because you said, look, the possibility, as we all know, exists that the Nuggets lose tonight and it's the end of their season. But how unique do you think this run has been for this team? An interim coach, obviously on the national level, everyone's well aware of the lack of bench that basically they have. How unique is this story for a playoff team that's trying to push to its second 7-game series?
Yeah, I remember, I can't remember if it was last year, a couple of years ago, Michael Malone was under the weather, so David Adelman did some games, and one of the games that we did, he was the acting head coach, and I was really impressed with him. And it's understandable why the players have reacted to him the way they do. You can just see with his leadership skills and his personality. But look, this guy's been around the game his whole life. And it's not like he just was gifted an NBA head coaching job. I mean, he worked his way up, despite the fact that his dad, had been an NBA head coach for more than 2 decades and been to the finals and all that. So I have a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for what he's done.
Talking to Dave Pasch of ESPN, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're getting you set for Game 6 tonight. Dave Pasch will be on the call here this evening in a massive game. Dave, the story of Game 5, besides Jokic's brilliance, Shea closing it out, was the Thunder's ability to be able to close the gap, and they got an unexpected performance when Lou Dort makes 3 threes in like 4 possessions there in the fourth quarter. I know your job is just to call the game. You're not necessarily in the prediction business, but as you're looking this thing over, the Nuggets are probably going to need a performance like that from somebody, something emerging, something unexpected if they're going to win this game this evening. Who could that be for Denver?
Well, I'm sure Denver fans are hoping it's Michael Porter Jr., and I know he's put it on himself. And look, we don't know. I'm not sure anybody knows exactly what he's going through in terms of that injury. But, the bottom line is, it's an injury that clearly is impacting him, and he's just fighting through because he has to, because it's, the season's over if he doesn't. And, for 10 the last 2 games from 3, 2 for 14 overall. Russell Westbrook, 3 for 19, 2 for 12 from 3. Christian Brown has been struggling a little bit from 3 in the series. I think one of those 3 guys, or all of them, needs to have a big game tonight. And then you compound it with, if Jamal Murray for some reason can't go, if that illness is something that keeps him out, well, you're going to need probably more than that. But look, it's the beauty of the NBA playoffs. From one game to the next, the narrative changes quickly. We think we got a series figured out, and then all of a sudden something happens that completely surprises you. And I think this is that type of series. Like, I just did 2 games in the Warriors series, and they fought hard, but clearly they're undermanned. I mean, you could kind of get a sense of the way that thing was trending when Steph went out. This is different. Even if Jamal Murray for some reason is out tonight, they're still good enough, Denver is, in my mind, to be able to win this game.
All right, before we let you go, let's get one more thought on the playoffs in general. You kind of talked about what happened, and obviously Denver fans are well aware of what goes on with Minnesota. We've seen plenty of the Knicks. That's obviously been hyped on your network. A lot of talk about the Knicks on Get Up, and everybody very excited about what they're doing. But what do you think of Indiana? Indiana feels to me like one of those quietly dangerous teams after they took out Cleveland. Can you just give us some thoughts on Indiana and what a problem they could be if they were to make it to the finals?
I'm with you. To me, they're the favorites in the East, whether it's New York or Boston without Tatum. I think Indiana, Rick Carlisle is great. Tyrese Halliburton, I voted him second team All-NBA. They've got a lot of really good players on that team. They play well together. They've been there, having the experience last year of getting to the conference finals. I know they got swept, but they won a Game 7 against the Knicks. They have everything to come out of the East. I think they're the team right now If I'm looking at basically a Nick team that, what happens if they lose tomorrow and has to go 7, and then even if they win that game, they don't get that rest. Well, Indiana's just kind of been sitting there. So I think Indiana's in really good shape right now.
By the way, Dave, before we let you go, your old buddy Bill Walton, may he rest in peace, one of the guys that Jokic is occasionally compared to as a great passing big man, obviously outstanding footwork, skill around the bucket, all those kind of things. Did you ever discuss Jokic with Bill? Did you ever get his impressions of what he was? I know we had heard through the years that he was a fan, but did you guys ever talk about Jokic?
Well, first of all, I discussed everything with Bill, so you could probably ask about just anything.
Quantum physics, etc. Yes.
It came up in some conversation, and usually on the air. That's how he liked it. He didn't, if we talked about it, if it was something that we could talk about off the air, he wanted to talk about it on the air. He loved Jokic, and for good reason. I think, Bill was someone that just appreciated, Bill loved the women's game, because of the fundamentals, the passing, the spacing, the basketball IQ. And Nikola Jokic, the way he plays the game, the way he thinks the game, I think that's how Bill thought the game. And how he gets his teammates involved, where he gets the ball to his teammates, all those things, those little things that you guys see because you watch Jokic every night, but maybe people that, don't watch Denver all the time aren't accustomed to. So, Bill was a huge fan of Jokic.
Yeah. Dave Pasch, everybody, one of the very best in the biz, as pro as they get. He'll be calling the game with Tim Legler tonight on ESPN, 6:30 on ESPN. Catch Dave's call tonight. Dave, thanks so much for giving us a few minutes, and we'll see you here at Ball Arena in a few hours.
All right. Sounds good, guys.
All
Take
right.
care.
Dave Pasch of ESPN stopping by the show today. That dude, he's just a pro. How about that, though? He's done some historic Jokic games. He did Game 3, 2019 against Portland, the 4 overtime when Jokic played 65 minutes that night. Denver did lose 140-137, but an all-timer, and he did the 30-20-20 game. It was on a Friday night, right? I feel like it was a Friday night overtime against Phoenix this year. Yeah, I think it was a Friday night. Watching that thing on ESPN. I think he was doing that game with Jefferson, maybe? If I'm recalling correctly, my murky memories of that night, March evening.
How many great Jokic games have we seen? This has been such a weird year. And yet, have we seen, how many times has he had a new, well, maybe not a new career high, but again, we know Joker doesn't go out there looking to score 40 points. He's trying to get everybody involved.
Right.
What's he had, 4 or 5 games? There's the 60.
The 61?
In Minnesota.
Against Minnesota. He's
had 2 40s in this series.
What did he score, 56 the night they lost to the Wizards?
Oh, that's a good call. I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
That one was in Washington, right?
We'll never forget that they lost to the Washington Wizards.
Twice. Not once, twice.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Yeah. It's really annoying. It's really annoying that they did that. We are high above the court here. We're in section 260. We're in Kaza's spot right now. Westbrook is on the floor warming up right now. First player out on the court. No surprise there. Russell Westbrook typically is that dude. But we're getting you all set for this one.
All right. I'll explain my laugh.
Okay.
Does he have his game shorts on? So he's got his game shorts on and whatever he wears underneath, right?
Are you getting anxiety just watching him shoot practice jumpers? Because I kind of am.
No, I'm not. Again, I saw a photo today of Russ at some Giants camp.
Uh-huh.
Because they got the 4 quarterback thing going.
Oh, Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
okay.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, the other Russ.
Sorry.
Yes.
And Russell Wilson was the only one wearing stretch like the Giants game pants.
Well, you got to be game ready.
He was the only one.
You got to dress for the job you want, Andy.
Maybe it's a Russ thing.
He wants to be starting on game day.
Look, he's getting warmed up for a game. I would get why he's wearing his right now.
Yes.
Although it is, what do we got here? We got 3 hours.
Yeah.
Now there shouldn't be any messing with this tonight, right? Because this is the only game we got going.
Yeah, it's the only game in the NBA tonight. We should be starting relatively on time-ish. I don't know. They haven't brought us the TikTok yet. Hey, look, our dude Dan Hyatt stopping by and visiting. We're gonna make you come on the air here in a little bit. But Dan Hyatt up here with us in the 260. It's so embarrassing. I'm reading Dan Hyatt, and Dan Hyatt is right next to me. I'm such a dork.
I want you to weaponize his stats against him in an interview somehow.
How about this one? Jamal Murray is averaging 4 points a game in the fourth quarter.
I don't like that stat.
In this series.
I feel like you just weaponized that stat against me.
Yeah, I weaponized it against Jamal Murray, I
Let's
suppose.
not do that.
Yeah. Jamal Murray, score more than 4 points in the fourth quarter if you played tonight. Yes, we're still monitoring that situation as well as we possibly can right now.
All right, who are you trusting if he's got to sit out? Because that could be a possibility. Remember, I just realized this. Remember, we had the cold going around the locker room in that Clippers series.
Yeah,
Remember that?
Yeah.
Some guys were a little bit limited so I hope this isn't 2 weeks later this thing's kicking up again or something.
Okay, so the obvious answer, my assumption is Adelman would just start Westbrook.
But then you've got some Strother and Pickett in your life, don't you?
But what if he wants to use Westbrook and keep him in that second unit role?
Not
and
change
then
anything more than you need to.
And then it could start Jalen Pickett.
Pickett's probably the point guard, right?
That would be the move right there. Yeah, they're not going to – because you have to have a ball handler on the floor. Pickett's very competent in that job, but you can't do something goofy like, I don't know, like start Peyton Watson and then use like CB as your point guard and say like, hey, Aaron Gordon and Jokic, you guys go handle the ball handling duties. My guess is I'm probably like 53-47 that it would be Westbrook starting if Jamal doesn't go tonight, but I'll allow a heavy possibility that Adelman could say we'll start Pickett. It's a tough spot for a young dude. Hey, why don't you go start a point guard in Game 6 in an elimination game?
See, again, this is where I think we all forget. This is a guy that has not had the regular season to go mad scientist, to toy with some things in December, to play with the rotation idea here or there on a Tuesday night, no leverage game before the holidays or something.
I mean, he's got the familiarity of –
He does, but again, as you're an assistant coach, sometimes you're worried and focused on different things.
Yeah, it's very true.
You're not thinking, I'm sure he doesn't, I don't know, maybe he allowed himself from time to time, but I'm not sure he was sitting there every night going, this is the lineup I'd play.
Yeah. It's a lot of, God, the assistant coach lives in the NBA, by the way, are insane. By the way, did you read the story in The Athletic today about Adelman?
No, you sent it to us, and I did not like what you had to say to me about it.
Wait, what did I say?
You said he's been through some stuff.
He has been. David Adelman has lived a kind of a crazy life.
Well, it's the life of the son of a coach, right?
No.
Really?
It's way crazier than that. When he was a kid, he was in the Portland locker room, and this was just during the day. His dad was working out in another room watching film and on a treadmill, and Adelman stood up on a stool, and I think he was trying to reach something like on top of a locker. He fell off the stool, and the stool toppled over, and his kidney was punctured by one of the legs on the stool. They rushed him to the hospital, but because he had an injury to his kidney, it revealed a hidden ailment that he was born with. He had a blockage in his left kidney, which would then overwork his right kidney, could lead to a rupture. So he was in emergency surgery after 36 hours. He spent quite a bit of time in Children's Hospital in Portland as a child. And it's kind of wild that he went through. By the way, he's only 5'9". All of his brothers, his brother was 6 foot. His dad, I believe, was 6'1". He's only 5'9". They believe maybe because of the medication that he took, it could have had an issue with hormone production and stunted his growth a little bit. But it's a crazy story of what he went through when he was a little kid. And then back in 2018, his brother was an assistant coach with the Houston Rockets, was tragically killed, was hit by a car and killed suddenly. David Adelman's been through some stuff, man.
So maybe he's not all that intimidated by Game 6
I don't think so.
Of any kind.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Like, this really,
He's got some mental fortitude to him.
He's got the mental fortitude, and he has a lifetime of, he's watching his dad coach in the NBA Finals, watching his dad. I mean, his dad, his Portland team lost to the Bulls in the finals. He was coaching that Sacramento team that lost Game 7 to the Lakers. Was that 2001, whatever year that was? I mean, he saw his dad go through some stuff as a coach. He's really, man, he's a lifer as much as you possibly can in the NBA. He's an absolute lifer. By the way, here's one more crazy part from this story. This was kind of a cute picture. Let me scan down to it and find it for you. Here you go. So right there, that's in this picture, story in The Athletic, there's a picture of a young David Adelman, I believe at the 92 NBA Finals when Rick was coaching the Blazers, Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter and Kevin Duckworth and Buck Williams and the Blazers against Jordan and Pippen and Horace Grant and the Bulls. But he's pictured with Dan Szymanski, who at the time was just a little kid like him. Dan's dad was the Blazers trainer. Dan Szymanski is now the Nuggets trainer, and Adelman is now the acting head coach of the Denver Nuggets. But there they were. I don't know. How old do you think those kids are there? 10? 9, 10, whatever it is.
Szymanski looks a little older than Adelman.
Yeah,
but again,
little kids.
You said what they went through, yes.
Crazy.
I wouldn't say teenagers, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I know, isn't that nuts?
Life is wild.
Yeah.
Well, you had Vic as a ball boy for the Nuggets, and now he's a broadcaster.
That's true. Uh-huh.
All sorts of 6 degrees of separation.
Kreckman and Lindahl, we are separated by about a foot
Not
and a
enough
half
room.
right now.
Really got used to that one side of the table or the other thing.
Yeah, up here in the 260, but we're getting you set for Game 6 tonight. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're rolling on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are back with you. We are out at Ball Arena, section 260. Pleased to be joined right now. This is his first in-person appearance on the show. Normally you hear him on Fridays with 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Now it's only information that you are required to know. There will be a test afterwards. Dan Hyatt is with us right now, Nuggets and NBA and altitude statistician extraordinaire. Hi, Dan.
It doesn't matter the day. I've got useless information, stats you probably don't need to know.
Good.
All days of the week.
Good.
Do you ever head to a bar and just sucker a few beers out of somebody?
Let me tell you something you didn't need to know today for that drink. I'll just finish what you're drinking, but listen to this.
No, don't do that.
I have got something for you, but you got to buy me a beer.
Yep.
That's the job. Dan, Game 6. Game 6 is one of those things. I know people always make a big deal out of Game 7. Like, there's a storied history of Game 6, obviously, in sports history. The Nuggets have the proverbial back against the wall. What do you got a good Game 6 stat for us here tonight, as you have none of your notes in front of you?
The stat that I kept going back to, especially last week, was the fact that this is unprecedented. The Nuggets in the Jokic-Murray era, this is the 7th consecutive playoff run for them, right?
Yep.
They've never had this. And that's kind of the cool part about this run, is because you've got an interim coach who's got however many more playoff wins than regular season wins. You've got
double.
You've got the best player in basketball with the thinnest roster we've seen since the mid-'80s Celtics, right? You've got all these different, twists and turns that are so unique. And a Game 6 at home, having been 2-2, right? They split the first 2, and then losing to have a Game 6 at home has not happened in the Jokic-Murray
So they've
era.
never done this before.
They've had Game 6s.
Well, they usually have home court advantage.
That's the really big twist on this year, is they usually do.
Yeah.
The games in the bubble were the exceptions. They were down. That's why that year you saw 7 elimination games in that entire playoff run. And then in the championship run, you had 0 because they were ahead in every series and never fell behind. So I have no sense of anything because this hasn't really happened. It's the last game. It's an elimination game. The Nuggets don't have a great history with elimination games. If you look at the grand scheme of things, Jokic and Murray do pretty well.
Yeah.
9-5. There's all sorts of different ways. I broke it down, and I kind of, I throw everything at you, and you can kind of pick what you like.
6-1 in 7 elimination games in the bubble. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, but the majority of the games that they have to win had been at home, and but a Game 6 to force a Game 7 that's going to be on the road is new. They haven't had it.
9-5, by the way, in elimination games in the Jokic-Murray era since 2018. So that's, in the very least, the win percentage is on your side. Dan, we've been speculating about this. Jamal Murray is questionable with an illness. I'm assuming he's going because he's Jamal Murray. However, this is one, and this is one where you just got to put the analyst hat on here for a second. What would be David Adelman's play if Jamal can't go? How does he set a rotation for this game?
You're going to have to use Julian, and that's your move.
Yeah.
I know Pickett's more of a point guard, but you don't need a point guard. You have a point center. You got a point power forward if you need.
Okay.
You need another body to be able to move and create space.
Wait, would you start Strawther and start a Strawther-Brown backcourt?
If Murray doesn't go, that's what I would think about.
Okay.
But
I would assume in that situation, though, like, wouldn't they would unleash Dort and Caruso to put on full court pressure all night long?
It wouldn't be hard to combat.
Right.
But I'd like to see Strawther be able to come in there and say, hey, go, you get some minutes and see what you can do. Get hot, hit a 3 or 2.
I think that's the biggest thing, though, guys, with Strawther is, like, again, just tell the kid, like, you're getting 12 minutes tonight. Just go lay it all out there, all right? I'm not pulling you out of the game no matter what happens. Like, Julian Strawther is not going to shut down Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or anything like that on his best night. So just tell the kid, like, hey, go be a 3-level scorer. Go take 7-8 shots tonight.
You're going to have to help him on defense if he does get in this game.
Yeah.
But the things he does are be able to drive, and those little floaters, those will work. You can't get too tight or you're going to see Holmgren and Hartenstein. And they are locking down the interior for anyone not named Nikola Jokic. And shoot a 3 or 2. If he hits 2 threes, that's how many more than MPJ's hit in the last couple of games, right? So that's the thing you're going to need is those open threes are accessible to anyone that's playing with Nikola. And Julian has as good of a chance to make those if he has the confidence to not think about it and shoot. I think Murray goes.
Yeah.
By the way, here's your stat you don't need to know.
Oh, let's have it.
Because this is important.
Here we go.
You guys are mixing up clams and oysters. Okay. Oysters are what get you in trouble. Oysters are the fourth highest cause of food poisoning, because oysters live in water where there's a lot of norovirus.
Aren't they an aphrodisiac, though? Don't they kind of they get it going?
Yeah, but they'll get you sick, too.
Isn't that the story?
Yeah. They'll shut it down pretty quick, too, is what he's saying. They'll get it going, but you better get it done.
There's also a genre of internet videos where you can do it all.
The clock is ticking once you've got it going.
But so again, I can't speak to whether or not he had clams, but clams are not the problem.
Could it be the Clams Casino?
I'm just saying. You guys were pretty harsh on clams.
Hey, first off, not me. I blamed him.
I agree.
The bad clams. He's a bad clam guy.
Okay.
Oysters are your problem.
Oysters are a bigger issue
now,
than
he may
clams.
have had oysters. I don't know.
What about mussels? Where do they come in on this?
They're fine.
Okay.
But these are all bivalve mollusks. They're all pretty much the same.
Where does gas station sushi slide into some of this here?
You eat enough of those, you're in trouble.
Slides
anyway.
out of you, I think, is what happens.
Oysters Rockefeller or Clams Casino? The real problem is apparently Oysters Rockefeller.
What is Oysters Rockefeller?
I don't know. Fancy sounding dish I've only heard in
What's
food
it come
shows.
with? Okay.
I've not ordered it.
Okay.
I told you when I went to New Orleans, we were offered the local hare, H-A-R-E.
It'd be more delicious if you call it Hare Rockefeller.
Hare Rockefeller? Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm sure that means you serve it like, is that on ice or?
Oysters Rockefeller.
It's the display.
Needs to be, needs to be expensive.
Half-shell oysters.
Okay.
A rich sauce of butter, parsley, and other green herbs, breadcrumbs, and then baked or broiled. Lemon wedges are the typical garnish.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah.
But Dan's got me not trusting it now.
Franklin Roosevelt's dish of choice.
Apparently.
Then why is it named after Rockefeller?
Old FDR. It's a great question. It's a great question. Don't know.
Hold on. The guy's name's in the dish.
Yes.
But he's not associated with it?
It just sounded better.
It was created in 1889 at the New Orleans restaurant Antoine's by Jules Alchator.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Developed the dish due to a shortage of escargot, substituting the locally available oysters.
Give me his last name again. Who made this?
The dish was named after after John D. Rockefeller, the then wealthiest American, for its extreme richness because of the rich sauce.
And the price. I'm
There
sure
you
they
go.
weren't charging cheap.
Yeah,
what was the guy's name?
Probably that as well. Alciatore? Alciatore?
You can't call them oysters Alciatore.
No, you really can't.
Well, that's what happens to you after you eat them.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to get. I made him
That was right on a tee for you.
But I had to ask him. He moved on too quick.
Got there eventually. We eventually found our way
Nate
back.
really thought I was really worried about the pronunciation of the guy in Louisiana that gave us.
As I watched Julian warming up.
Yeah, was that him?
He's making
threes.
everything. I still don't want to see him. I still rather have Murray.
Okay.
I'd rather have a sick
I agree with
oyster-filled
that.
Murray.
Well, yes.
I agree with that, but you might have to listen with Murray now. You may have to dip into the bench, don't you?
Yeah.
He may not be. He's not giving you 43. Probably shouldn't have been giving you 43 the other night anyway.
I thought Strother minutes were okay the other night.
What's really fantastic about the numbers is that all year it's been the non-Jokic minutes, right?
Yeah.
That's been the biggest flaw of this team and remains so. You can say that with confidence, but Murray off the court has hurt them a lot because Jokic hasn't been himself. I still would rather have Murray out there because what he does is he draws the defense. Strother's not going to intimidate Dort, Caruso, Wallace, anyone else on that perimeter. If he makes a couple shots, maybe they start paying attention to him. But if he's out there, he can't be a decoy.
Dan,
MPJ is still a decoy if he's not shooting, unless he's starting 1 for 8.
I mean, you're right about that. The non-Murray minutes have been an absolute nightmare for the Nuggets so far in this series. And, anecdotally, I got to think one of the biggest reasons is if it's not Jamal Murray out there, the Nuggets don't have anybody that can create off the dribble.
No.
They can at least create a good jump shot for themselves. Like Aaron Gordon is a very good post player off the dribble. He can hit that turnaround. But in terms of just facing up and going to the bucket and getting a look and going through contact, Jamal's the only guy that can do it.
This team, since Jokic became Jokic, 6-7 years, right?
Yeah.
They have turned into he touches the ball 115 times per game. No one else does that. The center position runs the offense, and nobody around him needs to or has really relied on the ability to ISO.
Yeah.
You got stars all over this league, and that's why the Levine talk was always so interesting when he was potentially going to come over here. It's like that guy can create with nothing. You can put absolutely 4 fourth graders around him,
right,
and he'll drop 35 because he can play basketball by himself.
Well, and one of the things that we talk about of whatever happens the rest of this series, the rest of this playoff run is I do think eventually the burden on Jokic is going to start to take its toll. He's 30 years of age now. I know the guy is just an absolute tank, but also, like, his prime isn't going to last forever. The insane minutes that he has played, the number of games that he has played. And I think one of the biggest things that this team has to be able to have is they need a guy that can allow Nikola Jokic to occasionally rest on offense and not have to dictate every single possession for his team, and they've never really. Jamal will give him those nights sometimes, but he doesn't do it nearly consistently enough.
Well, and another reason why you need that is this season has shown us the NBA is allowing other teams to beat up Nikola Jokic now. This has been
especially in the playoffs.
A physical season from start to finish for him. So not only do they need the rest, they need somebody else. I still wouldn't mind watching some version of what Minnesota has, or maybe I put a couple of real tall, thick dudes in there together. I know MPJ is tall, but I'm talking about two guys that you don't want to go get rough with in the paint. Would be nice, one of them being Jokic, obviously.
And because of the way the game is played, and because you're seeing some of these teams with anybody who can shoot a three, you can't twin tower it, though. You can't just stay home and play the defensive rim protector when Nicole is out. Guys still have to be able to move. And when Jordan's in there, I know he's older, right? He's slower, and that's the biggest part of the problem. He can't adjust.
Right.
So those rotations get screwy. Gordon is athletic enough to be able to do that. But then he comes out of that middle, and the center eats up Jordan, and Jordan's not getting the rebounds he's supposed to.
Well, you know what? To your point, too, the other thing at some point that they need to come up with, they've got to concoct some scenario. This is like the Lamar Jackson offense for Baltimore. When Lamar Jackson goes out, you know anybody else that can come in and do the same thing and run the offense? They need to come up with a better plan for how to get by when Nicola's not in here to run the offense.
A completely different game plan.
Do you remember once upon a time, by the way, guys, when the Nuggets had so many power forwards, it was kind of a joke. It was like, and it was early on in Jokic's career. It was like they had Wilson Chandler, they had Kenneth Faried, they had Darrell Arthur, they had Gallo who could play that role on this team. It was almost comical how many power forwards this team has, and right now they legit have one. With all due respect to Zeke.
And when you saw the progression between that and when they got smaller, you started getting Will Barton's in there, and you started getting Bruce Brown. Like, they got smaller. That's when Jokic's assists started to skyrocket because those guys would move off the ball, whereas the guys you just mentioned wouldn't.
Catch,
so there was
shoot,
a stability
score.
on the defense. Yeah, but now the other stat that I had in there was, Jokic is at, I think, 5.2 assists per game in this series.
It's killer.
And of the 16 playoff series he's ever played, this is about the worst.
The numbers that you sent yesterday of guys shooting percentages off of catches from Nikola, I mean, his potential assists were through the roof. And what did he finish? 5 assists in that game?
5.
Yeah, just absolutely brutal.
The number of touches that he gets, especially in the elbow, and those kickouts have not changed at all between the regular and the postseason. And against the Clippers, the numbers dropped because the Clippers have a really good defense, and that was to be expected. It's the playoffs.
Yeah.
But the drop between the Clippers and the Thunder, while you could say it's expected because the Thunder are the number one defense, it's been under 20% for Jamal when he catches a pass from Nikola. I can't believe they're still in the series.
Yeah, you can't win
based on that.
Dan Hyatt, everybody. Normally we talk to him on Fridays, but hey, you know what? Dan knocked his appearance for the week out today. You get the afternoon off tomorrow.
He's going to go
Friday
skiing or something.
or the Oyster Bar.
By the way, Dan, what's your gut? We getting a Game 7 on Sunday?
I think we are.
Okay, I like it.
I really do believe in the back against the wall mentality. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's healthy to rely on it. But I'm sitting here. It's our home court. It's still Denver, and it's still been one of the best home court advantages, regardless of whatever scenario, all the different scenarios I threw out there. It's still Denver. It's still 52-80.
It's Dan Hyatt, everybody. Statistician extraordinaire, man. This is the guy we go to when we need to know the stuff. Dan, well done as always. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling. It's a Thursday. It's Game 6. You keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Game 6, roughly 2.5 hours away. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We do have you. Yes, we do. That is our friend Kevin Shockey down there testing out the microphone, and it appears to be in perfect working order. So we will hopefully get somebody down here from courtside coming up here in just a moment. But right now it's Nate and Andy. We are above the court right now. Christian Brown is going through his pregame warm-ups right now. Just knocked down a mid-range baseline jump shot from the left side. So good to see CB getting into his feels a little bit tonight. He's going to have to make shots tonight, Andy. That's a point of analysis that I have for this game. The Nuggets will have a better chance to win if Christian Brown makes shots.
Well, I think the Nuggets are going to need 4 guys to get near 20, whatever combo of the 4 that you want, and then somebody to at least chip in mid-double digits, if you will, like a 15, mid-teens maybe I should say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Something like that. And whether Jamal plays or not, like in an ideal situation with your intact starting lineup, it would be great to see Nikola and Jamal and Gordon and Westbrook maybe all get you into the 20s, and then Mike, if he's able, can chip in 15, CB in that 15. You get something like that, you got a real shot of winning the game.
Yeah, better depth of scoring, I think, is going to be required out of this team. You can't have a situation like they did in the fourth quarter the other night where Jokic was basically literally the only Nugget that even made a shot in the fourth quarter of that game. I think the Nuggets are going to need a little bit more than that coming up here in Game 6 tonight. Of course, the game will be televised on ESPN. The national radio broadcast will be on ESPN Radio, and the man who will be calling that action tonight for national radio is Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio, and he joins us from courtside right now. Hi, Mark.
Gentlemen, how's everybody doing today?
We're doing great, man. We're excited for a Game 6 here this evening. Mark, let's just bring you right in on the topic we were just discussing. We're watching Christian Brown warm up right now. He had a tough shooting night the other night. Basically, everybody not named Nikola Jokic had a tough shooting night the other night for the Nuggets. When you look for depth of scoring and performances that are not Nikola Jokic, who are you counting on tonight for the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of start with Jamal Murray, and we hope whatever illness he's dealing with over the last couple of days is something that he will overcome. One would expect that. You know, after we did Game 7 here against the Clippers a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that kind of buoyed my thoughts about the Nuggets' future against stiff competition like OKC before Game 1 was the fact that we've been waiting to see depth outside of the starting 5. And I'm talking like, you know, off the bench with Russell Westbrook and Peyton Watson. And to see the starter depth erode as it has, or at least struggle as it has, I thought maybe Christian Brown had turned things around late in that Clipper series with his shot. Obviously, Michael Porter, I don't know if it's the shoulder or what it is, you know, if we're making excuse or, you know, it's just limiting him, but it's surprising to see those numbers. So it's clear, you know, they have to have peak playoff Jamal Murray. You know, Aaron Gordon has been Mr. Clutch so many times. You hate to have to ask for him to do it again. But to me, you got to have those 5 or 4 of those starting 5 and then getting some significant help off the bench. But look, Oklahoma City hasn't shot it either. So that's what has made this series so close and so interesting, is that any of these games except for Game 2 could have went either way. And, you know, unfortunate for Denver, the fourth quarters have not gone the Nuggets' way the last 2, and now that's why they're down to their last loss of the season.
I keep asking everyone because I have not seen a series, and I feel like the Clippers series was a little like this too, but do you have any idea what to expect tonight? It just feels like every game is its own entity. Do you have any gut feel for what you think you're going to witness tonight?
Yeah, you know what I think I'm going to witness, and I'm not saying this because I'm on a Denver radio station, but how many times in my NBA life, whether it is as a broadcaster or a fan growing up, and I know teams and times change, but this has always been a tough place for teams to close out the Nuggets. I know OKC is a special team, but I saw, you know, a different Nuggets team in Game 7 against the Clippers, and that was not, you know, just some pushover team in the first round. That was, in my estimation, the hardest first-round matchup of any of them in the league was Denver and the Clippers. So, you know, I say that I felt Boston was going to win last night, but my wife always tells me whatever I think, go Oppo. That seems to have worked well for her in her life, but except for marrying me, of course. It feels like this one's destined to go to a 7th game.
We're talking to Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio. He'll be calling the action here tonight. Kesty, nice enough to give us a few minutes here from courtside. Nikola Jokic, 44 points on 25 shots the other night. Not bad, right? That's about as efficient as you can possibly play. As you have looked back on this series, Mark, what has stood out to you about when he was on, like in games 1 and 5, and when he really struggled, like games 2, 3, and 4? What were the differences, do you think?
Yeah, surprising in the struggles. The difference is, for me, and it's been a lot of home road series as well, and I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but, for me, when I look at Jokic, it's, look at the numbers that he's put up, and his assists are cut in half. And it's just a direct result of he's still making the right passes. Guys aren't hitting shots. Guys aren't hitting open shots, which is surprising. I don't think it's fatigue, based on what we saw in the fourth quarter the other day. I do think as well that, we don't often give the other team's defense enough credit. And Oklahoma City is just one of those teams, as lauded as they are defensively. We all know they're number one in so many categories. Until you see them on an everyday basis, and I know Nuggets fans have locked in on OKC, and this hasn't been the best of OKC this year, and a lot of credit goes to Denver on that. They're just such a good multiple defensive team. They get in the passing lanes. They recover well. They're incredibly athletic, and they're deep as heck. I mean, they're 10 deep. They're bringing all-world defenders off the bench. So I think a lot of that comes into play, is that they can throw so many different bodies at Nikola. But to me, when you look at it in the end, the numbers are still eye-popping. 30 points and 15 rebounds over the first 5. And if guys are hitting shots, he's probably in the 7-8 assist range. But I do think a lot of, struggles that there have been at times has certainly been Oklahoma City's defense.
All right, I want to ask you this as the neutral party because, both towns, I know Oklahoma City fans are tired of Nikola Jokic and the flop. Nuggets fans are tired of the shoulder push-off from SGA. Are you surprised by the officiating in the playoffs at all? What have you thought about it? I will tell you, maybe more last series than this series for the Nuggets. I was a little surprised by how much physicality was being allowed, but what have you thought of the officiating and kind of letting them play this go-round?
Yeah, and you see it from series to series. The series that I've been on in the second round, I've done a lot of Minnesota, Golden State, a lot of Boston, New York. This will be my first Denver, Oklahoma City, but certainly watching it through the television, you get that same feel that they are letting the guys play more. We saw a change in the officiating last year to help the defense, and I think a lot of that continued into this season, but it does seem like the physical play has been allowed more so this year than I can remember in a long time. But it seems to be consistent throughout the series that I'm seeing. The one thing that I have noticed, and it's not necessarily directly related to the question you asked, is for the first time in a while when we get to this round and we got a bunch of lead officials out there, is it feels like there's been a little more rust where they're still, trying to all get used to each other and who makes the call and who gets the call and who backs off on a call. I've seen that a bunch of times. But, yeah, you have noticed that physical play, and the more physical teams have taken advantage of that.
By the way, what's the art of, as a radio broadcaster, because television, those guys have the benefit of the pictures. When they go into lengthy reviews, how do you handle that? Are you just trying to describe whatever you're seeing on the monitor at that given moment? Like, how do you fill that time and keep the audience both engaged and informed?
Well, two things happen. One, we get all these different, replay angles from Secaucus, and now we have the Hawkeye, which is great. We can, try to describe this grainy footage that sometimes catches everything. But the other part is, whoever my analyst is,
time to shine.
They love to be able. I say they love to be able to be wrong, because half the time, 3/4 of the time, you think you finally got it right. You saw an angle. Yep, I got this. We know the rule. It's going to be this, and then of course it goes in the other direction. So I just let them hang themselves out to dry as often as possible.
Mark Kestisher going to be calling it tonight on ESPN Radio. By the way, Kesty, one last thing, and I know that radio guests love getting put on the spot, but but both Andy and I, we kind of came up as producer guys and update anchors.
Yes,
back in the
sir.
days when sports radio did updates. You were ESPN Radio. I mean, Sports Center. You were the guy that gave the 90-second update every single hour, telling everybody what is happening in the sports world. Do you happen to remember, because you've done this job, you did that job for a long time and kind of even going back like pre-internet almost, do you remember like the biggest story that you broke or splashed on ESPN Radio Sports Center that was just like a big historic moment?
You know, I'm sure there were a few, but the one that comes to mind right away was when Dale Earnhardt passed away at Daytona. And, you know, just to a younger generation who may be listening, and when you say pre-internet, it's true. To me, it's pre-smartphone, because now with all the apps, you know, you're getting that bulletin from ESPN or Shams or whoever your favorite newsbreaker is. And back then, when we're every 20 minutes, you know, there's sometimes you're sitting on something big for 10 minutes. And that day in particular, it was a Sunday afternoon, and I remember it took a few hours, right, from when it was a last lap accident, and we didn't know how badly Dale Earnhardt was injured. And I remember getting a call from someone at Daytona and said, he's passed away, but you can't go with it. It wasn't confirmed yet. And I think an update passed at 5:40 p.m. where I knew, but we weren't going with it. And, like, no one's rushing to make that announcement.
Of course,
you want to be right, obviously, journalism 101. So I just remember at the 6 o'clock Eastern time, I think that's the time it was, I remember that update. And, you know, how do you give that news? What you know, you could be in the business forever. How do you strike that tone? How do you think it's supposed to be struck? And that always sits with me. Is that was hard to put out there, because I know there's been other, you know, stories where there's ends of strikes, you know, where sports seasons were continuing or retirements we didn't expect. But for some reason, I think knowing before I could report, and it wasn't even – I don't even know if we had bottom line back then. It was you knew, but you couldn't tell anybody, that kind of thing. That definitely stays with me.
Wow, man, that's radio history right there. Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio forever, and he'll be calling the game tonight. National Radio, Mark Kestisher. Mark, thank you so much, man. You're one of the best in the biz, so thank you.
Well, it's always great catching up with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Mark Kestisher stopping by right there. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're up in section 260. We got it all going on today here on the show, getting you ready for Game 6 pregame right after the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Kaz on the call, on the local call, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we're live here at Ball Arena. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 6 tonight. Thanks again to Mark Kestisher for stopping by. Dave Pasch has been with us on the show. Dan Hyatt has stopped by. We'll be talking to many, many others as we join you live from Section 260 of Ball Arena tonight, where the Nuggets will play an elimination game against the Oklahoma City Thunder as 5.5-point home underdogs against the top-seeded Thunder. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they advanced. They're just hanging out and waiting. Ant was terrific again. And the Warriors without Steph Curry, you can only watch Brandon Pajemski shoot so many jump shots before that series was destined to end, and it ended last night. So Minnesota just hanging out, resting. They're deep. Andy, they're good. Whomever they get in the next round, be it the Nuggets or the Thunder, is going to be a battle-tested team all ready to go. But if the Nuggets are going to get there, they're going to get there via 2 7-game series wins to be able to get to the conference finals, which, you know, it does start to bring up the question, Andy, of just like, how much longer can they do this?
Yeah, I've been asking that, frankly, since the early part of this series.
Yeah.
Because every game is so tight. It's been so physical. It's mentally taxing.
Right.
The only mental night off they've really been able to take from this one was that blowout in Game 2, right, in Oklahoma City. That is it. Everything else, and going back to the Clippers series, there was one game where the Clippers blew them out. Then they had their comfortable win, so at least I guess you got a couple of those in there. Although Game 7, because I was doing the Avs Game 7, I got to remember that the Game 7 here was not really competitive towards the final moments, right? But this has been an absolutely taxing grind for a team that, as we've continued to hammer home, and everyone's well aware now, is about 5 or 6 players deep.
Yeah, don't have enough dudes.
They may not even have that tonight, depending on the status of Jamal Murray. All right, speaking of that, and you know what? Dan Hyatt's talked about it. Kestisher just talked about it. The MPJ thing. Do you need, because you've talked about Strother. You didn't think the Strother minutes were so bad. Does there need to be maybe a 10-minute, let's see what's going on period in each half where you try to figure out what you can do with him tonight? Because if he looks the way the other night, and it's not just because of the shot.
Yeah.
But it felt to me like he was lifting his arm maybe the least we've seen him to this point.
Game 3, I think you can tell quickly, and the evidence would suggest you can, because Game 3 he came out and he was great right away.
And he hit a couple 3 in a row, right?
Now, that was the game that he had the shot of lidocaine, so he, you know, in whatever way that is able to improve him. We don't know if he has had one prior to this game tonight, if he's got to wait. You can't just do that all the time. You can't just go to that well all the time. But if there is any kind of medical procedure that can be done to Michael Porter Jr. to rediscover what he was in Game 3, I hope it got done.
Here's the thing with those shots, though. And again, I'm trying to remember what an NFL half, what do you get usually, about 90 minutes of an NFL half? So maybe we go – guys have told me those shots tend to wear off at halftime. Now, again, a basketball game is not quite as long as, you know, an NFL game is. It's about what we call it, 2 hours or so. So maybe he could get a little bit further. But what's even a problem with that shot is even if he takes the beginning of the game, there's a good chance it wears off before he's through the game, and then I don't know what kind of pain you're dealing with when that hits.
Yeah.
So look, man, it's nothing about this is ideal.
They're going to know quickly. I think is the biggest thing is they're going to know quickly. And if his shot is bad, do you give quicker rotation minutes in the first half to a player like Strother, hoping that he can get into a little bit of a rhythm? Again, we're not asking for Julian Strother to go out and drop 30 tonight. If Julian Strother can get you 3 buckets tonight, if he could score 7 points, 8 points, Andy, like that would be a massive contribution for a team that has gotten generally nothing off the bench. Now, it presents other problems. As we talk about all the time, you can't just like black and white sports radio take this stuff with anything with the Nuggets because everything comes with a cost, right?
Yeah.
We know that in this series. Like, everything comes with, you take Porter off the floor, that's less rebounding that you have, that is less size that you have. That's, you know, you can use him in a matchup against Holmgren or against, you know, some of their bigger players coming off the bench when you need to. Jalen Williams, the J. Will version, not the J. Dub version. I think I got that right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I did. But yeah, it's you give up size when you do that. But could it help you out offensively when the Nuggets so desperately just need to make shots?
Yeah, I just think a guy that can use two arms might be necessary tonight. I don't know. And I'm not trying to be a wise ass about it. I'm dead serious. I mean, you need to be able to, like, again, if Strother can get up there and maybe put two hands on a basketball, that is something Michael Porter Jr. has not been able to do, at least when jumping. He can't go up with both arms right now.
Yeah,
it's led to some problems.
He had 4 rebounds in games. He had a 9-rebound game in Game 5, in Game 4. He had a 9-rebound game. He had 8 rebounds in Game 3, so he was back to 4 rebounds in the last game. He only had a couple of assists. I mean, fortunately, he's not turning the ball over. It's not as though he handles the ball a ton or anything like that, but he's not turning the ball over, so you got that going for you. I really think, like, David Adelman and his staff have just got to have the notion in their head, and I'm pretty sure that they do, of you get into this game tonight and you see what you have in the assorted different injured dudes that you've got.
Do you try a couple minutes of Zeke Naji just to see? I know you're laughing, but again, that's kind of the size you need. Even if it's just a couple of rebounds. You talked about points out of Strother. If you could just get a handful of rebounds out of Naji, again, that'd be something you've not been given from your bench much this entire series.
It could be the Game 6 curveball right there.
I don't know. Look, Nate, I know we're just grasping at straws, but it's all that's left. If Jamal Murray's not full Jamal Murray. Like, again, I'm dead serious. I don't know that you can count on 40 minutes from Jamal Murray tonight. If he's got whatever the illness is,
whatever it is,
35 might be all he can give you, and you might be lucky to get 35 out of it.
Yeah, we don't know what's going on with Jamal. We don't know what the ailment is that he is dealing with. We haven't seen any updates. He is still listed as questionable to go tonight. Really quickly, Andy, did you happen to read the Caleb Williams story today in ESPN?
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
What is going on? See, we're talking about Ramona Shelburne dropping something a couple weeks after. When did this thing get known?
So our dude Seth Wickersham of ESPN, who we've had on the show before, who's great.
He's written a bunch of good books,
right?
And
he wrote the kind of defining story on Brady and Belichick and the Patriots and everything that kind of happened there. But he has got a new book coming out that's basically it's as ESPN puts it, I don't know if we have a title on the book yet, a detailed account of what it means to be a quarterback at various levels. From high school to college to the NFL and what it's like for legends in retirement. It features unprecedented access with dozens of quarterbacks and generational greats such as John Elway, Johnny Unitas, Warren Moon, members of the Manning family, Steve Young, among others, Kirk Cousins, Drake May. There's a lot of stuff, I guess, on the recruitment of Arch Manning in this book, but there's a chapter on Caleb Williams. And according to, here we go. Here's the name of the book, American Kings, A Biography of the Quarterback. There we go. There's the title of the book. So Carl Williams, cool Carl. Carl Williams is the father of Caleb Williams. And some of this, like, it harkens back to the pre-draft process with Williams coming out of USC. And it was reported that he was not real hot to go be the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. His dad reportedly went to great lengths to try to circumvent the NFL draft. The Bears had not drafted a star quarterback since the 80s. Tell me about it. Recent selections like Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields didn't pan out. Carl Williams, Caleb's dad, was worried that with the franchise's history, stadium uncertainty, and offensive performances under then head coach Matt Eberflus, that Caleb Williams wouldn't have the organizational support to succeed. Williams told several agents in 2024, quote, "I don't want my son playing for the Bears," close quote. By the way, I want to throw this in because people ask me about this sometimes. And Andy, we talk about it. I refer to myself as a retired Bears fan.
You divorced your fandom.
When you read stuff like this
is why.
I just want everybody to know this is why I quit investing any emotional capital into supporting this garbage franchise. Okay? I think quitting my Bears fandom was one of the great decisions I've ever made in my life. And this story only reinforces it. Looking for a way around the league's collective bargaining agreement, Carl Williams spoke with Archie Manning, who had helped Eli obviously get out of that situation with the Chargers and get to New York. He met with labor lawyers and agents and even considered whether his son could sign with the United Football League and then become an unrestricted free agent in 2025 to be able to pick a team. In addition to the draft process, Carl Williams vented about the rookie wage scale, which could lock his son into the team that drafted him for up to 8 years. He calculated hundreds of millions of lost market value income. By the way, I don't disagree with any of those assertions, by the way. It does suck for quarterbacks to get drafted by terrible teams. After an up-and-down final season at USC, Caleb Williams was unsure of what he wanted. He wanted to get drafted, apparently, by Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings. And he told his dad, I want to go play for Minnesota. His dad said, let's do it. However, Bears GM Ryan Poles stood firm, telling Caleb and Carl Williams, quote, we're drafting you no matter what, close quote.
And they certainly were going to send him to in-division rival, right?
How about that? You excited to start your NFL career? You got to go to the Bears. There was one option left for the Williams family, according to Seth Wickersham's book, to publicly attack the Bears in the city of Chicago, hoping that it would make the situation untenable, similar to what Jack and John Elway had done with Baltimore back in 1983. The dad said, I don't care. I'll stick myself out there to get my kid in a good place. However, after a pre-draft facility visit to the Bears facility, Andy, Caleb Williams believed he could be part of a process to turn the franchise around. I can do it for this team. He told his dad, I'm going to go to the Bears. The Bears, by the way, have declined comment. Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron have both been fired since that time. Ben Johnson has been hired. But, yeah, Caleb Williams very much did not want to play for the Bears.
Well, and they talked about how he might try to torpedo the city and make all sorts of bad comments and make the fan base hate him, so he'd be an unpopular pick anyway.
Yeah.
And so they chose not to go that route. How big a story do you think this becomes? Because here's the thing. I get that if you're a fan in a city, and we see it here all the time in Denver, you don't want to hear bad things about your town or about your team or anything like that.
Yeah.
But
the good thing is
they fired the coach he didn't want to play for.
Exactly.
So clearly,
and he's got Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
now.
that was the hottest. He was the hottest offensive candidate for a coaching position for 3 years.
I mean, Andy, we watched Hard Knocks. I wouldn't want to play for Eberflus either.
Yeah, he was a weirdo, man.
Yeah,
he was just a weirdo.
Exactly.
So this do you think this stirs something up, or what do you think? Now, if he starts throwing picks and stuff, they're going to turn on him probably pretty quickly.
No, I really believe if he wins, then nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care about this. And quite frankly, if you're a Bears fan in the city of Chicago, well, guess what? You hated Matt Eberflus too.
Sure.
So what is there to get all that terribly worked up about? It's if the guy wins, what do you care what circuitous path it had to go through to be able to get to that place? I don't think it's a massive story unless he continues to struggle, unless Ben Johnson can't fix him, and then I think it's a factor. But if he wins, nobody will care. I mean, that franchise has literally never had a 4,000-yard passer before.
Right. Well, and this is something where I think Ben Johnson can now kind of have a little fun with it. They can put, because again, he's not the guy he complained about.
Right.
And it's real easy in his first press conference for Caleb Williams to come out and say, look, if Ben Johnson was the coach, we wouldn't have had these problems.
Right.
So now, I mean, again, the franchise is still kind of the franchise. You still have the same family running this thing. You got to.
Although Virginia's no longer with us.
Well, that's
she
true.
croaked.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
R.I.P. But, I'll be curious to see. Now, again, if you go like Jay Cutler did towards the end of the Jay Cutler run there, it probably gets ugly. But I think in the immediate future, this is not a problem because the coach is gone.
I mean, let's be honest. It always eventually gets ugly for a quarterback in Chicago.
Yeah, but if Ben Johnson can't help fix this thing.
Right. But like Dick Duran was supposed to fix it when he got hired.
I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Like that franchise hired assorted quarterback whisperers low over the years. Who was the weirdo from Canada? Why can't I remember his name right now?
Oh.
The guy from the CFL.
Yeah.
With the
I could
glasses.
see his face.
Uh-huh.
He was a buddy of Cutler's. Like, Cutler allegedly liked him. What was his name? He was the OC for a while, and they thought he was a good play caller, so they bumped him up for a year before they went.
Mark Trestman.
Yeah, one Trestman
came from the CFL.
He came ahead of, who was the Kansas City OC that's now back with them that was there
Matt
for the
Nagy.
double doink?
Yeah.
Wasn't Tressman ahead of Nagy?
Well, it was Tressman and then Foxy.
And then Nagy.
And then Matt Nagy.
Okay.
Yeah, buy me some something in Cracker Jacks. Then Eberflus, and now it's Ben Johnson as the head coach of the Bears. And, yeah, Caleb Williams, again, you look at a franchise that's literally never had a good quarterback. You look at a franchise that's always been inherently a mess. You look at a franchise that doesn't know where their new stadium is going to be. I don't blame him one bit for not wanting to go play for the Bears.
I get it. I guess my only question is, why are you telling this to a guy that's writing a book? That's the only thing that's kind of wild. You know this is going to get out there.
Sure.
Now, maybe this was their fail-safe of if it's not going good, let's put this out, then maybe they'll have to trade me.
Yeah.
But it's not the most savvy move to tell this to a guy, right? I mean, clearly this is on-the-record stuff.
Yeah, but also, here's why I like it. Because essentially what you're saying here is there is a system in place that can lock players into being stuck on bad franchises, bad teams, and inherently that's an issue that people have tried to push back against the mechanisms to be able to get out of those places. Like, I've told you this plenty of times, Andy. I don't think Joe Burrow's winning anything until he leaves Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford didn't win anything until he got the hell out of Detroit. Now, Dan Campbell was able to come in and get things turned around there in Detroit, but Matt Stafford was a great quarterback for a long time who did an awful lot of losing for an awful franchise. There's a lot of great players. You think of Barry Sanders, you think of Calvin Johnson up in Detroit, guys that essentially retired because the team was so bad. You think of all the assorted guys that have gone through the Jets organization in recent years. You lose when you get stuck playing for a franchise like that.
Yeah,
control it the way that you can.
What would have been the interesting story is to try to see how they would have tried to take down the NFL draft.
Right.
Mike Greenberg was talking about how
and
this is something for when we're done with the Nuggets, but Greenberg has talked this week about how he thinks after watching the NBA, which I think is funny, watching the NBA lottery process and now everybody's convinced is rigged.
Yeah.
He thinks the NFL absolutely needs to implement a lottery, which I don't think they do, but topic for another day.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you. David Adelman going to talk to the media.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk to him at 5:45 here, I believe, or 4:45. Sorry.
Okay, let's take a quick break. Let's come back. Let's listen to David Adelman, and he'll give us an update, hopefully on Jamal Murray. That's next. All right, we are going to check in with David Adelman when he speaks to the media ahead of this game that's coming up in just a moment. If you are not privy to the latest information, Jamal Murray was put on the injury report today, listed as questionable due to an illness. So we know that he's been battling the, hamstring, calf, leg, something with his leg throughout this postseason. Generally, I don't think he's looked hobbled in this series. I think what's hobbled him has generally been Alex Caruso and Lou Dort. But right now he's averaging 22 points, 5 assists per game in the playoffs. He's coming off a 28-point game the other night, although it did take 27 shots to get to those 28 points. Now we're waiting to find out what Jamal Murray's status is going to be this evening. Is it game time decision? What is it going to be? Man, when you hear the term illness, Andy, that's just like, well, that opens up an entire world of mystery around what could be going on with Jamal Murray.
It's not what you need to hear with Game 6. Now, hopefully, as you said, it's another one of these, chapters in NBA playoff lore where somebody comes out not at 100%, but then performs at peak efficiency or peak performance. Or you know what? Maybe we just get a Kobe Bryant game out of Nikola. I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, number 27, it was the 13th time in his career, regular or postseason the other night, that Jamal took as many or more shots than his uniform number. And in the prior 13 occurrences, the 37% shooting rate the other night was the worst. So, yeah, he scored 28 points, but when it's that inefficient, when it's coming on that bad of a shooting night, that means it's going to be a struggle. And, we talked about this a lot yesterday, Andy. I didn't have a huge problem with the way that they played in Game 5. Not till the very end of the game, and they fully ran out of gas. They got good looks. They didn't make. They must make tonight. That has to be the difference, and you have to hope that the home cooking of ball arena and players, role or otherwise, being more comfortable on their home floor, are simply going to make more buckets. I think if the Nuggets come out and play with the same energy, execution level, and find the same shots they were finding in Oklahoma City at the Paycom Center in Game 5, I think they win tonight.
Yeah, you would hope a couple of those late threes they took to either extend to 8.
We're going to go to David Adelman right now.
Against the Clippers, or is it something entirely new?
I found out this morning. I'm not a doctor. I have seen Outbreak. But he is definitely sick and questionable up until the tip. So we've talked about, before anybody asks, who will start in his place. There's a lot of ways we could go. So good options, but obviously hoping Jamal plays.
Coach, we know Jokic plays a beautiful game. He makes the right pass. Is there a temptation in a case like this, an elimination game, to ask him to be more selfish in terms of either drawing a foul, getting him into the line, just say, I know guys are open because of the spacing, but I'd rather you shoot?
I mean, he was 17 to 25, had a very efficient fourth quarter. Guys missed wide open shots, good shots. I also think saying get fouled isn't really a good message because you actually have to get fouled. They have to blow the whistle. They're not calling a lot of fouls. So posting him up, you think he would get to the line, but they're going to triple team him when we post him up. So we were trying to get him in space as best we can. But yes, to your point, I hope he's aggressive, in a game like this. But I thought he was in Game 5. I mean, that's pretty efficient, 5 of 7 from 3. Like I said, 17 to 25. So if we get 40 plus, 15 plus, 5 plus again, I think we have a good chance of winning.
You wouldn't look at that fourth quarter, I'm sure, and you see he didn't shoot much, and only Jamal's layup late and Joker scored. What did you see going back to the film offensively that you weren't able to achieve?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes down to just shot making. I thought the only regret I had was not taking Jamal out to start the fourth quarter because I watched the fourth quarter and I don't see a very tired Nikola Jokic. I see a guy score 13 points, demanded double teams and triple teams. But my regret would be I had the 4 timeouts, take Jamal out, give him a 2-minute rest, get him back with that first timeout. But I actually thought our possessions, I would say for the first 9 minutes were pretty good. And I give Lou Dort credit. It was Shea late, but Lou's the one who kept them in that game. And when they did miss shots, if you go back and watch it, we had transition breakouts, missed a layup, missed a wide open corner 3 with guys that you want to have the ball in their hand. I thought, like we talked about, Nikola was aggressive to score until the point where he couldn't and made the right play to other people. And, I just think as the game wore on, their physicality up the floor, I thought our pick and roll started way too high. And yeah, we are flatly spaced to give those guys room to go, but the screening kind of took a tick down, and I thought their screening took a tick up on the other end. So offensively, we just got to own our spots better. But I will live with the majority of the shots that I saw in the fourth quarter. I trust those guys. There's a reason why we're in Game 6 of the West Conference semifinals, because other guys have made big shots throughout this playoff run. So I have to keep trusting. But if I have to, we'll put the ball in different parts of the court to hopefully maybe attack the rotations better for Nikola.
When you guys are generating the clean looks that you want and they're just not going in, what is your process of kind of trying to help the guys mentally reset for a game like this over from the last 2 games, really?
Yeah, I think the Game 4 and the Game 5, the interesting part was we didn't shoot the ball well, but if you're not going to shoot it well, then everything else has to have this extreme, to use the word again, uptick. Your defensive rebounding, our defensive rebound was great in Game 5. Even playing zone as much as we did, it's hard to rebound against that team. But I thought what really showed, we took a step back of getting through screens late. And again, that has nothing to do with making shots. But my point is, if you're not going to make shots, then be better in other areas. You can still win a game when you don't shoot the ball well. I mean, we had every chance to win Game 4, had control of Game 5. Their role players made shots, got them back in the game. And obviously Shea went to work at the end there. But yeah, I don't think it's a thing where it's you talk about it. You're just proud of the fact that they're trying to do the right thing for each other. If that leads to wide open shots, I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to command Jamal and Nikola to take awful shots to just prove that they shot the ball a lot in the fourth quarter. That makes absolutely no sense. So we will do what we do. We share the ball. It's what we've done all season long. Historic assist team. If the shots go in, those assist totals are at 30, not at 20. We know that, and we're going to trust it.
Coach Michael Porter Jr. obviously been struggling to score. How far into the game as a coach do you know when a player doesn't have it for that night and that maybe you need to see about utilizing someone else for him?
Michael's one of the best shooters in the world. He's one of the guys that are actually not leaving. And I trust Mike to have a good night tonight. He's one of our starters. Like I said, I can only trust the whatever many years I've watched Michael Porter shoot the ball. So if I'm doubting him one night and then trusting him the next night, that's my issue, not Michael's. So did Michael play great? No. Can Michael play great? I think we've seen it in the playoffs. And when he does play at a level we know he can play at, we are really hard to beat. So I have no regrets playing Michael late. I thought the look he got to tie it was a great look. They doubled down the post up. And that's a guy that for his career has shot the hell out of the ball, especially above the break and in one corner. So it's like you have to trust your players in these moments. I'm pretty sure Mark would say that Lou Dort went 2 for 10, and Lou's nowhere near the shooter that Michael Porter is, but he still trusted Lou in the next game, and what do you know? So you got to trust the guys that got you here, and Michael's one of those guys.
David, happy birthday.
Thanks.
Did you tell your players to not get you anything other than a win?
No, birthdays are, man, I don't know. I got a calendar and a clock that tells me how old I am. I feel like Captain Hook or something. It's like I like birthdays. They're fun. They're fun for my kids. We'll celebrate it tomorrow, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, David Adelman.
Not a birthday guy.
Not
hey,
in a light.
Don't need a card.
Yeah, not in a light joking kind of banter sort of move. He, you can hear the Game 6 all over him right now, talking before that game. All right, so let's run through. By the way, if you missed it right at the beginning, Jamal Murray, he confirmed he is ill. Says it's a tip-off time decision. That's when they'll know. Jamal's going to warm up here. Typically warms up about an hour on the floor before game time. So we'll see if Jamal's going to be out here and going through it. I don't really like when a guy references the movie Outbreak while he's talking about that.
Yeah, not good, man. Not good.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. So Jamal Murray, definition of questionable. Again, Jamal Murray's as tough as they come, and I don't know. I'm probably, 51-49 now Jamal's going to play. But that sounded like some nervous stuff right there.
Well, but if he plays, again, I keep telling you, I don't think he's going to be full go.
Yeah.
They got to be ready to get him out of there.
Right.
And maybe even isolate. Here's the other thing about this, man. You don't want this getting the rest of the team.
Sure.
You don't need a bunch of guys starting to feel this if you do get to a Game 7.
Depending on whatever the situation. He mentioned, by the way, playing Jamal the entire fourth quarter the other night was the mistake. So, hey, Adelman agreed with me. MPJ, he said he trusts Mike to have a good night tonight. And, again, David Adelman doesn't care that it's his birthday. He just cares about getting ready to play this game. He also did mention, and he, made sure to compliment Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, but he also did point out frickin' Lou Dort.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
And you did. And yet you did.
And yet. So who will the Nuggets' Lou Dort be tonight? Well, we got another hour until Berto jumps on with his pregame show. And then Jason Kosmiski has the call tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Game 6. By the way, guys, we're in Section 260. We're above the floor. So we will be able to tell you immediately if Jamal Murray emerges from the tunnel and is able to warm up out here on the floor. So
guess who's warmed up, though? Julian Strother.
Strother's warmed up.
Brown's warmed up.
Christian Brown's warmed up.
Now I see Najee out there.
Yep.
You've got DJ out there.
The Thunder's second unit is warmed up.
We gotta maybe pay attention for Pickett.
Yes.
But all the possibles, that's not a shot you want to see on the warm-up from Najee.
Look at that. Jason Wallace is making everything.
Strother was reining him in, and so was Brown.
Yep.
So we'll see. For whatever, I don't know what that leads to. DJ
shooting free throws.
And Najee are not.
DJ shooting free throws, and it's going
doing push-ups
as well as you would expect it to.
Here goes Najee. Oh, it's a sweet cash.
For a career.
Oh, it's a sweet cash. It's all fine.
47% free throw shooter. Oof. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Ball Arena. We'll keep you updated on Jamal Murray. As soon as we know anything, see anything, you will know. So keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Guys, you want to bid at Roller Auction, Colorado's premier auction marketplace? Well, you got to get signed up. Go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up to be able to bid. You'll be eligible to win great monthly prizes, sporting event tickets, concert tickets. We're doing giveaways here with Roller Auction. So go to roller.bid/altitude and get yourself signed up because you can be bidding right now, for example, on an auction such as this. City of Loveland, vehicles and equipment. You got a Kenworth roll-off truck. You got a Freightliner bucket truck. You got a flatbed. Also, some outstanding lawn maintenance equipment that is available right now at fantastic deals. Right now, they got a Hustler Super S ride-on mower. Sounds pretty good to me. A 51-inch deck on that thing. Great bid available, great deal available. So go to roller.bid right now and check this out. Go to roller.bid/altitude. You can win tickets and you can sign up to bid on some outstanding items in this City of Loveland vehicles and equipment auction, which is available to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. All right, hour number 3, just underway. We're live here at Ball Arena, above the floor. Section 260 is where we join you. We're looking down on the court right now. We are really what we're keeping an eye on is we are waiting to see if Jamal Murray is going to emerge from the tunnel and come out to warm up. We're about at the point where typically the starters come out and start to get loose. Jokic and Michael Porter have just walked out onto the floor to begin their warm-up right now. So that's what we're keeping an eye on is if and when Jamal Murray emerges from the tunnel. Spring, let's hear David Adelman. This is just a few minutes ago. David Adelman giving his pregame address to the media, and this is the update on what's happening with Jamal Murray, who is questionable with an illness.
I found out this morning. I'm not a doctor. I have seen outbreak, but he is definitely sick and questionable up till the tip. So we've talked about, before anybody asks, who will start in his place. There's a lot of ways we could go. So good options, but obviously hoping Jamal plays.
Okay, so did a spider monkey get loose in the Nuggets locker room?
I hope not. Now, remember, Murray was the one that was also sick in the Clippers series.
Yes.
So there might be – doesn't he have a young one at home? There could be passing it around kind of deal.
Okay.
So –
we're going to talk to Vic Lombardi. Oh, Vic Lombardi is yakking with somebody down there. Hi, Vic.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
I've had, and sorry about that, I've had 3 people as I walked in here ask, hey, is Jamal going to play? And I said, well, I'm not too familiar with his gastric issues, if that's the case or whatnot, so I don't know.
What did you make of David Adelman referencing the 1995 Cinematic Classic Outbreak, in which there was an outbreak of Motaba, a fictional Ebola virus-like virus in Zaire, and then later it broke out in a small town in California.
God, I can always rely on you for references like this. Didn't that movie feature the monkeys going crazy?
Yeah,
all
there
the
was
monkeys.
There was a spider monkey that was spreading the virus. Dustin Hoffman, Rene Russo, Morgan Freeman stopped by.
Well, my answer regarding Jamal will be in about give me 10 minutes when he usually shoots. In about 10 minutes, if he's out here with his usual shoot around, he's playing. If he's not, it will indeed be a game time decision. And I can't think of worse luck for the Nuggets in truly a must-win game.
Vic, I am kind of curious because we've watched a number of guys warm up here, which is always fun in our Radio Cause seats. Like some pitchers, I remember pitchers have talked to me about how Chad Bettis one time, before he went through a good game, had a terrible warm-up. It was like, oh, God, I'm going to be horrible tonight. Have you ever been able to get a read on whether a warm-up transfers to the game? Because, like, Christian Brown was hitting everything. Julian Strother was probably 80%. Have you ever been able to kind of see if one leads to a good game or not?
No, because if you leave an NBA player wide open on a court and they're shooting jumpers, they're going to make most of those jumpers.
I mean, I'm literally watching Porter on one end and Shea on the other end, and they both hit like 14 shots in a row.
Then I'm not going to tell you the two that struggle to hit.
These aren't Nate and Andy shooting around at the playground.
Right.
These are professionals. I will say this. Remember the night that what was it? It was the night that Jamal had 43. Yeah. He was not missing in warm-up. And when I say not missing, the ball was hitting nothing but the net. I did notice that night. But do I think that there's a correlation? No. You're going to have hands in front of you. You're going to have bodies. You're going to be fatigued. These are wide-open shots taken without fatigue. So I don't think there's much there.
Speaking of the fatigue, Vic, and I brought this up yesterday. If the Nuggets win tonight, Game 7 is on Sunday, they get an extra day's rest in there. I think that's a hell of a carrot that's dangling out there for the Denver Nuggets. Like, not that I'm worried about the kind of effort that they are going to get, but, like, I think they got to be looking at this and saying, okay, we have a game on our home court here tonight in Game 6 where we're always going to be confident, and then if we can get that, we get to a Game 7, we get an extra day's rest. Like, the Denver Nuggets have got to be feeling, not just thinking, but feeling this is still a very winnable series.
100%, Nate. You're reading my mind. I tweeted that after the game they lost the other night. I said, as bad as it was to lose that game, those 2 games, the fact is, if they win tonight, they will have 2 days rest for the first time in 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks. They will have played now. This is their 9th straight game where they've only got a day's rest between games. So, having that extra day is huge. It will be vital. And frankly, I think if they do get that extra day and it does go back to OKC, I think all the pressure's on the Thunder.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Like, that's the young team. That's the group that hasn't been to a conference finals yet. It does shift back to them. By the way, what did you make of Adelman was very self-critical, as he generally has been since he's taken over. His maturity is really impressive, man. But his self-analysis of questioning his rotation decisions, he wasn't happy that he played Jamal the entire fourth quarter the other night, thought that was a mistake, which I actually said was a mistake yesterday as well.
I heard you say that, and I agreed. I found myself shaking my head when you said it because, he may not be the best player on the team, but you're so right. If he gets tired, then they can focus a little more on Joker and some of the other players. You got to have him fresh. You're so right about that analysis, and I think Adelman saw the same thing. If you don't have somebody on the perimeter that is willing to score, able to score the way Jamal can, it ruins the entire offense.
All right, so what rotational players are you going to have to lean on if Jamal can't give you? Because, look, even if Jamal plays, I think we all need to expect 30, 35 might be the number tonight, right? Can't go 43 again if he's sick. I don't know. Maybe he can. But who would you go to? Who would you break glass in case of emergency, Vic?
I think Julian Strother, if he can't. I think he's got to be the natural selection here, and I'm not asking him to come out and be a beast, just contribute in some capacity. The one advantage he has, and I know a lot of people are leery of his defense, they are playing a lot of zone, all right? And if you're playing zone, you're going to have help from teammates. So that will help him sort of ease into the game. And you ask him on the offensive end, don't make any turnovers, don't make any dumb mistakes, shoot the open three if it's there. And the one thing he has that most do not, he has that little floater game. He's not afraid to throw that up there. Can he play in the moment? That remains to be seen. The other thing, too, guys, we often forget this, the Nuggets bench, which is basically Russell Westbrook, all right? If you're going to get scoring off the Nuggets bench, it comes from Russ. His numbers over the last 2 games shooting have been nothing shy of abysmal. So if he can get back to shooting properly the way we saw in that LAC series, then we got something. Over the last 2 games, he's 3 of 19 from the field.
Oof. Yeah, that's – and by the way, some of those missed by like 7 feet. Those things weren't even close.
Yes.
Vic Lombardi, Vic's down courtside right now. Kreckman and Lindahl were up in section 260. We still don't see – Jamal Murray out on the floor as of right now, 5:11 Mountain Time. Tip-off about 80 minutes or so away. So we're waiting to find out what's going to be happening there. Vic, who is going to be the Nuggets' Lou Dort tonight? Who's going to be the guy that steps up and makes maybe an unexpected contribution that's going to help them win this game?
When they played Minnesota last year, right, in Game 7, they got 30-plus points from Nikola Jokic, 30-plus points from Jamal Murray. That's good, right?
Yeah.
You get 30-plus. Nobody else did a thing. Nobody else. If they don't have that third wheel tonight, if they don't have that third pod, they're in trouble. And I think it's got to be somebody who understands the moment. And I'm going to give the nod to Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's already done a lot in this series. They need him to do more than just sort of set a tone. They need him to score tonight. And when he scores 20-plus, the Nuggets usually win. Going to need it tonight.
You know what they need? It's funny because when you brought that up, Vic, for a second, I thought you were going to go to Holiday. Remember that? Remember Holiday came in and was kind of the unexpected contributor to the playoff run.
They could call Justin Holiday right now,
He's
and
available.
They could get 12 minutes out of him
tonight.
tonight.
It'd be nice if you found, maybe it's the Jalen Pickett. If Jamal truly can't go, and maybe if Jalen Pickett just surprises you with 10 minutes
That's a big ask, Andy.
I know, but Vic, you may not have a choice.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
We still don't see Jamal.
Well, I would not expect it. He usually doesn't.
What about Julian?
He doesn't start his pregame, by the way. If you're waiting for Jamal, I would wait.
You've put us on the clock now.
No,
You've got us on watch alert.
11 more minutes.
11 more.
11 more minutes.
Set the clock.
Yeah, is when he's usually out here. He's here when Aaron Gordon and Jamal are the last shooters for the Nuggets to warm up. And they go in when Joker goes in, they're usually on the court 5 minutes thereafter.
All right. We got to handle serious business. What ended up going on with your trimmer, weed whacker, weed eater thing? I heard that this morning.
I had it working fine. It's not a problem. I mean, my yard is mowed finally. Everything's good. I mean, the problem I'm having right now is my tongue continues to go back to this big hole in my mouth where I had a tooth yanked. You guys ever had a molar yanked?
No.
So
sounds awful.
Yeah. I thought what they would do is dress it up, stitch it up, make it nice and smooth.
You just got a hole?
Oh, no. They leave a crater in there. I mean, this sucker, I could store a family of 3 in this thing. It is big.
So do you got big teeth or what? I mean, what's the deal?
I
You
don't
said
know,
it's
but
just the single molar?
It's one molar, but I had to hold on to the chair for this sucker to pop out. So I do not wish that upon anybody. That was not fun.
All right. Well, that's the update on Vic's dental work. By the way, is it weed whacker, weed eater, or trimmer?
I call it a trimmer.
Yeah.
It's neater.
What do you got?
Okay. I go whacker.
Yeah, I think we all thought whacker.
Yeah, I go whacker.
Of course you guys whacker.
Well, because you live in Gated Golden, all right? Now, we don't live in Gated Golden. In Gated Golden, it's a trimmer where you're being offered lawn services. Where Nate and I are from, on the west side, near C470 in the Hogback, we whack it, and then I don't know where, keep that drop. I don't know where Moser got his from.
You guys
Because Moser was the weed eater, right?
Yeah, he pretty much. You guys are true West Siders, by the way. I'm going to give you credit for that.
Moj got it from the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl, I believe.
It was a gift.
Vic, well done as
boys.
always, man. There he goes. That's Vic Lombardi. Yeah, I always
Literally, there he goes. Look, he's
he
put it
goes.
down and he's running somewhere now.
Well, because here's the weird thing to me, and I heard that same segment this morning where they were debating is it called a weed whacker, a weed eater, or a weed trimmer. Both Brett and Moj were weed eater guys, but here's the thing: like if you were going to pick up that piece of equipment and go out to the yard, and you were say you had to like tell your wife or your kids or whatever, like use the active verb, would you be like, I'm going to go eat some weeds right now?
No, that's a good point.
No,
you're
going to
trimming.
say, I'm going to go whack some weeds. That's what I say, at least.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you trimming it up? Nice.
Yeah, but I don't say trimming. I say I'm whacking weeds. Yeah. I think because that evokes that makes people know it is the trimming.
Business is going down.
I'm just using the weed whacker for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weed eater. That's old.
It doesn't eat a weed.
That's some
the
Nebraska
weed
stuff.
eater is your random dog that,
Yeah, because the weed is still there after you whack it.
Yeah.
If you want to eat it, you got to pull the thing.
You got to whack the stems, then go back to where the base is and get that little screwdriver-looking thing and pop out the rest of the.
Oh, I hate that.
It's all
thing.
a process.
Yeah.
I guess Vic is screwing up the neighborhood. You heard then. He doesn't want to pay his $100 a month for the lawn service.
For the trimming?
Don't you kind of like getting in
the
there?
weed whacking.
You like getting in your yard and knowing every blade of grass, don't you?
Every blade of grass. I'm okay with being casually familiar with every blade of grass. I don't need to know them all intimately.
Somehow Manscaped should probably sponsor this segment loosely somehow.
Yes. Again, much like high school, we got to go whack it. Anyway, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. We'll let you know what's going on with Jamal Murray. It's Game 6. Kaz has the call tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's getting snug up here in the 260. Kreckman and Lindahl. We are at Ball Arena. We have got the 6th game of this Western Conference semifinal series tonight. Thunder leading the series 3-2. They can close the Nuggets out tonight and move on to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals, or the Nuggets with a victory tonight will force a Game 7 to be played on Sunday and an opportunity to get 2 days rest before going into OKC, where the Nuggets have both won and played well in defeat so far in this series. The biggest question, Jamal Murray, is he going to be able to go tonight? We are still awaiting to see if Jamal will emerge and warm up before the start of this game. Right now, let's hit some John Tesh. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around Game 6. Nuggets Thunder at Ball Arena. Let's go back to the shop and Mark Springer.
Let's do this high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. About half an hour ago, David Adelman talked to the media, and he provided this update on Jamal Murray being questionable for tonight's game with an illness.
I found out this morning. I'm not a doctor. I have seen Outbreak. But he is definitely sick and questionable up until the tip. So we've talked about, before anybody asks, who will start in his place. There's a lot of ways we could go. So good options, but obviously hoping Jamal plays.
I'm not a doctor, but I've seen Outbreak. Andy, what do you make of that?
Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. And again, that doesn't give us any sort of indication as to what exactly is ailing him. But
I mean, let's be honest, okay? It's not the sniffles. All right?
Yeah, well, you said it. I mean, listening to David Adelman during the whole press conference, he's very stressed about that part of the situation, you'd have to think. I mean, who wouldn't be? It's your second best player on your roster. And we talked about how bad they needed him yesterday, so this is not ideal. But you know what? You got to be able to shift and do your thing.
Yeah.
So
if Jamal Murray can't play tonight, what should David Adelman's starting lineup be? How should he work the rotation?
I would give Strother the first look, wouldn't you, for the size?
I would
or
not.
Are you putting in Pickett to get with a true point guard to try to run things?
I would start
You
Westbrook.
would go Westbrook?
Yeah, I would start Westbrook. I'd get my best point guard out on the floor, and I would use Jalen Pickett in a secondary role. Westbrook has played this series. Pickett has not. He has the familiarity. I think you can still use Strother in rotation with Christian Brown or Michael Porter, whatever you need to do, but keep him in that role. That would be my play. To me, the opposite view on that is start Pickett and keep Westbrook in a second unit situation. I believe that David Adelman will default to trusting his veteran, and I think he would start Russell Westbrook.
But here's the only thing about that: you've got it. You still are going to have to stagger your subs. You're going to have to.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get a little crazy. You can't keep, you got like 5 or 6 guys to work
Everything's
with, right?
out the window.
So you're going to have to let's play out the scenario you just referenced there. Maybe you go Pickett to start, and it's only just a 3 or 4 minutes. It's a short, quick burst beginning of the game,
Yeah.
right? And then you get Russ in just for the sake of it feeling a little somewhat normal. But it feels like tonight is going to be anything but normal.
Yeah, we don't know what the situation is going to be. Our eyes are locked on the tunnel right now, waiting to see if Jamal Murray is emerging. So we'll get you updated on that as quickly as we possibly can. By the way, here's a stat you don't need to know, courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt. Outbreak was released in 1995, but was the 4th most streamed film in the U.S. on March 13th, 2020.
Oh, yeah.
When COVID hit.
Yeah. Well, see, Outbreak was the perfect movie for its time because we'd all freaked out hearing about the Ebola virus and people bleeding out their eyes and stuff. So.
Was that the same spider monkey, by the way, as Marcel from Friends?
I don't think so.
No?
I think it might have been different, but I can't say for sure. Now, maybe it was his offspring.
Okay.
Because that is why he had to leave.
Uh-huh.
The monkey kept getting a little too aggressive on set. You know what I mean?
Could have been throwing his poop around.
Getting a little hot and heavy.
Okay.
Who's hot? Who's heavy?
I don't know how many different cinematic spider monkeys there were in the 90s.
I've read things and seen things about what a nightmare it can be to work with all of them. So
one of the great stories.
They don't take direction well, you know.
Apparently, this is. I read this in the oral history of Saturday Night Live. If you're ever working with a chimp, okay, not a spider monkey, but a chimp, if you ever see the hair on the chimp's arms stand up, get out of there.
Yeah.
Because he is about to rip your face off.
Yeah, there was that documentary last year about the chimp people, and they were
yeah.
looking for Bobo or whatever his name
Sure.
was. Yeah, I learned a lot from that. I didn't want a chimp to begin with.
Yeah,
I certainly
nor
will
did I.
not. I'm not going to go visit one. I'm good.
Yeah, no, I have no interest in
Them and the who is your guy that
Tiger King?
Tiger King, they can have their zoos. I'm cool.
Yeah, didn't know. By the way, Dan Hyde is reporting that the outbreak monkey was the second cousin of Marcel.
Good to
from
know.
Friends.
Boy, Dan really
He takes his research duties
He does.
very seriously.
Is there anything he doesn't research?
Uh,
Dan probably just goes and buys the first car he sees on a lot. Like he's real particular about everything else.
But he's like, undercoating? That sounds great.
Yeah, whatever. That one. I want that one.
Spring.
High five. Let's hear more from David Adelman. He was asked by Scott Hastings on what he saw from the fourth quarter of Game 5 after watching the film.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it comes down to just shot making. I thought the only regret I had was not taking Jamal out to start the fourth quarter, because I watched the fourth quarter and I don't see a very tired Nikola Jokic. I see a guy score 13 points, demanded double teams and triple teams. But my regret would be I had the 4 timeouts, take Jamal out, give him a 2-minute rest, get him back with that first timeout. But I actually thought our possessions, I would say for the first 9 minutes, were pretty good. And I give Lou Dort credit. You know, it was Shea late, but Lou's the one who kept them in that game. And you know, when they did miss shots, if you go back and watch it, we had transition breakouts, missed a layup, missed a wide-open corner 3 with guys that you want to have the ball in their hand. I thought, like we talked about, Nikola was aggressive to score until the point where he couldn't and made the right play to other people. And, you know, I just think as the game wore on, their physicality up the floor, I thought our pick and roll started way too high. And, yeah, we are flatly spaced to give those guys room to go, but the screening kind of took a tick down, and I thought their screening took a tick up on the other end. So offensively, we just got to own our spots better. But I will live with the majority of the shots that I saw in the fourth quarter. I trust those guys. There's a reason why we're in Game 6 of the West Conference semifinals, because other guys have made big shots throughout this playoff run. So I have to keep trusting. But if I have to, you know, we'll put the ball in different parts of the court to hopefully maybe attack the rotations better for Nikola.
By the way, okay, 2 things. Number one, Jamal Murray did fully gas out in that fourth quarter. 4 points on 1 of 6 shooting. He was a minus 15 because he played the whole 12 minutes. I don't know, was that the start of him coming down with an illness? We have no idea what that situation is. But the other thing that he brought up right there, that defending the Nuggets pick and roll and pushing it out near the logo, that's something that Minnesota started to do really well last year, especially with their ball pressure on Jamal coming up the floor. I thought the Clippers actually did quite a bit of that pretty successfully. And the Nuggets, I think, struggled with the Thunder early on in the series with that. They did better, but I did notice, especially second half the other night in Game 5, the Thunder were able to extend out their defense. If you force Murray and Jokic to have to run that pick and roll that far out, number one, it just messes up your floor spacing, but number two, it gives OKC a whole bunch of time to be able to recover. You can't get downhill and get numbers in your favor. That is something that the Nuggets cannot allow to happen.
He also basically said what you said, though, Nate. They got the looks they wanted, and they didn't hit the shots. So you know what? If you can do what you did in the fourth quarter but make the shots this time, there will be a different outcome tonight. So that's one thing I guess you can lean on. By the way, when he said Spring said, did he watch the film? What did he see when he watched the film? Which film? Outbreak or the game film?
He's seen Outbreak.
Yeah. Did he go back and watch Outbreak to be sure?
Apparently, he was watching it on March 13th, 2020.
He was part of that crew, too?
He flew back from Dallas, and he put on Outbreak, I guess. Go ahead, Spring.
Go.
High five. All right, let's flip it up. Let's talk about Michael Porter Jr. here. Got a couple cuts. Let's start with Nikola Jokic after Game 5. He was asked about MPJ being hard on himself when he struggles and what Jokic and the team's message is to Michael.
I mean, nobody wants to miss shots, of course, and he's probably one of the best shooters in the league. And when he cannot make shots, he's definitely frustrated with himself. But he's open; he needs to take it, and we want him to take a shot. So it's keep shooting.
Yeah, that's Jokic through and through right there. That's process over results every single time. Like Nikola Jokic. And quite frankly, any basketball coach worth the crap, like that's what they coach you to do. Get the good shot. The good shot then has to fall. If there's an issue with your shooting form, well, then we've got a problem. But, like, Andy, one of the frustrating things about Game 5, and sure, I could hot take it and say, Adelman should be fired and Porter and Jamal Murray should be traded immediately and sent to Siberia and all those kind of things. Like, when you play the way that the Nuggets did and you generate good looks and they just don't fall, like, there's nothing I can say other than, well, I wish you had made your shots.
Yeah, it was just a bad time for people, specifically Jamal Murray, to go cold.
Yeah.
But you had said it the day after we talked about it. They got the looks they wanted. They were getting open looks. They've got to hit them. That's what has to happen. You can't coach it. You can only coach and design it to get somebody open. Once they're open, they got to hit it. Didn't happen.
Yeah, that's why they get paid the millions and millions of dollars and why they're world-class basketball players, because they're supposed to make those shots. And that's what's so funny about it is we say you're supposed to make it. A wide-open NBA jump shot goes down, 43% of the time? You know, like that's what's so funny about it is you get accustomed to thinking, well, open look should fall, but like the greatest in the world miss half the time, probably more than half the time. Let's hear from David Adelman as well. Adelman was asked pregame, what are you looking for? Are you looking for something early in the game when it comes to Porter to find out what kind of performance you're going to get out of him? This was David Adelman earlier today.
Michael's one of the best shooters in the world. He's one of the guys that are actually not leaving. And I trust Mike to have a good night tonight. He's one of our starters. You know, like I said, I can only trust the whatever many years I've watched Michael Porter shoot the ball. So if I'm doubting him one night and then trusting him the next night, that's my issue, not Michael's. So did Michael play great? No. Can Michael play great? I think we've seen it in the playoffs. And when he does play at a level we know he can play at, we are really hard to beat. So I have no regrets playing Michael late. I thought the look he got to tie it was a great look. They doubled down the post up, and that's a guy that for his career has shot the hell out of the ball, especially above the break and in one corner. So it's like you have to trust your players in these moments. I'm pretty sure Mark would say that Lou Dort went 2 for 10, and Lou's nowhere near the shooter that Michael Porter is, but he still trusted Lou in the next game, and what do you know? So you got to trust the guys that got you here, and Michael's one of those guys.
Boy, Lou Dort really catching some strays.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
I mean, the guy couldn't – he was building a house with all those bricks this entire series, and then, boom, just kills you.
You know the other half of that cut, though. Let's go to the other side of that cut. He's got to trust MPJ because he doesn't have anybody else to trust.
Right.
Just
especially
what we've seen.
If Jamal doesn't go tonight –
I'm trying to conjure up ways you get something out of the bench, but at the end of the day, we said it yesterday, you are paying 4 top dudes, and those top dudes are who you're going to rely on to win a game.
Porter's got to go for 20 tonight. By the way, this is how you know it's an NBA event. Jimmy Goldstein just walked into Ball Arena here tonight. Here's my favorite Jimmy Goldstein fact, like famous mercurial NBA super fan. I don't know if he still lives there or not, but I know at one time he lived in the Jackie Treehorn house from The Big Lebowski. That's one thing I know about Jimmy Goldstein.
Where is he?
He's
the shiny outfit right there?
Yeah, walking to that end. He's always got the interesting hats on.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. You see Jimmy Goldstein.
He looks like wasn't that Paul Hogan that was Crocodile Dundee?
There's a little bit of that, but it's Crocodile Dundee if he was an elusive billionaire.
I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him now.
But he's courtside.
But he walks like he played 12 years of NFL football or something, too.
Well,
he's got like a Brian Baldinger gait to him.
He's not spry. We'll put it that way. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Let's go back to Nikola Jokic. He was asked what his confidence level is that the Nuggets will respond tonight at home in Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to go and just give it to them Game 6. I mean, we are playing in front of our crowds. I think only the second game was the kind of blowout, and every other game was kind of interesting game. We were there, so I think we have a chance, and we will play our best.
Everything's understated with that guy, isn't it? Just, well, we'll take a chance and we'll do our best. Everything is like that with Nikola Jokic. He's not going to make any bold proclamations or anything else like that. If the Nuggets come out and play well, they'll have a great chance to win, especially being here in their own building. That's it. That's how Nikola Jokic views it. Like, as much as we want to hot take this entire thing, Andy, that's just the reality of it all. If the Nuggets come out and play well, they got a great chance to be able to force a Game 7. If they create the looks that they had the other night on their home floor, hopefully those things go through the bottom of the net instead of clanking off and then turning into rebounding battles. But that's it, man. That's this game tonight. Get in the paint, get the looks you need to, and the Nuggets can advance.
Yeah, well, that's why he's so great. He keeps it simple. Doesn't make anything complicated. It's not complicated. It's like you said, hit your shots, get the looks.
Yep.
Do we have Jamal coming out? Nope, there's Aaron Gordon.
Okay, so AG is coming out to warm up. Typically, Aaron Gordon is the second to last, penultimate Nugget to come out and warm up. Jamal Murray usually takes the warm-up last. So AG just walked out onto the floor. It's funny, too, Andy, because this is the only NBA game in the world. Like, Tim McMahon and every other NBA scoopster buzzard is down there searching around for Jamal Murray to find out what is going to happen. It's quite the scene out here at Ball Arena right now, where we are live in Section 260, getting you set for Game 6 tonight. Spring.
High five. And finally, some Thunder players talked to the media today. One of them was Alex Caruso. It's his first year on the Thunder, but last 2 years, Thunder have swept in the first round, lost in 6 to Dallas last year. They got a Game 6 here with a chance to win a series tonight. This iteration of this Thunder team has yet to win a close series. Caruso was asked about them trying to do just that in a closeout game tonight.
I mean, mentality is finish the job. Like you don't want to give a team that, is fighting for their life any hope or belief. Like that's probably the most dangerous thing you can do. So, for us, we're one away from going to the conference finals. Like that's where we're at. That's our mentality. And it's not about we got 2 chances to do it. It's like no, we want to come in here and win tonight and finish the job.
Yeah, it's NBA champion Alex Caruso. He's done it before. He's eliminated the Denver Nuggets from a postseason before, so he absolutely knows what it takes. There's a lot of young Thunder guys on this team that have never done it. But I tell you what, man, like both Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren were pretty good in Game 5. I think Jalen Williams is generally, and I know he's had a couple of off shooting nights, but his impact has been consistent throughout this series. Last year when they lost to Dallas, Shea was good. His dudes were not. They have been better this time around. It's a testament to the Nuggets that we're playing a Game 6 tonight.
All right, so I'm curious. We know in the first 5 minutes how serious the Thunder are taking this. It's one thing to say can't give them life and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
We saw the Nuggets make this exact mistake in this exact game in Minnesota a year ago where they got blown out, and they clearly didn't look like they showed up as seriously as they were telling us they would. Well, we know in the first 5 minutes how serious the Thunder are taking it. Will the Nuggets have to withstand a push the first 5 minutes from them? Because they're desperate knowing that Minnesota's already punched their ticket.
Oh, without a doubt. No, the Thunder want to get this thing done tonight. I think you are going to see a desperate team. And also, this is just where it comes back to one of the key differences between what the Nuggets were last year in Game 6 getting killed in Minnesota and what the Thunder are is OKC's just deeper, man. They are just deeper. And they are not as gassed out as the Nuggets were last year or even the Nuggets are this year. Hopefully whatever lessons were learned from a year ago, the Nuggets will employ tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl, that's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around Game 6. Aaron Gordon is on the court warming up right now, going through his pregame ball handling duties. We're waiting to see if and when Jamal Murray comes out of the tunnel. He is questionable to play. David Adelman, again, we played the cut just before, but David Adelman says this is going right up to tip-off, basically, whether or not they know that Jamal will go. But if he comes out to warm up, you have to assume that that's a good sign. We'll tell you the moment it happens coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live at Ball Arena, Kreckman and Lindahl, and we've got breaking news. So we are not able to break this news with our own eyes. I mean, I guess in a way we are. Instead, we'll rely on the Twitter account of the Denver Nuggets, @Nuggets. Injury update ahead of Game 6 against available Jamal Murray illness.
Now, we are not seeing him warm up.
Yes.
Therefore, the comment that Nate made about not seeing it with our own eyes, because he's not out here shooting as of yet.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon is the lone player for the Nuggets out there. Chet Williams really putting a few up today.
Chet Holmgren, too.
Chet Williams is better. Did Caruso leave? Caruso was down there as well. There's Caruso. He's about to launch one up.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren, Alex Caruso warming up. Aaron Gordon is the last Nugget warming up right now. Jamal Murray at least has not thus far, and I don't think is expected to go through his on-court pregame warm-up. But he is available tonight, which means he's playing, which means he's starting, which means let's see what the Nuggets get out of Jamal Murray tonight.
Well, it's good to have him available.
Damn
I
right
asked
it
you,
is.
do you start someone else, though? Do you at least start, whether it's Pickett, Strother, take your pick, Westbrook, I guess. Maybe this puts Westbrook in play. Do you let him start the game?
No, I think you got to know right away.
I put Jamal out there and see how it's going?
Yeah, I think the faster that you can get him into – number one, you got to get him into a lather. You got to get his heart rate up, see how his body responds, all those kind of things. So you got to do that quickly, and also you got to know what you have in him. By the way, Jamal Murray was born February 23rd, 1997. The Michael Jordan flu game in Utah, June 11th, 1997. So Jamal Murray was 4 months old when MJ played the flu game in 1997. I love it too, Andy. It's just so funny after The Last Dance. It's the air quotes flu game.
I was about to say, can we even call it that anymore?
Because we know that MJ was up, I don't know, what was he, drinking scotch?
Yeah, it was the Jack Daniels flu game.
Eating bad pizza or whatever until 3 in the morning.
Then they tried to blame a pizza place.
Right.
When, let's be honest, you played a couple. The only thing that was bad that night was the hands of poker you had going.
Isn't it so funny, too? Like, it's we get worked up over, oh, man, did you see that NFL player in Cabo on vacation in the bye week? What's that jerk doing? Do you people know what Michael Jordan was doing before games? Granted, he went and balled out. He always had the performances. He went and did the job. But, yeah, that guy wasn't exactly I feel like the idea of like sleep as a performance enhancing drug, that's a very like modern thing. Back in MJ's day, it was just like, okay, I got 4 or 5 hours, caught a nap before the game, I'm good to go.
Okay, if we really wanted to have a fun 30 for 30 or a just big documentary, some of what these dudes played and what they did the night before.
Right.
You know what? You could do a whole era of it. You know,
David Wells threw a perfect game off of like an hour's sleep. He was hungover as hell.
Anybody our age has got a story about seeing Bichette or Walker in particular downtown at a club the night before or whatever. You know, I've heard some stories about John Riggins and showing up, coffee aplenty. Remember it was Max McGee of the Packers that went out and tied one on because he didn't think he was going to play, and he got put in like Super Bowl I against the Chiefs and had himself a game. Yeah, some of the guys now, again, the modern athlete, I don't know. They're kind of like the modern rock stars.
Some guys also, like some guys kind of needed that, right?
Yes.
They needed a little headache and dehydration in order to be able to go play the way they needed to.
Everybody functions through their days somehow differently.
Exactly. Whatever is required of you. All right, Andy, we got a couple of minutes left. Again, the update, Jamal Murray's playing. He hasn't warmed up, but he is playing tonight. He's available to play, so Jamal's going. That's good news for the Denver Nuggets. Andy, give me your prediction. We know Jamal's going. If he's going, he's going to start. I'm assuming he's going to play his regular minutes. We don't know what version of Jamal Murray you're getting tonight, but he is going. He's going to play through the illness. What's your prediction?
Yeah, I don't have any confidence with these predictions anymore. Anything I say usually is not the way it goes. But I'll say this. If they can get, like I said, a group effort in the scoring, not just relying on Nikola, just at least give me 4 guys chipping in around 20 points, okay? And then something from your bench, I think they make it to Game 7. And I'm going to predict there's just something about Nikola Jokic. He looked back to himself last game, so I'm going to bank on that continuing this game, and I think they get it. I think it's going to be nip and tuck. I think it's going to be like the last few games. I think it's going to be uncomfortable, but I think they find a way to give us action on Sunday at 1:30 in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Nuggets to win this game by 7.
Ooh, you like the 7 number again?
I do. I'm going to go with it. 7 to force a Game 7. Nuggets are going to get the victory tonight. I think Jokic is huge, but also here's what I'm looking for tonight. I'm looking for a triple-double from Nikola Jokic. That means his teammates make enough shots that Joker can have at least 10 assists in this game. I'm looking for a triple-double out of Joker. And here's my offbeat prediction. I'm saying 12 points from Julian Strawther tonight. I'm saying you're getting double figures out of Julian tonight. He's going to hit some threes. He's going to get confident. He's going to feel good on his home floor, and the Nuggets are going to get the victory. Oh, man, we had a cast of many joining the show today. Thanks again to Dave Pasch of ESPN. Thanks again to Dan Hyatt, who stopped by live and in person. Thanks to Mark Kestisher of ESPN. Thanks to Vic Lombardi. Thanks to all of you for tuning into the show today. Thanks to our super producer, Kevin Shockey, out here running around. Spring back at the shop. Our remote engineer crushing it today was Alan Baca. That's going to do it for us. Mark Bertinoli's got your pregame coverage. Tip-off coming up at 6:30. Game 6, Nuggets Thunder on your home for Denver Nuggets basketball. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Good night.